Guyi was covered in blood, standing in a sea of blood and corpses. His strength was exhausted, his health was at the bottom, and the long sword in his hand was broken and unusable. Guyi, stop struggling. Hand over your equipment and skill scrolls. For the sake of our former teammates, I can spare your life. Former teammate Hu Chang stood in front of Guyi and said aggressively. Guyi sneered and stood up with the hilt of his sword. You are dreaming. I will never let you go even if I die. If you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about the lack of firewood. Why bother to support it? Go away. If you think you can come and take it, then come and take it. Hu Chang shook his head and sighed. Do it. Countless weapons, countless magic, countless blood. Guyi's eyes were devoured by hatred, and his heart was pierced by his teammates and finally stopped beating. Even in such an extremely disadvantageous situation, he still killed 3 enemies. This is a teammate? Guyi smiled bitterly and fell into a pool of blood. Guyi opened his eyes and stared at the bare ceiling in a daze. He looked around and found that he had returned to his home. I am reborn? Guyi looked at his hands, and it took him a long time to accept this fact. In his space backpack was a special item Nirvana, which could provide a chance of resurrection. Guyi had been hiding this item and had never told anyone. Originally, he thought that this item would send him back to that nightmare purgatory, but he didn't expect that this thing would actually send him back to the real world. What day is it today? Guyi picked up the phone on the bedside and looked at the date. March 31st. Tomorrow is April Fool's Day, the day when the VR online game Natural Disaster officially opens, and the day when the end of the world officially begins. Natural Disaster is not a simple game. All players can never quit after entering the game, and those humans who did not enter the game disappear into the void and reincarnate as NPCs in the Natural Disaster game. The end of the world cannot be stopped. Guyi must be fully prepared to fight and survive in hell again. In order to promote the game, Tianzai cooperated with the almond water manufacturer and launched an activity to buy almond water and give away a gold activation code. Players who get the gold activation code can exchange it for a random talent after the game is launched, which can make players one step ahead in the game. Guyi remembered that a gold activation code was sold in the grocery store downstairs from his home. Thinking of this, Guyi rushed downstairs as soon as possible and bought all the almond water in the grocery store. After arriving home, he directly opened all the bottle caps and found a gold activation code among them. It's done. Guyi wrote down the activation code and lay down in the game cabin after finishing his last dinner. At midnight, Guyi immediately started the game and became one of the first players to enter. Guyi was afraid of trouble, so he directly used the nickname of the game in his previous life, Yifeng. Welcome to the world of natural disasters. Please choose your birth area. Area A. The reason why Guyi chose Area A was because the teammate who betrayed him in his previous life was also the one he met at the first outpost in Area A. At that time, Hu Chang was still a great god who was stronger than himself and took good care of himself. Hu knew that he was actually a very selfish bastard in his bones. After Guyi finds Hu Chang, he must catch him as soon as possible and then cut him into pieces. The game created the character based on Guyi's real image. Now his 5 senses are still a little distorted. When the pain threshold of the game suddenly disappears, it means that the end of the world has officially arrived. Guyi stood in the game lobby, skipped the background introduction of the game, and directly entered the first novice script. Since the number of people in the dungeon has not reached the standard, please wait patiently for other players to connect. Guyi heard the system prompt sound in his ears, and the familiar game page appeared on the retina at the same time. Short-term dungeon. Parking lot. Players. 5. Main task. Find the elevator key to leave the parking lot. Guyi did not waste time, but directly clicked on the operation interface and entered the gold activation code. The next second, the talent scroll appeared in Guyi's space backpack. Guyi took out the scroll and crushed it immediately. You have used the golden talent scroll. After using it, you can unlock a random talent. Warning: talents cannot be undone or forgotten after learning. Do you want to continue learning? Okay, Guyi nodded decisively. Congratulations on your legendary talent reward. Do you want to display the information anonymously on the public screen? Yes, Guyi nodded, feeling very excited. It is said that there are more than 100,000 gold activation codes in the world, and only 10 people have drawn legendary talent rewards among these more than 100,000 activation codes. Guyi's face has been dark all his life, but he didn't expect that he would finally have good luck in this life. Congratulations to the anonymous player for obtaining the legendary talent through the gold activation code. The public screen was full of all kinds of envious and jealous remarks. Guyi didn't have time to care about anything, so he directly opened the personal information column to check the talent he had just obtained. Talent skill, passive fanatic, grade, legend, grades from low to high are inferior, common, rare, perfect, epic, and legendary. Effect: 1. Absolute purity, passive. You cannot equip active skills in the skill bar. After you learn a passive skill, the grade will be immediately upgraded and an unknown mutation will occur, becoming a skill that can be grown. 2. True luck, passive. The probability of your probabilistic skills being triggered is 100%. Brother, you know me. I never do things that bully others. I like passive skills. The triggering probability is increased by 100%. Seeing this, Guyi couldn't help but take a breath. The effect of true luck is so powerful that there is no need to elaborate. Anyone who has played online games knows how powerful it is. However, the most surprising thing for Guyi is absolute purity. In the natural disaster game, the value of skill scrolls is even greater than that of weapons and equipment, and the value of active skills is 10 times that of passive skills. Because the effects of passive skills are mostly useless and uncontrollable, and there is no way to strengthen or increase the level of passive skills in the game, many players will only equip 1 or 2 passive skills, or even no passive skills at all. The effect of absolute purity can not only improve the passive skill level, but also mutate it into a skill that can grow. The useless skills in the eyes of other players are treasures in Guyi's eyes. When he needs to trade skill scrolls, he will no longer consume huge amounts of money. This talent effect is the guarantee of Guyi's later growth. Moreover, this talent only restricts players from equipping active skills in the skill column, which means that Guyi can use other methods to complete his skill construction. For example, special skills such as equipment-attached skills, divine arts, and evil arts. Swish, swish, swish. 4 beams of light suddenly appeared in front of Guyi, and it was obvious that 4 more players had joined the game. Guyi grinned, stood up straight, and heard the system's prompt voice again. All players are in place and the script is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Everyone regained their sight. A male player named Langzi looked around. This time he matched with 3 female players and 1 male player. The strange thing is that the other male player actually chose to remain anonymous. Langzi cleared his throat and took the initiative to stand in front of the 3 female players and said, "Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Langzi. I am a beta player. I know this game very well. Just follow me, and I guarantee you will be able to pass the game safely." Bang! 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 Langzi had just finished speaking when a loud noise came from the corner. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, with question marks written all over their faces. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The anonymous player was banging the door with a fire axe like crazy, making a loud bang-bang sound, but the door could not be opened. The 3 female players were so scared that they trembled all over and quickly ran to Langzi's side. "Master, what is that person doing? How do I know what he is doing? He is crazy." Langzi rolled his eyes and said, "In the parking lot, all the doors on the wall cannot be opened. They are just some stickers for decoration. I don't know what this guy is thinking." The female players looked at each other. The anonymous player's behavior was suspicious, but the wanderer was gentle and polite. Of course, they would choose to believe the wanderer instead of the anonymous player. The wanderer enjoyed being surrounded by women. He waved his hand, pointed to the front and said, "Don't worry, this is just a novice-level copy. It won't be difficult. Let's move on." The 4 players walked together, leaving only Guyi to smash the door. Guyi's arms were sore from smashing, and then he smashed through the door in front of him. "Huh, I'm so tired. Guyi put his hands on his hips and took a short rest. The entrance to the parking lot often appears in the wild, and Guyi has long been familiar with this copy. There is a special door in the parking lot. On the surface, it is the same as other door panels, but in fact it can be opened by force. Behind the door is a special room, a supply station. The setting of the supply station only appeared after the game was launched. It did not exist during the internal test, so the Wanderer didn't know it at all. Guyi walked into the supply station. This is a locker room. There are 3 rows of lockers in the room. The lockers are rusty and the air is full of rotten smell. Although the door is locked, it can be opened with a little force. Guyi explored the locker and did not find any handy equipment and weapons, but he picked up 2 bottles of almond water. Consumables. Smelly almond water. Rare. 1. When used on yourself, it can restore 10% of the maximum health. 2. When used on the enemy, it can put them into a state of fear for 3 seconds. Not bad. Guyi nodded and pinned the almond water on his belt for easy access at any time. Guyi opened the last locker and found a mummy lying inside. The mummy was a man, wearing a red baseball cap, blue overalls, and a huge hole in his stomach. Obviously, this unlucky guy hid in the locker to avoid the monster's pursuit, but he died in it in the end. Guyi dragged the mummy out of the locker and found a red pipe clamp hidden behind the mummy. One-handed melee weapon. Rusty pipe wrench. Common equipment conditions. Strength 5. Basic attributes. Physical attack power 1 to 5. Effect 1. When attacking the enemy's head, there is a 10% chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. So you are a plumber. Guyi picked up the rusty pipe wrench and quickly equipped it, but suddenly found that the stun effect of the pipe wrench changed from 10% to 100%. Guyi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. It turns out that the passive fanatic's talent can even add to the probability-based special effects of weapons. In the early stage, monsters rarely have invincible or control-free skills. Guyi only needs to stare at the monster's head and knock it, which is enough to control the monster from the head to death. According to the current situation, Guyi can directly fight the boss with the pipe wrench. Ruah! Just as Guyi was secretly happy, a roar of monsters came from outside the door. Guyi looked back. 2 zombies blocked the door and rushed towards Guyi. Monster illustrations. Zombie basic attributes. HP 15, Mag 0, none. Habits. Although zombies are weak, they have strong vitality. Even if their heads are cut off, they can survive for 3 days. Guyi held the pipe wrench and knocked each of them, instantly freezing both zombies in place. Die for me. Guyi kicked the zombie in front of him and killed 1 zombie in 2 or 3 moves, then turned back to kill the other zombie. There is no way to increase the level by killing monsters in the natural disaster game. Only by clearing the game or completing the task can you get the corresponding experience points and attribute value rewards. Killing more zombies will not improve Guyi's clearance evaluation. There is no point in brushing monsters here. Guyi remembered that there was a hidden boss in the novice copy of the parking lot. As long as you kill this boss, you can 100% get a skill scroll. The hidden boss is not weak. After killing it, the overall difficulty of the copy will increase. Moreover, the skill scroll dropped is only a rare passive skill, so few people will provoke the hidden boss. Guyi had a pipe clamp that had a 100% chance of triggering stun, so he didn't care about so many things. He immediately set out to find the hidden boss's lair. After circling the map for about 10 minutes, Guyi smelled a foul odor, which meant that the toilet was nearby. Guyi grinned. The hidden boss usually wandered around the toilet. As long as he found the toilet, he would definitely find the boss. Ding, ding, ding! Guyi walked to the door of the toilet and knocked on the wall with the pipe clamp, trying to attract the monster's attention. After a long time, only a few zombie monsters rushed over to deliver food to Guyi. Come on, you big idiot! Guyi knocked on the wall a few more times. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come out quickly! Ruah! A roar came from the corner. Guyi licked his lips and looked at the corner with the pipe clamp in hand. The monster was 2 meters tall, and its arms were 3 times thicker than Guyi's thighs. It crawled on all 4s like a dog and rushed towards Guyi like flying. Angry Corpse, basic attributes. HP 200 plus 100. Magic points, 100. Skills 1. Life enhancement. Passive. Gain an additional 50% of the maximum HP. 2. Savage charge. Active. Charge towards the enemy, causing 50 points of physical damage and stunning the enemy, consuming 50 points of magic points, and the cooldown time is 1 minute. 3. Tenacity. Passive effect. There is a 5% chance of recovering 20 points of HP when attacked. Likes to wander in cold and humid places and is extremely hostile to humans. Fuck, it's actually a Blood Bowl type boss? With my 1 to 5 attack points, I have to fight until dawn, right? No wonder no one wants to fight this boss. I guess it's hard for 5 people to fight together. Ruah. The angry corpse had already rushed to Guyi's front and stood up. Guyi took out the smelly almond water calmly and smashed it on the face of the angry corpse with a whoosh. The angry corpse's charge skill was suddenly interrupted and fell to the ground with a plop. The angry corpse spit out the almond water in his mouth with disgust. He looked up and found that Guyi was already riding on his neck. "Hello," Guyi grinned, raised the pipe clamp and smashed it on the head of the angry corpse again and again. 3, 5, 1. The blood bar of the angry corpse was reduced bit by bit, but he had no way to resist. His head was shaking up and down like a chicken pecking at rice. No matter what, he could not escape the fate of being knocked unconscious to death. Guyi knocked the monster hundreds of times before finally killing it. There were countless bumps on the head of the angry corpse, all of which were the masterpieces left by Guyi. Guyi's arms ached and his palms were numb. Obviously, the game has been completely synchronized with reality, and his senses have finally no longer felt any distortion. From now on, as long as you die in the dungeon, you will really die. Crash! A golden treasure chest appeared next to the head of the angry corpse. Guyi's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the treasure chest. Since you killed the hidden boss alone, the system rewards you with an additional 3 free attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining skill scroll yielding. Congratulations on obtaining Weapon Bone Club of the Angry Corpse. Congratulations on obtaining Platinum Coins 1000. Guyi whistled and picked up the skill scroll first. The grade of Unyielding is rare, and the skill description is exactly the same as that of the Angry Corpse. After being injured, there is a 5% chance to restore 20 health points. It is useless in the early stage and useless in the later stage. No wonder everyone is reluctant to provoke this monster. However, Guyi just needed an opportunity to test the effect of absolute purity, so he just took this skill scroll to do a test. You have learned the skill, Unyielding. The special effect of your talent skill, Absolute Purity, has been triggered, and the skill Unyielding has undergone an unknown mutation. Congratulations, you have obtained the mutated skill More Courageous with Stration. A golden light flashed before Guyi's eyes, and a new skill appeared in the skill bar. More Courageous with Frustration 11.1 grade, perfect learning condition. Possess both the skill Unyielding and the talent Passive Fanatic. Effect, passive. When you are hurt, there is a 5% 100% chance to use the healing skill on yourself, restoring 10% of your maximum health. 2. Unlocked at level 5. For every enemy within 1 meter around you, you will receive 1% damage reduction, with a maximum reduction of 10%. 3. Unlocked at level 10. 4. Unlocked at level 15. What a great skill! With this, Guyi can even fight the boss in a standoff. Guyi still has 3 free attribute points in his hand that he has not used. He needs to see what equipment conditions the newly acquired weapon needs before deciding how to allocate them. Two-handed melee weapon, Bone Club of Angry Corpse. Quality, rare, equipment conditions. Character level 3 or strength 8, agility 5 basic attributes. Physical attack power 10 to 15 power swing. When attacking, there is a 5% chance of adding 20 points of physical attack and causing shield breaking effect. 2. Strength enhancement. When attacking, there is a 5% chance of increasing strength by 5 points. Biography. A weapon made from the arm bones of angry corpses. It can give you great strength. The bone club is about half a person's height, and there are red blood stains on it. After reading the equipment attributes, Guyi couldn't help but grin. Another weapon with a probability effect. The two effects were equivalent to giving Guyi 20 points of physical attack power, shield breaking, and 5 points of strength for free. When the character was born, all 4-dimensional attributes, strength, agility, intelligence, and physical strength, were 5 points, and the health and magic points were 100. Guyi only needed to add the newly acquired 3 free attribute points to meet the attribute requirements of the bone stick. All 3 free attribute points were added to strength. Guyi directly abandoned the pipe clamp with only 1 point of attack power and held the newly acquired bone stick. I have to use the skills I just got. Guyi thought for a moment. The boss at the end of the parking lot has extremely high burst damage, but the attack speed is not high. Even if the probability of triggering the more frustrated, the braver, it is not enough to provide a good life-saving effect. Now Guyi has no money to waste, so he must ensure that everything is foolproof. Ruah! 2 or 3 zombies crawled out from the corner. Guyi looked at those weak monsters and immediately thought of a good way to permanently trigger the more frustrated. On the other side, Langzi led the 3 female players to the depths of the parking lot. They only needed to walk 100 meters forward to trigger the boss battle. The IDs of the 3 female players were Li Zizhu, Li Zibao, and Li Zihao. It was obvious that they were also very good girlfriends in real life. The 4 of them did not pick up any good equipment along the way. They still had low-quality weapons, such as wooden sticks and fire axes in their hands. Brother Langzi, don't we have to wait for the anonymous player? No need to wait. Langzi shook his head and said, we will be able to complete the game in a while. The 4 of us are enough to kill the boss. Really? Yes, as long as we unite together. Li Zizhu touched his cheek with some concern and suddenly screamed in fright. Ah! The wanderer was startled and looked at the chestnut pig with a face full of complaints. What are you trying to do by getting so startled? I feel something is wrong. The chestnut pig said to her 2 girlfriends, I feel that the touch of this game is so real that it is scary. I have never seen any VR game with such a touch. The wanderer scratched his head and said nonchalantly, maybe it is because the game uses the latest Heaven 3 engine. It can simulate the real touch of humans to the greatest extent, even the pain. Really? The chestnut pig suddenly had a sense of uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, the floor shook violently. A tall black shadow rushed out from the corner and ran straight towards the chestnut pig. The wanderer's eyes widened and he quickly shouted loudly, Scatter! The chestnut pig looked behind him, and his legs were weak with fear, and he could not move. The ugly monster had rushed in front of him. He was more than 2 meters tall, with granite-like skin all over his body, and there were no other facial features on his face except a mouth. Roar! The monster swung its fist and hit the chestnut pig in the face. The chestnut pig's face was instantly bloody and fell into a dizzy state. The monster took advantage of the victory and smashed the scrapped car on the chestnut pig. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Li Zibao and Li Zihu both covered their eyes and ran behind the wanderer. The wanderer looked at the monster trembling all over and kept muttering, Why did this monster appear in the novice copy? Monster illustration. Faceless Ghost. Basic attributes. HP 500, Mana 300. Skills. 1. Hardened Skin. Passive effect with 500 points of physical shield and an additional 10% physical resistance when the shield is possessed. 2. Iron Fist Impact. Active effect. Swing a fatal punch, causing a 1-second dizziness effect and 50 points of physical damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. 3. Violent Throw. Active effect. Pick up items and throw them at the enemy, causing 20 to 80 points of physical damage, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Habits. 1. It will attack humans immediately upon seeing them, and has a habit of abusing corpses. 2. It is extremely disgusted with almond water, and using any almond water on it can cause an additional 3 seconds of fear effect. Why does this monster appear in the novice copy? The wanderer covered his mouth and looked at the faceless ghost. They are only level 1, and each person's starting health is only 100 points. They don't have any equipment that can increase physical defense. The 2 skills of the faceless ghost are enough to cause at least 70 points of physical damage. Just 2 ordinary attacks can kill a player. If you are unlucky, you can even be killed by the violent throw of the faceless ghost. The scene of the faceless ghost abusing the chestnut pig's corpse is extremely brutal. The Wanderer was very surprised, and he widened his eyes. Why can such a bloody scene pass the review? Obviously, there was no such realistic special effects during the internal test. No, I want to quit the game. I don't want to play anymore. Something's wrong. Why can't we click the exit button? Li Zibao and Li Zihu nervously operated the game panel, but found that no matter how they operated, there was no response. Langzi swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, "Hey, maybe there is a bug in the game? Don't worry. Try to force the power off." No, it still doesn't work. The three of them have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. The faceless ghost has lost interest in Li Ziju. He turned his head and roared at the remaining three people. Roar! Langzi shuddered and looked at the monster. He subconsciously dragged the female player next to him in front of him and pushed her out with a whoosh. Ah! Help! Li Ziho just hit the monster's chest, and Langzi took the opportunity to sneak away. The faceless ghost grinned at Li Zihu and raised his fist to hit Li Ziho's head. Li Ziho immediately became dizzy. The faceless ghost kicked her down and stepped on Li Ziho's neck. Crack! The sound of broken bones echoed in the huge parking lot. Help! Help! Li Zihu called out desperately, his voice getting weaker and weaker. Li Zibao screamed, and she mustered up her last bit of courage, raised the fire axe in her hand, and chopped it on the back of the faceless ghost. Bang! The fire axe dealt 1 point of damage. The faceless ghost slowly turned his head and showed Li Zibao a hideous smile. He grabbed Li Zibao's hair and threw it at the opposite wall like a sandbag. Puff! Li Zibao leaned against the wall, his eyes went black, and his bones all fell apart. The faceless ghost continued to turn his head and punched and kicked the dead Li Ziho. Blood splattered and sprinkled on the prodigal's face. He wiped the blood on his cheek and said to himself, "Ha ha! This simulation ability is too strong. It's just like the real thing." The faceless ghost stopped his actions and focused his attention on the prodigal. Hey! The faceless ghost laughed twice and rushed towards the Wanderer like flying. The Wanderer rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the faceless ghost. The faceless ghost raised his fist as big as a casserole and smashed it on the Wanderer's head with a whoosh. Bang! The Wanderer's eyes were full of stars, and he stumbled to the ground. He opened his eyes and looked carefully. The anonymous player appeared in front of him in time. He held a huge bone stick in his hand to block the attack of the faceless ghost, and the Wanderer was so scared that he couldn't even close his jaw. This boss's strength is at least twice that of the Wanderer, but the anonymous player can actually wrestle with the boss on equal terms. Could it be that this guy's strength has exceeded 10 points? What's even more weird is that this player actually has 4 zombie heads on his left and right shoulders. The 4 heads bite his shoulders and keep making teeth-grinding chewing sounds, but his health bar has not decreased at all. Damn, is this your costume? Do you have to be so disgusting? Guyi glanced at the trembling prodigal son and was too lazy to explain anything to him. The faceless ghost looked at Guyi in anger, opened his mouth and roared angrily. Guyi squinted his eyes, and even the monster's tonsils were clearly visible. "You should brush your teeth!" Guyi roared and pushed the faceless ghost away, raised the bone stick in his hand and hit the faceless ghost on the head. Bang! 158! Guyi's bone stick triggered the shield breaking effect, causing double damage to the faceless ghost's shield. Crack! Fine cracks appeared on the faceless ghost's white face, and Guyi took advantage of the victory and hit the faceless ghost twice. Bang bang! However, after 2 normal attacks, the faceless ghost's shield was only left with the last quarter. The faceless ghost looked at Guyi in horror and immediately used the skill Iron Fist Impact. Guyi had no way to avoid it, and he just took the faceless ghost's punch with his head. "It's over. This reckless man is dead." Langzi covered his head in despair. The faceless ghost's punch dealt a high damage of 49 points, and Guyi's health bar immediately dropped by half. However, the next second, Yi's health bar unexpectedly returned to full health. His head had turned into a blood gourd, but he still fought hand-to-hand with the boss without flinching. What the hell is this? A bloodlock plugin? Langzi's eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Get out of here!" Guyi roared, leaped up and smashed on the faceless ghost's head. This finally broke the faceless ghost's shield. The faceless ghost's granite skin shattered to the ground, revealing the strong muscles inside. He opened his mouth and roared at Guyi, but Guyi blocked his mouth with a bone stick. "I told you that you have bad breath! Shut up!" Bang! Guyi smashed the faceless ghost's yellow teeth with another blow. The faceless ghost retreated in fear. His violent throwing skill just cooled down. He turned around and picked up a car from the roadside. Guyi grinned. He had already grasped the stinking almond water in his hand and threw it at the faceless ghost. The smell of almond water evaporated in the air. The faceless ghost's skill was interrupted. He subconsciously loosened his arms and the car hit his head with a bang. "Help! Help!" The faceless ghost made a hoarse and unpleasant cry for help and ran towards the corner with his hands and feet. The stinking almond water can cause a fear effect of 3 seconds, and the faceless ghost himself is particularly afraid of almond water, causing him to enter a state of fear for 6 seconds. Guyi seized the opportunity to beat the drowning dog, raised the bone stick, and hit the back of the faceless ghost's head again and again. 60, 54, 48. Every time Guyi launches an attack, he can trigger the weapon's special effects, and his output efficiency is very high. In just 6 seconds, the faceless ghost's health bar is only the last bit left. Ah! The faceless ghost looked at Guyi in fear, kicked Guyi away, and ran away with his hands and feet. Guyi staggered to his feet and hurriedly chased after him. "Don't run, you bastard! At least leave the treasure chest for me!" The faceless ghost screamed and ran forward. The prodigal son, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly sat up, raised the fire axe in his hand, and smashed it on the ankle of the faceless ghost. The faceless ghost screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The prodigal son quickly got up and stepped on the faceless ghost's back and chopped the faceless ghost's neck with a knife. "Congratulations on successfully killing the boss." The system prompt sounded in the prodigal son's ears. A golden treasure chest immediately appeared at his feet. Guyi stood not far away, staring at Langzi in a daze. He had finally killed the boss at the end of the level, but this idiot stole his head? "Ha ha! This boss's treasure chest is mine!" Langzi laughed strangely and quickly picked up the treasure chest. Judging from the boss's high strength, the value of this treasure chest would definitely exceed imagination. Guyi stood in the distance and said expressionlessly, "Give me the treasure chest." "Why should I give it to you?" Langzi took a step back holding the treasure chest. "The boss's head is mine. According to the rules, it should be given to me." Bang! Before Langzi finished speaking, Guyi's bone stick had already hit his head. Langzi's head immediately bleeds, and he was about to raise his axe to fight back, but Guyi's second attack had already arrived. Bang! The health bar of the prodigal son reached the bottom, and he entered a state of near death. He lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and pointing at Guyi and cursing, "You cheating orphan! How dare you hit me? I'm not done with you." "Oh!" Guyi nodded expressionlessly, raised the bone stick and smashed the prodigal son's head. "Remember, in the next life, don't take things that are not yours." Guyi stepped over the prodigal son's body and picked up the golden treasure chest on the ground. A series of system prompts came to his ears. "Warning! Warning! Warning! You actively attacked and killed other players in the non-killing area and gained 10 kill points. Too high a kill value will increase the drop rate of your equipment after you die. The kill value will automatically decrease over time. You can reduce the kill value by purchasing indulgences. The kill value will no longer automatically decay after it exceeds 30 points. You must purchase indulgences to clear the kill value." Guyi blocked these system prompts as usual and walked towards the exit with the treasure chest. "Help! Save me!" A weak cry for help came from the corner. Guyi stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Li Zibao was lying on the ground, looking at Guyi with a painful face. Guyi walked over expressionlessly and looked down at the female player. "Dying? Yes?" Li Zibao reached out and grabbed Guyi's ankle, saying weakly, "Save me. I'm really in pain." The natural disaster game strengthens the vitality of all players, so even if they suffer fatal injuries, they will not die immediately, but will enter a dying state, but this will also cause all players to suffer great pain. I'm sorry, I can't save you. The medicine to remove the dying effect can only be found at the outpost. Go with peace of mind. Guyi ended Li Zibao's pain before his death, but the price was that his killing value increased by 10 points. In order to always trigger the skill of becoming more courageous after more setbacks, Guyi specially installed 4 zombie heads on his shoulders. They can only cause 1 to 2 points of physical damage to him, but they can ensure that Guyi can trigger the blood recovery effect at all times. This is the confidence that Guyi dares to stand naked and fight the boss. Now that the boss has been defeated and there is no other danger in the dungeon, Guyi took off the 4 zombie heads on his shoulders. Guyi came to a safe place and immediately opened the boss's gold treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining equipment, Faceless Ghost's Heavy Fist Gloves. Congratulations on obtaining equipment, Tight Belt. Congratulations on obtaining Skill Scroll Violent Throw. Congratulations on obtaining Platinum Coins 5,000. Congratulations on obtaining Elevator Key. A series of rewards flashed across Guyi's interface. Guyi whistled, feeling that his previous efforts were finally not in vain. He first picked up 2 pieces of equipment and checked their properties. Hand equipment, Faceless Ghost's Heavy Punch Gloves Perfect. Equipment condition, Level 8 or Strength 20. Stamina 10. Basic attributes, Physical Resistance 25. Effects: 1. Strength Enhancement, increase strength by 5 points. 2. Stamina Enhancement, increase stamina by 5 points. 3. Short-term strength, active effect, increase strength by 20 points, physical resistance by 30 points, lasting for 1 minute, reduce physical resistance by 50 points after the duration ends, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown time 1 hour, consumes 50 magic points. It's actually a perfect level equipment. Perfect level equipment and above can only be dropped from boss treasure chests. I didn't expect that the perfect level equipment would drop in the first dungeon that Guyi cleared. The 5 points of strength and stamina bonus are not eye-catching, but the active effect of the equipment is very abnormal. The extra 20 points of strength is equivalent to you being 4 levels higher than the enemy in the early stage. Guyi cannot equip active skills. If he wants to complete the equipment and skill construction, he needs to use the active effect of the equipment to fill the gap in the active skills. The second piece of equipment is a waist equipment, which Guyi can wear now. Tight Belt. Perfect. Level 10 or Strength 30. Basic attributes, Physical Resistance 5 effect. Medicine Mastery, increase the recovery effect of consumables by 5%. 2. Equipment Arrangement, increase the upper limit of consumables by 1. A standard rare equipment, nothing special. But Guyi didn't choose much now, and immediately equipped the belt. The remaining skill scroll is an active skill. Although Guyi can't learn it, he still finds the powerful strategic value of this skill. Skill, Violent Throw, Quality, Rare, Learning Condition, Level 5 or Strength 15. Effect, 1. Active effect, grab items and throw them at the enemy, causing 30 to 50 points of physical damage. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Consumption, 50 magic points. 2. Unlocked at LV5. Passive effect, Violent Throwing can grab enemies or teammates. When grabbing an enemy, an additional 100% physical damage of the difference in strength between the two parties can be added, and the enemy will be stunned for 0.5 seconds after landing. No damage will be caused when grabbing teammates, and the cooldown time is reduced by half. 3. Unlocked at L10. 4. Unlocked at L15. The skill damage of Violent Throwing is not very strong, but its strategic significance is extraordinary. The reward effect of level 5 not only enhances the damage output of Violent Throwing, but also greatly enhances its tactical significance. It can be used to help teammates move or escape from danger, and it can also interrupt the enemy's spellcasting to provide short-term control. If you sell this skill scroll to a professional guild, you will definitely get a very large return. Guyi picked up the last reward item in the treasure chest, the elevator key. After use, summon an elevator and leave the copy. Guyi did not hesitate and used the elevator key immediately. Bang! A mine elevator descended from the sky and landed in front of Guyi. Guyi stepped into the elevator and heard the system's voice prompt. Congratulations on successfully clearing short-term dungeon parking lot. The system will score you based on your performance in the dungeon and give you clearance rewards. Congratulations on getting an S-level rating. Congratulations on getting a 200% experience value bonus. Congratulations on reaching level 3 and getting 10 free attribute points, 2 skill point bonus. After Guyi's level was upgraded, he immediately added all the 2 skill points he had just obtained to the more frustrated and brave. His current skill level is 3, and his health recovery efficiency has become 20%. In order to equip the Faceless Ghost's Heavy Punch gloves as soon as possible, Guyi invested all the 10 free attributes he had just obtained in strength and stamina. Now Guyi's basic attributes are as follows: strength 13, agility 5, intelligence 5, stamina 10, health 200 mag 100. Now Guyi only needs 7 points of strength to meet the minimum equipment requirement. He only needs to upgrade 2 levels after returning to the outpost to be equipped with that powerful equipment. Shua shua. The elevator shook violently and took Guyi away from the parking lot. After less than a minute, the elevator finally stopped on an open-air elevator platform. Guyi got off the elevator and came to the A171 floor. Guyi did not choose to randomly assign a floor, but designated A171 because this was also the place where he and Hu Chang first met. The architectural style here is very chaotic, and there is almost no urban planning. The NPCs in the outpost are all dressed in rags and look very poor. Although small, it has everything. A171 not only has an inn for players to rest, but also a grocery store selling almond water and a sheriff responsible for maintaining public order. In the game setting of natural disaster, all independent dungeon worlds are a floor. The natural environment and cultural background of each floor are different. Some floors are full of dangers. Some floors have relatively suitable living environments. Some floors are only the size of a parking lot. Some floors are a whole city, a whole country, or a whole planet. A171 is a habitable floor. Although it is a habitable floor, there are still many terrible monsters in the wild outside the outpost, so the NPCs in the outpost will also issue some tasks to clean up monsters. In the eyes of the NPCs in the outpost, players are a group of powerful climbers. The job of climbers is to explore and adventure in each floor. They need to find habitable floors, build outposts, clean up terrible monsters, and finally lead the survivors of the outpost to leave this huge prison. However, most of the plot characters in the floor cannot realize the nature of the natural disaster world. Climbers can only take some plot characters away from the floor and return to the outpost under extremely harsh conditions. It is said that there are more than 1,000 floors in natural disaster, and the number is still increasing. It is simply a foolish dream to want to leave here. The players in the outpost were talking and laughing, not realizing that there was anything wrong with the game. Guyi glanced at the game time. It was about to be the first time the game would undergo a dramatic change. He quietly walked to the bench beside the hot spring square and quietly waited for the dramatic change to come. His eyes kept darting around, looking for Hu Chang, who had betrayed him. Well, it's time. As soon as Guyi finished speaking, the sky of A171 was covered by dark clouds. A demon with horns on its head pushed aside the clouds and appeared above the hot spring square. Seeing this, the players looked up at the sky one after another. They thought it was a cutscene in the game. Hello, climbers. I am the master of the natural disaster world. You can call me the host. The voice of the demon echoed in the sky above Onwon. After seeing the demon, all the NPCs were so scared that they hid in the house. Only the players looked at the sky with different expressions. First of all, welcome to my territory. I have always thought that your game is a little too simple, so I have specially increased the difficulty. Now, if you die on a floor, you will no longer have a chance to revive, and once you die, you will disappear forever in the void. I will give you a total of 7 days to survive. You can get extra survival days by completing daily tasks or clearing game copies. Once the survival days are exhausted, you will die. I will wait for you to challenge me on the 1000th floor of the natural disaster world. As long as you defeat my body, I will disband the natural disaster world and let you return to normal life. Struggle hard, climbers. I look forward to seeing you one day. Boom! A red lightning streaked across the sky. The demon who claimed to be the owner of the building disappeared into the sky. Guyi whistled, turned and walked to the taskbar to accept daily tasks, while other players had a heated discussion. Is what the demon just said true? Come on, that's just a cutscene in the game. No, what he said must be true. My friend just died in the dungeon, and he didn't resurrect after I cleared the level. Yes, I just saw an acquaintance in the outpost. He didn't buy this game at all, but he became an NPC in the outpost. Yes, yes! I also saw an acquaintance turned into an NPC. There's a problem with the game. I can't quit it now. The end of the world is coming. The crowd was in chaos. Some people were crying, some were swearing, and some were trying to deny the current reality. A player named Lou Rengia jumped onto the bench and shouted, "Don't worry, this is just a joke between the game manufacturer and us. This is all fake." Bullshit, I saw my brother die in front of me. How do you prove this is fake? Lou Rengia shook his head and continued, "Anyway, no matter what, please don't panic. We must unite. Don't be deceived by illusions." Cheat? What a lie. I'm gonna cut you up now and see if you will die. Suddenly, a player rushed to Lou Rengia, raised his big knife and chopped on Lou Rengia's head. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was in chaos, and they all stepped forward to pull the two fighting people apart. After a while, two sheriffs arrived at the scene, and they punched the player holding the big knife directly to the point of death. No fighting in the outpost. The sheriff dragged the dying player away and sent him to prison. As for the Lou Rengia, he was already dead. The players came to the body of Lou Rengia and said tremblingly, "He's dead. He's really dead. The game can never be so realistic. We're done." There are 4 major areas in the world of natural disasters, A, B, C, D, and the floors of these 4 areas have their own characteristics. Area A is mainly based on fantasy background. Area B is mainly based on fantasy background. Area C is mainly based on science fiction background. As for Area D, it is an interconnected area, and players from all areas can come here to adventure. Guyi chose the most familiar Area A as the starting point. After he successfully changes his job, he will choose to transfer to Area D, because all his enemies in his previous life are there. The A-171 outpost is now in chaos, and Guyi has not yet found his biggest enemy in his previous life, Hu Chang. Has Hu Chang not come yet? No, he is so strong that he can't even pass the novice dungeon. He may have a friend who is a beta player, and he is looking for someone to level up and get the legacy. Thinking of this, Guyi could only put the revenge on hold for the time being and put improving his strength as the first goal. Guyi estimated that it would take at least 3 days for these players to restore order, so he chose to accept 3 days of daily tasks and an outpost task, Old Scar Eye's nemesis. Guyi first went to the grocery store to buy 3 camping tents, 3 days of food and water. In the purgatory world, players will still feel hungry, thirsty, and tired, and these daily necessities also cost platinum coins to buy. 3 days of daily supplies cost Guyi more than 900 platinum coins. 3 days later, Guyi returned to the outpost from the wild. After completing the daily tasks, Guyi obtained an extra 7 days of survival and 100% experience points, and was promoted to level 4. Guyi did not rush to add points. He came to the home of an NPC with the task props required for the task in his hand. Bang! Guyi threw the head of the sword-haired pig in his hand on the table. "Old Scar Eye, I brought what you wanted," Guyi said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a scar on his left eye walked out of the bedroom. He walked with a limp and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You are really an amazing climber." Old Scar Eye picked up the head of the sword-haired pig, looked around and shook his head with some emotion. "I used to be a climber like you until I was shot in the knee. That's a pity. Wait, I'll get you the reward you deserve." Old Scar Eye turned around and went back to the house to rummage through the boxes. After a while, he took out a purse and a piece of parchment. "Take it," Old Scar Eye said. "This map is a treasure map that I have kept for many years. You must make good use of it." "Thank you." Guyi took the task reward from Old Scar Eye, and the system prompt sound came to his ears. Congratulations on completing the mission Nemesis. Congratulations on gaining 100% experience points. Congratulations on gaining the consumable Old Scar Eye's collection map. Congratulations on gaining 500 platinum coins. Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Guyi did not rush to check the mission rewards, but continued to chat with Old Scar Eye. Thank you, Old Scar Eye. Is there anything else you can help me with? Old Scar Eye thought for a while, then took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Guyi. If you can get to the outpost in Zone D one day, please give this letter to my wife Barina. She is an alchemist, and you should be able to find her in the northern city of D135. I understand. Guyi took the envelope from Old Scar Eye, and a new hidden mission appeared in his mission list. Love letter from Old Scar Eyes. Mission content. Deliver the love letter from Old Scar Eyes to his Warena. Mission reward. Depending on the completion of the mission, you will receive 1. Experience points. 2. Platinum coins. 3. Start an unknown continuous mission. Guyi grinned and said goodbye to Old Scar Eyes. In fact, in the world of natural disasters, many NPCs will issue such hidden missions, but most players don't know how to trigger them. Guyi has memories of his previous life, so he naturally knows how to communicate with NPCs to get more benefits. If you want to start the hidden mission of Old Scar Eyes, you must complete the Enemy of Old Scar Eyes mission alone within 3 days, so that Old Scar Eyes will recognize your strength and give you the letter. Now, Guyi has 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points in his hand. He first added 2 skill points to the skill More Courageous, and the HP recovery efficiency became 30%. The bonus effect of skill level 5 was triggered, and a new effect was obtained. For each enemy within 1 meter around you, you will receive 1% damage reduction, with a maximum reduction of 10%. Damage reduction is a very rare special effect attribute, and it is exclusive to the Knight and Warrior professions. It usually only appears on skill scrolls after level 30. Guyi is only level 5 now, and he already has the damage reduction effect. Then Guyi added all 10 attribute points to the strength attribute. Now his naked strength value has reached 23, which has reached the equipment requirements of Faceless Ghost's Heavy Punch gloves. After equipping, Guyi gained 5 points of strength and 5 points of stamina. Now his attribute values are as follows. Strength 23 plus 5. Agility 5, Intelligence 5, Stamina 10 plus 5, Health 300, Magic 100. If Guyi activates the equipment skill, he will get 20 points of strength bonus, and the strength attribute will directly reach an incredible 48 points. Players of the same level, even if they add all strength points, only have 25 basic strength points at level 5. This strength comparison has already formed a crushing trend. Such powerful equipment skills are enough for Guyi to use after his job change. Guyi then picked up the Old Scar Eyes collection map and found that it was actually a map of a killing copy. Consumables Old Scar Eyes collection map, Qualitier, usage conditions level 1 effect. After use, open a killing copy and pull the designated player into the copy. Old Scar Eye always thought that this was a treasure map, but he didn't realize that this map was enough to lead him into the abyss. Guyi checked the properties and curled his lips unwillingly. I thought it was a treasure map. This map is actually a forced duel order. If you want to kill a certain player, you can directly use the treasure map on him and fight him in a small dungeon. Guyi didn't know when he could use this thing, so he had to put it in his backpack to continue to gather dust. Guyi has accumulated 11 days of survival days, which is enough for him to participate in a long-term dungeon. If he wants to improve his strength and level as soon as possible, going to the dungeon is the best choice. Now, Guyi still has more than 4,000 platinum coins in his deposit, and the skill scroll is still gathering dust in his backpack. After 3 days of idle time, the market in the outpost should have stabilized. It's time to go to the market and exchange for some suitable equipment and skills. In the next game, Guyi will never have a chance to start over again, so he must be well prepared. Next to the hot spring square is the trading market established by the players. The current market environment is not much different from Gu Yi's previous life. The price of skill scrolls below level 10 is mostly around 50,000 to 100,000 platinum coins, and the price of perfect grade equipment is around 30,000 to 50,000. Most players have not accumulated enough platinum coins, so people are still used to bartering. Those who can trade with platinum coins are generally from guilds. Guilds are organized, disciplined, and planned, and their leveling efficiency and money-making efficiency are not comparable to ordinary players. What's even more outrageous is that some guilds still have internal test players who have not deleted the files. They have inherited the legacy and level of the internal test and have already entered the second or even third outpost. Many players regard internal test players as a thorn in their eyes because they always use their level advantages, equipment advantages, and economic advantages to squeeze the value of ordinary players. Gu Yi, with his hands behind his back, wandered around the market like an old man, but he never saw any suitable equipment. Hey, have you heard? Someone from the Polaris Guild died again when they were clearing a dungeon yesterday. What happened? I don't know either. I heard that there was a mistake when they were fighting a monster called Stone Giant and 2 players died. Their captain immediately chose to use the escaping device and return to the outpost. What kind of monster is Stone Giant? How could Polaris release such information? The gossip of passers-by reached Gu Yi's ears, and he grinned. If he found Polaris to do business today, he would definitely make a lot of money. Gu Yi pretended to casually walk to the Polaris stall and stayed there for a long time. Seeing this, the stall owner, Polaris Aliang, hurried over and greeted him enthusiastically. "Master, what props or equipment do you want? Just take a look. You have been hanging around our stall for a long time. What did you like? If you don't have enough platinum coins, we also accept barter. The things you have here are just average. There are no good ones. Hey, it seems that you are a person who knows the goods. If you want to see the good ones, you can follow me to the back." Aliang took Gu Yi to the rest area behind the stall. He took out several rare equipment and put them on the table for Gu Yi to choose. "Look at these." Gu Yi pretended to casually look through the equipment attributes and chatted. "I heard that you guys got stuck recently?" "Oh, those are just rumors. Don't listen to what others say." Gu Yi ignored Aliang and said to himself, "If you want to kill the Stone Giant, you must have the grab skill. I walked around the market, but I didn't find any scrolls for grabbing skills for sale." Hearing this, Aliang immediately realized that Gu Yi was not an ordinary player. Only their guild has the information about the Stone Giant. Ordinary players of A171 have no way of knowing that the Stone Giant's weakness is the grabbing skill. It's a pity that Gu Yi has always remained anonymous. Aliang has never seen Gu Yi before, so he really can't guess which large guild he is from. The reason why Gu Yi is so sure is that before changing his job, there was only one skill that had the grabbing effect, and that was Violent Throw. The scroll of Violent Throwing is very rare, because only the Faceless Ghost can drop this skill. If you want the Faceless Ghost to appear, you must first defeat the hidden boss Angry Corpse, but the income of Angry Corpse is too low, and those guilds will definitely not look at it. Moreover, the parking lot is a novice copy, and everyone has only one chance to pass it. If you enter the parking lot again, the hidden boss Angry Corpse will definitely not appear. In this way, there will naturally be no scrolls of violent throwing skills circulating in the market. Are you an internal beta player? If I were an internal beta player, would I be here? I would have taken the inheritance long ago. Then, which big guild are you from? Don't guess. Gu Yi smiled and shook his finger. I'm a lone wolf. Aliang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and held Gu Yi's hand. Then you are really knowledgeable. As you said, the Stone Giant is a boss with a domineering skill. Without the grab skill to interrupt, it will be very difficult to pass the level. Just to obtain the information about this monster, we sacrificed 2 members. Gu Yi did not speak, but directly threw the scroll of Violent Grab on the table. He tapped the table with his fingers and motioned Aliang to check it. Aliang picked up the scroll and checked it, and suddenly his back was cold. He was the person in charge of buying and selling in the guild, so he naturally understood how powerful this skill was. Master, let's go to a quiet place to talk. Yes. Gu Yi nodded and followed Liang to a quiet little room. Liang diligently served tea to Gu Yi and said seriously, Master, we want this scroll. Please name a price. 200,000 plus a perfect weapon. Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Master, this price is too high. No bargaining. Master, wait a moment. Liang left quickly and sent the information about the skill scroll in the guild channel. Soon the whole guild channel became very lively. Sure, Liang, this skill is simply amazing, especially the reward effect of level 5. It will be fine even in the later stage. How much did you pay for it? Liang sighed and replied, I haven't negotiated for this equipment yet. The other party offered 150,000 plus a perfect level weapon. 200,000? How can a skill scroll below level 10 cost 100,000? Are you kidding? He's just extorting money. Don't listen to him. The channel was full of insults against Gu Yi, which made Liang a little hesitant. While everyone was discussing fiercely, the president Polaris Wu Ying spoke. Liang, let's take this skill scroll. There should be unused perfect level weapons in the guild warehouse. Pick one for that person to take away. The price offered by the other party is not exaggerated. After all, violent throwing is a skill with late-stage value, and the equipment will be eliminated sooner or later. Just take it with confidence. Yes, President. However, you should still try to lower the price. The more you can save, the better. Understood? With the President's consent, Liang immediately picked up a few unused weapons in the warehouse and placed them in front of Gu Yi. Master, take a look at the things here. Tell me if there is anything you like. Gu Yi nodded, carefully compared the attributes of several equipment, and finally set his sights on a two-handed giant sword. The sword body is half a person's height, with blue electric patterns on the blade, and the sword tassel is made of feathers of some kind of bird, elegant and chic. The effect of the giant sword is even more amazing, and it absolutely complements Gu Yi's innate skills. Two-handed weapon. Cry of Thunderbird. Equipment conditions: Level 10 or Strength 25. Intelligence 20 points. Basic attributes: Physical attack 4759. Effect Thunder. Passive effect adds 10 to 12 points of electric attribute damage when attacking. 2. Lightning. Passive effect. There is a 1% chance of releasing a lightning chain when attacking, and the lightning chain causes 30 to 47 points of electric attribute damage to the 5 nearest enemies. Mar 3. Feng Qi. Passive effect. Increases attack speed by 10%. This is a weapon made of the giant claws of a thunderbird. Controlling it is equivalent to controlling the power of thunder and lightning. This thing is good. I want it. Gu Yi nodded and touched the hilt with a smile. Lightning Chain is a level 20 mage skill. It not only consumes 50 mana points when releasing the skill, but also has a 10-second skill CD. However, under the enhancement of Gu Yi's innate skills, the probability of Thunderbird's cry triggering Lightning Chain is 100%. Therefore, as long as Gu Yi's attack speed is fast enough, he can keep Lightning Chain bouncing between enemies without having to consider the issues of mana and skill CD. Gu Yi is still 15 points short of the equipment requirements, but after he has enough platinum coins, he can buy a few more jewelry that increase intelligence to make up for the lack of intelligence points. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He finally grasped Gu Yi's needs. Master, you also know that the attributes of this equipment are very solid. It is estimated that you will not need to change weapons until you change your job. This equipment plus 100,000 platinum coins in exchange for the skill scroll in your hand, do you think it is suitable? I said no bargaining. Master, we are really sincere in doing business with you. Liang said, 150,000, can you make it cheaper? Gu Yi thought for a moment. He also had a high demand for this weapon. Gu Yi does not have AoE damage now, and the improvement of Thunderbird's cry is very huge for him. If he doesn't give in, I'm afraid the deal will not be able to go on. 190,000. I would rather not have it if it's lower. Deal. Liang's eyes lit up, and he was about to complete the transaction procedures with Gu Yi. Gu Yi sat on the chair, waved his hand calmly, and said, However, I have another request. I need you to give me the skill scroll on the stall. Which one are you talking about? In the meeting room of Polaris. Wu Ying was discussing dungeon strategies with his teammates. There were also beta testers in their guild, so they could always get information about dungeons and monsters in advance through various channels. Bang! The door of the meeting room was pushed open. Aliang walked into the meeting room and placed the skill scroll of Violent Throw in front of Wu Ying. Wu Ying took a closer look and immediately grinned. Well done, Aliang. Wu Ying caressed the skill scroll lovingly. How much did you finally negotiate? 190,000 plus the cry of the Thunderbird, oh, and a skill scroll. Skill scroll? What kind of scroll? A passive skill. No one wants it even if I give it away. Aliang said, I remember that it was a passive skill that only intelligence-type people can use. But because the effect is so useless, no one even in the intelligence type will use it. Then why did he take it? I guess it was to get a bargain or to cover up his identity? What's his ID? Have you added him as your friend? No, he never revealed his ID from beginning to end. Wu Ying became very interested in this anonymous player. He pulled Aliang to sit beside him and said seriously, Come on, tell me how you traded with him. Tell me every detail. Gu Yi spent less than 20,000 yuan to buy a bunch of rare-level defensive equipment and replaced his ordinary white clothes. These equipments have no special effects, so there is no need to elaborate. In addition, he spent another 30,000 yuan to buy a necklace and 2 rings. These rings are all level 5 and have the same attribute, increase intelligence by 5 points. After gathering enough equipment conditions, Gu Yi directly picked up the Thunderbird's cry. At the same time, he finally gathered enough prerequisites for the skill, Hand of the Mage. This skill was the extra he asked for when he traded with Aliang. Skill, Hand of the Mage, grade rare. Learning conditions, level 10 or intelligence 20. Effect, 1. Passive, add intelligence 50% damage when attacking. Hand of the Mage is a very useless skill because no mage will rely on normal attacks to output. This skill can only be used as a transition when the skill chain is not sufficient in the early stage. This skill will definitely be eliminated in the later stage. However, Gu Yi was very confident in his talent skills. He felt that this skill would definitely bring him a surprise, so he bought the skill and learned it without hesitation. Under the effect of talent, Hand of the Mage evolved into the perfect skill, Hand of the God of Magic. Hand of the God of Magic perfect. Learning condition. Possess both the skill Hand of the Mage and the talent Passive Fanatic. Passive. When attacking, add non-attribute magic damage of up to 20% of the magic value, which cannot be critical. 2. Unlocked at V5. Increase intelligence by 10 points. 3. Unlocked at L of 10. 4. Unlocked at L of 15. After seeing the skill description, Gu Yi couldn't help but take a breath. Non-attribute magic damage is the piercing damage of the magic profession, which can ignore the enemy's attribute resistance and cause real damage. The only defensive attribute that can resist non-attribute magic damage is the percentage damage reduction. Gu Yi's intelligence value is now 20 points, and the maximum magic value is 400, which can add 80 points of non-attribute magic damage. With such damage output, which squishy character dares to take 2 hits from Gu Yi? Not to mention squishy characters, even those players who add points to their equipment only have 500 health points when they reach level 5, and Gu Yi can beat them to the brink of death with just 7 punches with his bare hands. Gu Yi looked at his newly acquired skills with satisfaction and began to consider whether he should switch to a magic profession when he reaches level 15. Now he has AoE damage, burst output, stable single-target output, and abnormal defense and self-recovery skills. What dungeon can still stump him? Warning! 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 You haven't participated in a long-term dungeon for 5 days. If you don't participate in a long-term dungeon within 2 days, your survival days in the outpost will be consumed at twice the rate. Ah, I know! Block system messages! Gu Yi shook his head, purchased some consumables, bought an elevator key in the market, and immediately walked to the elevator platform, ready to explore the next long-term copy. Gu Yi used the key to open the elevator, walked into the elevator room, and heard the system's prompt voice again. You are about to enter a long-term copy. After entering the long-term copy, 7 days of your survival will be deducted. If you do not have enough survival days, you will be directly killed. After deducting the days, no matter how long you stay in the copy world, 7 days will pass in the outpost. Warning: the system detects that you are matching alone, which will greatly increase the difficulty of your clearance. Do you want to continue matching? Yes. Guyi nodded and confirmed without hesitation. The elevator began to shake, taking Guyi through to an unfamiliar floor, and the basic information of the copy appeared in front of Guyi again. Long-term copy, Grudge of the Evil Spirit. Copy, Cooperation. Damage between players is reduced by 50%, and killing other players will receive a double kill value penalty. Number of people in the copy 100. Monster level, level 515. Copy mission 1. Join the Royal Knights or the Association of Supernatural Beings. Optional mission. Mission reward Platinum Coins 5,000, free attribute points 5. End the Grudge of the Evil Spirit. Mission reward Boss Treasure Chest 1, 1 skill point, and some experience points. Failure penalty. All players' survival days 5. If the survival days are insufficient, they will be eliminated. You are about to enter a long-term copy. Please draw a character card. As soon as the system finished speaking, a deck of playing cards appeared in front of Guyi. Guyi touched his chin and casually pulled out a card. On the card was a man hiding under the eaves to avoid the rain. The name of the identity card was Pauper. Ah, am I lucky or unlucky? Guyi looked at the explanation on the identity card and said self-deprecatingly, Identity card, Pauper. 1 inferior. Your reputation relationship with the Royal Knights and the Supernatural Association has always been cold, and the efficiency of obtaining merit points has been reduced by 70%. 2. Penniless. Your starting capital is 0, and you cannot use platinum coins to exchange for the currency of this world. 3. Moral collapse. Your efficiency in obtaining reputation in the Chaos Camp has increased by 100%. Unlike you rich young masters, we have tried our best just to stay alive. Guyi looked at the explanation on the card, pondered for a moment, then tore up the identity card and walked out of the elevator. It was midnight. Guyi landed in a remote alley. He was wearing tattered clothes and his hands were full of cracks. In front of his left was the body of a beggar, with cockroaches and bedbugs crawling all over his body, but no one came to collect his body. Not only that, there are 2 more abnormal states in Guyi's personal panel. Cold, movement speed and attack speed are reduced by 10%. Hungry, lose an additional 10% of physical strength per hour and 10 health points per hour. Guyi took out the spare food from the space backpack, but got a prompt that it could not be used in the copy. Guyi glanced at the beggar's body and took off the shabby cotton jacket from him. He shook off the dust and bugs on the cotton jacket, put it on himself, and trotted out of the alley. The surrounding buildings are full of British style, and the pedestrians are all Western faces. The cars on the road are uniquely shaped with a steampunk art style. It seems that this copy should be an overhead world created based on the foggy city during the Industrial Revolution. Guyi took 2 steps and felt a little dizzy and his legs were weak. This is the negative effect of hunger. There is a bar on the side of the road. A drunk walked out of the bar and ran to the end of the alley to urinate. Guyi looked around, followed him, picked up a brick from the ground and hit the drunkard with it. Bang! The drunkard rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Guyi quickly took out some cash from him and took off his clothes and put them on himself, leaving him only a pair of underwear. After putting on his clothes, the cold state in his personal panel finally disappeared. Guyi counted the spoils and found that he had obtained 50 pounds of cash and a gold pocket watch whose authenticity was unknown. Guyi hurriedly left the crime scene until he turned the next corner and encountered a bakery that was still open. 3 loaves of bread cost Guyi 10 pounds of cash, which gave Guyi a preliminary understanding of the price level in this world. Guyi stood in the bakery and ate a lot, which scared the shop owner. Slow down. Drink some soup. The shop owner put the soup in front of Guyi, and Guyi took the bowl and poured it into his mouth without hesitation. Where are you from? The shop owner asked with a smile. You look like you are from the East. Yes. You'd better leave here as the fog has been very bad lately. What's going on? Those legendary monsters have crawled out of their graves again, and the church and the royal knights have been recruiting extraordinary people to deal with those monsters. I once witnessed the vengeance of an evil spirit, and it was so scary. I'm considering moving tomorrow. Thank you for the soup. Guyi's hunger finally disappeared. He did not chat with the shopkeeper anymore, but quickly put down the soup bowl and rushed out the door. Along the way, Guyi found many players. They all passed by Guyi, and none of them was in the same direction as Guyi. Guyi walked quickly and finally arrived at the outer wall of Westminster Abbey before 12 o'clock. Outside Westminster Abbey, there was no one else. Only Guyi squatted in a dark corner and was in a daze. The other players must have gone to the Supernatural Association or the Royal Knights, trying to enter the main line in these two ways, but Guyi decided to witness the arrival of the grudge of the evil spirit directly. Obviously, the other 99 players did not know that there would be a hidden task in Westminster Abbey, and Guyi was the only one who knew about it. To trigger this hidden task, two things must be done. First, learn the basic situation of the grudge of the evil spirit from the residents near Westminster Abbey. Second, at 12 o'clock midnight, witness the arrival of the grudge of the evil spirit. Guyi learned this information in his previous life. He only heard that there was such a hidden route to pass the level, but he didn't know where this route would eventually lead to. However, Guyi had sufficient confidence in himself. He had 2 lifetimes of gaming experience and a legendary talent. Even if this strategy route was difficult, he had the confidence to pass it. Ding dong! The clock struck 12 at midnight. A cold wind blew, and Guyi couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly, squinting his eyes and looking forward. A ball of lightning appeared above Westminster Abbey, with countless arcs radiating in all directions, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. Then, cracks appeared on the ground outside Westminster Abbey, and hideous ghouls emerged from the cracks in the ground. Ghouls have sharp claws and sharp teeth, and their height and size are about the same as a child who has just entered elementary school. They crawled on all fours like dogs. Ghoul, basic attributes, HP 300, Mana 0. Skills 1. Drinking blood. The ghoul's attacks can heal itself. Habits: it feeds on human flesh and is a very cruel creature. Guyi put his finger under his tongue and blew a whistle. All the ghouls turned their heads and looked at Guyi. Meat! Eat meat! The ghoul made a vague grunt and rushed towards Guyi like a fly. Guyi took out the Cry of Thunderbird in his backhand and slashed at the group of monsters. Boom! Lightning bounced back and forth in the middle of the ghoul group. 300 points of health were just a piece of fragile paper under Guyi's sword. Guyi could kill a monster with 2 swords. Unfortunately, the number of ghouls increased, and in the end, there were 4 or 5 ghouls lying behind Guyi. 9 to 29, plus 90. 9 and 31, plus 90. Guyi's health bar went up and down. The faster the monster attacked, the faster his health recovered. He fought for a long time and found that these monsters would not drop treasure chests at all, so he put away his weapons and decided not to waste time on these monsters. Guyi carried a ghoul on each of his left and right shoulders, and there was another one lying behind him, biting the back of Guyi's neck, and 2 of them hugged his thighs and gnawed them. The damage reduction effect provided by more frustration, more courage, has been fully stacked, and in the end, these zombies can only cause less than 15 points of physical damage. So annoying! Guyi kicked away the 2 ghouls under his feet, and carried 3 ghouls on his shoulders as he turned over and crossed the outer wall of Westminster Abbey. There were also many ghouls inside the wall, and they were all scratching the door of the cathedral with their claws. A priest flashed by in the distance, still shouting for help. Help! Help! Guyi's eyes lit up, and he quickly chased in the direction of the priest. That must be the NPC who issued the hidden task, and he couldn't let him be bitten to death by the ghouls. Help! Help! Father Andrew ran wildly in the back garden in panic. His colleagues who ran slower around him had been torn to pieces by the ghouls. He was the only one who could still run. No one knew why so many monsters suddenly appeared tonight. They all came from the abyss of terror and could only be seen in the lost city. They should not appear in the prosperous, foggy city. Meat! Eat meat! The ghouls ran towards Father Andrew with their hands and feet, making a creepy roar. Get out of here! Andrew shouted, waving the pitchfork in his hand, forcing the ghouls in front of him to retreat. The ghoul opened its bloody mouth and bit the pitchfork. Crack! The hard pitchfork broke into 2 pieces. Andrew's face was pale and his legs were weak. He screamed and used all his strength to run towards the gardener's hut on the side of the road. Bang! After Andrew ran into the hut, he immediately turned around and closed the door. He hurriedly moved stools, cabinets, flower pots, and everything that could be moved and blocked the door tightly. Don't come in. Crack! As soon as Andrew finished speaking, the window glass on the side of the hut shattered into 8 pieces. A ghoul climbed in from the window and stared at Andrew. Meat! The ghoul screamed and rushed towards Andrew. Andrew was quick-witted. He took out the Bible in his hand and threw it at the ghoul. Bang! The Bible made a dull sound and a faint golden light flashed. The ghoul covered his head and retreated in horror. Seeing this, Andrew quickly waved the Bible in his hand and shouted, "You evil things, stay away from me." Ghoul was a little afraid of the Bible. He squatted in place, bared his teeth at Andrew, and made a harsh, low roar. Andrew drove the ghoul away while retreating. However, at this time, 2 other ghouls climbed in from the window and hugged Andrew's thighs with a whoosh. Meat! Meat! Ah! Help! Andrew waved the Bible in his hand in panic, but he was still no match for 4 hands. The 3 ghouls overwhelmed Andrew, and they opened their mouths wide and were about to bite Andrew's body. No! Andrew closed his eyes and shouted loudly. Suddenly, he heard a burst of lightning and thunder, followed by the screams of the ghouls. Andrew bravely opened his eyes. The ghouls that wanted to share his food had turned into 3 corpses. Not only that, a strange man appeared in front of him, holding a giant sword flashing with blue plasma, and he seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. The light in the hut was too dim, and Andrew couldn't see the other person's face at all. Is it another monster? You. Who are you? I'm here to save you. The other person spoke, and the ghouls muttered in the middle. He slowly walked in front of Andrew and revealed his true face. Monster! Monster! Andrew screamed, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Monster? Where is the monster? Guyi looked behind him, but found that the ghoul on his shoulder was staring at him with a pair of big Kazilan eyes. In order to always trigger his passive skills, Guyi always carried the ghoul on his shoulders. Obviously, these little guys must have almost scared Andrew. Get out of here! Guyi shook off the ghouls on his body, chopped off their heads, and then hid the Thunderbird's cry in the space backpack to avoid scaring this NPC again. Father, wake up! Guyi gently shook Andrew's shoulders, and the other groaned and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Guyi's face covered in blood, his face became even paler. You are! Don't worry, I'm a supernatural. From the east, you can call me Yi. Guyi said, I found that there are monsters here, so I came here to save you. Oh my God, thank God. Guyi heard this and curled his lips in anger. It was obviously me who saved people. Why don't you thank me, but thank your God? Child, can you please save our bishop? Where is he? I don't know, but he should be in the cathedral. The evil spirit came so suddenly that we didn't have any time to react. Andrew shook his head in horror, and even his voice began to tremble. As soon as Andrew finished speaking, Guyi also received a task prompt at the same time. Save Bishop Demps. Protect the bishop from being killed by monsters. Task reward coins 1,000. Letter of introduction from the Supernatural Association 1. None, etc. Does this task content seem a bit strange? Guyi didn't say anything. He just bent down and helped Father Andrew up, and said in a deep voice, I will go to save him. But before that, I have to take you to a safe place first. Thank you, young man. Guyi pulled Andrew up and cut through the thorns all the way to the gate of Westminster Abbey. At this time, the royal knights had just arrived. Guyi squinted his eyes and scanned carefully, but did not find any climbers among them. It seems the other climbers have not yet successfully joined the knights. When Guyi brought Andrew to the royal knights, the leading knight commander immediately came up and stopped the two. Wait! Both of you stand still! Swish! As soon as the knight commander finished speaking, Dozens of knights behind him all raised their muskets. Seeing this, Guyi quickly raised his hands. The levels of these knights are all around level 15. With his current strength, he can only survive 2 rounds of volleys from them at most. Firearms can cause bleeding effects, but bleeding, poisoning, and other dot damage cannot trigger the passive effect of more courageous. If the bleeding effects are superimposed according to Guyi's current state and level, there is only one way to go. Don't shoot, Lord Knight Commander. Andrew quickly came out and raised his hands. This young man is a superhuman and he is saving us. Superhuman? Humph, I think he is just a gangster. The Knight Commander looked Guyi up and down and snorted disdainfully. Guyi shook his head helplessly. He had drawn the identity of pauper at the beginning, and the people of the Royal Knights would naturally dislike him. Master Knight Commander, I am Andrew, a priest of Westminster Abbey. I am willing to swear to God that Yi is a very good and kind superhuman, and we need his help. If you need help, you should ask the knights for help, not for a superhuman of unknown origin. Hearing this, Guyi frowned. Although the Royal Knights and the Superhuman Association both have the strength to fight monsters, the relationship between them is not very good. After hearing that Guyi is a superhuman, the Knight Commander's contempt for Guyi deepened. Boom! As the two sides confronted each other, another ball of lightning appeared in the sky above Westminster Abbey. Then, a shadowy black portal appeared at the gate of Westminster Abbey, and a large number of strange and terrifying creatures all crawled out of the portal. The Knight Commander's face changed drastically, and he decisively ordered, "Free fire!" Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire was deafening. Guyi covered his ears and stood aside to avoid being injured by stray bullets. The muskets of these knights were very powerful. One shot could blow off the head of a ghoul, and he had to chop at least 2 or 3 times to kill a ghoul. The combat effectiveness of the knights was evident. Father Andrew became even more anxious. He pointed at Westminster Abbey and said loudly, "Send people in quickly. There are still many people trapped in Westminster Abbey. Go in? Do you want us to die?" The Knight Commander's face sank and he gritted his teeth. "The Archbishop is still inside." "It doesn't matter. Isn't it his duty to suppress these evil things? No, he can't fall into the hands of evil." Hearing Andrew's words, Guyi's heart trembled. He vaguely understood why the requirements of the hidden mission were so strange. Since Andrew has been protected by the knights, there is nothing to worry about. Just rush into Westminster Abbey and find the Archbishop. It doesn't matter. I will rescue the Archbishop. Guyi left a word and rushed into Westminster Abbey again. Andrew was stunned and looked at Guyi's back in shock. The Knight Commander looked at Guyi's back with contempt and muttered, "If you want to die, no one can stop you." Guyi ran all the way to the cathedral despite the monsters' group fight. Now, the damage caused by the ghouls to him has suddenly increased. When the evil spirit's grudge just came, the ghouls could only cause 30 to 40 points of damage to him, but now they can cause 50 to 60 points of damage. If a fragile player came here, he would probably be on the verge of death after being tickled by the ghouls 3 times. Guyi checked the status bar of the ghouls and found that they had a new buff. Power of the Demon King. This unit was blessed by a certain god, and its various attributes were improved. The effect of this status will gradually increase over time. "I didn't expect that I could deal with gods in my first dungeon," Guyi said self-deprecatingly when he saw this buff. "In each dungeon world, there is a chance to meet various gods. If you can gain the reputation of these gods, climbers will get various opportunities. Some get the key to the hidden floor. Some get powerful magic, props, and equipment. Some can become believers of gods and open the 3rd transfer function. However, Guyi had heard a legend in his previous life. Even gods can be killed. As for what extra gains will be gained by killing gods, no one knows." Boom! 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 Another series of thunders sounded. Guyi stopped and looked up. 4 or 5 ball lightnings fell on the southeast corner of the cathedral. Countless monsters rushed from all directions and headed straight for the southeast corner. There was an independent hut with a cross. The monsters would immediately turn into black ash after touching the cross, but they still rushed forward one after another, piling up with numbers, determined to demolish the cross. Needless to say, Even if Guyi used his toes to think, he knew that the hut was the place he wanted to find. Guyi put away the giant's sword and ran all the way. The thunder became more and more frequent and louder. The size of the ghouls was getting bigger and bigger. Not only that, Guyi also found that many higher-level monsters were gradually revealing their figures in the air, and the difficulty of the task was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A tooth-grinding sound came from the sky, sounding like hundreds of flies waving their wings together. Guyi looked up. A huge green-headed fly was flying in the sky. Its belly was as big as a hot air balloon, but its head was only half the size of its belly. There were dense flies floating around it, and the piercing, buzzing sound was made by them together. Could it be the 7 demon kings? Guyi narrowed his eyes and checked the information of the monster. As expected, it was just as he expected. This green-headed fly is the incarnation of Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony. Monster Encyclopedia. Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony, incarnation. Basic attributes, HP, magic points, skills. 1. Mouth of Gluttony. Open the mouth of gluttony. Devour everything. Cause gain, last. 2, 3. The incarnation of Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony, of the 7 demon kings of hell. Although he is not as powerful as Beelzebub himself, he is not a match for humans. After reading the panel introduction, Guyi ran forward expressionlessly. The incarnation of Beelzebub can only be fought by players above level 30. At my current level, I can't see the complete information of the incarnation of Beelzebub. The upper limit of the level of the dungeon monster is level 15, which means that the incarnation of Beelzebub will not be the final boss of this dungeon. In other words, this is just a cutscene in the game at most. The reason why the incarnation of Beelzebub appears here is just to give the climbers a hint. The initiator of the evil spirit's grudge is Beelzebub. In this floor world, there must be a cult organization that believes in the devil Beelzebub. Go away! Guyi pulled out the Thunderbird's cry and cleared the monsters around the cross. These monsters are obviously much more resistant than at the beginning. The damage they caused to Guyi exceeded 90 points, and the recovery effect of more and more courage can no longer keep up. There is no time to waste, and the task must be completed as soon as possible. After Guyi cleared the monsters in front of him, he immediately came to the door of the hut and kicked it open. As soon as Guyi walked into the door, a wooden stick hit his head. He raised his arm to block, and the stick broke into 2 pieces. "Evil spirit, go to hell!" A young man raised a half-broken stick and continued to attack Guyi. "Don't get excited. I'm here to save Bishop Demps. I'm a supernatural being." Guyi turned his wrist and pressed the stick in the young man's hand. The young man looked closely and realized that Guyi was a flesh-and-blood human being like himself. "Where is Bishop Demps?" "The bishop is injured. He needs treatment. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer." "Don't worry, I'm here." Guyi patted the young man on the shoulder. "Your stick can't deal with monsters at all. Throw it away." The young man looked at the half-broken stick in his hand awkwardly and threw it on the ground. Outside the house, another group of ghouls were making hoarse and ugly roars, but they could not break through the sacred barrier around the cross. The young man shuddered and closed the door again. He was afraid that the door would be broken by the monster, so he quickly took out a chair and put it against the door. Guyi glanced at the young man's actions, shook his head, turned around and walked into the house. On the big bed in the bedroom, Bishop Demps was lying on the bed. His hair and beard were all white, his face was full of wrinkles, and his breathing was as hoarse and unpleasant as an old bellows. The ghouls left countless scars on his body, and the blood had long dyed the sheets under him red. Guyi checked Demps's status bar and couldn't help sighing. This guy is simply a weak chicken among weak chickens. Basic attribute, HP 109, 300 magic points, 899, 1000. 1. Meditation. Active effect, increase intelligence for a short period of time. 2. Prayer. Active effect, there is a very low probability of triggering a miracle. Demps's condition is really too bad. Even a team may not be 100% sure that they can escort Demps out of Westminster Abbey safely. The monsters outside are getting stronger and stronger. If I break through alone, I can still do it easily, but if I take Demps with me, there is only one way to go. Young man. Demps turned his head to look at Guyi and opened his mouth weakly. Are you here to save me? Guyi drooped his eyelids and nodded slowly. I feel that the dark forces outside are getting stronger and stronger. Indeed, I will take you out now. Are there any other survivors in Westminster Abbey? I'm afraid not. Some of them were bitten to death by monsters, and some were invaded by the dark forces and entered eternal sleep. So, in the entire Westminster Abbey, only you and that young man survived? Yes, the monsters are too scary. Take me quickly. Bang! Guyi suddenly attacked and punched Demps in the heart. Demps's fragile ribs broke into 2 pieces and pierced into his lungs. He coughed and spit out a mouthful of blood foam. You! Bang! Guyi said nothing, took out a dagger from his bosom, and cut Demps' throat. At this time, Demps's health bar finally reached the bottom, his head tilted, and he fell on the bed with his eyes open. What did you do? I'm going to kill you! The young man came to the bedroom and just saw Guyi committing the crime. He raised the stick in his hand and rushed towards Guyi again. I'm sorry. Guyi turned around to avoid the young man's sneak attack and kicked the young man in the chest. The young man flew backwards and hit the wall. He was only breathing out, not breathing in. Guyi turned his head to check the completion of the hidden task. Not only did the task not show failure, it even showed success, and Guyi's ears also rang with the system's prompt. You completed the task in a special way, and the final reward of the task has undergone unknown changes. Seeing this, Guyi slightly raised the corner of his mouth. From the moment he received this hidden task, Guyi discovered the strangeness of this hidden task. The requirement of the mission is to protect the bishop from being killed by monsters, not to escort the bishop to leave safely. Therefore, as long as you kill the bishop in advance, the bishop will naturally not be killed by the monster. When Father Andrew communicated with the knights, he repeatedly emphasized that Bishop Demps must not fall into the hands of monsters, and he did not say a word about the safety of the bishop. Combining all kinds of evidence, Guyi made the decision to kill the target of protection, and the facts also proved that there was nothing wrong with Guyi's judgment. Guyi stood beside Demps's body and kept groping. Whether it was Andrew or the monsters were fighting for Demps, this meant that he must have something special on him, or he himself was that special thing. Beelzebub would never send an army of monsters to kill Demps for no reason. Found it? It must be this thing. Guyi finally found a ring in Demps's arms. Ring. Ring of the Overseer. Legend Equipment Condition. Level 1, Basic Attributes. Intelligence +3, All Attribute Resistance +3. Effects. 1. Sublimation. Passive effect grants you 10 points of fire attribute counterattack damage. 2. Evil Breaking. Passive effect. You deal an additional 10% damage to evil spirits. 3. Firm Faith. Passive effect. Increase the healing effect you receive by 10%. 4. Haunted by Evil Spirits. Passive effect. Receive 300 points of true damage per second after equipping. And this equipment cannot be taken out of the POW. This ring is sealed with some powerful power, but you obtained it through violent means. In order to protect the ring, the vengeful spirit of the Overseer Demps entangled it, and no one can equip it. Perhaps you can give the ring to someone else who is interested. The effect of Haunted by Evil Spirits is so terrible that even if Guyi has the self-recovery skill, he cannot use it. This thing can kill him instantly. The dead Demps is even more terrible than the living Demps. Obviously, Guyi could not hand over this dirty item to the Order Camp. Guyi's pauper status made his reputation acquisition rate in the Order Camp extremely low. Handing it over to the Order Camp would not only increase the number of suspected bishops of murder, but also bring no benefits. The danger far outweighs the benefits. Therefore, this ring must be handed over to the Chaos Camp. The Order Collapse of the Poor card is the only positive effect, and it cannot be used. However, even if it is handed over to the Chaos Camp, it needs to be carefully selected. Guyi certainly cannot hand the ring over to the Beelzebub Camp, which will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the dungeon, and it may lead to the inability to complete the dungeon task. There must be other Demon Kings in the Chaos Camp who are interested in the ring. It is the most correct choice for Guyi to hand the ring over to them. The next goal is to find a way to contact other demon kings in exchange for enough benefits. Gu Yi turned his wrist and hid the ring in the space backpack. As long as he did not take it out on his own initiative, none of the NPCs on the floor would find that he had hidden the ring. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the gunfire of the knights became more frequent. Obviously, the knights had begun to clean up the monsters around Westminster Abbey. Gu Yi did not dare to stay. He rushed out of the hut with Demps on his back. The cross outside was already crumbling, and the zombies were attacking more fiercely. Gu Yi looked around, found a torch, and burned the hut behind him. He must destroy all evidence and not let anyone know that he killed the bishop. Perhaps the coroner would doubt him after examining the body, but by that time, Gu Yi would probably have run away to the ends of the earth. Gu Yi carried Demps's body and rushed to the gate. As expected by Gu Yi, when he put away Demps's ring, the zombies wandering at the door were all confused. They no longer stared at the cross in front of them and bit it, but ran away in all directions, looking for the corpse in Westminster Abbey to feast on. In the sky, Beelzebub's clone let out a shrill roar and flapped his wings unwillingly. His figure gradually blurred and disappeared in less than 2 minutes. The power of the monsters was weakened a lot. Gu Yi ran all the way and successfully escaped from Westminster Abbey without any obstruction. Outside the gate, Andrew was looking at the gate of Westminster Abbey anxiously. When he saw Gu Yi rushing out, he immediately screamed like crazy. "Look, he's back! He's back! Is this really the case?" The Knight Commander rubbed his eyes, but found that Gu Yi really ran to them carrying Bishop Demps. However, the Knight Commander still saw some clues. The bishop on Gu Yi's shoulders seemed to be just a corpse. "How is Bishop Demps?" Andrew ran over and supported the bishop's shoulders. Demps kept his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. "He died heroically." Gu Yi said expressionlessly, "When I saw him, he was surrounded by a lot of monsters, so he committed suicide." "Are you sure he didn't die at the hands of monsters?" "Yes." Andrew drew a cross on his chest, squeezed out 2 tears, and read 2 words of mourning for Demps. The Knight Commander took a look at the scratches on Andrew's neck and felt that it was not a wound that could be cut by a suicide. He pulled Gu Yi and said coldly, "Boy, hand Bishop Demps to us. We need to carefully investigate the cause of Bishop Demps' death." Gu Yi's heart was pounding, but his face was expressionless. Before Gu Yi could speak, Andrew interrupted, "No, the bishop's body cannot be given to you." "Why?" "The bishop's body contains many secrets, and it must not be given to you for safekeeping." "It can't be given to you either. You should give it to the police station. The bishop is our man. It's not your turn to interrupt." Andrew said loudly, "If you keep making trouble, be careful that I will report you to the commander." "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Knight Commander was fierce on the outside, but he didn't dare to really grab the body. The power of the church is extremely strong in the foggy city, and even the knights dare not conflict with the church in person. "Mr. Yi, follow me." Andrew sneered and waved to Gu Yi. Gu Yi followed Andrew in silence and came to a small house in the North City. "This is Andrew's own residence, and no one will come here except Andrew." Andrew instructed Gu Yi to put the body on the bed at home. Andrew touched Demps's chest and seemed to be still worried that the bishop was not dead. "Did the bishop give you anything before he died?" "No." "Are the wounds on his body left by those ghouls?" "Yes." Andrew and Gu Yi asked and answered one another. If the situation was not very critical, Andrew would never let Gu Yi die, a stranger, save the archbishop. He always felt that the bishop's death was a little strange, and Gu Yi didn't seem to be as honest as he seemed. The ring of the overseer must have been hidden by Demps. Moreover, it was a place where even evil spirits could not be found. This damn old fox! Now only by extracting Demps's soul can we know the truth. Andrew thought for a while and turned to look at Gu Yi. "Mr. Yi, thank you very much for your help. You're welcome. I want to know, what is your extraordinary power?" Gu Yi thought for a while, took out a fruit knife from the table, and cut a deep wound on his wrist. Blood gushed out and spilled on the floor. Andrew exclaimed when he saw this. However, less than 2 seconds later, the wound on Gu Yi's wrist had healed, and the blood on the floor had not dried up yet. "I have a strong self-healing ability. No one can hurt me." "This is amazing," Andrew praised. Young man, have you ever joined any extraordinary organization? No. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Andrew. I am not only a pastor, but also a superhuman. Your ability is very strong. I decided to take you to join the Superhuman Association. I wonder if you are willing? Both a pastor and a member of the Superhuman Association? Guyi was stunned. Andrew waved his hand calmly and said, "These two identities are not contradictory, just like a person can be both a father and a son. The church often cooperates with the Superhuman Association, and the relationship between the two is very close." Another special intelligence. In the past intelligence, the church has always been in a neutral state, and it is vaguely at odds with the Royal Knights. Unexpectedly, the church actually has a complicated relationship with the Superhuman Association in private. However, is it the church that depends on the Superhuman Association, or the Superhuman Association that depends on the church? Mr. Yi, your decision is. It is my honor to join the association. Guyi did not hesitate and immediately accepted Andrew's invitation. In fact, Andrew's invitation to join the association is not a means of containment. Andrew must have great doubts about the death of the bishop, and he will definitely find a way to control himself under the sight of the church and the Superhuman Association. If I refuse to join the association now, I am afraid that someone will come to hunt me down soon. No, this honor belongs to us. Andrew grinned, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote a letter of recommendation. Keep this thing. I will take you to the association's base tomorrow. Thank you, Father Andrew. Guyi took the letter of recommendation and heard the system's prompt sound. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, Save Bishop Demps. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Andrew's letter of recommendation. Congratulations on successfully obtaining the qualification to join the Superhuman Association. You have completed the optional task, Join the Superhuman Association. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Platinum Coin 1000. You have unlocked the Superhuman Association reputation system, and your reputation level is now Cold. This task is really simple. As long as you get the letter of recommendation, the task is completed. Guyi nodded and put away the letter of recommendation calmly. Andrew sighed, took Guyi's hand and said, "There must be many evil spirits walking in the darkness of the foggy city. They threaten the safety of the entire city. Our church and the extraordinary people will be the last guarantee for ordinary people." Yes, I think so too. Guyi drooped his eyelids and nodded gently. Author's digression. Rolling on the ground to ask for votes, this is really important to me. Early the next morning, Guyi followed Andrew to the base of the Extraordinary Association. This is Baker Street. Andrew took Guyi to a 5-story residential building. The exterior wall of the residential building was thick gray and black, which looked very simple. Passers-by walked back and forth nearby, and a little boy who was buying newspapers shouted loudly and took out a newspaper and handed it to Guyi. "Sir, buy a newspaper! Yesterday there was a fire in Westminster Abbey. Countless monsters appeared around Westminster Abbey. No one survived in Westminster Abbey. Even Bishop Demps died." Speak, but Andrew came over and said, "It's not that no one survived. The news is talking nonsense." The little boy was stunned for a moment, holding the newspaper at a loss. Guyi shook his head, took out a copper coin from his pocket, and bought a newspaper. "Thank you, sir. I wish you a nice day." The little boy selling newspapers jumped away happily. Guyi unfolded the newspaper, and the first page was reporting on the grudge of the evil spirit. As a witness of the grudge of the evil spirit, Guyi felt that this report was full of omissions. The report never emphasized the horror of the monsters, but just said that everything was under the control of the government, and the people did not need to panic. Guyi casually flipped through the newspaper and found a small page that mentioned the news of a drunk being robbed. The drunk said that he went to the back alley of the bar to urinate after drinking last night. As a result, he was robbed with a brick just when he was about to pee. His clothes, wallet, and pocket watch were all stolen. This is how the Fog City is. Andrew obviously saw the drunk robbery. It looks prosperous on the surface, but there are many dirty things behind the scenes. That's right, I think all robbers should die. Guyi rolled up the newspaper and tucked it under his armpit. He looked around and asked curiously, Where is the base of the Supernatural Association? 221B Baker Street. 221B? Guyi blinked and looked to both sides. The east side of Baker Street from south to north is number 1, number 42, and the west side from north to south is number 44 to number 85. There is no so-called number 221B. Where is 221B? Going to 221B requires some special skills. Andrew took Guyi to an alley. At the entrance of the alley, the two could still walk side by side. The alley became narrower and narrower as they went to the back. In the end, they could only move forward one after the other. We're here. Andrew stopped. There was only a gray-black brick wall in front of them, and there was no passage at all. Andrew took out a pen from his arms and drew a triangle on the wall. Suddenly, the brick wall made a loud buzzing sound. The brick wall shattered all over the floor. A small red door appeared in front of the two, and the door plate of 221B was hung on the door panel. How did you do it? When you get the medal of the extraordinary, you will know how to open the door. Guyi nodded and followed Andrew into 221B. The base of the extraordinary is not big. Opposite the main entrance is the front desk. A young girl is standing behind the front desk doing copywriting work. In Guyi's eyes, the girl has the words Quartermaster on her forehead. According to the game settings of Natural Disaster, players can accept reputation tasks from the Quartermaster or exchange reputation props, equipment, or even skill scrolls. The two continued to walk deeper. Except for a Quartermaster at the gate, there was no staff in the base. It's really deserted here. The work of the extraordinary people is usually very complicated. They don't sit in the office drinking coffee all the time. Now, the evil spirits are raging everywhere, and they should be dealing with these things. I see. Guyi nodded and followed Andrew into the largest office. There was a fat aunt sitting in the office. After seeing Guyi, she showed a look of contempt without concealment. Andrew, why did you bring a stranger in? Aunt Claire, this is Yi, our new partner. New partner? Claire was stunned for a moment. Who is his recommender? Me. You. Well, the next job is left to me. The president is waiting for you next door. Andrew turned around and said to Guyi with a smile, I have something to talk to the president about. Aunt Claire will give you the association badge and teach you how to enter and exit the association. After completing the formalities, you don't have to wait for me. You can move freely. Thank you. Guyi nodded and stood in front of the aunt, waiting for the formalities to be completed. Andrew left Guyi, pushed open another door behind the aunt, and came to the president of the Extraordinary Association. The president's name is Wolf, about 40 years old, with gray hair, frowning and holding a cigar. After seeing Andrew come in, Wolf quickly put down the cigar and looked up at Andrew. What happened? Dumps is dead. Really? Of course. Have you found the ring? No. How did he die? We are investigating. There are many suspicious points about him, and we still haven't figured it out. For example, first, we didn't find any soul residue in his body. He must have used magic before he died and attached his soul to something. Second, the Oriental man named Yi was the only one who witnessed Dumps' death. I suspect he may have killed Dumps directly, but there is no sufficient evidence. In order to keep the Oriental man from leaving our site, I can only tentatively invite him to join our association. Unexpectedly, this kid not only did not refuse, but also accepted my invitation. It doesn't matter. Keep him for now. Wolf said, You continue to investigate the cause of Dumps' death and the whereabouts of the ring. Don't let His Holiness the Pope find the ring before us. Don't worry, I will find out. Take your medal and get out of here. The old lady helped Guyi with the formalities, picked up a brand new medal and threw it into Guyi's hand. Guyi curled his lips and looked at the medal. Badge of the Superhuman Association. 1. With the badge, you can receive reputation missions and exchange reputation items at the quartermaster of the association. 2. With the badge, you can enter any secret base of the association. Now, other climbers may have been brushing reputation missions, and he has wasted a whole night to complete the hidden mission. Guyi didn't care about the old lady's rudeness. He turned to the quartermaster at the front desk and knocked on the front desk. Has the association issued any tasks now? The lady at the front desk didn't say anything, but handed a form to Guyi with drooping eyelids. Look for yourself? Alas, there is nothing I can do about my bad face. Guyi shook his head helplessly. His poor identity card always made him despised by various NPCs. Even the quartermaster was not very enthusiastic about him. Guyi picked up the form, and a series of reputation tasks and reputation props appeared in front of him. Reputation task: hunting evil spirits. Repeatable. Eliminate 100 ordinary evil spirits and 10 elite evil spirits. Task reward: 5,000 reputation points. Purify the ghost domain, collective task. Purify the ghost domain of Triangle Alley and quell the resentment of the evil spirits here. Distribute reputation points based on the contribution value of purifying the ghost domain, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000. Guyi thought about it. Because of the limitation of the identity card, Guyi can only get 30% of the reputation points. If he honestly and step-by-step completes the reputation tasks to accumulate reputation, I am afraid that he will not get any benefits until the end of the dungeon. Purify the ghost domain is a collective task. I believe that there must be a large number of climbers gathered in Triangle Alley now. I can find some business opportunities here. Reputation points can also be traded. As long as the operation is proper, I can earn reputation while sitting. Thinking of this, Guyi did not hesitate at all and accepted the reputation tasks of Purify the Ghost Domain and Hunting Evil Spirits at the same time. After accepting the task, Guyi can finally check the details of Explore the Ghost Domain. Now, there are 57 participants in the task, among which 3 groups are obviously guild teams. Guyi picked up the military supply list again and looked through the reputation store to see if there is anything worth exchanging. These items and props have the property of binding after picking up and can only be obtained through the reputation store. Special almond water for association. 1,000 reputation points, limited purchase quantity, 1 effect. 1. After use, it can restore 5% of the maximum health and 5% of the maximum mana and remove the dying state. The cooling time is 24 hours. 2. This item can only be used on oneself. The medicine that can remove the dying state is very precious. The carbonated almond water, sold in the outpost, can also remove the dying state, but it has no effect of restoring health points, and it cannot be used on oneself. Guyi has no teammates and no team, so he desperately needs a consumable that can be used on himself to remove the dying state. In a game world where you may die at any time, no one will complain about having too many life-saving items. Almond water specially supplied by the association is the first item that Guyi has set his sights on, and it is also an item that he must get. After looking at the items, Guyi set his sights on the skill scroll column. Most of the scrolls that can be exchanged in the association are active skills, and the reputation points consumed are all above 50,000, but passive skills only consume 10,000 reputation points. Seeing this, Guyi couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I can only equip passive skills, otherwise who knows how much money I would spend just buying scrolls. Skill scroll, 10,000 reputation points. Limited purchase quantity. 1-1 Guyi clicked on the detailed information of Supernatural Power and immediately decided to add it to his shopping list. Skill, Secret Art of the Supernatural. Rare learning condition level 5. 1. Passive. When attacking in melee combat, you can reduce the enemy's all-attribute defense by 10 points, and the duration is 3 seconds. 2. Unlocked at level 5. 3. Unlocked level 10. 4. Unlocked at level 15. This is a universal passive skill. The learning conditions are not high and are not limited to professions. At level 5, you can reduce the enemy's all-attribute defense by 10 points. It is quite domineering in the early stage. However, this skill is bound to be eliminated in the later stage. I am afraid that by level 15, this skill will have shortcomings. Moreover, his talent will further strengthen his skills. Guyi is looking forward to what kind of surprises this skill will bring him after mutation. Guyi's ability to stand and shoot is strong enough now. The only thing he is afraid of is the long-range class. If he encounters a character with a strong control chain, Guyi will be very passive. After the job transfer, the system will give 2 blank skill bars for free. After that, When Guyi builds skills, he will have to consider configuring some equipment or skills that can increase toughness and movement speed. The skill scroll plus almond water requires a total of 15,000 reputation points. This goal is not too difficult. Guyi comforted himself, turned around and left the base, and went to Triangle Alley. Triangle Alley. This is a narrow alley located in the southeast corner of the Fog City. At the deepest part of the alley, there is a black cemetery. This cemetery should not have appeared. Because of the advent of the evil spirit's grudge, the evil spirit distorted the spatial structure here and created such a ghost domain. The cemetery ghost domain is full of various monsters. Only after clearing more than half of the evil spirits and eliminating the strongest elite monsters in the ghost domain can the ghost domain be successfully purified. Many climbers have already gathered here. They stand together in groups of 3 or 5 and exchange information about the monsters in this ghost domain. At present, the ghost domain has just been explored less than 10%, and everyone still hasn't found the elite monsters in the ghost domain, but 3 players have died. One of the players failed to escape the dungeon and was directly wiped out by the system. The remaining 2 players used Hearthstone before they died and successfully exited the dungeon, but they will also be punished for this and deduct an additional 14 days of survival. Currently, the 7 Demon Kings Guild ranks first on the reputation contribution list. 7 Demon King Mingfeng is the person with the highest personal contribution value. He has already obtained more than 10,000 contribution points in the Ghost domain, while the second place on the contribution list, North Star Wade, has only more than 5,000 contribution points. The North Star Guild is only somewhat famous in Area A, while the 7 Demon Kings Guild is the largest guild in the entire server, and they have branches in the entire natural disaster world. Not only that, the 7 branch presidents of the 7 Demon Kings Guild are all internal test players, with the legacy left over from the internal test, and their levels have long surpassed others. When everyone was still familiar with the game at the first outpost, they had already begun to explore the floors and try to build their own outposts. 7 Demon King Mingfeng withdrew from the Ghost domain with 2 teammates and made simple supplies. The area of the Ghost domain is larger than they imagined, and it is not easy to break through. Polaris Wade also escaped from the Ghost domain with 2 teammates, but they looked more embarrassed. One of Wade's teammates was seriously injured and was already dying. However, they had already used up their carbonated almond water. Wade shook his head, looked at Mingfeng and said, "Brother, can you lend us a bottle of almond water? One of our teammates is dying." "Brother? Are we familiar with each other? You call each other brothers right away?" Mingfeng glanced at Wade and smiled contemptuously. "You?" Wade's eyes widened. Mingfeng smiled, pushed Wade away and said, "Poor bastard, you can't even afford almond water. Get out of the way." The men of the 7 Demon Kings bypassed Wade and went to the quartermaster to exchange supplies. Wade's teammate raised his hand and said weakly, "Captain, don't ask for anything. Brother, talk less and save some energy." Wade supported his dying teammate and said, "At worst, I can buy you one on the spot." "Forget it. It's useless. I'd better just grind Hearthstone and go back. In such a long-term dungeon, no one will be willing to give carbonated almond water. Do you have enough days to survive?" "Enough. Captain, help me. I can't stand it anymore." Wade gritted his teeth and didn't know what to say. If he really used Hearthstone to send his teammates back to the city, he could indeed save his teammates' lives. But this would likely lead to a significant reduction in their income in the dungeon. To enter the Ghost domain, at least 3 people are needed to form a team. Without a teammate, they may not even be able to complete the reputation mission. The guild gave them a death order to get a certain reputation item. "Captain, okay, I'll take you back first." Wade took out the Hearthstone, but before he could crush it, a strange climber came over and handed him an item. Wade took a closer look and was almost shocked. Carbonated almond water. Usage conditions. Level 1. Carrying limit 1 effect 1. After use, it can remove the near-death state and functional damage cannot be repaired. 2. It can only be used on others. Don't you want carbonated almond water? 10,000 platinum coins, a fair price, right? Okay, deal. At the outpost, carbonated almond water only costs 5,000 platinum coins, but the other party directly offered twice the price. However, this is in a dungeon after all, so it is reasonable for the other party to raise the price. It can even be said that this double price is already very generous, and it is not surprising that normal people would raise the price by 10 or 20 times. Because each person can only carry one bottle of carbonated almond water, it is particularly precious after going to the dungeon. Wade quickly completed the transaction and gave his teammates some almond water. He stood up and looked at the player carefully, because the other party did not show his ID at all, which made Wade even more curious about him. "Master, what is your ID? After the dungeon is over, our North Star Guild will thank you in person." "No need." Master?" Guyi waved his hand, not willing to talk to Wade at all, and walked aside. Carbonated almond water was a reward he got when he was doing a task before. He had little use for it, so he might as well sell it to North Star as a favor. Guyi looked around and squatted at the entrance of the ghost domain. He found a wooden sign from somewhere and wrote and drew on it. The members of North Star looked at Guyi and discussed among themselves. "Who is this guy? Why doesn't he show his ID? Whether he wants to show his ID is his business. Don't talk nonsense." Wade whispered, "Have you applied the bandages? If you have, let's continue to enter the ghost domain." "Yes!" After a simple adjustment, the members of Polaris rushed into the ghost domain again. However, at this time, the team of the 7 Demon Kings had already started to kill people in the ghost domain. However, after a while, the contribution value on the leaderboard began to change dramatically. Mingfeng's personal contribution value has reached more than 16,000, which is more than 3 times that of the second-place Wade. The other climbers' teams were all shocked when they saw the 7 Demon Kings were so fierce. They no longer expected to get any benefits in the ghost domain. They were satisfied as long as they could follow the 7 Demon Kings and drink some soup. Another group of climbers came out of the ghost domain. They were exhausted and depressed. The difficulty of the ghost domain strategy was too great. Without the high-end combat power of the 7 Demon Kings, there was no way to advance. Papa. Just as everyone was eagerly discussing the strategy of the ghost realm, a series of applause attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and saw Guyi squatting at the entrance of the ghost realm, shouting loudly, "Come on, take a look. Honest and trustworthy, good quality and low price." Everyone looked at each other. How could someone set up a stall in the dungeon world? They walked over side by side, lowered their heads to check the wooden board in front of Guyi, and saw a few lines of words neatly written on it. Task: 3,000 platinum coins per person, or 5,000 reputation points. Monster information: 50 reputation points per person. After seeing the wooden board, everyone talked about it. "Is this guy mentally ill? You can't cheat like this, right? Is this performance art? Ah, another madman." Guyi's ears moved slightly, and he heard all kinds of comments from passers-by about him, but he didn't care about it at all, and continued to squat and shout as usual. However, no matter how hard Guyi shouted, no one believed him. Swish! A flash of lightning appeared at the entrance of the ghost domain. The 7 Demon Kings and others had just rushed in for less than 10 minutes, and now they ran out again. Everyone's face was not very good, and they all looked frightened. "Look, the people of the 7 Demon Kings are coming." "Brother Mingfeng, congratulations on your killing spree again. What monster intelligence did you bring out this time?" "Yes, is it still the same as last time? 100 platinum coins for 1 intelligence?" Mingfeng pulled a long face and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! You have no sense at all." Seeing this, everyone was terrified and retreated to the side. Swish! Another flash of lightning flashed. The 3 climbers of the North Star Guild also escaped from the ghost domain. They had more scars on their bodies than before. It seems that their adventure this time did not seem to be very smooth. Wade saw Mingfeng beside him and immediately became furious. He pulled out his revolver and pointed it at Mingfeng's head. "You bastards! If it weren't for you, we would have taken down the elite monster long ago." "Bullshit! Didn't you disobey my command?" Mingfeng shouted, and his two teammates also showed their weapons at the same time and confronted Wade. "You're directing? You're just trying to get kills. Your output level is not up to par. If our guild doesn't take the lead, do we have to rely on you idiots? I think you're tired of living? Do you really think I don't dare to shoot? Come on, if you have the guts, just shoot. If I frown, I lose." The two sides cursed and swore. Neither of them gave in. Guyi squatted by the door and shook his head. He ignored the people on both sides and continued to shout there. "Hey, come and have a look. We are honest and fair, and the prices are good and cheap." The people watching the excitement were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know whether they should watch the 7 Demon Kings and Polaris quarreling first, or watch Guyi's performance art first. Mingfeng's scalp was numb from Guyi's shouting. He turned his head and angrily yelled, "Shut up, you little bastard! Shut up, you little bastard!" Mingfeng yelled, turned his head and stomped on Guyi's wooden board. Guyi looked at the broken board and said nothing. Mingfeng didn't care much and continued to yell at the people from Polaris. "Come on! Aren't you going to fight? Fight!" Boom! A blue lightning struck from the side and knocked Mingfeng down. His health bar actually dropped by 1/3. Everyone exclaimed and turned their heads to look. Guyi held the Thunderbird in his hand and the huge blade flashed with blue lightning. Obviously, he was the one who took the initiative to attack Mingfeng. You know, this is a cooperative dungeon. In this dungeon world, players can only cause 50% damage when they attack each other. However, Guyi was able to cut off 1/3 of Mingfeng's health with one sword, which was enough to show how powerful his damage was. Wow! Mingfeng was already in a weak state, and he didn't even have time to apply bandages. In the cooperative dungeon, even if there was a conflict, people would not really fight. Arguing was already considered a great thing. How could Guyi draw his sword without saying a word? "What do you want to do?" Mingfeng shouted loudly. "Kill him!" Mingfeng's two teammates woke up from their shock. They took out their weapons and rushed towards Guyi from the left and right. Guyi held the sword with both hands, and he was not at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2. The lightning chain ejected by the Thunderbird's cry bounced between the two enemies, and the damage gradually accumulated. In just 1 round, for injuries. These trash had no burst skills, and were not enough to kill him instantly. The speed at which these people attacked him was not even as high as the recovery rate of getting more and more courageous. How is this possible? What is this kid doing? I'll fuck your mother! Guyi cursed, clenched his huge sword and slashed. The two enemies in front of him fell to the ground at the same time. Both of them were in a dying state. Mingfeng struggled to get up from the ground. He pulled out the 2 swords in his hands, but before he could make a move, Guyi had already rushed in front of him. The giant sword went down from top to bottom, directly approaching Mingfeng's crown. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Mingfeng's forehead, and he subconsciously raised the 2 swords and placed them above his head. Clang! The weapons of both sides touched each other, making a harsh sound. Mingfeng felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand, and the lightning on the weapon traveled along Mingfeng's arm and his whole body, making him numb all over. Guyi's strength is at least 20. Mingfeng clenched his teeth and immediately analyzed Guyi's attribute values. This guy must have some self-recovery skills, otherwise he wouldn't be so durable. Obviously, he was taking the assassin route, while the opponent was taking the power-type meat shield route, and he was naturally restrained by the opponent. Mingfeng analyzed the pros and cons in an instant. He knew that if this PK continued, he would definitely die. Both of his teammates were dying. Who could save him? Mingfeng gritted his teeth and threatened fiercely. "Boy, do you want to die? I am one of the 7 Demon Kings." Bang! Before Mingfeng finished speaking, Guyi kicked Mingfeng in the chest again. Wow! Mingfeng roared and flew backwards, and his health bar dropped a lot again. The spectators around exclaimed, "Is this anonymous player really not afraid of death?" The 7 Demon Kings Guild is the largest guild in the server. Is he going to beat them to death? The people of Polaris were completely confused at this moment. It was just a piece of wood that was crushed by stepping on. This anonymous player actually wanted to kill him? Did he not even take the 7 Demon Kings seriously? Wade looked at the giant sword in Guyi's hand and felt familiar. His teammates woke up faster and immediately recognized Guyi's identity. "Captain, this person is from our A-171. Who? Have you forgotten? The Thunderbird's cry is the weapon we sold some time ago. The buyer of that weapon is an anonymous player." Wade suddenly realized it. He quickly covered his teammate's mouth and whispered, "Don't expose the information of this great god." Puff! Mingfeng climbed up from the ground and vomited blood. He raised his head with a face full of resentment and looked forward. Guyi held the giant's sword and walked quickly. He was going to kill them all. Seeing this, Mingfeng quickly took a sip of medicine and immediately used his trump card. Blade Storm. Mingfeng's two swords turned into blood-colored phantoms, and a storm rolled up. Mingfeng was in the eye of the storm and rushed straight to Guyi. This move was both offensive and defensive. Not only could he cause a lot of damage to the enemy, but it could also make the caster enter a dominant state to avoid being interrupted by skills. The red storm wrapped the two of them. Everyone could only hear the crackling sound of breaking through the air, and could not see the two figures at all. It's actually Blade Storm? Isn't this a skill that can only be used after changing jobs? Stupid. Mingfeng must have used a one-time skill scroll. He is really willing to spend a lot of money, right? This scroll should be reserved for the boss at the end of the level, right? Ah, you idiots. Don't you understand it now? The anonymous player never used a skill from beginning to end. He was always using normal attacks. And the giant sword in his hand is too abnormal, isn't it? It can actually trigger the lightning chain skill all the time? This is at least a legendary weapon, right? Which outpost is this guy from? Why haven't I heard of anyone dropping a legendary weapon? As everyone was discussing, the whirring sound of Blade Storm gradually weakened. What's going on? Is the skill time up? Everyone tiptoed and looked at the field. The storm gradually dissipated, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Mingfeng knelt on the ground with a blue giant sword stuck in his chest. The area around his wound had been burnt by the arc, and the blood was dyed red like a waterfall. "You don't think that you are anonymous. The 7 Demon Kings can't find you." Mingfeng looked at Guyi with resentment. "You will not die well." "Oh." Guyi nodded calmly and pulled back his weapon. Mingfeng fell into a pool of blood with a plop, and fell into a state of near death. Guyi did not hesitate at all. He raised the giant sword and killed the enemy with one blow. Guyi turned his wrist and put the giant sword back into the space backpack. He stepped on the blood of the enemy and returned to the Ghost Domain portal. The other 2 members of the 7 Demon Kings were still struggling in a state of near death. They kept wailing and cursing, but no one dared to come forward to treat them. Guyi took out a piece of wood again and wrote and drew on it. The system prompt sound came to his ears again. "Warning! Warning! Warning! You actively attacked and killed 3 players in the cooperative dungeon, and you will be punished with double killing points. Your current killing point is 60. Your killing point has exceeded 50 points, and you have obtained the title of Great Villain. Your killing point is too high. Please use indulgence to clear the killing point immediately." As soon as the system finished speaking, a new title appeared on Guyi's head. Great Villain. I have finally made it to the new book list of a category, but it seems that the popularity is still not good. I will update 10,000 pages tomorrow, and I will be able to enter the recommendation area the day after tomorrow. Let's see if there will be any improvement. Title: Great Villain. Killing a player with the title of Great Villain will not gain killing points. Great Villain is a negative title, but Guyi doesn't care at all. Instead, he looks at the red title above his head with interest. Guyi killed people in public just to gain the reputation of the Chaos faction. Moreover, his fierce and decisive means did achieve results. Your behavior has attracted the attention of an unknown being. Your reputation level in the Chaos faction has been raised, and the current level is familiar. In the system prompt, an unknown being usually refers to a deity, and those who can be called this are definitely above the level of true god. Although Guyi was labeled as public enemy, no player dared to rush up and compete with Guyi. Everyone turned a blind eye to the death of the 7 Demon Kings, and did not feel grief for the loss of the rabbit. In the collective task, if others get more spoils, you will get less spoils. If the 7 demon kings died, wouldn't you get more spoils? In this Doomsday online game, people's psychological state has undergone subtle changes, and moral sense has become less important. As long as the person who dies is not yourself, nothing matters. Guyi rewrote a price list and placed it in front of him. Now, no one dares to doubt Guyi's strength, but no one dares to make a deal with Guyi. The blood on Guyi's body had not dried yet, but he was still shouting loudly as if nothing had happened. Wade glanced at Mingfeng's body and came to Guyi. Like Guyi, squatted in front of Guyi and said respectfully, "Master, hello." Guyi glanced at Wade. "Any questions?" "I want to thank you." "Thank me for what?" "You helped us kill the bullies of the 7 demon kings. This is a righteous act." "Huh, it's nothing. I've long been fed up with the 7 demon kings." Guyi drooped his eyelids and thought of the various evil deeds of the 7 demon kings in their previous life. They had done a lot of things like stealing heads and stealing equipment. In this life, the reason why Guyi was reluctant to join a guild or establish a union was because he was afraid of stealing heads and stealing equipment. Wade was sure that Guyi's level had reached level 10, and even their president was only level 5 now. Otherwise, how to explain that Guyi could kill him in seconds with Mingfeng's skills? "Master, I want to invite you to help. Is that okay? Have you helped me with the mission?" Guyi raised his eyebrows and pointed at the wooden board, saying, "Give me 5,000 reputation points each, and I'll help you with the mission." "What does helping with the mission mean?" "Kill that elite monster." Guyi seemed to be bragging, but no one around him thought he was bragging. Wade bit his lip and reminded, "Master, that monster is still quite difficult to deal with. At that time, we teamed up with the 7 demon kings, but we didn't get any benefits from it. Now there are only a few of us." "It doesn't matter, we can still fight." "Master, the condition of us is not very good now, and we may not be able to help." "So, you want to be corpses?" Guyi raised his eyebrows. "That doesn't matter. Just give me 10,000 platinum coins each." "Be a corpse?" The so-called corpse is a person who does not interfere with anything after entering the dungeon, is not responsible for playing the dungeon, does not participate in the distribution of spoils, and only participates in the distribution of platinum, coins, and experience points. Elite monsters in long-term dungeons can be used as bosses in short-term dungeons of the same level. What does this great god mean? Is he going to fight the elite monsters alone? Guyi was a little impatient. "Yes, do you have any questions? Do you want me to lead you? If you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. Since this great god is sure, then I have no choice but to believe him." "No problem, but we may not have many platinum coins. Can you just give me reputation points? I need this thing too." Wade calculated in his mind. 3 people each have 5,000 reputation points, and a total of 15,000 reputation points are needed. If they can successfully kill the elite monster, each person in their team can get about 3,000 reputation points. In this case, they can't make up for the cost at all. No, if that's the case, then we might as well settle it with platinum coins. And before solving the elite monster, you must help each of us brush up 10,000 reputation points. Otherwise, we will lose too much. Guyi scratched his head. "You can only get 30% of the reputation by killing monsters by yourself, which is a thankless task. If you don't get more benefits, it won't work. Then, give me some more platinum coins, 15,000 per person." "We don't have enough platinum coins, but we can give you a perfect level task prop. What do you think?" "Let me take a look first." Wade quickly opened the space backpack and took out a piece of rotten wood. The wood was long and looked like a table leg. Guyi took the prop and checked its properties. Rotten wood. Grade perfect. Maybe you can find relevant clues in the sweetheart house. After Guyi got the prop, he frowned. "Where did you get this?" "In the Ghostland. The monster that dropped this looks like a slime, but its skin is pink and there are white prints on its head." "You're just using this to fool me?" Guyi said with drooping eyelids. "You probably don't know anything about the sweetheart house, and even if you get the quest item, You don't know how to use it, so you just gave it to me, right? Wade touched his temples guiltily. He was really not a good trader. Master, this is a perfect item. No, I should call you Master, Guyi teased. Don't make a mistake. We are playing a long-term dungeon. A quest item whose use is unknown is not even as good as half a bottle of almond water. Maybe you can find a sucker if you take this piece of wood to the trading market at the outpost, but it won't work here. Sweetheart House is obviously a special name for a certain floor. Before we get the elevator key, no one can leave this floor and go to other floors. Wade felt a little guilty. It was indeed unreasonable to give the other party a useless quest item at this time. What do you want? I will accept this quest item, but you must give me something else as a bonus. Otherwise, I will lose too much. How about these things? Wade took out a dozen almond water and food from his arms. We will cover all your consumables in the ghost domain, and with this quest item, we will not participate in the distribution of any spoils in the ghost domain. This can be counted as 10,000 platinum coins, right? Well, that's about right. Guyi grinned and accepted the item in Wade's hand, but in his heart he labeled Wade as a sucker. The people of Polaris are such a bunch of idiots. They don't even know what Sweetheart House is. As Guyi said, Sweetheart House is a special floor, numbered D0981. To go to Sweetheart House, you need to make some preparations. Moreover, even if Guyi is in the long-term dungeon world, there is still a way to go to this special floor. There is only one situation in which Wade dares to hand over Deadwood to him. This guy has no idea how precious it is to be able to exchange items in Sweetheart House. Have you all recovered? Guyi looked at Wade and the other two. After you have rested, let's go in together. Okay, Master. Wade invited them to form a team and transferred the position of captain to Guyi. Guyi twisted his neck and walked into the ghost domain with his 3 teammates. As soon as he stepped into the ghost domain, Guyi felt a chill and got goosebumps all over his body. Wade followed Guyi and chatted casually. Master, what's your name? Just call me Yi. Master Yi, how did you defeat Mingfeng just now? Wade asked curiously. What skills did you use? I don't think I saw you use any skills. I didn't use any skills. I just used a flat attack. As soon as Guyi finished speaking, a group of winged leeches rushed towards Guyi. Master, be careful. Seeing that Guyi didn't move at all, Wade hurriedly warned him. He pulled 2 teammates back and didn't dare to confront the group of flying leeches head-on. These monsters are extremely difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, you can be squeezed dry. Monster illustrations, flying leeches, basic attributes. HP 100-100, mana 100-100, skills. 1 blood-sucking, attach to the target's body and absorb 1% of the maximum HP per second. 2. Blur, increase the dodge rate by 5%. Habits. Leeches are social creatures that feed on the blood of other animals. A small group of leeches can suck the blood of a buffalo in 3 seconds. Pa. The leeches lay on Guyi's body, covering all his skin exposed to the air. Although Wade was far away, he could still hear the sizzling sound of the leeches sucking blood. Wade and the other 2 were pale. There were at least more than 30 monsters. Guyi would be dying in less than 3 seconds. Help the great god! Don't go over there. You will die if you go. Wade immediately pulled 2 teammates and hid in the distance. Guyi had received the money. As the 3 bosses, they had no obligation to rescue Guyi. The reason why Wade was unwilling to come forward to help was because he wanted to analyze Guyi's skill configuration. The leeches had already wrapped up Guyi's entire body, but Guyi not only did not fall, but his health points were also motionless. Guyi turned his wrist and tightened the giant sword in his hand. A blue arc flashed, and all the leeches on Guyi's body were electrocuted into charcoal, but there were still 7 or 8 leeches lying on Guyi's wrist. God Yi, there are still! Wade's teammate wanted to remind Guyi, but Wade quickly covered his mouth. Shh, don't talk, just watch. Guyi glanced back at the 3 teammates and said calmly, Don't stand there. I'll take you to kill monsters. Thank you, God. Guyi walked at the front of the team. Every time he stood in place, attracting all the monsters to rush over, and waited until the surrounding monsters accumulated to a certain number before he shot to kill the enemy. This monster gathering effect is very fast. In less than 20 minutes, Wade and the other two had accumulated 5,000 reputation points, which was much more efficient than their own reputation. After watching for such a long time, even if Wade was stupid, he could analyze Guyi's skills and equipment. I have a rough idea of the attributes of Yishin's skills. Really? I always thought he was cheating. Of course not. Do you think this is an ordinary game? Is cheating useful here? The teammate was silent for a moment, touched the back of his head and said, "Isn't this cheating? He has been locking his health. Didn't you notice? Yishin has never cleaned up those leeches on his wrist, and Yishin's health is not always constant. His health has slight changes." Yes, I noticed that too. So, I speculate. Yishin must have a passive effect of recovering health when hit, but I don't know whether this effect is provided by his equipment or his skills. It must not be a beak skill. The effect of the passive skill is so useless, and this kind of amazing recovery effect must have a probability of being triggered. How can it be triggered every time? Yes, you are right. Wade nodded vigorously and said, "I didn't understand what was going on before, but now I understand." The two teammates turned their heads, looking forward to Wade's next words. "Do you remember the passive effect of Thunderbird's cry?" The two teammates shook their heads. The passive effect of Thunderbird's cry is that there is a certain probability of releasing lightning chain when attacking, but look at Yishin. His probability of triggering lightning chain is 100%, which means, does he have any equipment or skills that can increase the trigger probability to 100%? It may not be a skill. It may also be a talent. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. The 3 guys whispered to each other and discussed with each other, and actually guessed Guyi's ability. Talent. This is one of the most rare attributes in the world of natural disasters. Many people can only awaken their talents when they are on the verge of death, and Guyi already has such a powerful talent before he changed his job. Have you finished discussing? Guyi suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people and interrupted their discussion. Ah, sorry, great God. You should have enough reputation points. Go directly to find the elite monsters? Okay, let's go together. Guyi nodded and took the 3 people to the depths of the ghost domain. In fact, he didn't care about his information being exposed. He was in front of so many people, and sooner or later, people would guess what the attributes of his innate skills were. It didn't matter if it happened sooner or later. Guyi was an extremely confident and proud person. He believed that even if the opponent knew his skills, there was absolutely no way to defeat him. The game experience of 2 lives and various intelligence about the natural disaster world. These things were not possessed by other climbers, and they were also the basis for Guyi to be invincible. Where did you meet the elite monster just now? Send me the coordinates. Wait. Guyi nodded and immediately set off for the destination after receiving the coordinates. Soon they arrived at the habitat of the elite monster, the Weeping Banshee. Her skin was transparent and white, and even her internal organs and bones could be seen clearly. The white gauze skirt covered the Weeping Banshee's legs. Her slender cheeks caused her facial features to be distorted. Her nails were like 10 steel claws, which could easily tear apart her prey. Guyi narrowed his eyes and checked the basic attributes of the Weeping Banshee. Weeping Illustration. Level 10. Basic attributes: HP 1000, mana 3000. 1 Banshee's Song. Active, continuous casting. Can make the enemy fall into a state of confusion and fall into a state of confusion. Consumes 100 magic points per second, and the cooldown time is 1 minute. 2 Ghost Physique. Passive, can pass through walls, cannot suffocate, cannot be affected by ground skills. 3 Ghost Claws. Passive, each attack adds an additional 200% intelligence non-attribute magic damage. Habits, the Weeping Banshee is essentially a kind of ghost. Ordinary ghosts need to go through a special ceremony to transform into a Weeping Banshee. Humph, it turns out to be a ghost monster. After seeing the enemy's attributes, Guyi snorted disdainfully. He took out a bottle of spicy almond water from his arms and poured it into his mouth without thinking. Consumables. Spicy almond water. Grade rare. Usage conditions. Level 1, limit half. Effect 1. Convert your physical damage into fire damage. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. 2. Increase 10 points of fire resistance. The effect lasts for 3 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. After opening, please drink it immediately, otherwise the almond water will spontaneously combust after contact with air. After Guyi drank the almond water, he immediately felt his entire mouth become hot and burning, and then his whole body felt as if it was on fire. Wade and others looked at Guyi with admiration, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Spicy almond water is known as one of the most difficult almond waters to swallow, and its disgusting degree is second only to smelly almond water. Its side effects are difficult to subside even on the next day. Ghost enemies are weak to fire and light. It is definitely the wisest choice for Guyi to use spicy almond water. Although Wade has a guild and a team, they do not carry this kind of functional props. Guyi is a lone wolf player, but he has such a complete set of props and equipment. Guyi does not only rely on his innate skills, but also has sufficient preparation. It's so spicy, so spicy! Guyi's screams attracted the attention of the weeping banshee. She turned her head and rushed towards Guyi with a roar. Wade and the others cried out in surprise and quickly hid far away in a safe place. The weeping banshee raised her steel claws and chopped towards Guyi's head. 102! Guyi's health bar immediately dropped a lot, but soon it was full again. The banshee's attack power added non-attribute magic damage, which Guyi's attribute resistance was completely ineffective, but fortunately, the more frustrated and braver it is, the more damage it can provide, which just offsets the banshee's powerful attack power. For Guyi, as long as the damage can't kill him instantly, it doesn't count as damage. Are you done? It's my turn! Guyi clenched the giant sword in his hand and turned on the active effect of the gloves. Guyi's strength attribute soared directly to 48 points. The cry of the Thunderbird flashed red and blue light and slashed straight at the banshee's transparent body. Red flames, blue plasma, white fragments. The giant sword actually cut through the banshee's body, leaving a long wound. 346. Guyi was very lucky, and he actually got a critical hit with the first cut. Wade and the others looked at the red number jumping above the banshee's head and opened their mouths wide. I can only deal 200 damage with my skills, but Yishin can deal more than 300 with a single attack? Yishin seems to have piercing damage or non-attribute magic damage. Not only that, Yishin's physical attack is converted into fire attribute damage, and the banshee's fire attribute resistance is negative, so the damage will be higher. No wonder. The banshee waved her claws and slashed wildly with Guyi. Guyi was too lazy to even dodge and stood still. On the other hand, the banshee kept moving and dodging to avoid being hit in the vital parts by Guyi's giant sword. Wade shook his head with a smile. It's always us who move to avoid monster skills. When have you ever seen a monster move to avoid a player's attack? The two shook their heads and continued to watch the battle in the field. The banshee's health bar was already halfway down, and Guyi's bloodline was still motionless. The weeping banshee couldn't bear it anymore and used her skill, Song. Wade and the other two were 20 meters away from the banshee, but they were still affected by the skill. Their vision became blurred, and everything was completely reversed. The whole world became chaotic, as if they had taken psychedelic mushrooms. Guyi, on the other hand, remained calm. He did not take any medicine, nor did he throw out smelly almond water to interrupt the spell. Instead, he endured the chaotic state and slashed at the banshee. The banshee could not move when casting a spell, which saved Guyi a lot of trouble. The banshee's chant was finally interrupted. Guyi slashed into the banshee's heart with a knife. Her singing voice got stuck in her throat, and her whole body solidified in the air like a sculpture. Crack! The banshee turned into a pile of rubble and fell to the ground. A treasure chest suddenly appeared on the banshee's body. The three teammates walked to Guyi's side. At this moment, the entire ghost domain began to collapse, and Triangle Alley was gradually returning to its original appearance. Wade looked at Guyi excitedly and asked curiously, "Master, how did you do it just now?" "What? Didn't you enter the state of chaos just now? I didn't see you use the interrupt skill." The state of chaos is the most boring abnormal state. As long as you practice more, you can use your personal reaction to fight against chaos. Guyi said calmly and picked up the treasure chest on the ground. As he just said, the state of chaos is the only state that can be fought by relying on the player's reaction. As long as you are used to the world that is upside down, you can fight as usual. In the previous life, Guyi often encountered monsters that would release chaos skills. Fighting in the state of chaos has become a necessary skill for high-level players. Guyi checked his reputation level. Along the way, he kept killing monsters and even killed the elite monsters guarding the gate alone. But in the end, he only gained more than 3,000 points of reputation. If it weren't for Wade and the other two who gave him more than 10,000 reputation points, Guyi would have worked in vain that day. At the same time, Wade and others were also very happy. Guyi's efficiency was very high. In just 1 hour, he brought a total of 20,000 points of reputation to their team. Just now, their team made the highest contribution to the collective mission. I am afraid that after completing the mission, they can gain more than 10,000 reputation. In this way, their mission goal can be completed. Yishin, thank you so much. Wade approached Guyi. Can we add each other as friends? Forget it. I don't have time. Guyi waved his hand, put the treasure box into the space backpack, turned around and walked towards the exit. He needed to exchange goods at the quartermaster's office and find a quiet place to count the spoils. Wade looked at Guyi's back as he left and put down his arms awkwardly. Two teammates came up and discussed in a low voice. Forget it. This great god is powerful, but he doesn't seem to like communicating with people. Well, and he kills people at every turn. Forget it. Powerful people always have some quirks. Wade shook his head and said, remember, any news about Yishin must not be spread. Since he doesn't want to expose his ID, we shouldn't ask any more questions. Of course. The two said in unison. Yishin is the person that we cannot afford to offend in the entire A171. After we clear the dungeon, we must talk to the president about this matter. Yes, let's talk about it separately. Guyi returned to Triangle Alley. When the other climbers saw Guyi coming out, they all cast their eyes on him. Awe, curiosity, contempt. There were all kinds of emotions in their eyes, but Guyi didn't care at all. He walked to the quartermaster to hand in the task and found that he was only allocated 3,000 points of reputation reward. Hey, I'm the one who killed the Weeping Banshee directly, and you only give me this little reputation? The quartermaster glanced at Guyi and didn't even bother to explain. Forget it. Don't be angry. He's just an NPC. Guyi calmed down his aggrieved mood and immediately exchanged Association Special Almond Water and Supernatural Secret Technique. Now he still had less than 7,000 reputation points, so he exchanged 2 more consumables. Consumables, Special Sword Oil of the Extraordinary Grade Rare, Consumption. 3,000 reputation points. 2/5 effect. Applying sword oil to sword weapons can increase the physical attack power of sword weapons by 10% for 10 minutes. The effect of sword oil is mediocre, but it can provide excellent instant combat power. When Guyi has spare money, he certainly doesn't mind buying 2 and keeping them on him. When other players saw Guyi was about to leave after exchanging military supplies, some brave guys took the initiative to come up to him. Master, have you ever led any missions? There are other reputation missions in the association, and we would like to ask you. No time. The price is negotiable. No time. Guyi turned around and looked at the other person coldly. I don't want to say it for the 3rd time. Passers-by saw the title of Great Villain flashing red above Guyi's head, and they were so scared that they quickly hid aside. Guyi had already exchanged what he needed from the reputation store, so naturally he would not work for the Superhuman Association anymore. He had more important things to deal with next. Guyi returned to 221B Baker Street. At this time, Father Andrew and the president had already disappeared. He talked with the quartermaster of the base for a while and received a dormitory key. The dormitory of the superhumans happened to be next to Baker Street, and each superhuman had a single room. There were no other superhumans living with him, which provided Guyi with a relatively quiet private space. Back in the dormitory, the first thing Guyi did was to take out the superhuman secret technique and study it immediately. You have learned the skill, Mystic Art of the Transcendent. Your talent skill special effect Absolute Purity has been triggered, and the skill Mystic Art of the Transcendent has undergone an unknown mutation. Congratulations, you have obtained the mutated skill Broken Blade. Broken Blade, grade, perfect, learning condition, possess both the skill Mystic Art of the Transcendent and the talent Passive Fanatic. Effect 1. Passive, when attacking in melee combat, absorb 5 points of all attribute resistance from the enemy. Up to 5 layers can be stacked, and the duration is 5 seconds. 2. Unlocked at level 5. When attacking in melee combat, increase the attack speed by 5%. Up to 5 layers can be stacked, and the duration is 5 seconds. 3. Unlocked at LV 10. 4. Unlocked at LV 15. Before, Guyi was still hesitating about how to choose the direction of his job transfer. When he saw this skill, Guyi immediately sorted out his thoughts. Obviously, this skill is prepared for melee professions, and the skill effect is really amazing. The original skill only weakened the enemy's resistance, but now after the skill mutation, it can directly absorb the enemy's attributes to itself, which can not only increase its own output, but also increase its own resistance. According to the reward attribute of LV.5, it is not difficult to see that this skill is a slow-burning skill. In the protracted battle with the boss, it will play a great role. As long as your resistance is improved, you don't have to worry about being killed by burst damage. The 10,000 points of reputation are not wasted. After learning the new skills, Guyi took out the treasure chest of the Weeping Banshee. Congratulations on obtaining accessory Weeping Banshee's pendant. Congratulations on obtaining material Weeping Banshee's tear gland. Congratulations on obtaining Weeping Banshee's tears. Congratulations on obtaining 3,000 platinum coins. The 3 trophies were neatly arranged in front of Guyi, and he picked up the trophies one by one to check. Pendant of the Weeping Banshee. Quality, equipment requirements, level 10 or intelligence 20. 1. Intelligence enhancement. Increase intelligence by 10 points. 2. Void. Enter the void state, increase movement speed by 100%, and allow yourself to pass through entities immune to physical damage, but receive an additional 100% magic damage. Consume 10 mana points per second, and the mana consumption increases by 1 time for every 1 second. Guyi's basic intelligence is only 5 points, which does not meet the equipment requirements at all. This pendant is obviously prepared for the magic profession to deal with physical assassins. The skills provided by the equipment are also a bit useless for Guyi. He is afraid of the burst damage of the magic profession. If he uses the Void skill, he will simply send himself to the hands of the magician. When Guyi goes to the next outpost, Guyi can use this pendant to exchange for some suitable equipment. Tear Gland of the Weeping Banshee. Rare. This is a material that can be used to make magic props and equipment. Ask NPCs with relevant skills, smelting, alchemy, etc. They will be interested in it. Another trophy that can't be used for the time being. Even if he returns to the outpost, Guyi will probably only give this thing to the NPC to gain the NPC's favor. Consumables. Tears of the Weeping Banshee. Grade, perfect. Effect. After use, there is a 10% chance to gain 5 points of permanent intelligence bonus. 2. Use it during the alchemy process to increase the success rate by 10%. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This thing is really hard to drink. The tears of the Weeping Banshee are packed in a blue transparent glass bottle. Gently shake the bottle, and you can even hear the howling of the Weeping Banshee. Chance? Chance is the most meaningless thing to me. Guyi didn't hesitate at all, unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it into his mouth. It's so bitter. Guyi almost spit out what he had in his mouth. He covered his mouth and swallowed the Banshee's tears after a long time. Your talent skill special effect, True Luck, has been triggered. Congratulations on getting 5 intelligence points. Guyi suddenly felt a chill running through his body, and then his intelligence points immediately increased by 5 points. Now, his intelligence attribute is 10, plus 15, his mana is 500 points, and the non-attribute magic damage attached to the Hand of the God of Magic has increased to 100 points, and his output capacity has been further improved. Guyi looked at the time. It was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon, He decided to find something to eat first and then take a short rest to get enough energy. If you want to go to the sweetheart house, you have to find the entrance at midnight. There is no point in being anxious now. Guyi left the dormitory and went to a nearby restaurant to have a casual dinner. On the way, 3 players all showed eager expressions after seeing the big villain sign on Guyi's head. Their ID prefixes were all CDC, and they were obviously members of a small and unknown guild. This guy actually dared to kill people in the cooperative dungeon? What was he thinking? To get the title of Big Villain, he must have at least 50 points of killing points, right? Killing such a person, there is probably a 100% chance of dropping equipment. This guy is too stupid and bold, isn't he? He dares to walk on the road with the title of Big Villain? How about it? Do you want to do something? The 3 of us will go and get him? Okay, let's go together tonight. The 3 players carefully memorized Guyi's figure and appearance and followed him. After dinner, Guyi did not return to the dormitory immediately, but went to a nearby toy store to buy a teddy bear. The 3 players looked puzzled and didn't understand why Guyi bought a toy on purpose. After the purchase, Guyi returned to the dormitory to rest. The 3 players found that this was the territory of the Extraordinary Association. They did not dare to take action in public, so they had to hide nearby and silently monitor Guyi. After all, this is a long-term copy. There are plenty of opportunities to catch this big villain. After all, who can guarantee that they will never walk alone at night? A hidden altar. Father Andrew was kneeling in the magic circle, praying devoutly. The candles on the altar swayed in the wind. Master, please give us your will. We can't find the ring anymore. What should we do? Andrew knelt on the ground and prayed loudly. Suddenly, the flame of the candle burned into the sky, and a demon with a flame all over his body appeared from it. He had a green head, a round belly, and his eyes were burning like torches. Mountain climber. Mountain climber? Which mountain? You betrayed me. Master, I don't understand. You want to keep the ring. What? I almost caught Demps, but you asked the mountain climber to intervene. No, I didn't intend to do that. Andrew kowtowed and apologized. Lord Beelzebub, I really didn't know it was your miracle that night. You didn't tell me your plan in advance. Andrew lowered his head guiltily. Although he was proficient in demon language, he had never heard of the word climber. He guessed that if it wasn't for the climber, Beelzebub would never know his plan. Roar, roar, Beelzebub sneered. In that case, let me teach you what to do. Boom! The candles on the altar suddenly went out, and a large group of locusts appeared out of thin air and headed straight for Andrew. Andrew screamed, and the locusts went into his stomach through his nostrils and mouth. Soon, his stomach swelled up like a balloon, and his mind was filled with a lot of strange knowledge. He knew that the world he was in was just a small floor. He knew that outside this world there was a world called natural disaster. He knew that even Beelzebub was just a poor creature trapped in the natural disaster. He knew that his consciousness would leave his body forever, and he would always be Beelzebub's puppet. Andrew tore off the altar, walked out of his hiding place, and went directly to President Wolf's house. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Wolf looked at Andrew in surprise, not understanding why he came so late at night. What happened? Issue an emergency mission to all extraordinary people immediately and notify the Royal Knights to go to Waterloo Square. What are you going there for? I have just divined that there will be an unprecedented evil spirit grudge in the square tomorrow, and we must prepare there in advance. Such a big thing, we must report it to the higher-ups. Are you sure your divination is correct? The evil spirit grudge will only fall in places with deep death, or where the supervisor ring falls. There are people coming and going in the square every day. How could there be evil spirit grudges? Is the supervisor ring over there in the square? Where is there time to think about these questions? Hurry up and issue an emergency mission. Andrew said loudly, do you want all the citizens of Fog City to be buried in the mouth of monsters together? But, hurry up. There is no time to hesitate, Andrew said loudly, pulling Wolf into the house. 12 o'clock midnight. The 3 players of CDC were still blocking the dormitory building of the extraordinary people. They joined the Royal Knights, and today they were assigned to the night patrol work. While the three were chatting, they heard the system release a new task at the same time. The main task has been updated. The Extraordinary Association has found clues to the arrival of the evil spirit. Please go to Waterloo Square before dawn to prepare for the arrival of the evil spirit. The three looked at each other, confused. I didn't expect the plot to progress so fast this time. Yes, it stands to reason that the long-term copy should at least take 2 or 3 days before the main task content is updated. It must be that some player triggered the hidden task and directly promoted the development of the plot. Then are we going to the square now? Wait, it's still early now. Earn some extra money before going. The big villain must have also received the prompt of the task update. When he comes out, we will find a way to get rid of him. Speaking of Cao Cao is here, look. The three looked forward together. The big villain walked out of the dormitory in a dark windbreaker. He looked around and seemed very alert. After he saw the 3 CDC guys, the big villain immediately turned around and left. Did he recognize that we are also players? Never mind him, let's catch up first. The CDC trio followed Gu Yi from a distance. They found that the big villain was not heading towards the square, but towards the back streets and alleys where there were few people. After walking for a while, the three finally felt something was wrong. It seems that this man is not going to complete the mission. He must have discovered us. I feel that the atmosphere is a little wrong. Let's leave. What's there to be afraid of? He is alone, and there are 3 of us. Are we afraid of him? Ding! While the 3 were discussing, Gu Yi suddenly stopped, took out the giant sword from his space backpack, and pounded it hard on the ground. He slowly turned his head and showed a harmless smile to the other 3. Have you finished discussing? The 3 looked into Gu Yi's eyes and felt a chill on their backs unconsciously. Humph, Gu Yi sneered. You all come together. I'm in a hurry. Okay, since you've found out, I won't play this drama anymore. Just go ahead. The 3 CDCs took out their weapons and rushed forward side by side. Ding, ding, bang, bang. But in the blink of an eye, all 3 were beaten to death and fell in a pool of blood. However, Gu Yi had nothing to lose except a little blood on his body. You cheating orphan. Cheating? Gu Yi tilted his head and said, Please ask for me where there is a cheat in this game. I'm willing to buy it no matter how much it costs. Master, please let us go. We are blind. Let you go? When you 3 were following me, didn't you think about being killed by me? Since you provoked me, don't blame me for being ruthless. You devil, you will die. Bang! Gu Yi slapped the man in the face with his backhand, knocking out his back teeth. Some of the 3 were begging for mercy, some were crying in pain, and some were cursing, but Gu Yi turned a deaf ear to them. He picked up his giant sword, dipped it in the blood of the 3 people, and drew a complex magic circle on the wall. What are you doing? Isn't it a living sacrifice? Are you going to sell our souls to the devil? The 3 people lay on the ground, staring at Gu Yi in a daze. Death is not scary. What is scary is that Gu Yi will sacrifice their souls to the devil. After all, in the world of natural disasters, there are really creatures like evil gods, devils, and demons. You 3 rotten fish and shrimps, do you think any devil will look down on you? Gu Yi sneered and said, I just borrowed your blood to open an elevator. To enter the sweetheart house from the copy world, you need to use blood sacrifice. However, this kind of blood sacrifice does not actually require killing people. It only requires the blood of 3 different people to draw a specific magic circle. Gu Yi actually discovered these 3 suckers a long time ago, and he deliberately did not expose them, just to use the blood of these 3 people to draw the magic circle. The blueprint of the magic circle is an item that can only be dropped by those above level 30. Normal people will not draw it manually, and they will directly copy it from the blueprint. Gu Yi's level is not high enough, so he can only draw it manually. He has seen that magic circle countless times in his previous life, and he has long been familiar with it. But in a short while, the magic circle was drawn, and a door with a pink base and white flowers suddenly appeared in the center of the magic circle. Gu Yi looked back at the 3 unlucky guys and stabbed each of them. Since it was the enemy who took the initiative to attack this time, Gu Yi was considered to be defending himself, and the system did not punish Gu Yi. Squeaky Gooey turned around and pushed open the pink door in front of him. Inside the door was a long pink corridor, and the walls were painted with various cute little animals, including soft lambs and cheerful puppies. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of candy, which made people intoxicated. Dong dong. A series of heavy footsteps came from the front. Gooey looked closely and saw a giant over 3 meters tall walking slowly from the end of the corridor. He was completely black, with a torso that was straight up and down like a bucket, and limbs that were long and thin like matches. When he passed through the corridor, the murals on the wall would undergo a terrible transformation. The soft lamb turned into a nightmare warhorse, and the cheerful puppy turned into a hellhound with fire all over its body. The giant slowly raised his head, and his eyes flashed golden light like torches. Deity, little sweetheart, pseudo-god. The godhood levels from low to high are pseudo-god, demigod, quasi-god, true god, ancient god, and supreme god. Basic attributes? Biography. As long as you give him something he is interested in, he will be very friendly to you. Goo. Little sweetheart looked at Gooey and growled angrily. Gooey found that his passive skill could not be triggered, and his health bar dropped by 1/3 at once. He quickly took out a teddy bear from his space backpack and raised his hands to Little Sweetheart. Little Sweetheart stretched out his match-like arms and carefully took the teddy bear from Gooey's hand. He looked at the teddy bear carefully and grumbled with satisfaction. At this time, the mural on the wall returned to its original state. Sweetheart took the teddy bear and slapped it on the wall. The teddy bear immediately turned into a mural and embedded in the wall. This pseudo-god likes cute things the most. As long as he is given a small toy, he will be very happy. Sweetheart let down his guard, and Gooey's health returned to normal. Goo? Hello, I found something on a certain floor. Maybe you will be interested. Gooey fumbled in his pocket and took out the rotten wood. Sweetheart took the rotten wood and observed it. As if he had realized something, he hooked his finger at Gooey and took him to the depths of Sweetheart's house. This is a pink bedroom. There are various dolls on the bed in the bedroom. Whenever Gooey walks, the dolls will automatically turn their heads and look at Gooey. Goo-goo. Sweetheart opened the closet. It was pitch black inside. Sweetheart bent down and stuck his head into the closet to look for something. This god, with a very strange name and appearance, likes to collect things. He always collects a lot of wonderful props from various floors of the natural disaster. As long as you can give him some cute toys, he is very happy to lend his collection to climbers. Soon, Sweetheart took out a table, a high-backed chair, and a gorgeous office chair-style throne, but the high-backed chair was missing a leg. Sweetheart reinstalled the rotten wood on it, restoring the high-backed chair to its original appearance. Snap! Sweetheart put down the stool, nodded, and then waved her hand. A small pink door appeared in front of Gooey. The table, chair, and throne flew up at the same time and passed through the small door. Thank you. Gooey nodded and opened the small door. Outside the door was Gooey's own dormitory. When he left Sweetheart's cabin, he heard a system prompt message. You have gained the attention of False God Sweetheart. Your current relationship with False God Sweetheart is cold. False Godfart thanks you for helping him repair the collection, and he decided to lend it to you temporarily. The coordinates of the special floor Sweetheart's house have been recorded. When you complete 3 long-line copies, you can enter Sweetheart's house again through the outpost elevator. Gooey put down the stool and observed the description of the chair. Rechargeable prop, SCP-738, and Demon Strategy Exchange. Gain the attention of the relevant gods. Number of charges 1-1. Effect: summon the Lord of Pride Lucifer and trade with him. You can have everything as long as you can pay the price. 5 updates today. With 50,000 words, I can recommend it. I don't like other authors to leave comments on my comments. If you write a book, write it well. Don't post advertisements in other authors' book review areas. Whether it is well written or badly written, it is not your turn to comment on it. You who only know how to collect and brush data under other authors. You don't even read it. What qualifications do you have to comment? The message of high blood pressure has been pinned. Watch the monkey in a civilized manner. The high-backed chair and the throne stood opposite each other, with a small, long table between them. Guyi tried to change the position of the high-backed chair, but found that it would automatically return to its original position. He gave up moving the object and sat on the high-backed chair. After a while, Guyi smelled a pungent smell of sulfur. Then a transparent figure slowly appeared on the throne opposite. The figure gradually became clear. It was a handsome young man in a suit and leather shoes. He had amber eyes, plump lips, and fair skin. Both men and women would be fascinated by his magnificent beauty. Deity, Lord of Arrogance? Lucifer? True God, basic attributes? The greatest arrogance is disrespect for gods. Hello, Guyi. Lucifer smiled. Is the rebirth item I gave you useful? Thank you for letting me return to this purgatory. Believe me, the real purgatory is not as scary as the natural disaster world. Guyi had exchanged an item called Nirvana from Lucifer in his previous life, which was why he could be reborn. Time and space, this life and the next life. These have no meaning to the true God, so when Lucifer said his name, Guyi was not surprised at all. Lucifer tilted his head and looked at Guyi carefully. The bloody smell on you is stronger than before. It seems that you will never trust your teammates again in this life. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to discuss business with you. Okay, what do you want? Lucifer smiled. Except for letting you leave the natural disaster, I can help you with anything. Guyi took out the ring of the supervisor from his arms and placed it on the table. Lucifer looked at it with his eyes, and his amber pupils turned red in an instant. You actually have this ring? The supreme God who created the world of natural disasters is more powerful than Lucifer. Even true gods must act under the rules of the world of natural disasters, so Lucifer has no idea that Guyi has hidden the ring of the supervisor. Are you interested in this thing? Lucifer grinned. What do you want? This is a legendary equipment. You should at least give me a legendary one, right? Its divine power is so mixed that it is worthless. I can only give you an epic item at most. Lucifer, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. This ring contains pure divine power, and you can improve your godhood after you get it. If you don't want, I can give this ring to Beelzebub. Then go ahead. Lucifer sneered. Guess if he will steam or boil you? Guyi heard this and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Then we have nothing to talk about? I said, what we need is an equal exchange. This thing is definitely not worth a legendary level. I can only give you an epic item, and it's a one-time use. Guyi negotiated business by coercion and inducement, but the arrogant Lucifer didn't seem to buy into this trick at all. The two of them were deadlocked, and neither of them was willing to give in. Guyi thought for a while and raised his eyebrows. By the way, are you still playing the lottery? One epic item, plus one chance to draw a lottery, and I'll give you this ring. What do you think? Lucifer blinked when he heard this. He did have a lottery roulette, and sometimes he would give the lottery to customers as a gift, but the probability of winning was even lower than that of drawing an iPhone in a blind box. What the hell was Guyi thinking? Are you sure? I'm sure. Okay, then we'll settle it. Lucifer waved his hand, and 3 epic items appeared on the table. Consumables, Hell Rune, Epic, Usage Conditions. Only used in PvE. Effects 1. After use, you can summon a sulfur fire to burn the enemy, causing 1000 fire damage, adding a burning effect and reducing the enemy's all attributes by 10% for 10 seconds. Consumables, Immovable Ice. Epic, only used in PvE. 1. Use it on a friendly to restore its full health and gain damage immunity for 10 seconds. 2. Use it on a weapon to convert 300% of the weapon's physical damage into ice damage for 30 seconds. Consumables, Assembly Stone Epic, Use Conditions, only used in PvE. 1. Randomly summon 10 hell monsters for you to drive. You have a 5% chance of summoning an elite monster. The monster's level will not exceed your level. It lasts for 3 minutes. Guyi looked at the 3 items carefully and wanted to take all 3 of them away. Can provide powerful burst and weakening effects, which can definitely play a role in turning the tables when fighting against bosses. Immovable Ice has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and has a powerful life-saving ability. Assembly Stone is even more perverted. If you can't beat it, Just call for help. If these 3 items are not limited to use in PvE, the grades of the 3 items are probably upgraded to legends. Guyi sighed with deep regret, gave up Hell Rune and Immovable Ice, and picked up Assembly Stone. He has no teammates to protect him, so summoning items are actually more suitable for him. More importantly, Assembly Stone is also a probabilistic item. A 5% chance of summoning elite monsters means 100% chance of summoning elite monsters in Guyi's hands. Controlling 10 elite monsters to surround and beat the boss, coupled with his excellent output ability and survivability, Guyi is not afraid even if he really fights the boss alone. You choose this? Yes. I guess you will choose this too. Without any teammates and a few servants, how can you survive in this terrible world? Guyi and Lucifer exchanged money and goods. Lucifer waved his hand and was about to leave, but Guyi quickly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Brother, did you forget something? Huh? What? You still owe me a lottery. Oh, look at my memory. Lucifer pretended to be annoyed and snapped his fingers. Snap! A lottery wheel made of obsidian appeared out of thin air in front of the two. How much are you going to bet? 1 platinum coin. Guyi said, betting on a legendary item. Are you crazy? Betting a platinum coin on a legendary item? Then your chance of winning is probably only 1 in a million? Lucifer took Guyi's platinum coin and turned his head to look at the big turntable behind. The winning area was only as thick as a hair and could not be seen without a magnifying glass. What does it matter? It's free anyway. Guyi walked forward and prepared to turn the turntable. Lucifer quickly stopped him and grabbed Guyi's arm. Wait, let me turn the turntable. Lucifer had a bad feeling in his heart. Although this transaction was witnessed by the system, he vaguely felt that Guyi was hiding something from him. Can I regret it? Lucifer frowned and said, to compensate, I can give you a perfect equipment and you can use it right away. Lucifer, if you continue to be shameless at this time, you will not live up to the name of the Lord of Pride. Humph, stupid human. Lucifer shook his head. He created the lottery roulette with his own divine power. Items and skills below the legendary level could not affect its lottery results at all. The priority of the true God's divine power is extremely high, and Guyi has no chance to influence the lottery results. How can the probability of winning a prize of 1 in a million be successful in one go? I'll turn it. Turn it! Lucifer sneered and turned the lottery disc hard. The obsidian turned rapidly, but Guyi looked calm. In fact, he didn't expect to win the prize at all. He just wanted to use Lucifer's turntable to do an experiment to see what level of priority his talent skills had. The obsidian roulette turned rapidly, and Guyi heard the system prompt sound in his ears. You are making a bet with Lord of Pride Lucifer, and you will have a 1 in 3,570,000 chance of getting a random legendary item. Your talent skill effect, True Luck, is triggered. True Luck conflicts with the obsidian roulette attribute. Calculating priority. True Luck has a higher priority. Your chance of winning is increased to 100%. Ding ding! The roulette finally stopped, and the entire obsidian roulette was flashing with dazzling golden light. Guyi and Lucifer both widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Win? How is this possible? Bang! A golden light flashed. A golden treasure chest appeared out of thin air on the table in front of the two. Lucifer looked at Guyi with resentment and asked with a sneer, Guyi, what tricks did you play? Nothing. Maybe I'm just a good person. No, you must have played some tricks. I can't give you such props. Lucifer's eyes flashed red light, and he reached out to grab the golden treasure chest on the table. However, the rules of the system restricted Lucifer, making it impossible for him to succeed. As long as he agreed to Guyi's lottery request, he would have no chance to regret it. Lucifer, you look so ugly now, Guyi mocked fearlessly. With the protection of the system rules, Lucifer could not hurt himself here. Humph! Lucifer turned his head and showed a contemptuous smile. You are awesome. See you later. Lucifer snapped his fingers. Elevator fell from the sky and collapsed Guyi's floor. Lucifer walked into the elevator and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a while, the pink door of Little Sweetheart appeared behind Guyi. Little Sweetheart came over, nodded at Guyi, and excitedly returned to her sweetheart house with SC8. At the same time, Guyi also received a series of system prompts. You have received the attention of Lord of Pride Lucifer. Your current relationship with Lord of Lucifer is cold. Your faith relationship with Lord of Pride Lucifer is open. Error, error, error refuses to let you become his believer. Your relationship with Lord of Lucifer is reduced to hate. Because you deceived Lord of Lucifer, your reputation level among gods of hell has been increased. Your reputation level among gods of hell is newly known. Guyi listened to the system prompts and looked at the big hole on the floor and said angrily, "This is still the Lord of Pride. He is so petty." However, Guyi himself did not expect that he could actually exchange a platinum coin for a legendary item. The priority of true luck is not even comparable to the power of the true God. It is really a legendary talent. It's a pity that Lucifer has learned a lesson and will never bet with me again. Guyi can only take advantage of this opportunity once. Guyi sat on the sofa and opened the golden treasure chest. Inside was a blood-red dagger. The dagger was made of obsidian. The blade was as long as Guyi's palm and as thick as 2 fingers. It was engraved with Lucifer's divine runes. Chargeable item. Sacrifice dagger. Grade, Legend 1-1. Usage conditions. Level 1. Effect 1. Transform into a Darkborn. Active effect. Pierce the dagger into the heart. Deduct 99% of the maximum health and convert 300% of the deducted health into a temporary shield, transforming into a Darkborn demon. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. After the continuous effect ends or the temporary shield disappears, exit the transformed state. Cooldown time 7 days. 2. Demon Sacrifice. Active effect. You need to pay 100,000 platinum coins to charge the dagger, but you must first find someone with the corresponding knowledge of demonology to charge it, or master the relevant knowledge of demonology yourself. 3. Infamy. Passive effect. Every time you use the sacrificial dagger, your reputation among the gods of hell will increase, which will gradually make you lean towards the chaotic camp and thus affect your reputation level in each floor and the favorability of NPCs. 4. Demon King's Power. Passive effect. When you place this item in your backpack and encounter demons and evil spirits, there is a 10% plus 100% probability of reducing their all attributes by 10% for 3 seconds. This effect can only be triggered once per battle. Guyi has only 1 word to evaluate this. Charging item. Strong. Guyi wanted to check the specific attributes of the Dark Demon but failed. If you want to know the skills of the Dark Demon, you can only wait until you use the dagger. Before, Guyi hadn't figured out his career plan, but this dagger made him make up his mind. For the first career change, he must choose a warrior with strong melee combat. For the second career change, Guyi can only choose a demonologist, because demonologist is the only secondary profession that can learn demonology and use demon sacrifice. Sacrificial dagger will be his most valuable item. Guyi absolutely cannot ask other demonologists for help every time he charges it. Of course, all this is a matter of the future. After all, if he wants to change his career, he still needs to wait until level 30. Guyi played with the sacrificial dagger in his hand and couldn't wait to find a powerful enemy to test the knife. At this moment, he heard a new message from the system. Warning! 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 Please rush to Waterloo Square before dawn as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to complete the main task. Guyi looked up at the east and could already see the morning glow faintly. He patted his butt and ran towards Waterloo Square. Waterloo Square. All players were evenly divided into 4 groups, standing in the 4 directions of the square, namely the east, south, west, and north. Wade and 2 teammates came to Waterloo Square early in the morning. They were arranged by their superiors to stand in the south of the square. At this moment, it was the darkest moment before dawn. Everyone looked east, talking to each other. I was just brushing the reputation task, and suddenly I received a reminder that the main task was updated. Why did the situation change suddenly? Did someone trigger the flag of the hidden plot? Everyone around was discussing the sudden update of the task, but Wade didn't care at all. He kept tiptoeing, as if he was looking for something. His teammate patted Wade on the shoulder. "Captain, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Yishin." Wade said, "I didn't see Yishin along the way. What about you?" "We didn't see him either." Since Yishin helped us brush up our reputation yesterday, we haven't seen him since. Wade touched his chin. Do you think there is a possibility that Yishin is hiding on purpose? What a joke, he is so strong. Who would he hide from? I just think the speed of this task update is too weird. According to the general situation of longline copies, the main task update will not occur until 3 days later. It's just a game. No, you must not think of natural disaster as a game. Every NPC here has his own consciousness, but the system's consciousness is stronger than theirs. I have received intelligence that some powerful NPCs can even change the tasks issued by the system. Why are you getting more and more outrageous? Brother, we are now in the end of the world, Wade said earnestly. Don't forget, if we die in the game, we are really dead. Doesn't this make you be cautious enough about this game? As soon as Wade finished speaking, the sun slowly rose in the east. At this moment, the progress of the players' tasks did not change. Although they had arrived at the square before dawn, the progress of the task still showed as incomplete. Wade's 2 teammates finally began to believe what he said. This task was indeed a trap. Damn it! Why is the task showing as incomplete? Look, the task entry has become garbled. What's wrong again? In the world of natural disasters, all players have to face the fear of the unknown, and the system is the only thing they can trust and control. When the system fails, players with poor psychological tolerance will immediately collapse. Wade was prepared for this. He was the first one to regain his sanity among everyone. As soon as he found the abnormality in the task information bar, he grabbed the arms of his 2 teammates. Leave the square! Okay. The 3 people from Polaris walked side by side towards the outer edge of the square. Suddenly, a ball of lightning blocked their way. A portal flashing with blue-black lights suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people, and a total of 3 elite monsters, the Weeping Banshees, rushed out of the portal. Ah! The Weeping Banshees let out a piercing howl at the same time. The surrounding players fell to the ground with their arms and legs spread out. A famous player could not adapt to the chaotic state and actually ran into the ball lightning and was instantly electrocuted to the point of near death. Wade forced himself to remain calm. He imitated the god of Yi and resisted the chaotic state. He took out the smelly almond water from his arms, found the position of the 3 Weeping Banshees, and smashed it out. Bang! The smell of almond water spread in the air, and the Weeping Banshees stopped wailing and fled in fear. Everyone finally recovered from the chaotic state. Wade pointed at the 3 Weeping Banshees and raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, kill these 3 elite monsters first!" Wade, with the name of the North Star, naturally had a very high reputation among the players. They united together and covered each other to break through. At this time, no one thought of being sneaky. With so many elite monsters, if you are not careful, you will end up in an irreparable situation. At this moment, a large number of evil spirit monsters appeared in all 4 corners of the square. Even if these players had many grudges before, they all turned enemies into friends and fought against the monsters together. Wade and his companions finally killed 3 Weeping Banshees, and more evil spirits rushed out from all directions. They were trapped in the middle by the enemy and were in a dilemma. Zzz, a sound that made people feel aching came from under their feet. Wade looked down. A blood-colored magic circle appeared on the ground, and the bright red blood seeped out from the lines of the magic circle, instantly dyeing the ground red. At the same time, in the center of the square, Father Andrew knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. The blood on the ground quickly spread towards Andrew. Andrew put his hands on the ground and absorbed the magic power in the blood like a sponge. Guyi? Who is the climber named Guyi? Where did he hide the ring? Ring? What is a ring? Who is Guyi? All the players were bewildered, not understanding what this strange NPC was talking about. Wade had a vague feeling that the Guyi mentioned by the NPC was God Yi. Sure enough, everything was just as he had guessed. The main quest had changed dramatically, all because Guyi had triggered a hidden plot. "Hand over Guyi quickly, or you will all die," Andrew yelled, his hands swelling. Then his arms, shoulders, and body also swelled up, and his clothes broke into 8 pieces. He was gradually turning into a monster. At this moment, everyone's system finally returned to normal. Main quest updated. Main quest: Father Andrew's blood sacrifice ceremony. Quest content: 1. Destroy the blood sacrifice arrays. 2. Kill Father Andrew, completion reward. 1. Platinum coins 10,000. 2. Golden almond water 1. 3. Elevator key, kill Wade. Seeing the updated content of the quest, he couldn't help cursing. He checked his backpack and found that his hearthstone had become unusable. Are we not even allowed to run? If we don't kill the monster, we will die, brothers. There is no way out. Burn the boats. Fight to the death. The desire to survive prompted them to hold their weapons tightly. Taking a step back at this time would mean death. Sizzle! More blood came out of the blood-colored magic array on the ground. After contacting the air, the blood evaporated instantly, stimulating all the survivors. The blood mist is poisonous. I don't know who reminded loudly, but it was too late. Everyone's status bar had an abnormal status of poisoning. Their health points were dropping at a rate of 10 points per second, and the damage was increasing as time went by. Don't retreat! Plop! Plop! There were sounds of people falling to the ground behind Wade. He looked back and found that 3 or 4 players on his side had already entered a dying state. The blood on the ground flowed into their mouths and noses, and soon they were corroded by the blood and turned into a pile of bones, without even a chance to drink medicine. Wade's Adam's apple slid up and down. Is today the end of them? Bang, bang, bang! Wade raised his revolver and fired a burst of shots. He tried his best but could only deal with a few ghouls in front of him. Weeping banshees, ghosts, flying leeches, skeleton soldiers. Many evil spirits came in like an overwhelming force, surrounding the remaining survivors. Cough! Cough! Wade coughed twice, and stars appeared in his eyes. He quickly poured almond water into his mouth, but the efficiency of blood recovery could not keep up with the efficiency of the monster's beating. The 2 teammates were now out of ammunition and food, and had no life-saving measures. Even if the monsters did not touch them, they would be poisoned by the blood mist sooner or later. Captain, we can't do it. It seems that the other players are almost exhausted. We have no time to repair and can only wait to die. Wade did not dare to look back. He was afraid that he would see corpses and bones all over the ground. Don't worry, we can definitely escape. The monsters can't be cleared. How can we escape? Captain, there are only 3 of us left in the blood sacrifice array in the south. Wade heard this and felt a chill on his back. He turned around. There were only 2 teammates with scars behind him, and a passerby player who turned into bones. The 3 members of Polaris relied on excellent equipment and superb game skills to force themselves to hold on until now. It's time to reach the limit, right? Wade felt a little desperate in his heart. He turned his head with a wry smile and looked at the center of the square. Andrew let out a deafening roar. Now he no longer looked like a human. He looked like a terrifying monster made of countless bloated fats. The other 3 blood sacrifice arrays still had sounds of fighting and killing, but now the sounds were getting smaller and smaller. The weaker the players were, the stronger Andrew would be. Even if Wade and his team escaped from the square, it would be difficult to deal with Andrew, who had transformed into a monster. Captain, what should we do? It doesn't matter. We can definitely survive. Boom, Wade's voice had just fallen. A total of 10 elite monsters fell from the sky and landed in front of Wade and the other 2. They were half human and half wolf, all with sharp fangs and claws, and covered with black fur. Dark Werewolf, level 5, basic attributes, HP 1500, mana 500, skills. 1. Bloodthirst, 10% of the damage dealt heals itself. 2. Shadow Assault, transform into a shadow, appear behind the enemy to attack, dealing 100% physical damage and causing bleeding, effective range 10 meters. Consumes 100 mana points, cooldown time 1 minute. 3. Dark Bloodline. When attacking in melee, there is a 10% chance that physical damage will be converted into true damage. 3 skills? Is this an elite monster? 10 elite monsters at a time. What's the point of playing this? Wade stared at the monster in front of him with his mouth wide open for a long time. He had completely given up hope of survival. However, Wade was not the only one who was surprised. The other evil spirits were also shocked when they saw the 10 dark wolves. They stood there, not knowing whether to take action. Captain, something is wrong. Look at the names of these wolves. The names are red. He is a friendly army. In the world of natural disasters, red names are friendly troops, and blue names are enemy troops. Wade was too excited just now and missed such important information. No, these are all summoned creatures. You can only change your job at level 15. The highest player level in this dungeon is only level 10. How could someone summon a creature and once summoned, it is an elite monster? Why is it impossible? Can I do it? Boom. A blue electric current wandered back and forth among the monsters. Those chicken monsters were electrocuted into twists in the blink of an eye. All the monsters put down Wade and the other two and looked behind them. Guyi carried a giant sword on his shoulder, and a black gathering stone floated beside him. He half-crouched on the ground, took out the sword oil, and oiled the giant sword in front of all the monsters. "Yishin, it's Yishin here! Yishin, save us!" Wade shouted for help. The monsters made all kinds of ugly roars and growls and rushed towards Guyi in a swarm. After Guyi finished applying the sword oil, he calmly glanced at the group of monsters and immediately ordered his 10 Darkborn werewolves. "You 10, go and destroy the remaining blood sacrifice arrays. Here, I'm enough." The werewolves roared and turned into black shadows and rushed to other arrays to support the players. Guyi raised his knife and rushed into the monster group with a roar. Just like when Guyi was in the ghost domain. Those monsters gathered together and surrounded Guyi, but they couldn't even shake Guyi's health bar. Guyi wielded the giant sword like a huge meat grinder. After obtaining the Broken Blade skill, Guyi's survivability and output capabilities have reached a new level. The ground was full of monsters, none of which was a match for Guyi. In less than 3 minutes, Guyi had cleared all the monsters around the magic circle. Crackling, the portal in the distance made a harsh sound again, and a weeping banshee came out of it. Guyi's eyes lit up, and he flew forward and kicked the weeping banshee back into the portal. "You people from Polaris only know how to watch a show? Destroy the magic circle quickly." "Yes, God Yi!" Guyi cleared the monsters, while Wade and others were destroying the magic circle. After a while, the task progress bar of everyone was updated again. The magic circle on the square actually cleared 2 at the same time. Wade and others turned their heads to look to the east. It turned out that Guyi's summoned creature cleared 1 magic circle by itself, and only 3 of the 10 werewolves died. Huh! Guyi supported the giant sword with his hand, standing in a sea of corpses and blood. He took out a bottle of flavored almond water and drank it with a straw. Flavored almond water, grade, ordinary. After use, it can replenish physical strength and gain energetic effects in the next 10 minutes. Wade looked at Guyi in awe. This is on the battlefield. How can Guyi be so calm as to drink medicine with a straw? "Yishin, why are you? Huh? You want it too?" Guyi took out 3 bottles of flavored water from his arms while watching the werewolves fighting. "Would you like one?" No straw, right?" Guyi flipped his wrist and took out 3 more straws and handed them to Wade. "Yishin, we are fighting a game. Can you not be so leisurely?" "Don't worry, that boss is super weak. As long as we can clean up the remaining 2 blood pools within 3 minutes, his strength will be greatly reduced." "What if we can't clean them all?" "If we can't clean them all, then we can't clean them all." Boom. As soon as Guyi finished speaking, the remaining 2 magic arrays ignited with fierce flames. The remaining 7 Darkborn werewolves all turned into black smoke and disappeared because the summoning time had ended. The flesh and blood collected on the magic circle merged into a huge torrent and rushed straight to Father Andrew. Sizzle, sizzle. Guyi sucked on the straw and said with some regret, "Oh, it seems to have failed." "God Yi, can you finish the medicine in 1 gulp? I'm so anxious, the mission prompts failed." Wade patted his head anxiously. The system prompts have not stopped since the beginning. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" The player did not succeed in destroying all the magic circles before the ritual is completed. The strength of Father Andrew will be increased to twice the original. The 3 people from Polaris were frightened when they heard the system prompt. Guyi drank the last drop of almond water leisurely, then put down the bottle and handed it to Wade. "This almond water is the best one to drink. How can we not enjoy it slowly?" "God Yi, Don't be nervous, stay calm. This is just a game. It's just that the loser will die. Boom. Suddenly, the square shook violently. Wade and the other two lost their balance and fell to the ground with a bang. It turned out that Andrew, who had turned into a monster, jumped in front of Guyi and looked down at Guyi. Twisted thing. Level 15, basic attributes HP, 5,000 mana, 1,000. Skills. 1. Devour. Active effect, devour flesh and blood, strengthen its own attributes. 2. Power swing. Active effect, swing your fist, causing true damage of 2 times the strength attribute. 3. Steel bones. Passive effect, gain 10% damage reduction. 4. Divinity. Passive effect, with divinity, skill judgment has a very high priority, immune to most props special effects. 5. Earthquake. Passive effect. It can cause earthquakes when moving, reducing the movement speed and attack speed of surrounding enemies by 10%. This monster was created by the gods of hell using evil magic, so it has a hint of divinity. He is like a tall mountain, blocking the sunlight. Guyi stood in the shadow of the monster with a straw in his mouth. "You! I knew it was you!" Andrew shouted. "You took the ring away, right?" "Yes. Where is the ring?" "I threw it into the furnace to refine it." Andrew's face twisted into a ball. He raised his fist as big as a casserole and smashed it towards Guyi's head. Guyi immediately activated the glove skill, raised the giant sword, and tried to fight the monster with strength. Bang! The fist and sword collided, making a loud noise. Guyi retreated straight back, plowing 2 long gullies on the ground. In the end, he finally couldn't keep his body steady and flew out with a whoosh. "Wow!" Guyi screamed and rolled in the air. Wade was quick-witted and quickly jumped out to save Guyi. "Be careful!" Guyi hit Wade's arm like a meteorite. Wade's arm was almost broken. Guyi continued to fly backwards with Wade, breaking the roadside tree behind him. Wade screamed in pain and vomited blood. In order to catch Guyi, he actually lost 1/3 of his blood. "Damn!" Guyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked back at Wade. "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine. This bastard can actually deal me crushing damage. His strength value is probably around 70 points. Hiss! Wade took a breath of cold air when he heard it. 70 points of strength. How can these low-level players like them deal with this enemy? "God Yi, what level are you?" "Level 5. You're level 5 and you're going to fight a level 15 boss alone?" "Of course not." Guyi pulled Wade up and said, "I'll use close combat to pull the monster. His agility is not high. I can completely use my movement to dodge his skills. You just need to shoot from the side." "Hey!" Wade was about to stop him when Guyi rushed up with his sword in both hands. "Come on, idiot." Guyi's manual taunting was very successful. Andrew had lost his basic judgment ability. He turned his head and waved his fist at Guyi with a weird cry. Although Guyi's speed was not fast, he could always predict the landing point of Andrew's fist in advance and dodge the attack in advance. Wade looked at Guyi in amazement and almost forgot to shoot. Legend has it that high-end players can rely on their body skills to dodge the boss's ordinary attacks, but Wade has always regarded it as a myth. However, when Wade really saw Guyi using his body skills to fight the boss, Wade was completely convinced. Is there really such a powerful player in this world? Snap! Wade took out his pistol, loaded the bullet, and launched a skill at Andrew's head. Headshot. Quality equipment requirements. Agility 20 effect. 1 active effect. Use a gun weapon, aim at the enemy's head to cause 250% damage and apply. Bleeding effect. Consumes mana. 100. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Bang! The bullet hit Andrew's forehead. 108. Wade's heart was shocked. He used a skill, but he could only deal such a small amount of damage. Andrew's feet shook, and a hole as thick as a finger appeared on his head. He turned his head to look at Wade and roared angrily. "I will kill you, all of you." Boom, boom, boom. Andrew left Guyi and ran towards Wade. Wade was not in a hurry. He retreated while attacking Andrew crazily. "Stupid, don't you want the ring?" Guyi yelled loudly, and Andrew stopped again. His mind was no longer in control, and he could only be led by Guyi. "It's in my hand." Guyi flipped his wrist and took out the pull ring of almond water. Andrew looked at the shiny thing in Guyi's hand and immediately went crazy. "Give it to me." Andrew's right fist suddenly expanded twice, which was obviously a sign of using skills. Guyi's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly stepped back to dodge. Ordinary attacks can be avoided by prediction, but skills cannot. Unless you can use counterattacks or interrupt skills at the right time, your head will definitely be broken. Gu Yi threw smelly almond water at Andrew without hesitation. However, the almond water did not interrupt Andrew's skills. The divinity protected Andrew so that he would not stop attacking because of a small amount of almond water. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gu Yi immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! Gu Yi suddenly felt dizzy. Andrew's strength was too high, and he once again dealt crushing damage, directly reducing his health by 2/3. Good fortune never comes alone, but misfortune never comes alone. After all, the sword in Gu Yi's hand was a weapon, not a shield, and it did not provide much of a buffering effect. The left half of Gu Yi's body was almost broken apart, and a lot of abnormal conditions appeared on Gu Yi's personal panel. Fractures, bleeding, concussion. Although the system has strengthened the players' bodies, if they suffer too much damage, they will still suffer functional damage. Now, Gu Yi's left arm has been completely crushed by Andrew, and he can't even move. "God Yi, hold on!" Wade roared and took out a golden bullet from his backpack. This is his ultimate weapon. Consumables. Bullet of the Golden Gunner. Epic. After loading and firing from the magazine, it has a 100% hit rate, causes 1000% physical damage, and has a 100% chance of causing limb disability or functional damage. This bullet has a very strong power. If you don't have a high level of gun skills, it is easy to hurt yourself. Click. Wade finished reloading, raised his pistol, held his breath, aimed at the monster's chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames spurted from the muzzle. The strong recoil made Wade fly backwards. The bullet left a golden track in the air and went straight through the heart of the monster Andrew. Tel 83. Wade shot more than 1,000 damage with one shot, firmly attracting the monster's hatred. A fist-sized hole appeared in Andrew's chest. He didn't have time to check his injuries and rushed towards Wade like a mad dog. "You two, go save Yishin. I'll pull the monster." Wade commanded 2 teammates to save people, and he ran wildly with Andrew on the square while fighting. As he ran, huge mouths slowly grew on Andrew's body, and they absorbed the corpses on the square like a vacuum cleaner. Andrew used his devouring skill. Although this skill cannot heal his injuries, it can greatly improve Andrew's basic attributes. His speed was getting faster and faster. If they let him devour all the bodies in the square, the 4 survivors would have no way to deal with him. "Yishen, are you okay?" Wade's 2 teammates helped Gu Yi up. Gu Yi pouted, pushed the 2 away and said, "I'm not dead yet. Don't worry." The most speechless thing happened to Gu Yi. Because Andrew's attack was too fierce, his status bar had an abnormal state of functional damage. His left arm was bloody, and even white bone stubble appeared. Functional damage left arm. Physical attack power decreased by 30%, and the left arm could not be used, can only be repaired in the dungeon through certain special methods. After returning to the outpost, a certain amount of platinum coins can be spent to repair this state. "Yishin, what should we do?" "What should we do? You guys go help your captain quickly. I don't need you to worry about it. You are like this now." Before the 2 finished speaking, Gu Yi did something earth-shattering. He held the giant sword in his right hand and chopped off his disabled left arm without hesitation. It's useless anyway, and it would only get in the way if it hung on his body. Blood gushed out. Gu Yi looked at the 2 calmly, as if he had not chopped off his arm just now. Then, he took out the spicy almond water and sprinkled it on the broken arm. After the almond water came into contact with the air, it immediately ignited a raging fire. The flames burned Gu Yi's wound, and the wound that had been bleeding before stopped bleeding immediately. It was not until the moment the flames burned that Gu Yi groaned for the first time. Gu Yi's series of crazy operations stunned the 2. It's okay to be cruel to the enemy, but being cruel to yourself is really cruel. The 2 felt that there was some reason for Gu Yi to chop off his disabled arm, but it made sense. Is there really anyone in the world who would be so decisive and chop it off as soon as he said it? "Go and save your captain quickly. I'll be there in a minute." "Okay." The 2 nodded and left Gu Yi with pale faces. Gu Yi squinted his eyes to check the boss's status. Wade's attack had a certain effect. Now the boss's health has dropped by 1/5, And there is an additional functional damage. Functional damage heart. The maximum health value is reduced by 10%, and the life recovery is reduced by 50%. This kid has some brains. He knows how to hit the heart. When dealing with this kind of blood-boosting physical boss, the most feared thing is that he has a super high life recovery ability. As long as you can find a way to suppress his recovery, you can greatly reduce the difficulty of the strategy. Let's try the knife. Guyi took out the sacrificial dagger from his backpack, gritted his teeth, held the dagger in reverse, and stabbed it into his heart with force. Dongdong Guyi suddenly became deaf, and all the sounds around him could not be heard. He could only hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. The dagger turned from blood red to black. A series of crazy and meaningless mumblings kept echoing in his ears, and then he felt suffocated, and the feeling of dying swept over his body. The mumblings became louder and louder. Guyi's spirit was on the verge of collapse, and even the system prompt sound was not clear to Guyi. Damn it, this dagger is actually made by the ancient gods? The power of the ancient gods is higher than that of the real gods. Even the props they left behind can easily pollute the player's spiritual world. You have entered the end death state. Please come immediately. Use at R6. Sacrifice dagger. Special effect is activated. You have obtained a new skill. The process of the dagger activating the effect is actually only 3 seconds, but Guyi feels as if he has experienced 30 years. He looked down at his current appearance and widened his eyes in surprise. Now his whole body is wrapped in black ghost energy. The left arm that had disappeared has automatically repaired, but this arm is made entirely of black ghost energy and has no entity. A 3-minute countdown appeared on Guyi's personal panel, and a temporary skill bar appeared above his skill bar. This was a special skill after the transformation. Since the temporary skill bar does not occupy the player's own skill bar, the absolute purity in the talent attribute cannot be triggered, but real luck can still take effect. Guyi checked the skills in the temporary skill bar, and each one was extremely perverted. Dark Devil level legend effect. 1. Passive effect. You gain the state of forbidden healing. 2. Passive effect. You gain immunity to dying. 3. Passive effect. Your attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed increase by 100%. Dark Bloodline. Legend. Active effect. Consumes 1 minute of transformation time, so that in the next battle, you have a 10% chance to convert physical damage into real damage. Great Destruction. Active effect. Consumes 1 minute of transformation time, throws out a huge shadow sword, causes 10% of the enemy's maximum health value damage, and adds a 10-second imprisonment effect. There's no time to waste. After Guyi transformed, he immediately activated the Dark Bloodline skill. Great Destruction. A huge black sword appeared out of thin air in front of Guyi. He stepped on his feet and ran behind Andrew in almost the blink of an eye. He jumped up, raised the huge black sword in his hand and smashed it towards Andrew. "Don't run! I'm gonna kill you!" Andrew ran all the way and came behind Wade. The ground was shaking. Wade's feet were unstable, and he almost fell to the ground. He turned his head and looked behind him. Andrew had raised his fist and smashed it towards him. Wade mainly added points to agility, and his physical strength was only 10 points. If he was hit by Andrew's skills, he would probably go directly into a dying state. Wade heard a whirring sound in his ears. Andrew's skills had already locked him tightly. However, when Andrew's fist was about to touch Wade, a black light flashed by. Boom! The boss's health bar immediately disappeared a lot. A huge sword formed by black ghost energy locked Andrew tightly. Wade turned his head and looked. It turned out that Guyi arrived and successfully controlled the boss, interrupting his skill casting. At this moment, Guyi was wrapped in black ghost energy, making it impossible to look directly at him. "Ah, it's you again!" Andrew was furious. He turned his head and waved his arms at Guyi. Guyi's eyes widened, without any intention of dodging. After using the skills twice in a row, he only had 1 minute left to transform. Dodging attacks would only waste his output. With 300% shield protection, Guyi didn't have to worry about sudden death. Rush directly. Don't be in a daze. Rush is a game term, which means to use all output skills without reservation and attack the boss with all your strength. Hearing Guyi's order, the three members of Polaris picked up their weapons and joined Guyi in the crusade against the boss. Among the four, Guyi had the highest output. With 100% attack speed and the armor-absorbing special effect of Broken Blade, Andrew's resistance was reduced by 1/3 in less than 3 seconds. "Ah!" Andrew yelled. His health had dropped to 10%. He finally broke free from the control of Dami, waved his hand to push away the three Polaris players, and crawled towards the corpse on the roadside with his hands and feet. "Don't let him touch the corpse!" Guyi yelled, raised his giant sword and chased after Andrew. The blue plasma drew an arc and cut off Andrew's right leg with a click. Andrew lost his balance and fell to the ground. He stretched out his right hand, and a swallowing mouth appeared in his palm, trying to absorb the corpse outside the square. "Dream on!" Wade got up from the ground and loaded the revolver with a fuel bomb. However, he did not aim at Andrew, but at the corpse. The fuel bomb instantly ignited the corpse. Before the corpse flew into Andrew's mouth, it turned into a pile of burnt charcoal. "You damn bugs!" Andrew attacked angrily and rushed towards Wade. Guyi stepped forward with both feet, blocking Andrew, raised the giant sword in his hand and chopped it down towards Andrew's head. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Guyi's knife triggered a critical hit, directly dealing 800 points of true damage. Andrew's head cracked, but his near-death attack also shattered Guyi's shield. Bang! The black ghost energy around Guyi dissipated instantly. Without the protection of the darkened power, Guyi immediately entered a near-death state. "I want to kill you!" Andrew had only one last breath left. He slowly raised his fist and smashed it towards Guyi. Guyi fell on his back, took out the Association's special almond water to relieve the near-death state, and dodged Andrew's last blow in time. He raised the giant sword with one hand and chopped off Andrew's head with one knife. At this moment, the survivors finally heard the news that the mission was completed. With the help of his teammates, Wade finally ended his near-death state. They supported each other and came to Guyi, gently pushing Guyi. "Is Yishin okay? Do you have any almond water?" "Don't move. I'm in pieces. I have functional damage in many places. I don't know how many platinum coins it will cost to heal this time." You're not dying?" "No." Guyi shook his head and said, "I have special almond water." The three people from Polaris suddenly realized. They checked the combat records just now. Guyi alone contributed 75% of the damage output, and Wade contributed 20%. Guyi got up from the ground, pushed Andrew's body away, and finally found the boss treasure chest under his belly. "I'll distribute this treasure chest. Do you have any objection?" The three people from Polaris shook their heads. Guyi said with drooping eyelids, "How about this? No matter how many things come out of the treasure chest, I will give priority to picking 3 of the spoils, and the rest will be distributed by you. We will split the platinum coin income equally. Any objection?" Wade stood up and said respectfully, "God Yi, you contributed the most to killing the boss. Even if you take all the spoils, we have no complaints. Yes, if you hadn't saved us, I'm afraid we would all be dead. How could we have the chance to share the spoils?" Guyi nodded and opened the trophy treasure chest without any hesitation. "Congratulations on getting Equipment Twisted Heart. Congratulations on getting Incomplete Book of the Dead. Congratulations on getting Fang of Gluttony. Congratulations on getting Quest Item Unknown Rune of Beelzebub. Congratulations on getting Skill Scroll Powerful Swing. Congratulations on getting 30,000 platinum coins." The first piece of equipment is a necklace that looks like a heart. Although it is a necklace, it does not increase intelligence, but increases physical strength and strength, which surprised Guyi. It's a pity that this necklace does not provide active skills, otherwise it would be a perfect equipment. Twisted Heart. Quality. Rare equipment condition. Level 10 or physical strength 25. Effect. 1 physical strength enhancement. Passive effect. Increase 10 points of physical strength. 2. Strength enhancement. Passive effect. Increase 10 points of strength to 3. Strong Heart. Passive effect. Increase life recovery efficiency by 10%. This is a pendant made from the heart of a twisted thing with endless power. This is an accessory for the tank profession. Effect 3 can also be used with Guyi's skill, more courageous, so Guyi first chose Twisted Heart as the loot. The second piece of equipment is the mage's secondary weapon. Andrew was a priest before he became a monster, so it was expected that he would drop this kind of equipment. Secondary weapon, Incomplete Book of the Dead, Qualidict, Equipment Condition. Level 15, limited to the profession of mage, effect. 1. Intelligence Enhancement, passive effect, increase intelligence by 20 points. 2. Evil Spirit Power, passive effect, increase the duration of your summoning spells by 50%. 3. Glutton, active effect, deduct 10% of the upper limit of health, summon a level 15 glutton to drive you, and the glutton's survival time is 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. This is a perfect secondary weapon. If you can go to the second outpost, this thing will definitely sell for a very good price. Guyi thought for a while, put it down temporarily, and checked the other 2 trophies. Fang of Gluttony. Epic equipment requirements. Level 15 or Intelligence 20, Stamina 20. 1. Feast. Passive effect, the duration of the effects of all edible items is increased by 50%, and the cooldown time is reduced by 50%. Gluttony. Active effect, you can convert any food into an edible item, and the item will have a random effect. Cost, 100 platinum coins, cooldown time 5 minutes. 3. Devour. Active effect, devour the corpse of a powerful enemy and convert it into a maximum health bonus. Each elite monster devoured increases the maximum health by 10 points, and each general level monster devoured increases the maximum health by 100 points. Currently devoured elite monsters, 0. Currently devoured general level monsters, 0. 4. Hunger, passive effect, your satiety decreases faster by 100%. Biography. This is a magic ring made from the core of a twisted monster, which contains a part of the power of Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony. Fuck, it's an epic equipment, and it's a growth-type ring? When Guyi picked up the ring, Wade stood aside and exclaimed with envy, the drop rate of epic equipment itself is not high, and growth-type equipment is even rarer. The attribute of Effect 3 is really too powerful. The attribute that can improve survivability is always the most valuable attribute in the market. Effects 1 and 2 seem a little confusing. Guyi even thinks that he can completely do without the effects of 1 and 2, and only the effect of 3 is enough. Although the penalty effect of Effect 4 looks a bit awkward, it only makes himself eat 6 meals a day instead of 3 meals a day. Compared with the powerful attributes of the ring, this is not a punishment at all. In other words, this ring can be used until death. Guyi was overjoyed and put the ring into his arms without hesitation. No doubt, I'll take it. Polaris looked at Guyi with great envy. Guyi patted his chest and continued to pick up the remaining 2 pieces of trophy, one of which was a task prop, and the other was a skill scroll. Beelzebub's Unknown Rune. Epic, unknown. Biography. Trade it to the system, and you can get 100,000 platinum coins. Skill Power. Swing level rare. Learning condition. Level 15 fighter effect. 1 active effect. Causes true damage of 2 times the strength attribute. Consumption 100 mana points. Cooldown time 10 minutes. 2. Unlocked at Elfbot 5. Passive. Increases strength by 10 points. 3. Unlocked at level 10. 4. Unlocked at LV 15. Without a doubt, the skill scroll was the first option that Guyi eliminated. Next, Guyi needed to choose between Beelzebub's Unknown Rune and Twisted Heart. Wade often wandered around the market and thought he was knowledgeable, but he was completely dumbfounded after seeing Beelzebub's Unknown Rune. This is the first time I've seen a quest item with an unknown effect. Me too, Guyi said with drooping eyelids. Is its only function to sell to the system? Maybe. Guyi picked up the Unknown Rune and weighed it in his hand. Well, I'll pick this rune stone, Gluttony Tooth, and Twisted Heart, and you can take the rest. Yishin, are you serious? Wade opened his mouth in surprise. The value of the skill scroll is self-evident. The mage's secondary weapon is a perfect level equipment. Even if he doesn't use it, he can get a good return by selling it in the market. At least the value will not be less than 100,000. Yishin did not choose skills and perfect level equipment, but chose a quest item that can only be thrown in the store. What on earth is he thinking? Of course I'm serious. Guyi flipped his wrist and put the unknown rune into the space backpack. You guys have also made a lot of efforts in the battle. I can't take all the benefits. I don't plan to change my job to a fighter or a mage. This thing can only be used to the greatest extent by giving it to your guild. God Yi, you are really too generous. The three people from Polaris looked at Guyi with admiration. In fact, Guyi had already vaguely guessed the true function of the unknown rune, but he didn't want to tell this information. In the world of natural disasters, gods are a very special kind of NPC. They have extremely high wisdom and ability. They are one of the few characters who can recognize the essence of the world of natural disasters. Some powerful gods can even bypass the system rules to a certain extent. Through some special means, players can communicate with these gods. For example, becoming a believer of a god or using props such as SCP-738. In his previous life, Guyi had seen many believers who could use powerful divine or evil spells. The strengthening methods of divine and evil spells are very different from ordinary skills. Some people speculate that divine arts and evil arts may be the only skills that can fight against the supreme god. Therefore, whenever a player obtains a task item related to a god, the system will always encourage the player to hand it in. The system is also afraid that the player will learn how to bypass the system rules from these task items. In this life, Guyi will not hand in the runes as naively as before. He will find a way to dig out the secrets behind the gods. Unknown Rune of Beelzebub is his first clue. Guyi's sacrificial dagger needs to be charged, and he needs to find a demonologist. Studying Beelzebub's runes also requires finding a demonologist. These two tasks can be completed together. God Yi, thank you for your care this time. You're welcome. The copy world is over. Let's go back together. Wade looked at everyone, took out the elevator key, summoned the elevator, and led everyone to leave the floor together. Guyi sat in the elevator. The system settlement screen flashed in his mind, and a series of system prompts rang in his ears. Congratulations on completing the main quest, Father Andrew's Blood Sacrifice. Congratulations on receiving 10,000 platinum coins. 1 golden almond water. Elevator key. The system detects that you have entered the elevator, and the elevator key is automatically deducted and used. Congratulations on successfully completing the long-term dungeon Evil Spirit's Grudge. The system will score you based on your performance in the dungeon and give you a clearance reward. Congratulations on getting an S-level rating. Congratulations on getting a 200% experience value reward. Congratulations on reaching level 7 and getting 10 free attribute points, 2 skill point rewards. Guyi waved his hand, and a golden-wrapped golden almond water appeared in his hand. It seems that even the system thinks this quest is too difficult, and it actually rewarded such a rare almond water. Consumables: golden almond water grade epic usage. Conditions: level 5 effect. After use, you will get 5 free attribute points or 1 skill point. Biography: the bottle is made entirely of gold, showing its nobility. Guyi quickly put away the golden almond water and silently waited for the elevator to stop. Outside the elevator platform, the players of Polaris had been waiting at the door. When they saw that only Guyi and Wade walked out of the elevator, they were all dumbfounded. Didn't we have more than a dozen people joining the dungeon at the outpost? Wuying asked curiously. Why are only 4 of you back? Wuying focused all his attention on Guyi. He had the title of a big villain and one of his arms was missing, but his expression was always calm, as if a broken arm was like a broken knee to him. Guyi didn't say anything, walked around Wuying, and went straight to the hospital at the outpost. Wuying wanted to ask more questions, but Wade came up and took his president's arm and said, President, the man just now was Yishen. Yishen? He's the expert who sold us the violent throw scroll. It turned out to be him. I have collected a lot of information about this dungeon, but I suspect that Yishen has more information about hidden tasks. Maybe we should find a chance to communicate with him. Understand. Let's talk about it when we get back. In the hospital of the outpost, the doctor stood beside Guyi with various tools to help him repair the functional damage on his body, which cost him more than 10,000 platinum coins in total. After the treatment, it was almost as if Guyi had done the dungeon task in vain. The 10,000 platinum coins he had just received were thrown directly into the hospital. After treating his injuries, Guyi went to the public security office to buy an indulgence, cleared the killing value, and lost another 10,000 platinum coins. Guyi pouted and touched his pocket. He basically didn't earn much platinum coins in the dungeon. Looks like I have to start doing daily tasks again. Guyi returned to the hotel and took stock of his current equipment and financial situation. First of all, he only had about 70,000 or 80,000 platinum coins left. He barely earned enough platinum coins in the dungeon, but he did get a powerful skill and 2 powerful equipment. Equipment requirements are level 15 or intelligence 20, physical strength 20. Equipment requirements are level 10 or physical strength 25. Guyi's current attribute values are level 7, strength 23 plus 5, agility 5, intelligence 10 plus 15, physical strength 10 plus 5, health 300, magic points 500, unused free attribute points 10, unused skill points 2. Guyi thought for a while and finally decided to equip these 2 items after leveling up. There was no need to change his point allocation strategy specifically for them. The most urgent task now is to level up to level 15. After level 15, Guyi needs to participate in a long-term dungeon and take a job transfer assessment, and these equipment can just be used. So, Guyi added 6 points of attributes to strength and 4 points of attributes to physical strength. Although intelligence can immediately improve one's skill output, it is actually unnecessary. Because of the second stage reward effect of Hand of the God of Law, 10 points of intelligence can be added at the first level, which is more cost-effective than using attribute points to add. Guyi took out golden almond water again and chose to get a skill point after drinking it. Comparing the two, Guyi believed that the Hand of the God of Law had the greatest effect on increasing damage, so he added all 3 skill points in his hand to Hand of the God of Law. 7 days later, A171 Wildland. Guyi kicked a wild monster to death and completed a daily task. His experience value immediately increased a lot. Finally, he heard the system's crisp prompt voice in his ears. Congratulations on your level reaching level 15 and obtaining 10 free attribute points. 1 skill point reward. Finally done. Guyi has been doing quests and moving bricks in the wilderness of the outpost these days. After completing a long-term dungeon, players have a rest period of up to 14 days. Few people will do daily quests day and night during these 14 days. In order to save time, Guyi simply bought 7 tents and did quests in the wilderness to level up. It took only 7 days to reach level 15. Guyi's Hand of the God of Magic has now reached level 5, and he has reached level 12 with more and more setbacks, unlocking the 3rd level reward effect. Hand of the God of Magic, level 5, perfect. Learning conditions. Possess both the skill Hand of the Mage and the talent Passive Fanatic effect. 1 passive. When attacking, 35% of the maximum magic value is added as non-attribute magic damage, which cannot be critical. 2. Unlocked at LV5, increase intelligence by 10 points. 3. Unlocked at LV10. 4. Unlocked at L15, skill. More courage after more setbacks, L.12, grade perfect. 1 passive, when you are hurt, there is a 5% 100% chance to use a healing skill on yourself, restoring 30% of your maximum health. Growth value 5%. 2. Unlocked at LV5, for every enemy within 1 meter around you, you will receive 5% damage reduction with a maximum reduction of 20%. 3. Unlocked at LV10, for every 10% drop in your health, the maximum damage reduction increases by 2%. 4. Unlocked at LV15, Guyi's bonus points are still 3 points of strength and 2 points of stamina. After equipping the 2 new pieces of equipment, Guyi's attribute values have also been greatly improved. Strength, 53 plus 15, agility 5, intelligence 10 plus 15, stamina 30 plus 15, health 900, magic 500. This gorgeous attribute value, with a standing strength of up to 68 points, has already far surpassed all players of the same level. Gurgle. Guyi just put on the Fang of Gluttony and his stomach began to growl. He didn't expect that the negative effect of this thing would be so severe. He just ate something an hour ago, but he didn't expect to be hungry now. This is too weird. Guyi frowned slightly. His eyes glanced around and just happened to meet the eyes of a hare in the bush. Hit! Guyi raised the giant sword in his hand and rushed forward to kill the little hare. He picked up the rabbit and tentatively used the skill Gourmet of the Fang of Gluttony on the rabbit. This thing should also be considered food, right? Can I use skills on it? Bang! A golden light flashed by. A red, spicy rabbit head appeared in Guyi's palm. What was even more unexpected was that this rabbit head actually had a buff effect. Edible consumables, spicy rabbit head, rare, usage condition, none. 1 increased satiety by 10 points. After use, gain +1 agility within 10 minutes. Damn, so this is how this equipment is used? Guyi looked at the rabbit head in his hand in surprise and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. This thing not only tastes great, but also has a very good buff function. Guyi guessed that if the ingredients are rarer, the edible consumables made by Old Glutton will be better. Guyi just finished eating the rabbit head and felt hungry again. He turned his head and looked around. A quill-haired pig ran over from a distance. After seeing Guyi, the quill-haired pig immediately stood up its quills and rolled towards Guyi. The body characteristics of the quill-haired turtle are more like porcupines in real life. However, the head of this porcupine looks like a turtle, and it always likes to shrink its head like a turtle, roll it into a ball, and use the arrow hairs on its back to attack the enemy. There is a daily task at level 10, which is to kill 100 arrowhair turtles and collect the arrow hairs dropped from their bodies. Guyi is very familiar with it. Go! Guyi raised his foot sideways and kicked the belly of the arrowhair turtle. The arrowhair turtle wailed, hit the big tree on the side of the road, and fainted with a bang. Guyi pulled out a dagger from his arms, skinned it skillfully, and collected the arrow hairs from the arrowhair pig. A complete set of arrowhair turtle fur can be exchanged for 10 platinum coins at the outpost. Guyi certainly cannot waste this gift from God. Guyi picked up the body of the sword-hair pig, and after the skill cooldown ended, he immediately used the gluttony skill on the arrowhair pig. Edible consumables, braised triceratops 3, rare, usage conditions, none. Effects 1, increase satiety by 30 points. 2, after use, gain +5 strength for 10 minutes. You can only have 1 food bonus at a time. Sure enough, Triceratops is just a level 10 monster, but it can provide 5 points of strength. If it is a stronger monster or precious edible medicine, will the edible consumables made from it be stronger? Guyi touched the ring in his hand, and his heart was full of longing. Originally, he thought that the strongest point of this ring was its growth potential, and the other special effects were simply icing on the cake. But he didn't expect that the original Effect 1 and Effect 2 would work together to provide such a powerful auxiliary ability. You know, there are very few props that can provide status enhancement in the natural disaster world, not to mention this kind of props that can solidly enhance basic attributes. The spicy almond water sold at the outpost is not only unpalatable, but also costs at least 10,000 platinum coins per bottle, and the effect is only to turn things into fire, and it is not very versatile. How could it be as versatile as the props he made with his skills? Guyi ate a piece of braised sword-hair pork, which had a rich taste and was irresistible. He carried the remaining 2 portions of pork and walked towards the outpost. He had accumulated a lot of platinum coins in the past few days. It was time to do some shopping and prepare to enter the next outpost. According to Guyi's experience, the job transfer dungeon is likely to be a confrontational dungeon where players will fight each other. If he is unlucky, he may encounter a battle royale type dungeon. In this dungeon, only 1 player can survive. Guyi must be fully prepared before entering the dungeon. Guyi has stayed in A171 for a long enough time, but still has not found the shadow of his enemy Hu Chang. Perhaps this guy encountered some accident, so he has not come to this outpost until now. However, Guyi believes that as long as he is patient enough, he will find this traitor in the end. Huh? What smells so good? Look, it's him. 3 players block Guyi's way, looking at the braised pork in Guyi's hand with ill intentions. Where did you get this? Guyi didn't say anything and turned to leave. One of the players named PZ Long came out and raised his eyebrows at Guyi. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where did this thing come from? Get out of the way, or I'll kill you." Guyi had heard that there were always some players in this area who were robbing people on the road recently. Their names usually had a dragon character in them. "Kill me, ha ha ha? Do you dare to show your ID? And kill me?" The three players laughed and blocked Guyi's way, having already made up their minds not to let him go. PZ Long took out a mace from his arms and hooked his finger at Guyi. "Come on, if you have the guts, chop at my neck?" "Okay." Guyi turned his wrist and chopped at PZ Long's neck. "This is a wilderness. There are no sheriffs." Guyi did not hesitate to fight. With just one move, PZ Long was chopped to death. You dare to touch us? You asked me to do it." Guyi shrugged, and without saying a word, stepped on PZ Long's chest again. PZ Long's ribs were concave, and he lost his life in the blink of an eye. His teammates, Bubble Dragon and Doodoo Long, were all dumbfounded. PZ Long is the MT of their team, with 60 points of physical strength. How could he be killed by 2 swords from the enemy? "You are finished! I will kill you!" Bubble Dragon rushed up first. Guyi pushed forward with one hand and directly grasped the blade of Bubble Dragon. The blade had already embedded in Guyi's tiger's mouth, and blood flowed down along the blade. The veins on Bubble Dragon's forehead were throbbing, but he could not take back the control of the weapon from Guyi. "How do you want to die? Let go!" Bubble Dragon yelled. "Do you know who we are? We are all members of the Scroll Club." "Scroll Club?" Guyi was stunned when he heard this. Isn't the Scroll Club the guild he founded with Hu Chang in his previous life? "Who is your guild leader?" "Catch the tiger." "Hey, after searching everywhere, it's easy to find." Ha ha ha, he was too familiar with this name. After rebirth, Guyi would recite the name of this enemy every night before going to bed. Guyi sneered, pulled out the giant sword with his backhand, and cut Bubble Dragon's throat. Bubble Dragon fell to the ground, holding his neck like a dying fish, twisting his limbs constantly. You, don't come over." Seeing this, Doodoo Long pointed at Guyi with weak legs and kept backing away. Guyi put away the giant sword and slapped Doodoo Long to the ground with a slap. Doodoo Long was lying on the ground, his voice trembling, but his words were not forgiving at all. You're done. I've sent a message to the guild. They're coming to kill you soon." Guyi looked at Doodoo Long and Bubble Dragon, sneered and shook his head. The strength of these 3 people was scattered, and the IDs they created were also full of funny flavor. "I'll spare your life." Guyi looked down at Doodoo Long. "Tell your boss to wait for me at the outpost. I'll come to him in a while." Dang Guyi took out a hearthstone from his arms and threw it in front of Doodoo Long. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hurry up and rub the hearthstone back." Doodoo Long was stunned for a moment, picked up the hearthstone on the ground in a hurry, and hurried back to the city. He even forgot that there were still Ruffian Dragon and Bubble Dragon lying behind Guyi. Bubble Dragon looked at Guyi with resentment in his eyes and said weakly, You, this bastard, you will not die well." Bang! Guyi raised the giant sword again and smashed it on Bubble Dragon's head. He looked at Bubble Dragon's gradually cold body and sneered, "A dead man still talks so much nonsense?" Hu Chang sat in the base, drinking tea leisurely. A few days ago, he had just invited people from the 7 Demon Kings Guild to help him pass the job transfer dungeon. Now he has successfully transferred to become a mage. After the job transfer, Hu Chang returned to A171 and arranged some work in the guild. Although A171 is just a low-level outpost, Hu Chang has gradually turned it into his own breeding farm. He allowed his men to rob low-level players, so that they were always stuck below level 10 and unable to upgrade. According to the intelligence collected by high-level players, the number of players in the natural disaster world will continue to increase. As long as the number of players surviving in the natural disaster world is lower than a certain value, new players will join the natural disaster world. Some people speculate that these people are all newbies from parallel worlds. Although they have the same skin color and speak the same language, they may have completely different historical processes. For example, in Hu Chang's world, Germany won the Second World War. In Guyi's world, Germany was the defeated country in World War II. There are so many secrets in the world of natural disasters. Many people say that each floor in the world of natural disasters is a parallel universe. However, Hu Chang did not want to escape from this world at all. The development path of the 7 Demon Kings completely stimulated his imagination. The power and strength that could override others made him feel intoxicated. The 7 Demon Kings kept low-level players in captivity and exploited them, thereby strengthening the combat power of the top players of the 7 Demon Kings. If a certain copy could not be passed, they would send peripheral players to the copy to try and error with their lives and collect intelligence. Therefore, the speed at which they obtained information was the fastest in the world. Not to mention, the president of the 7 Demon Kings was still an internal test player. The legacy he left behind during the internal test alone was something that many players could not achieve in their lifetime. Fortunately, the world of natural disasters also had some rules to protect low-level players. For example, high-level players could not enter the copy world with a large level gap, nor could they kill people at the outpost. Without the protection of these rules, low-level players would completely lose all living space. Bang! Hu Chang's door was suddenly knocked open. Dudalong knelt down in front of Hu Chang, trembling, and said, "Brother Hu, it's bad. Pizzalong and Bubble Dragon were killed." "Who did it?" "It was an anonymous player. We don't know who it was." "Anonymous player?" Hu Chang frowned. "Didn't you tell him my name?" "I did. He said he would wait for you at the outpost." "What the hell?" Hu Chang shook his head and quickly ran out with Dudalong. A171 is their largest breeding farm. Even the local guild Polaris doesn't dare to confront them head-on. Now someone dares to kill his own men and provoke them in public? Hu Chang walked to Polaris's territory and shouted loudly, "Wu Ying, come out!" After a while, Wu Ying and Wade walked out of the lounge. Hu Chang was followed by a group of players, and they looked aggressive, as if they were going to have a group fight. "What are you doing?" Wu Ying said, coldly. "Are you trying to cause trouble here?" Hu Chang turned his wrist and summoned a fireball to smash the glass wall behind Wu Ying. Wu Ying's face changed slightly. Hu Chang hadn't seen him for only 3 days, and he had already completed the job change. Someone from our guild was beaten to death, and you have to be responsible for this. Then why are you looking for the murderer? Why are you looking for us? Who else should I look for if not you? Hu Chang cursed. If you don't help us find the murderer, I will make sure that no one in your guild can see the door of the next outpost. These days, Polaris has been suppressed by the Scroll Club and can't raise his head. Wu Ying also thought about asking the anonymous player Yishin for help, but Yishin was always wandering in the wild and never returned to the outpost. The Scroll Club controls all the map resources and even controls the prices of the outpost. Polaris's strength is simply incomparable to the Scroll Club. After all, the other party is backed by the 7 Demon Kings. Seeing Wu Ying silent, Hu Chang sneered and reached out to grab Wu Ying's collar. "Wu Ying, don't think I don't know. Don't you know an anonymous player? I heard that he also killed people from the 7 Demon Kings Guild." "I don't know who you are talking about." "Humph, I know you are lying with my toes. That guy can't be unaware that we are a subordinate guild of the 7 Demon Kings. He is deliberately provoking us." "I don't know what you said. If you don't say it, don't blame me." Hu Chang turned around and said to his men, "Everyone, block the door of the outpost. No one is allowed to enter but not leave. All elevator platforms are blocked. No one can use the elevator key, otherwise I will drag you out of the outpost and kill you. No one can kill in the outpost. Even Hu Chang dare not confront the sheriff in the police station. However, they still have a way to deal with the murderer. No one can survive in the wild for more than 7 days. He must return to the outpost to obtain new daily tasks in exchange for survival days. By blocking the door, Hu Chang can wait and see." Hu Chang turned his head to look at Dudalong and asked coldly, "Do you know what the murderer looks like?" "Yes." "Search door to door, and tell me when you recognize him." "Yes, sir." Dudalong trotted down the stairs. Wu Ying was about to stop him when Hu Chang pulled out a compulsory duel order from his arms. "Wu Ying, you want to be the first to come forward, right?" Hu Chang shook the duel order in his hand and said, "This thing has a very high priority. I can use it on you even at the outpost. Do you think you can beat me?" Tiger, the outpost is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Pa! Hu Chang slapped Wu Ying in the face with his backhand. Seeing this, the guild members rushed forward. Tiger, you are too arrogant. Do you think I am afraid of you? Just issue a duel order. Let's start a guild war? Stop! Wu Ying covered his cheek and calmly stopped his men. With the current strength of the North Star Guild, they have no way to fight the Scroll Club. Those who have changed their profession and those who have not changed their profession are two completely different concepts. What's more, Hu Chang's profession is a mage. With just a few control chains and AoE skills, all of their members will be left with low health in an instant. Without assassins and tanks, it is not so easy to kill a mage. Coward! Hu Chang sneered and crossed his arms. Sizzle, sizzle! The sound of drinking water with a straw came from a distance. Wu Ying turned his head slightly and saw Gu Yi sip almond water with a straw, looking leisurely. After drinking the almond water, Gu Yi threw the bottle into the trash can and took out a piece of bread from his pocket and ate it. Hu Chang noticed Wu Ying's strange look, and he quickly waved to Dudulong, pointed at Gu Yi in the distance and asked, Dudulong, is it him? It's him, that's him! Dudulong pointed at Gu Yi and said in a trembling voice. Gu Yi stared at Hu Chang without saying a word. Who are you? Hu Chang asked loudly. If you dare, don't be anonymous. What the hell does it have to do with you? Gu Yi picked up the bread bag and smashed it on Hu Chang's face. Hu Chang was stunned for a moment and cursed. Are you looking for death? I died a long time ago. I don't know if you have died before. Are you crazy? Seeing the other party's fearless look, Hu Chang was frightened. Although the 7 Demon Kings are very strong in the natural disaster world, they are definitely not the strongest. This kid is so arrogant. Who is standing behind him? Gu Yi finished the bread in his hand in a few bites, and then he was looking for something in his space backpack. Hu Chang was so angry that his teeth itched. You stinky boy, I'm talking to you. Who are you? You killed my guild members. Do you want to stop here? Ah, I finally found it. Gu Yi took out the old Scar Eyes collection map. Since this thing has never been used, Gu Yi put the map at the innermost of the space backpack, so it was a little troublesome to find it. What are you doing, crazy? Faced with Hu Chang's questioning, Gu Yi did not speak, but immediately crushed the prop in his hand. You used the old Scar Eyes collection map? Player catching Tiger will enter the small killing dungeon with you. It costs 100,000 platinum coins to start this dungeon. Do you want to pay? The system is really a scam. Gu Yi couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard the system prompt. When I first got the item, the system didn't tell me to pay for it with platinum coins. I didn't expect that when I wanted to use it temporarily, it would charge you. Gu Yi had no choice but to take this loss and pay the platinum coins. Less than 2 seconds later, Hu Chang shuddered all over, and he heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. Anonymous player used old Scar Eyes collection map on you. Anonymous player will enter the small killing dungeon with you. You cannot refuse this dungeon transfer. Hu Chang looked at Gu Yi, his eyes full of confusion. Who in the world of natural disasters doesn't care about life? Who would really enter the killing dungeon without moving? There are only 2 types of dungeons that allow players to attack each other. One is called a confrontation dungeon, and the other is called a killing dungeon. In a confrontation dungeon, players can attack each other, but if they die, only the survival days will be deducted, and they will not die directly. In a killing dungeon, once you die, you have no chance of survival, which is just like killing people in the wild, and no killing value will be generated. I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to fight me to death? Looked at Gu Yi with anger in his eyes. You hypocrite. Gu Yi sneered. Just now your men were killed and you looked indignant. Now you want to duel with me. Why do you retreat? Don't you want to avenge your men? Hu Chang looked at Gu Yi and gritted his teeth. This kid is just a player who has not changed his job. He even has 2 fewer skill bars than himself. Why should he be afraid of him? Since he is going to die, I will help him. Okay, you are looking for death, so I will give you a quick death. Humph? As soon as the 2 finished speaking, 2 mine elevators fell from the sky and landed in front of them. They looked at each other and walked into the elevator. The elevator made a harsh rumble, and flew into the sky in an instant. The scene around Guyi changed rapidly until it fell in the middle of an ancient Roman Colosseum. Before the elevator door opened, Guyi heard a prompt from the system. This duel can be broadcast live to the public. Are you going to broadcast it? Yes, how could I forget that there is such a thing? Guyi was overjoyed when he heard this. This PK will definitely attract a lot of attention. He can make a lot of money by broadcasting live, otherwise he will lose his 100,000 platinum coins. Turn on the live broadcast and set the admission fee to 100 platinum coins. Congratulations, player. The live broadcast function has been successfully turned on. In the outpost, the other players present have not figured out what happened. They looked at the place where Gu and Hu disappeared, and there was silence. President, it seems that Yi Shen used some props just now. It should be something like a forced duel order. Wu Ying explained. This is really in line with Yi Shen's usual style. He will never talk nonsense if he can take action. But can Yi Shen really win? The opponent is a job-changing player. It seems that Yi Shen has not played the job-changing dungeon yet. I don't know either. Beep beep. Just when everyone was discussing, the system prompt sounded again. An anonymous player has started a live PK show. The entrance fee is 100 platinum coins. Would you like to enter and watch? Anonymous player? It must be Yi Shen. President, do you want to go in and watch? Of course, the guild will reimburse the entrance fee. We must cheer for Yi Shen. Wu Ying waved his hand and was the first to pay to enter. Soon, a live broadcast screen appeared on Wu Ying's retina. He could switch perspectives at will and observe every corner of the battlefield. At this moment, Gu Yi and Hu Chang were still standing in the elevator. The killing copy had not yet been opened. The audience seats of the Colosseum were filled with various illusory figures. Obviously, these people were projections of the audience who paid to enter and watch the live broadcast. Gu Yi put his hands on the pergola and looked around. He estimated that there were no less than 1,000 spectators entering the venue. This time, his 100,000 platinum coins finally got back the cost. Creaking, the elevator door slowly opened. Gu Yi walked out of the elevator and saw Hu Chang across from him. This is an empty Colosseum without any obstacles. Hu Chang is a mage who is good at long-range attacks, while Gu Yi is a melee player. If Hu Chang is a little smarter and sticks to the tactics of kite flying, Gu Yi will fall into a very passive situation. However, Gu Yi was not nervous at all. Instead, he leisurely opened the live broadcast and set up the guessing game. In just 3 minutes, more than 500 people bet on Hu Chang to win, while only 300 people bet on his side. I've made a lot of money this time. Gu Yi saw the betting ratio and was not angry. Instead, he smiled with a successful plot. The audience talked about it. Is this anonymous player crazy? I suddenly feel that it's a waste of money to spend 100 platinum coins to watch this live broadcast. Anyway, he is also a warrior. If he doesn't stand up, who dares to face the bully tiger? Alas, there is no obstacle in this kind of venue. Tiger will definitely win. Hu Chang looked at the audience around him and licked his lips excitedly. As long as he beat the anonymous player, he could get 70% of the platinum coins in the name of the other party. The live broadcast of this match attracted so many viewers. You can get so many platinum coins by playing a PK. How can you not be happy to get something for free? Come on, little bastard. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. Hu Chang hooked his finger at Gu Yi. I'll give you 3 seconds, and then I'll make a move. Oh, thank you so much. Gu Yi shrugged, took out a food from his backpack, and started to eat it leisurely. The audience was shocked and talked about it. What is this guy doing? He's eating before the fight? It should be an edible item, right? Have you ever seen an edible item that looks like a turkey leg sold in the mall? This is obviously a homemade food by a player. Looking at the pattern of this turkey leg, it should be a double-bladed turkey leg. How did you know? I've cooked a double-bladed turkey leg before. The chicken was too tough and not tasty at all. You dare to eat the monsters in the world of natural disasters? You're really brave. The audience had gone off topic, and no one was discussing PK at all. Hu Chang never thought that Gu Yi would actually eat a chicken leg in 3 seconds. Seeing this, Hu Chang was not polite. He took out a bottle of Azure Almond Water and drank it in advance. Consumables: Azure Almond Water grade rare. After use, your mana recovery speed will be increased by 50% for 1 minute. 3 seconds are up, take it? Hu Chang roared and threw a small fireball at Guyi. Guyi didn't even draw his weapon, but raised the turkey leg in his hand and smashed it on the fireball. Bang! Fireball and the chicken leg collided, creating a dazzling firework. A cloud of black smoke obscured Hu Chang's vision. Hu Chang turned his wrist, pinched the staff in his hand, and looked ahead vigilantly. Whoosh! A black shadow passed through the smoke and rushed straight towards Hu Chang. Hu Chang grinned as if he had expected Guyi to do this. Stupid! Hu Chang raised his staff and smashed it hard on the ground. A blue-white ice ring emanated from Hu Chang's feet and instantly froze Guyi. Quick freezing ice ring. Rare, level 15 mage. Effect: release an ice ring to freeze surrounding enemies for 3 seconds. Guyi fell into a frozen state and stopped in place. Hu Chang waved his hand and rubbed out a charged fireball, heading straight for Guyi. Boom! The big fireball instantly ignited Guyi, who had turned into an ice sculpture. White water vapor filled the stadium, and the audience could not see the battlefield clearly for a while. This is a relatively classic combo, ice ring followed by charged fireball. Although the fireball will interrupt the freezing effect, it can also ensure that the charged fireball can hit the enemy 100%. After all, Qinhu came from a big guild. He can match a complete skill chain at level 15. How can the anonymous player win? Don't belittle Yishin like this. That's right. When Yishin was fighting the dungeon boss alone, you didn't even know where you were. Wade heard someone bad-mouthing Guyi and immediately stood up to refute. The man glanced at Wade and cursed in a low voice, "Another brainless fan." Wow! A scream in the field attracted everyone's attention. A figure flew out from the white water vapor. Everyone looked closely and found that the person who flew out was Hu Chang. There was a horrifying wound on his chest and blood gushed out and spilled all over the ground. Guyi ran over with a giant sword in hand. Except for his burnt hair, there was no scar on his body. Fuck! How can this guy run so fast? He must have used the wind step? Isn't the wind step a skill that only level 15 fighters can learn? The audience talked about it, looking at Guyi's extremely fast speed, and were daunted. However, they didn't know that the reason why Guyi had such a high burst of movement speed was because of the turkey leg he ate at the beginning. Edible consumables: smoked turkey legs. Rare. Usage conditions: none. 1. Increase satiety by 30 points. 2. After use, increase movement speed by 20% for 3 minutes. You can only have one food bonus at a time. The movement speed bonus of smoked turkey legs can even exceed the bonus of a perfect level foot set. The bonus time it provides is only 3 minutes, but don't forget that the feast effect of Gluttony Fang can extend the duration by 50%. You know, the first level wind step provides a 25% movement speed bonus, which only lasts for 3 minutes. However, the movement speed bonus of smoked turkey leg lasts for 4.5 minutes. How can this not be shocking? Hu Chang looked at Guyi in shock. The previous attack was mixed with a non-attribute magic attack, which directly cut off more than half of his health. If he hadn't used Shaping Hand to push Guyi away in time and let him make up the last knife, he would have been on the verge of death. Hu Chang quickly used the equipment skill to put a magic shield on himself to avoid any more mistakes. Hu Chang slapped his belt and took out a bottle of almond water to replenish his blood. But Guyi didn't give him a chance at all and rushed up aggressively. Power of the wind! Hu Chang held the almond water in one hand and waved the staff in the other. A hurricane rose from the ground and blew Guyi away. After he drank the medicine, he threw several fireballs at Guyi in succession. However, every time his fireball hit Guyi, Guyi's health bar would not decrease, but would increase by 1 level. Could it be that this guy has some equipment that can restore health 100% of the time when hit? How could such a perverted attribute be possessed by level 15 equipment? Guyi rushed forward and swung his sword at Hu Chang's forehead. Clang! Cracks appeared on Hu Chang's magic shield, and more than half of the 500 health points of the shield were broken. The CD of the Shaping Hand was finally ready. and Hu Chang pushed forward again to distance himself from Gu Yi. The audience saw that something was wrong. Did you notice that the anonymous player never used any active skills? Didn't he use wind step? That wasn't wind step. There would be a blue halo effect under the feet of wind step. He should have used an equipment skill or a continuous item effect. He just used normal attacks. How could he beat a mage? I have a guess. Is this guy only equipped with passive skills? Impossible. How could a passive skill be stronger than an active skill? Let's not talk about the anonymous player. I'm worried about Tiger. Now, Tiger's skills have been exposed. Fireball, Shaping Hand, Ice Ring, Wind Force. Only the last skill is useless. I guess the remaining skill should be a life-saving skill. As long as he uses the last life-saving skill, there will be no suspense in this PK. Oh no, I want to bet again. Can I regret it? Shaping Hand pushed Gu Yi away. He inserted the giant sword into the ground and finally stopped the force of flying backwards. Now the duel had only lasted for 2 minutes, and Hu Chang had already started taking drugs. How could he fight against him? Hu Chang panted and pointed at Gu Yi and cursed. You stinky boy, you're cheating. Being good at fighting means cheating? Gu Yi sneered. I'll stand and let you fight. You may not be able to beat me even if we fight until dawn. Up to now, Hu Chang was no longer a threat to him. At the beginning, the burst damage of the ice ring followed by the charged fireball was indeed very high, directly cutting off more than 600 of his health. However, Gu Yi's current maximum health is 900. This is far from threatening Gu Yi. Hu Chang then threw a few ordinary fireballs, each of which only dealt about 100 points of damage. This damage might seem high to others, but it was nothing to Gu Yi. More courage after more setbacks provides 30% of the maximum health recovery, Twisted Heart provides a 10% health recovery bonus, and Gu Yi can recover 297 points of health after receiving a single attack. If there were no control methods such as treatment ban and treatment reduction or strong dot damage, Gu Yi could really keep Hu Chang alive until dark. Treatment ban and treatment reduction are control effects that only priests can master. Dot damage is the specialty of warlocks. How could Hu Chang, a mage, possibly deal with courageous frustration? Damn it, you bastard monster! Hu Chang waved his staff and helplessly threw fireballs at Gu Yi. Gu Yi's health went up and down, as if he was laughing at his own incompetence. He was a changed mage. Why couldn't he even beat a rookie who hadn't changed his job? Gu Yi sneered and rushed over against Hu Chang's attack. It was just a flat slash, and Hu Chang's magic shield broke into 8 pieces. Hu Chang was terrified and subconsciously used his last life-saving skill. Ice Barrier. Perfect learning condition. Level 15 Mage Effect. Freeze yourself and be immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Bang! Gu Yi raised his sword and chopped it on Hu Chang's ice barrier, which immediately made his palm numb. He put down the sword and looked at Hu Chang with a sneer on his face. Crack! The skill time ended. Hu Chang took a step back and used the Shaping Hand to push himself and Gu Yi away again. The two faced each other from a distance, and Gu Yi stretched out his right hand to Hu Chang, making a contemptuous gesture with his thumb down. Hu Chang looked at Gu Yi tremblingly, raised his hands and said, Stop, I admit defeat. I am willing to give half of my platinum coins as compensation. Gu Yi sneered, rushed to Hu Chang, and chopped Hu Chang's head with a knife. Hu Chang screamed, and his health points dropped by more than half. Not only that, Gu Yi's sword also caused functional damage, and his eyes were black and he could not see anything. Whoa! Seeing Hu Chang admit defeat in advance, the audience booed. Hu Chang's men were all worried. They looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them with ill intentions, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Hu Chang fell in a pool of blood, waving his hands wildly. Stop fighting. I am willing to give you all my platinum coins. Hu Chang reluctantly opened his eyes. His vision was blood red. Gu Yi was squatting in front of him, staring at him. If I kill you, get the platinum coins on you. That's only half. I'm happy. What's your business? Hu Chang gritted his teeth and continued. Brother, you and I have no grudges. Why do we have to go to the point of life and death? You can kill my men if you want. I don't care how many you kill. Just let me go, okay? Gu Yi looked at Hu Chang selling out his friends for glory and sighed deeply. Sure enough, only at the critical moment of life and death can you see what kind of character a person has. No wonder Hu Chang betrayed himself in his previous life. This guy is not a trustworthy person at all. No. Gu Yi shook his head slowly. Hu Chang's eyes were red, and his life value kept decreasing. Now he was in a dying state. Hey, do you know who I am? I am from the 7 Demon Kings. If you offend me, you will offend the 7 Demon Kings. Gu Yi curled his lips and said with a smile, Do you think that your little bit of platinum coins is worth buying your stinky life? When Hu Chang heard this, it was like picking up a life-saving straw. It's not that he can't spare himself, he just feels that the price is not attractive enough. This guy must be worried about offending the 7 Demon Kings, so he dare not really kill himself. After all, he is also the president of the branch of the 7 Demon Kings. Killing himself and killing guild members are two concepts. Brother, how much is your price? First, take out all your platinum coins and give them to me. Then you help me get rid of my dying state first. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now. Gu Yi stood up suddenly and chopped the giant's sword in front of Hu Chang. Hu Chang was sweating coldly and immediately begged for mercy. Okay, I understand. I will give it to you. Please don't kill me. Gu Yi received Hu Chang's transaction request and put a total of 300,000 platinum coins into his backpack. Why is it just this little? After all, you are also the leader of a guild. Master, I asked the 7 Demon Kings to lead me through the job transfer dungeon, but that also costs money, so I really don't have much savings. Humph, you also need someone to lead you through the job transfer dungeon? Then you'd better die. Don't worry, I have something else for you. Hu Chang sent another transaction request. Gu Yi took a closer look and found that this time Hu Chang sent a pair of shoes, and the attributes were very good. Footwear, fairy boots. Perfect equipment requirements, level 15 or agility 30, effects 1. Agility, passive effect, movement speed increased by 15%. 2. Camouflage, passive effect, dodge rate increased by 5% in forest terrain. 3. Fairy dance, active effect, teleport to a designated location, teleport range 3 meters, cooldown time 1 minute, consumes 100 mana points, and requires a casting time of 3 seconds when released. These boots are good. Gu Yi nodded, accepted Hu Chang's equipment, and equipped it on the spot. Master, can you let me go this time? Puff! Gu Yi raised the giant's sword and stabbed it into Hu Chang's chest. Hu Chang looked at Gu Yi angrily and said bitterly, You are such a traitor! Do you think I don't know? Gu Yi looked at Hu Chang with a smile. How could you, a stingy and sinister villain, give me a perfect equipment so easily? You must have done something with it, right? I. Gu Yi increased the strength of his hand and pierced Hu Chang's heart. I know that those high-level players have some special means to bypass the system rules. You just said that you asked the 7 Demon Kings to take you through the job transfer dungeon. The job transfer dungeon does not allow players who have changed their jobs to enter, so if you want someone to take you, you must use some special cheating methods. For example, installing cross-floor positioning props on the footwear is a good way. Gu Yi retracted the giant sword, looked at Hu Chang's gradually gray face, and said coldly, Hurry up and call your 7 devils to deal with me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I will kill the 7 devils sooner or later. You took the initiative to come to me and saved me some time. You have killed the player Chan Hu. This copy is a killing copy. Killing other players will not increase the killing value, and you will get a killing treasure chest. You can choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. Get 50% of the player's platinum coins. 2. Get a random piece of equipment in the player's equipment column. 3. Get 3 items in the space backpack at random. Gu Yi thought for a while and first ruled out options 1 and 2. Before killing Hu Chang, Gu Yi had already extorted a lot of platinum coins. Even if Chin Hu hid it privately, there would not be much left, so the first option was directly ruled out. Option 2 was even more impossible for Gu Yi to choose. The career trends were different. Even if Gu Yi took his equipment, he could only sell it on the street stall, which was not worth the loss. I choose 3. Congratulations on obtaining the consumable Azure Almond Water. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll Common Calm. Congratulations on obtaining the quest item Beelzebub's Invitation. Azure Almond Water and Calm were of no use to Guyi at all. If he had them in his hands, he would 100% sell them on the street. However, this quest item completely attracted Guyi. Quest item, Beelzebub's Invitation, Legend, Usage Conditions, Level 20. It can guide you to the special floor, Hell. Guyi remembered that the 7 Demon Kings was a guild whose members all believed in the Hell God system. Obviously, Hu Chang's superior was a believer of Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. This quest item must have been exchanged for faith points. 7 Demon Kings. You didn't expect it, did you? The invitation you gave to Hu Chang turned out to be mine. Guyi sneered and put away the invitation. Originally, Guyi thought that he would have to reach level 30 before he would have a chance to find the clue to Unknown Rune of Beelzebub. He didn't expect that he would have a chance to decipher it now. There are many evil scholars in Hell, and Guyi will definitely be able to obtain relevant demonology knowledge there. However, before going there, Guyi must prepare enough sacrifices. The demons in Hell only recognize money, not people. He is not a believer of a powerful demon god. If he is not fully prepared, he will die if he goes there. Oh, long live, God Yi, the eternal god! After Guyi killed Hu Chang, the audience's cheers never stopped. Guyi snapped his fingers, canceled the forced duel, and a rusty mine elevator fell from the sky. Guyi returned to the outpost. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, all the players rushed over enthusiastically. Yishin, can you sign for me? Yishin, I want to be your disciple. Yishin, I want to have a baby for you. Where had Guyi ever seen such a scene? He retreated again and again. These fanatical fans looked scarier than a group of monsters. If Guyi had not remained anonymous, he would have received countless private messages and friend requests. Wu Ying saw Guyi's helpless look and quickly called his companions to surround him. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Do you want to squeeze Yishin to death? Wade claimed to be the most familiar with Guyi and came to Guyi with a smile on his face. Yishin, fuck you! Guyi cursed in a low voice. You told them my name? I'm sorry, Yishin, I didn't mean it. Forget it, it won't happen again. Guyi couldn't blame Wade for this. If he hadn't challenged Hu Chang in public and opened a live broadcast room, he probably wouldn't have gained so many fanatical fans at once. However, this time Guyi did make a lot of money. Guyi earned 120,000 yuan from live broadcast tickets alone, 30,000 yuan from players betting on him, and 300,000 yuan from Hu Chang, while his own cost was only 100,000 yuan. All in all, Guyi made a total profit of 350,000 yuan. He worked day and night for 7 days, but only earned 100,000 platinum coins, not as much as he earned in just 10 minutes. Guyi turned his head and said to Wu Ying, You are the president, right? Yes, hello, God Yi. Wu Ying stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Guyi. Guyi didn't even look at him. Don't be so polite. I don't like nonsense. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Yes, follow me. Wu Ying nodded excitedly, immediately asked people to evacuate the fanatical fans around him, and took Guyi back to the base. There is no doubt that Guyi's strength is already the ceiling of the entire A171. A mage player who changed his job couldn't even scratch Guyi's scalp. If we don't win over this kind of great god now, when will we win him over? Master Yi, please come this way. Yes? Guyi followed Wu Ying to the guild base of Polaris. So far, Guyi has not bought a private residence of his own. He has been living in hotels and tents. The early stage is the fastest time to level up. Guyi must put all his resources on leveling up and must not waste them on buying real estate. In any case, he will not consider buying real estate until he has gone to the second outpost and completed the job transfer dungeon. Wu Ying sat in front of Guyi and said with a smile, Master, how can I help you? Here are these things. If you help me consign them, I can give you 10% of your hard work fee. Guyi took out Azure Almond Water and Skill Scroll Calm and Calm from his space backpack. Wu Ying took the 2 items, took a closer look, and immediately decided, I will take this skill scroll directly, 120,000. Guyi waved his hand and said with a smile, Qiding Shenshan is only a rare grade, most 100,000. You don't have to give me so much. I am not happy at all that you flatter me like this. Haha, I didn't flatter you. Wu Jing smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, God, to be honest with you, you don't know the current market environment. The 7 Demon Kings are buying up low-level skill scrolls and driving up prices. Qi Ding Shenshan has been hyped up to 200,000, not to mention the high-level scrolls, which are now running to millions. Huh? Gu Yi frowned when he heard this. In the previous life, the 7 Demon Kings manipulated prices when he was about 30 or 40 levels. I didn't expect that they would have the ability to manipulate prices so early in this life. It must be that after his rebirth, a series of butterfly effects were triggered, which led the 7 Demon Kings to the road of monopoly in advance. Master, you must be careful. You killed the 7 Demon King's men in the last script, and then you killed Tiger when you returned to the outpost. The 7 Demon Kings will never let you go, and they will definitely try every means to target you. So what? Gu Yi drooped his eyelids, looking disdainful. So what? Gu Yi drooped his eyelids, looking disdainful. Wu Ying looked at Gu Yi with admiration from the bottom of his heart. They were just a small guild, and they could not compare with the 7 Demon Kings guild at all. They just sent a subordinate guild, which was enough to suppress them to the point that they could not raise their heads. Wu Jing dared not speak out, and could only live in a corner and struggle to survive. However, when Gu Yi saw the 7 Demon King's men, he killed them without hesitation, and did not take them seriously at all. Who would not admire such a hero? Who would not admire such a hero? Wu Ying had the idea of winning him over, and immediately asked, Yixin, you also know that the natural disaster world is very dangerous. If there is no team, stop. Don't say it. I have made up my mind to be a lone wolf player in this life. This is impossible. There are many dungeons that require a team to complete. How can I not have my own team? Having said that, I still don't want to have a team. I am not suitable for survival in a team. You don't have to think about recruiting me anymore. We can only talk about business. We can cooperate with each other, but I will never join your guild. Gu Yi shook his head. Gu Yi was very determined on this point. There are many people who stick a knife in their ribs for their friends in normal times, but when faced with huge interests and life and death, they will expose their selfish nature. Who among those who survive to the end is not a selfish, ruthless person? With such a person as a teammate, can you really trust him with your back? Those who can block bullets for their friends are all dead before they reach the peak. In the Doomsday, only interests are the best friends. Only when you are strong enough, your friends will not betray you. If you can't survive, everything is in vain. Wu Ying glanced at Gu Yi deeply. This great man seemed to be more vicissitudes of life than ordinary people. In that case, I won't talk much. Well, it doesn't matter. Besides consigning these 2 items, do you have any other questions? I'm going to the next outpost. Gu Yi looked at Wu Ying and said, I see you are already level 15. Why don't you change your job? Because my strength is not enough. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I have already failed once. I have to wait 7 days for the next time to enter the dungeon. It just so happens that I also have to enter the job change dungeon in 7 days. You bring someone with you and we will team up. The guy named Wade is pretty good. Tell him to level up quickly in the next 2 days. I'll wait for you in D135. Intercommunication area? Wu Ying was stunned. That's the territory of the 7 Demon Kings. Do you think they won't provoke me if I don't provoke him? Gu Yi said coldly. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you team up with me, you will most likely be targeted by the 7 Demon Kings. But I can also guarantee that as long as I am here, the 7 Demon Kings will not survive more than 3 months in D135. We have long been fed up with the 7 Demon Kings. With them around, we will have no room to survive for the rest of our lives. God Yi, I promise you that our guild will assist you wholeheartedly. Hey. Gu Yi raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He stood up and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The 2 shook hands and both smiled. President, it's bad. The players of A71 rebelled, Tiger was killed, and all our people were driven out of the outpost. In the 7 Demon Kings base, D347 outpost, Chenqing, the president of the Seven Demon Kings, was listening to the report from his subordinates with a frown on his face. In the past 2 days, a team leader in Area A was also killed in the dungeon, and they didn't even know the other party's ID. They only found out that the murderer had a connection with the Polaris Guild of A171. Morningstar specially sent Tiger to A171 to investigate, but he was gone in just a week. What's the other party's ID? He has always been anonymous, but everyone in A171 calls him Yishin. The subordinate explained. However, Tiger gave him the fairy boots before he died. Morningstar's mind moved. Fairy boots is a perfect level equipment that they asked the enchanter to make, and it is also a prop they use to control the leaders of subordinate guilds. As long as they have this thing, Morningstar can easily locate the position of the wearer. Only demonologists or enchanters can remove the mark on fairy boots. As long as the other party is equipped with fairy boots in the dungeon, the 7 Demon Kings can quickly locate the floor where he is. Although they cannot locate it accurately, as long as they know a rough location, the 7 Demon Kings can do a lot of tricks. Where is he now? He went to D135 this afternoon. He hasn't left since he entered the outpost. He's really brave. He actually dared to come to our territory? According to the intelligence, he may have to do the job transfer task with the people from Polaris. Look at us. Morningstar thought for a while and took out a horror box from the space backpack. Consumables. Sarko's horror box. Epic. Usage conditions, level 30. Effect. Use in the elevator to greatly increase the difficulty of the dungeon, and the dungeon benefits will also increase accordingly. Use this thing. The subordinate took over the Sarko's fright box and looked at Chenqing in surprise. President, is it necessary to spend so much money? This thing is so expensive that Yishin can kill a tiger that has changed his job before he changes his job. He must be a tough opponent. You may not be able to catch him in the wild, so we can only do it in the dungeon. Yes, President. The subordinate nodded and left with the Sarko's fright box, finally leaving the novice village. Gu Yi put his hands on his hips and licked his lips excitedly when he looked at D135. In his previous life, Gu Yi bought his first property here. He rented a house in the real world, but he became a homeowner in the natural disaster world. The urban planning of D135 is much better than that of A171. The city is divided into 4 urban areas: east, west, south, and north. The east area of the city is the fantasy area, the west area is the fantasy area, the south area is the science fiction area, and the north area is the comprehensive area. The comprehensive area has administrative agencies such as the police station, housing transaction center, and player transaction center. It is the most prosperous place in the entire outpost. The climate of D135 is the most pleasant, and it is spring all year round, which is in sharp contrast with other outposts. Because of this, D135 has become an ideal permanent residence for many climbers, and the entire outpost has gradually grown with the joint efforts of climbers. There are hundreds of guilds with more than 100 people in D135 alone, and countless small guilds. Gu Yi took out an envelope from his pocket, which contained a love letter from Old Scar Eyes. Gu Yi still has a hidden task that he has not completed. He needs to find Old Scar Eyes' wife, the alchemist Barena, in D135. Scar Eyes' love letter? Deliver Scar Eyes' love letter to his wife Barena. Barena is an alchemist. You should be able to find her in the North City district of D135. Gu Yi clicked on the taskbar and checked the task tips. Sure enough, he found Barena in the almond water store in the North City district. When Gu Yi knocked on Barena's door, Barena was mixing almond water in the studio. Hello, who are you looking for? Barena opened the door without even taking off her apron. She was about 30 years old, with a well-proportioned figure, fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and spoke softly, which made people immediately let down their guard and trust her involuntarily. Gu Yi nodded at Barena and took out a letter from his pocket. I am a friend of Old Scar Eyes. This is the letter he asked me to send to you. Old Scar Eyes? Are you talking about Geralt? Gu Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Old Scar Eyes had the same name as the legendary human pile driver. Yes, it's him. Where is he now? A171. Barena was a little absent-minded. She tore open the envelope and took a look, confirming that it was Geralt's handwriting. It's really her. Barena looked at Gu Yi and quickly pulled Gu Yi into the house. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Let's go in and talk. Okay. Barena warmly invited Gu Yi to sit down, made a cup of tea and put it on the coffee table. She held the letter and read it for a long time, and tears couldn't stop flowing down. I'm sorry, I made a fool of myself. It's okay. Our original world was invaded by the outside world, and we lost our homeland and fell into this world of natural disasters. I haven't seen Geralt since the end of the world. He used to be an excellent demon hunter. When the world of natural disasters was just formed, he and I were both mountaineers. But in the end, we failed in challenging the supreme god, and my soul was trapped in D-135 forever. Barena told a lot of things about herself and Geralt. If it was before, Gu Yi would probably think that this was a poor background story. But now, Gu Yi thinks that all this is the history of the world of natural disasters. Even in Gu Yi's previous life, he had never found the supreme god. But Geralt had challenged the master of this world. Helping him fulfill his wish will definitely bring him a lot of rewards. Don't worry, Miss Barena. Old Scar Eye lives very comfortably in A171. He plays Gwent with others every day. Haha, if that's true, it would be great, Barena sighed. We haven't met for a long time. The rules here prevent us from meeting. This is the first time I have received his handwritten letter in 30 years. There are strong rules between the floors of the Calamity World. No one can travel back and forth between floors except you climbers. Hearing Barena's words, Gu Yi's heart trembled. Before, he had been thinking about what the continuous tasks provided by Barena were. Now he finally understood. Barena can provide a way to smuggle. The rules of this world are not set in stone. We can still find some ways to bypass them. What do you mean? In fact, there is a kind of creature in the world of natural disasters that can bypass the rules, and that is the gods. The higher the godhood, the more rules can be bypassed. This is why the power of divine arts and evil arts is so great, because they can bypass the rules to a limited extent. The barriers between floors are actually just a weak rule. We have a way to sneak through. Smuggle through? Miss Barena, how do you perceive the world of natural disasters? A world connected by elevators? Accurate, but not completely accurate. Gu Yi raised his eyebrows and said, the relationship between floors in this world is not as strong as you think. Gu Yi picked up the cups, coasters, and ashtrays on the coffee table and stacked them on top of each other. Now, many people think that purgatory is a tower-like structure. The higher the elevator goes, the more dangerous the world is, but this is actually a very wrong concept. Gu Yi suddenly overturned the teacup, and the tea spread on the table, and the tea leaves floated on the water. In fact, each floor world is like tea leaves on the water. They drift on the water without any rules. The function of the elevator is to connect two unrelated tea leaves together. Gu Yi used his fingers to fiddle with the tea leaves, bringing them together. The tea leaves squeeze each other on the water surface and flow extremely unsteadily. This is why we encounter many random floors and elevators when we explore in the wild. But in fact, the movement direction of these tea leaves is not random. They also have certain rules. As long as we can figure out the rules, we can build our own elevator. Thus, sneak across. Barena looked at Gu Yi in amazement. This was the first time she had heard of such a worldview. But as an alchemist who believed in science, she felt that everything Gu Yi said made sense. Yes, I think what you said makes sense. I have contacted many researchers on this floor. They have begun to try to create star maps and study the laws of star movement. I believe that these stars correspond to each floor of the natural disaster world. Barena's voice had just fallen, and Gu Yi heard the system's prompt language. Your words have inspired Alchemist Barena, and the rewards for Quest Old Scar Eye's love letter will undergo unknown changes. Alchemist is a special profession in the world of natural disasters. Like Demon Scholar and Enchanter, it is a secondary profession that can be selected after the second transformation. NPCs with special professions usually have extremely high intelligence and self-awareness. If you win them over, you will bring unexpected gains to the players. My research has reached a bottleneck before, and I have never thought about how to break through. Your words have opened my eyes. Barena thought for a while and continued. I have thought of a way to escape and sneak under the system rules. I will issue you a task according to the system rules. With the help of the task, we can build a smuggling elevator. Then you can issue the task. A prompt sound rang in Guyi's ears. First, the news of the completion of the old Scar Eye's love letter task, followed by the news of Barena's new task. Congratulations on completing the task, Old Scar Eye's love letter. Congratulations on gaining 10% experience points. Congratulations on gaining 1,000 platinum coins. Alchemist Barena has issued you unique task, Barena's secret research. Would you like to accept it? Yes, Guyi nodded without hesitation, and a unique task appeared in his task information column. Task, Barena's secret research, unique, cannot be claimed repeatedly. Task target, 1. Collect materials. Lacrimal glands of the Weeping Banshee unfinished. 2. Collect materials, Water of the Styx unfinished. 3. Collect materials, Demon Gold unfinished. Task reward. 1. Consumable, Geralt Stand-In Doll 1. Consumable, Omen Water. 3. Rechargeable item, Barena's. Common. Guyi glanced at the task target and immediately took out a black object from his space backpack. Is the tear gland of the Weeping Banshee you mentioned this thing? Yes, it is this. Where did you get it from? In the last dungeon world, Guyi picked up a material item, tear gland of the Weeping Banshee. He had put it up for sale in A171 for 7 days, but no one came to ask for the price. Therefore, Guyi had to take back the tear gland of the Weeping Banshee. He didn't expect that he would finally use it today. It doesn't matter. You just need to tell me where to find the other materials? Those things can only be found in Hell, Barena said a little frustrated. The monsters in Hell are very dangerous, and the average level is above level 30. What's more terrible is that the demon lords in Hell are at least demigod level. With your current strength, I'm afraid you can't even find the entrance to Hell. Guyi blinked and laughed. Barena looked at Guyi strangely. What are you laughing at? It doesn't matter. You don't have to wait until level 30. I can help you collect all the materials after I reach level 20. Guyi patted his chest with a solemn oath. He also had the invitation letter from Beelzebub in his hand, and he also had a certain prestige among the Chaos Camp and the gods of Hell. Hell might be more dangerous, but it is definitely not impossible to go. With the smuggling elevator, Guyi can shuttle between floors at will. As long as the conditions are right, he can bypass the system rules and move the powerful NPCs on the floor to his own territory. In the previous life, there was a high-level player who used other smuggling methods to abduct various NPCs and established his own research factory. The role of the smuggling elevator is self-evident. The sooner you have this thing, the sooner you will benefit. You are such a great climber. Barena took the lacrimal gland of the Lut. Wait a minute, I'll give you something. Barena ran to her workshop, rummaged through boxes and cabinets, found an exquisite wooden doll, and handed it to Guyi. You have completed the first step of the task. This is your first reward. Guyi nodded and checked the doll's properties. Geralt's Stand Doll, grade perfect, use additions level 15, effect, after use, summon Geralt's Stand Doll. The Stand Doll has 10% of the original body's strength and lasts for 3 minutes. Biography. Barena missed her husband very much, so she used alchemy to create a Stand Doll. Only 3 minutes? Isn't 3 minutes enough? Barena asked with her head tilted. My husband is very powerful. Although this puppet can only exert 10% of its power, its combat power is probably equivalent to that of a player of level 30. Oh, that's enough. Guyi nodded and put the substitute puppet into the space backpack. Most of the job transfer dungeons are battle royale type dungeons. It's not a bad thing to have more powerful props on you. In the following days, Guyi just did some daily tasks and moved bricks casually. There were many people in D135, and there were more than just anonymous players. The 7 Demon Kings have not been able to locate Guyi's specific location for the time being. Of course, Guyi also has enough confidence. Even if he was surrounded by the 7 Demon Kings, he was confident enough to retreat unscathed and even kill a few people. Guyi's experience bar has been locked. Before successfully changing his job, Guyi's level will not increase again, But this part of the locked experience will not disappear, but will accumulate. After Guyi successfully changes his job, these experience bars will be returned. On the 7th day, Guyi finally met Wu Ying and Wade at the scheduled location. The two also hid their IDs very low-key. Although Guyi is still anonymous at the moment, his current outfit is not low-key at all. A long black windbreaker, a white shirt with a black belt, straight suit pants with black leather shoes, and a pair of black sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, he looks like a savior from the Matrix. Yishin, is that you? Ah? Guyi took off his sunglasses and put them on his forehead, and finally recognized Wu Ying and Wade. What's going on with you two? Why are you both anonymous? I learned from you to keep a low profile so that it's easier to do things. Wade replied with a smile. But, Yishin, your outfit is really nice. What's the suit number? I want to get one too. Oh, this is not a suit. I got it myself. I won't talk about the past. The system is urging me to enter the dungeon. Let's go to the elevator platform together. Okay. Wu Ying and Wade nodded and followed Guyi forward. D-135 people came to the Human King. Wu Ying even saw a few people with the title of 7 Demon Kings passing by them. Wu Ying couldn't help sweating in his palms and feeling cold on his back when he saw this, but Guyi still looked like he had nothing to do with it, and even turned his head to take a closer look at the people of the 7 Demon Kings. Yishin, it's them. Yeah, what's wrong? Aren't you afraid? Will a tiger be afraid of wild dogs? Guyi sneered and continued to move forward. Wu Ying frowned and said nothing. Wade nodded excitedly. Yishin is so domineering. The three of them came to the elevator platform. Guyi took out the elevator key and communicated with the system. Hello, climber. Which floor do you want to explore? The three of us will form a team and enter the confrontation dungeon to complete the job transfer assessment. Please wait. After a while, a mine elevator fell from the sky and landed in front of the three people. The elevator keys in the hands of the three people disappeared automatically. Guyi and the other two walked into the elevator. As soon as the door of the elevator was closed, everyone found that the elevator car was suddenly filled with red rust, and a frightening magic box fell from the sky and landed in front of the three people. Bang! The magic box suddenly opened, and a hideous clown popped out. He laughed shrilly, scaring Wu Ying and Wade so much that their faces turned pale. President, what is this? I don't know either. Wu Ying looked at Guyi. Master Yi, did you make this? Guyi curled his lips and said with a smile, Of course I didn't make it. I guess someone wants to send us food, so they used the scare box? Long-term dungeon. Shutter Island. Competition. Damage between players is reduced by 50%. There is no kill value penalty for killing other players, and players will deduct 7 days of survival time after dying in the dungeon. Number of people in the dungeon, 99. Monster level, level 1520. Mission objective, 1 within 7 days, snatch 3 buttons from the opponent and reach the tower. Task reward 1, platinum coins 1,000. 2 experience points 33%, number of buttons 3. Job transfer voucher 1/4. Level 20 exclusive job weapon exchange voucher, perfect. 1. Failure penalty, 7 days of survival days are deducted. The dungeon information appeared in front of everyone, and soon, a new series of prompts sounded in everyone's ears. An anonymous player has enabled the item Sarko's Fright Box in the dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon has increased. The dungeon type has changed from competition to killing. Damage between players has been reduced by 30%, and there is a chance to get a bloody treasure chest reward by killing other players. Players will disappear completely after dying in the dungeon. The drop probability of all treasure chests in the dungeon is plus 10%. The final profit is plus 10%, and the monster's health and attack power are increased by 10%. God Demon Clown Sarko will draw a reward card for all players. As soon as the voice fell, the fright box on the floor suddenly exploded, and 2 black reward cards popped out from the black smoke. Guyi looked at the black smoke in front of him and said lazily, Oh, I don't even need to guess. This horror box must have been given to me by the 7 Demon Kings. The black smoke gradually dissipated, and Guyi bent down and picked up the 2 reward cards on the ground. Sarko's reward 1, Deep in the Quagmire. The speed of physical strength consumption in the copy increases by 100%. Please keep your physical strength full at all times and prepare more almond water. Sarko's Reward 2. Sleepless and restless. The safe zone will no longer be safe. A zombie army will randomly appear in the safe zone. After killing the zombie soldiers, the soldiers will come back after 1 hour and upgrade their equipment. Adding some catfish in the middle of the sardines can effectively reduce the risk of sardines suffocating to death. After seeing the contents of the 2 reward cards, Wuying couldn't help but curse. Fuck, this can also be called a reward card? This clearly increases the difficulty of the game, right? High risk means high reward. Guyi shrugged and said, "Didn't you see? The overall income of the dungeon increased by 10%, and the probability of treasure chest drops will also increase by 10%. There are zombie soldiers in the dungeon. We just need to avoid the soldiers and let the soldiers deal with our opponents." "You are too easy?" "President, I believe in God Yi." Wade nodded vigorously and said, "With God Yi, there will be no problem." Unlike Wuying, Wade trusts Guyi very much. The last time he attacked the dungeon, Guyi's performance left a very deep impression on him. The final boss of that dungeon required at least 1 guild member to solve it, but under the leadership of Guyi, they only used 3 people to kill the boss. This time it's just a dungeon of the Battle Royale type, and there will be no problem with Guyi. Wuying blinked and didn't dare to speak. The failure of the first job transfer left Wuying with a great psychological trauma. He couldn't even make it through the normal difficulty confrontation dungeon. Could he still succeed in this enhanced difficulty killing dungeon? Squeaky, the elevator door slowly opened. The 3 of them left the elevator and saw a large area of ruins in front of them. Dark green creepers covered the broken walls. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, which made people frown. Welcome to Shutter Island. In the middle of Shutter Island, a tall tower reached the sky. Although Guyi and the other 2 were standing on the edge of the coastline of Shutter Island, they could still clearly hear the broadcast from the tower. "I'm the temporary owner of Shutter Island. The devil clown Sarko, adventurer, has a red button on his chest. Only by killing him can you take the button off his body. This is a battlefield of life and death, of intrigue and deception. Only the most ruthless, powerful, and decisive people can find me in the tower alive. I've sent you the map of Shutter Island. There will be supplies to be collected in the places marked as safe zones, but you must not think that just because it is a safe zone, it is really safe. Happy gaming." After listening to the broadcast, Guyi touched his chin and suddenly said something creepy. "Actually, if I kill both of you, I can get 3 buttons, right?" Wuying subconsciously tightened his dagger, while Wade patted Guyi's shoulder carelessly. "God Yi, this joke is a bit too much, isn't it?" "No, I'm not kidding." Guyi shook his head expressionlessly, and Wade withdrew his arm awkwardly. "Wade, you are too naive. Why do you think you need to collect 3 buttons in this copy, and it is mandatory for participants to form a team of at least 3 to enter the copy? Is it just 4? Teammate is emergency food and an alternative clearance plan when there is no other way out. It takes at least 2 to 3 days to reach the tower. In this copy, we cannot use the food in the backpack. In this copy, physical strength consumption is doubled. If there is no way to find enough food and almond water, guess how others will deal with the problem of food shortage? Believe me, Wade. In this copy, there will definitely be someone who kills 2 teammates as soon as he enters the game. It is always more convenient for 1 person to hide than for 3 people to hide. This is a killing copy. If you die, you are really dead and will not be resurrected again. In this environment, there will definitely be some people who can't resist the temptation and use their teammates as sacrifices. How can there be such a bad person in the world? Even killing teammates? Wade looked puzzled, but Wuying came up and patted Wade on the shoulder gently. "Wade, it's time to face the truth. Just because you haven't met someone who kills teammates doesn't mean there are no such people in the world. Even in games in the real world, there have been incidents of killing teammates for loot, not to mention that this is a doomsday world without the rule of law." After listening to the president and Yishin's words, Wade felt that his worldview had collapsed a little. He still couldn't figure out why someone would kill teammates for a little bit of benefit. Gu Yi turned his head and nodded at Wade. "Don't worry, at least in this copy, I won't betray you." "Hey, Yishin, of course we believe you." Wu Ying nodded, pointed to the front, and said, "I just looked at the map. There is a safe zone not far ahead. Let's go over and see what supplies are there." Gu Yi took the map and walked in front to lead the way. Wu Ying followed behind Gu Yi, feeling a little uneasy. What did Gu Yi mean by what he said just now? Was he warning himself? Was he threatening himself? Or both? It has been a month since the beginning of the apocalypse, and Wu Ying has not encountered a single betrayal by his teammates. Based on Gu Yi's firm tone and disappointed eyes, Wu Ying deduced that Gu Yi must have been betrayed by his teammates before. Otherwise, how could Gu Yi say something like, "I want to be a lone wolf for the rest of my life"? If he hadn't made a lot of deals with Gu Yi before. If Wade hadn't played with Gu Yi before. If Gu Yi didn't need his and Wade's assistance. Maybe Gu Yi had killed them both just now? Thinking of this, Wu Ying couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. He remembered the past chats with Gu Yi. This guy always talked about interests and strength. Gu Yi values his own ability and power, and Wade's excellent output and auxiliary ability. If he and Wade become a burden, Gu Yi will betray them without hesitation to save his life. Therefore, Gu Yi just said a series of words, in fact, to warn himself. Don't treat him as a sucker, and don't think about clinging to him. He is definitely not a good guy who takes people through the level for free. The three have left the beach and now they have walked into the ruins of the city. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood, as if a killing has just happened here. "You two be careful. I have a bad feeling." Gu Yi drooped his eyelids, holding a giant sword in his hand. Hearing this, the other two also took out their weapons. As a gunman, Wade has the best vision and perception ability. He immediately found the source of the bloody smell. He pointed to a small, shabby house in the east and said, "The bloody smell comes from there." "I'll go over and take a look first." Wu Ying was preparing to change his job to an assassin, and like Wade, he would major in agility, and his speed bonus had already reached 49%. If the active skill of the equipment was turned on, the maximum movement speed could exceed 80%. Letting Wu Ying to explore the way was obviously the best choice. Wu Ying walked to the back of the small shack and finally discovered the cause of the bloody smell. There was a tragically dead human corpse here with marks of beast bites on his body, and the blood on the ground did not seem to have completely dried up. Something's wrong. Wu Ying saw this and shook his head, not daring to go any closer to check. If this person had just died, they would not have walked for so long without hearing any cries for help. But looking at the bloody appearance, it seemed as if he had been dead for no more than 5 minutes. Wu Ying was about to leave when he heard the man let out a weak cry for help. "Help! Help! Help! Me!" "Huh?" Wu Ying stopped and looked back. The dead man on the ground was twitching constantly, as if he was not dead yet. Wu Ying was stunned for a moment and quickly ran over. "Brother, are you okay?" Crack! Wu Ying came in front of the man and felt that the ground under his feet was a little soft, not like concrete at all. Suddenly, Wu Ying felt the ground tremble. Wu Ying thought it was not good and quickly activated the equipment skill and retreated. Boom! A huge monster jumped out from where Wu Ying landed. It had 2 huge fangs, a body as long as a centipede, and a head as big as a locomotive. The body of the man before was hanging on the monster's chest. Wu Ying took a closer look and found that the body was part of the monster. It used this thing to attract humans to take the bait. Corpse Light Bug, Level 15. Basic Attributes: Health, 3000, 3000, Mana, 1000, 1000, Skills. 1. Mimicry. Active effect, using the unique organs of the body to imitate various creatures to attract prey to the door. 2. Earthwalker. Active effect, flexibly shuttle underground, consuming 10 mana points per second. Hard Shell. Active effect, gain 100% physical resistance, consume 100 mana points per second. Habits. This is a fishing master. He never takes the initiative to catch prey, but don't think he has no fighting ability. Help, help. The mimicry organ on the chest of the corpse lightworm gradually changed into the appearance of Wu Ying. He opened his big mouth and made a hoarse and unpleasant cry for help. Wu Ying fought and retreated, nimbly avoiding the attack of the corpse lightworm. "It's an elite monster!" Wu Ying screamed loudly. This monster had a very high defense, and even if he stabbed it with a dagger and hit it critically, it could only cause 50 or 60 points of damage. Moreover, it moved very fast underground, just like a fish swimming in the sea. Dingling Wu Ying heard the sound of wind chimes. It turned out that Gu Yi had activated the active effect of the fairy boots and flashed in front of him. He raised the giant sword in his hand and chopped it on the big fang of the corpse lampworm. Ah! The corpse lampworm cried and wailed, and its big fang broke directly. This attack directly produced an explosive output of up to 300 points. "Master Yi, thank you very much. You're welcome." Gu Yi took out a bottle of spicy almond water from his arms. "This monster is weak to fire. Use this, okay." Wu Ying drank the almond water, and his whole body was burning with pain. Then the weapon in his hand turned red like Gu Yi. Finally, Wu Ying could deal effective damage to the monster. Although each of his swords could only cause more than 100 points of damage, his attack speed was so high that his output efficiency was not much lower than Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked at Wu Ying approvingly, licked his lips and said, "I'll leave you a middle piece of meat when the time comes." What meat? Wu Ying didn't hear what Gu Yi meant, but saw the other party leap up and jumped onto the monster's head with a whoosh. He held the giant sword in reverse and stabbed it hard into its skull. Puffered and white things sprayed out like fireworks. The corpse lampworm twisted its body in pain. Although Wu Ying dodged in advance, he was still hit on the shoulder by the monster's tail. He rolled over to relieve the force, covered his swollen shoulder, and gasped, "President, I'm here!" Wade raised his revolver, loaded a healing bullet, and shot it at Wu Ying's shoulder. Wu Ying suddenly felt a coolness on the wound, and the pain disappeared immediately. "Thank you!" Wu Ying nodded and continued to move forward to cooperate with Gu Yi to kill monsters. He had never cooperated with Wu Ying before, and now it seems that this kid's skills and awareness are not bad. Bone removal! Wu Ying jumped up, holding the dagger with both hands, and smashed it hard on the head of the corpse lantern monster like Gu Yi. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The corpse lantern monster suffered 2 heavy blows in a row and became very ferocious. It shook its head and threw Wu Ying to the ground. Wu Ying stabilized his body in the air and landed on the ground, but found that Gu Yi was still riding on the monster's head, hitting its head with the giant sword. "God Yi, he is going to get off the ground." Before Wu Ying finished speaking, the monster's head dropped down and rushed towards the ground. The monster has the skill to swim in the ground, but Gu Yi does not have this ability. If Gu Yi does not run away, he will definitely hit the stone. It's really troublesome. Gu Yi complained in a low voice and jumped off the monster's head with a whoosh. Just as the monster was about to rush to the ground, a series of blue and white bullets came towards it. Pa, pa, pa. The blue and white bullets hit the ground and instantly formed a thick ice surface. The corpse lamp worm hit the ice surface and let out a wail. He can swim freely underground, but he can't slide on the ice surface. This completely confused the corpse lamp worm. He shook his head and fell on the ice with a plop. "Well done!" Gu Yi gave Wade a thumbs up, picked up the giant sword, and beat the fallen dog. Wu Ying also rushed forward and burst into damage. Wade also changed to fuel bombs at this moment, helping the two to deal the final damage to the monster. Ah! The monster screamed and lay on the ground motionless. Everyone took a look at the monster's blood bar and confirmed that he was completely dead. Then they felt relieved. Huh? Wu Ying took a long breath and sat down on the ground. The battle just now lasted no more than 5 minutes, but he felt like he had been fighting for 5 hours. Sarko's reward card accelerated the rate at which his physical strength decreased. Just killing an elite monster made him a little exhausted. "Yishin, aren't you tired? Tired? We haven't even started yet?" As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, his stomach began to growl. Gu Yi covered his stomach awkwardly. Wu Ying and Wade turned their heads to look aside, pretending that they didn't hear anything. "Wait for me a moment. I'll keep the body of this monster for use." Gu Yi touched the monster's body with the ring. The ring confirmed that the monster was an elite monster, so it immediately devoured the monster's head. Gu Yi's upper limit of health also increased by 10 points. Not bad. After swallowing, the ring turned red, but less than 3 seconds later, it returned to its previous color. Gu Yi reached out to touch the remaining part of the monster's body again and activated the active effect Gluttony. Bang! A golden light flashed. The monster's body immediately turned into 5 delicious meals. If Gu Yi didn't say that it was a bug, others would definitely think it was some kind of snake soup. What is this? It's a delicacy made from monster meat. Gu Yi replied, with my ring, you don't have to worry about not having enough food or physical strength during the clearance process. Edible items can also replenish physical strength. Gu Yi took out 2 items and gave them to Wu Ying and Wade. Wade took the items and immediately praised, Master Yi, if I'm not mistaken, this is the effect of the epic item last time. Exactly? The auxiliary ability of this item is too strong. Wade took a look at the specific attributes of the item, and for a moment he was reluctant to eat it. Edible consumables, giant insect soup, grade, perfect. 1. Increase satiety by 100 points. 2. After eating, gain the active skill Earthwalker, which allows you to walk freely underground, consuming 50 mana points per second. This skill can be held for a maximum of 5 minutes, does not occupy the skill equipment bar, and is not affected by talent or equipment bonuses. Wu Ying and Wade looked at each other. If this item was taken to the market, it could sell for at least 100,000 platinum coins. But Gu Yi just gave it to them casually. Master Yi, how can I be so embarrassed? Just take it when I tell you to. Why are you so polite? Gu Yi waved his hand, picked up his giant insect soup, and drank it on the spot. When his satiety returned to 100, Gu Yi patted his stomach in satisfaction. God Yi, you ate such a rare item directly? Don't keep it for when you need it. It's not rare at all. This insect can only burrow into the ground, and it's not difficult to hunt it. If you want to eat it, we can just go and hunt another one. It seems to make sense. Wu Ying nodded vigorously, but his heart was bleeding. After all, he was a rich man, and he didn't feel sorry at all. These were perfect edible consumables, and they were consumables that could provide additional skills, but Gu Yi actually used them as bread to fill his stomach. Isn't this a waste of natural resources? The 3 of them rested for a while before getting back on the road. Before, Wade were not very familiar with each other, but now they have fought side by side twice, so it was natural for him to inquire about Wade's information. Needless to say, you must want to switch to the gunner profession, right? That's right, Wade nodded and said, I'm a shooting enthusiast in the real world, and I'm the only player in our guild who has awakened his talent. Oh, really? Of course it's true. My talent is that I can make all kinds of bullets. As soon as Wade finished speaking, he took the initiative to send his talent attributes to Gu Yi. Talent skill, ammunition assembler, grade, perfect. 1. Fast reloading. Passive effect, when you use gun weapons, the ammunition loading speed increases by 20%. 2. Ammunition capacity expansion. Passive effect, your magazine capacity increases by 20%. Customized ammunition. Active effect, you have a strong imagination and can develop ammunition with various functions. Each customized ammunition will consume a certain amount of materials and platinum coins. 1. Holy Silver Bullet. Converts 100% of physical damage into light attribute damage. Fuel Bullet converts 100% of physical damage into fire attribute damage. 3. Ice Bullet converts 100% of physical damage into ice attribute damage. 4. Healing Bullet. Your attack can heal friendly units. The other bullet types will increase with level. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Gu Yi blinked his eyelids and couldn't help but sighed. This skill is really good. No wonder Wu Ying values you so much. Haha, thank you, God Yi. You shared a piece of information with me, so I can also share a piece of information with you for free. You say. After you change your job to a sharpshooter, you must choose a mechanic as your second job. Why? A gunslinger plus a mechanic can evolve into a mechanic. The third job of a mechanic is the mechanical heart, and its corresponding deity is the broken god. Upon hearing this, Wu Ying and Wade were both stunned. The third job is a legendary job that can only be unlocked by the best players among the best players. Just finding the corresponding deity for the third job requires a lot of energy. It is said that even the president of the 7 demon kings has not found the deity for his corresponding job until now. God Yi, are you sure? Wu Ying came up and asked seriously. Of course I am sure. In fact, I have always had a question. Wu Ying touched his chin and said, are the third job gods of all mechanics the broken god? No, in fact, there are many coincidences involved. According to Wade's talent, and if he follows the corresponding career path, he will definitely be able to complete the third transformation. How can you be so sure? Wu Ying frowned. As Gu Yi said, the third transformation requires a lot of coincidences. Even if you know the deity corresponding to your third transformation, you may not be able to complete it. Facing Wu Ying's doubts, Gu Yi did not explain much, but just smiled mysteriously. It doesn't matter, just believe me. Before, Gu Yi always felt that Wade's output method was a bit strange, but he never remembered why. However, when Gu Yi saw Wade's talent skills clearly, Gu Yi suddenly realized it. In the previous life, a maintenance player had such talent skills. Perfect and above talents are unique, so Gu Yi can be sure that Wade is the same person as the maintenance player he met in the previous life. Gu Yi once went to a dungeon with him, but he only met him briefly. That player is one of the few players who completed the third transformation, so Gu Yi also deliberately collected some information about him. It's a pity that this guy has always been anonymous, so Gu Yi didn't really recognize Wade when he saw Wade for the first time. In the previous life, the North Star Guild was swallowed up by the 7 demon kings and disappeared in the world of natural disasters. Maybe Gu Yi can kill any one of the 7 demon kings, but he can't destroy the 7 demon kings guild. Therefore, if Gu Yi wants to take revenge and completely destroy the 7 demon kings in this life, he must unite all the forces that can be united. Gu Yi refused to explain further, so Wu Ying stopped asking. Everyone has some secrets, but Gu Yi seems to have more secrets than most people. The 3 of them were cautious and careful along the way, and they hadn't seen other players or large monsters for the time being. This is still the periphery of Shutter Island, and the probability of encountering other players is not high. The safe zone marked on the map is a research institute. The research institute has 3 floors in total, and the outer walls have been occupied by various climbing plants. There is also a strange mark on the entrance door. The mark is circular as a whole with 3 arrows pointing from the outside to the center of the circle, and 3 letters SCP are written next to the mark. What is this? Wade saw this sign for the first time and immediately raised his doubts. Gu Yi glanced at the sign and suddenly didn't dare to enter the door. He thought for a while. This should be the SCP Research Institute. There are many floors controlled by the SCP. They have the most researchers in the entire disaster world. For them, the disaster world is not a doomsday world. It is just an object for research. Their strength is very strong, and they are considered the pinnacle of mortal organizations. So, they are a group of crazy scientists? No, their organizational structure is very complicated. SCP means control, containment, protection. They study various abnormal objects and phenomena to protect the real world in secret. Of course, the real world they think it is. Then should we go in and take a look? Since we are here, it would be a pity if we don't go in? Gu Yi shrugged and took the lead to step into the research institute. Dust, moss, spider webs, rusty bullet shells, corpses that have rotted to the point of only bones. The inside of the research institute was pitch black. Gu Yi could only see a small part of this shocking scene through the sunlight coming through the window. He took out a flashlight from his space pocket and shone it around. The white marble floor tiles were riddled with holes, and the once snow-white walls were full of mottled black rust. The air was full of corruption, and there was no trace of any human activity at all. Gu Yi walked in front with a flashlight and soon found the first door. Anomaly Containment Area. Gu Yi glanced at the writing on the door, breathed a sigh of relief, and stretched out his hand to push the door open. Unexpectedly, the door was not strong at all. Gu Yi only used 10% of his strength, and the door collapsed. The huge sound continued to echo in the empty corridor. Wu Ying approached Gu Yi and teased, "Is this the peak of the mortal organization you mentioned?" Ahem. Gu Yi coughed awkwardly twice, They must have encountered some terrible disaster. Guyi and the other two continued to explore the containment area. The dry bones of SCP staff can be seen everywhere in the corridor. It seems that they have died here for a long time. Each door of the containment area has been corroded and dilapidated and can be opened with a slight push. SCP-173. There are only a pile of concrete fragments and some suspicious-looking red paint in the room. SCP-49. There is only a broken ceramic bird beak mask in the room. Guyi picked up the mask and found that it was not recognized by the system. SCP-999. There was only a mass of orange-yellow gelatinous objects on the ground, which looked like crushed jelly. Guyi checked every room on the first floor, and there was no living creature in them. It seems that all the SCP items on this floor have been destroyed and lost their original properties. It is hard to imagine what terrible disasters have happened on Shutter Island. God Yi, what is this SCP-682? SCP-682? Immortal Evil Lizard? Hearing this, Guyi couldn't help but shudder. Guyi had encountered SCP-682 in his previous life. Their team only reduced SCP-682's health by 1%, but they paid the price of 7 lives. This monster has an almost abnormal vitality and has a strong killing intention towards humans. Not only that, this guy is so powerful that he has a godhood and has reached the level of a demigod. "Don't open that door," Guyi said too late. Wade was very impatient and had already opened the door of SCP-682 one step ahead. Guyi's face suddenly changed, and he quickly stepped aside, tightly grasping the giant sword in his hand. Wade looked at the room, then at Guyi, and said in confusion, "Yishin, why are you so nervous? There is only a monster corpse in the corpse?" Guyi was stunned for a moment and walked to the door carefully. Sure enough, SCP-682 was lying in the room. The lizard monster was lying on the ground with its legs spread out, motionless like a stone. Guyi remembered the scene of fighting with it in his previous life, and couldn't help feeling a chill on his back. Wu Ying saw Guyi so nervous for the first time. "Yishin, is there anything wrong?" "No, I'm wondering what in this world can kill SCP-682. I've never heard of the information about this monster. If you want to meet him, you have to wait until you are at least level 70 or 80. Guyi shook his head. There are countless floors in the natural disaster world, and each floor is an independent parallel world. Maybe SCP-682 has become a corpse on Shutter Island, but on other floors it is lying on the beach, leisurely basking in the sun. Guyi encouraged himself, and then he went forward to touch the body of SCP-682. This is the first object in the entire research institute that has been recognized by the system. Author's digression: the daily popularity exceeds 10,000, and the collection exceeds 500. Thank you for your support. I ask all readers to vote again. This is really important to me. Thank you all. SCP-682 Immortal Lizard Corpse. Demigod Basic Attributes. His 1 Immortality. 2, 3. Biography. SCP-682 died in an unknown disaster. Even so, his body is still incorruptible. So that's it. This guy is actually a demigod. Yishin, did you know the information about this monster? Wu Ying and Wade came up, and after seeing the introduction of SCP-682, they all showed shocked expressions. Guyi did not explain much, but tried to use the ring to devour SCP-682's body. The target player did not participate in the killing, so it cannot be devoured. Guyi did not give up, and used the active effect of the ring again. There was no response for a long time. Guyi, cursed inwardly, took out a dagger and cut off a piece of SCP-682's meat, and used the active effect on this piece of meat. Bang! A golden light flashed. The skill Gluttony successfully activated the effect. A thing that looked like dried meat appeared in Guyi's palm. Edible item. Immortal Legend. Level 15. Effect. 1. After eating, you will permanently gain 5 points of physical strength. 2. After eating, there is a 1% chance to permanently gain 10% of the maximum health value bonus 3. After eating, there is a 1% chance to permanently gain a trace of divinity 4. This item can only be eaten once, and eating it multiple times will cause poisoning and death. Really? Guyi looked at the properties of this item and directly ignored the problem of probability. Originally, He did not expect that he could succeed, just to try his luck. Wu Ying and Wade were envious when they saw that Gu Yi had actually created a legendary item. God Yi, you are so amazing, aren't you? God Yi, can we get one too? Wu Ying said. I'm willing to give you some platinum coins as compensation. Gu Yi thought for a while. Forget it, there's no need. When my skill cools down, I'll make 2 more for you. For Gu Yi, creating 2 immortality was not a big deal. It would be better to give them 2 items for free as a favor. This big lizard is so big that there would be at least 20 or 30 items made of it. The extra items can be sold in the market and make a lot of money. Even if effects 2 and 3 cannot be triggered, even if you only get 5 points of stamina for nothing, it is enough to attract countless players. When the skill cooldown ended, Gu Yi and the other 2 all got a share of immortality. Gu Yi raised the meat in his hand in a pretentious manner and made a toasting gesture. You 2, why don't we use it together and see who is lucky enough to hit the jackpot? Haha, not bad, let's eat together. Cheers! The 3 swallowed the meat at the same time. Wu Ying and Wade felt a warm current in their stomachs. They checked their basic attributes and found that their physical strength had indeed increased by 5 points. However, they did not hit the 1% of luck after all. Alas, I knew it was not that simple. Wade shook his head and looked at Gu Yi. Gu Yi's face turned pale and red, as if he was enduring great pain. God Yi, are you okay? Wu Ying gently touched Gu Yi's shoulder, but found that Gu Yi's whole body was hot, like a red-hot iron block. Gu Yi's expression gradually recovered. He exhaled a long breath towards the ceiling, and his bones kept making crackling sounds. Wu Ying and Wade showed envious looks and asked in unison, Successful? Yeah? Gu Yi nodded and said, It seems that my luck is really good. Fuck! Give me some luck! Wade ran over and high-fived Gu Yi to celebrate. Gu Yi looked at the body of SCP-682 again. He was about to continue cutting the meat, but he saw that the air in front of him was distorted, and a black portal suddenly appeared above the body of SCP-682. A dry arm stretched out from the portal, and the Nazi Army logo was still hanging on the arm. Gu Yi's face changed slightly. This is the zombie soldier wandering in the safe zone. There are enemies. Gu Yi immediately drew out the giant sword and chopped the zombie soldier's arm with one knife. Crack, the arm broke into 2 pieces. The soldier screamed shrilly, which gave Gu Yi a headache. Then, countless soldiers rushed over from all directions, pouring bullets on Gu Yi and others without saying anything. Bang, bang, bang! Each bullet can only cause 10 to 20 points of damage, which is just a tickle for Gu Yi. However, Wu Ying and Wade are both agile specialists, and they don't have Gu Yi's abnormal self-recovery skill. After a round of volleys, their health bars dropped by half. Find cover! Wu Ying roared and quickly took Wade to hide behind the door. Wade switched to holy silver bullets and fought and retreated. On average, he could kill a zombie soldier with 3 shots. Suddenly, a red light flashed on Gu Yi's chest. The zombie soldiers in front of him suddenly took 2 steps back in fear, as if they had seen something terrible. It turned out that the Demon King's power of the sacrificial dagger was triggered, which reduced their overall attributes by 10%. How could Gu Yi miss this good opportunity? He drew his sword and slashed, easily killing 3. Gu Yi looked back at the 2 teammates hiding in the corner and said quickly, You 2 get out of the way. I can handle this alone. Okay. The 2 nodded and ate their soup at the same time to gain temporary skills and escape underground. Without the burden of his teammates, Gu Yi was able to kill as many zombies as he could. Soon, he had cleared all the zombie soldiers. Huh? Gu Yi held the giant sword and panted, but the 30 zombie soldiers almost exhausted him. The bonus card effect of Deep in the Mire really hindered Gu Yi's performance. Creaking, a rustling sound rang out. Gu Yi turned his head and saw. A zombie soldier with his head split open crawled out of the pile of corpses, holding a dynamite pack in his hand, and the fuse had burned to the root. Gu Yi's pupils shrank, and he jumped out of the room with a shout. Boom! The small room was caught in a huge explosion. Wu Ying and Wade heard the noise in the distance and ran over to support. Yishin, Yishin, where are you? The 2 looked at the mess on the ground and were startled. They shouted Gu Yi's name loudly and finally found Gu Yi in a pile of rubble. Gu Yi was covered in dust, but fortunately he left the center of the explosion in time and did not suffer any functional damage. If Guyi had not just entered a state of physical exhaustion, he would not be so embarrassed. "Yishin, are you okay?" "No problem." Guyi waved his hand and checked his status bar. All attributes are reduced by 10% and skill efficiency, including damage, recovery, etc., is reduced by 10%. Bleeding, loss of 10 health points per second, hunger. Loss of an additional 10% of physical strength per hour and 10 health points per hour. 3 abnormal states in a row. Guyi finally felt the powerlessness of being overdrawn. "Do you have bandages? Take me to a safe place and treat my bleeding first." The overall attributes of zombie soldiers are roughly equivalent to those of level 10 ghouls. They have submachine guns, pistols, engineer shovels, and other weapons. There is nothing to be afraid of with these weapons and equipment. You can easily kill them by finding a good cover and moving flexibly. The most difficult thing is that these soldiers will take out explosive packs. Even if I leave the explosion core, I will suffer nearly 1,000 points of explosion damage. If you fail to escape in time, I am afraid you will be directly blown to death. Guyi wrapped the bandages while sharing the information of the zombie soldiers with his teammates. After using immortality, Guyi's basic health value has exceeded 1,000. Counting all the bonuses, his health value is more than 1,100. If it weren't for the high damage reduction provided by the more frustrated and more courageous, the explosion just now would have blown him to death and even caused functional damage. Guyi maliciously speculated that this was the system's way of punishing him for creating zombie soldiers, so that he would not continue to take advantage of SCP-682. Now they were on the second floor of the Research Institute. While Guyi was fighting the zombie soldiers, Wade, who was extremely lucky, picked up an epic item. Consumables SCP-500 Panacea expired. Epic. Usage conditions. Level 15 effect. 1. After use, it will restore all health and mana and clear all abnormal states, including functional, damage, dying, etc., but there is a 5% chance of failure. 2. This item cannot be taken out of the dungeon. This is what Wade found, but unfortunately, there is only one pill of this thing. Weing took the panacea and showed it to Guyi. Guyi glanced at the effect of the panacea and was discouraged. A 5% chance of failure. After he used it, it was 100% failure. It seemed that his talent could not help him every time. Guyi remembered that the real SCP-500 was a legendary item, and its function was even more perverted than the expired version. Even if the user only had a head left, as long as the mouth was still there and could chew, eating SCP-500 would immediately restore the player to full strength. The effect of Elixir was the same as Nirvana that Guyi obtained in his previous life. It was a rare item that could revive the player. This is an item that can save my life. There should be no opponent below level 15 who can kill me instantly. You and Wade take the elixir. It's useless for me to keep it. Then we won't be polite. Weing and Wade discussed it, and finally let Weing take the elixir. Guyi and the other two rested for 10 minutes, and their physical strength was mostly restored. The zombie soldiers can be resurrected in 1 hour, which means they still have 50 minutes to continue to explore the Institute safely. On the second floor of the Institute, they only found this consumable, but 10 minutes had passed. "Are you going to the third floor to have a look?" "Let's go and have a look," Guyi said. The thing that appeared on the first floor is the body of SCP-682, and the thing found on the second floor is SCP-500. There must be other props on the third floor. Are you willing not to go and have a look? Well, but we can only stay on the third floor for a maximum of 30 minutes. The zombie soldiers will be resurrected in 40 minutes. I don't want to meet them again. The three of them had a brief discussion and continued to explore the third floor. Like the first and second floors, the third floor was in a dilapidated state. Every room where SCP items were stored was left with only a pile of broken copper and iron. The three of them searched separately, and finally Wade, who was full of luck, found something good. "Brothers, come and see, I found it!" Guyi and Weing heard Wade's call and came to a dilapidated house. There was a huge clockwork machine in the middle of the room, but its appearance was mottled and looked like it would collapse at any time. Chargeable item, SCP-914 Universal Converter, destroyed. Epic, 111, rough processing, function destroyed. 2 semi-rough processing, function destroyed. 311, randomly transform the input items and equipment into items and equipment of the same grade and attributes. 4 fine processing, increase the grade and level of the input items and equipment, and the attribute functions will be reset, but some attributes will be randomly retained. MER-5, superfine processing, function destroyed. Biography, it could have done more, but it lost many of its functions due to an unknown disaster. Please leave immediately after use, as it may explode at any time. This thing can only be used once, and there are only 2 functions left. The function of 1-1 is to keep the original level of the equipment unchanged and re-randomize the attributes. The function of fine processing is to improve the grade and level of the equipment and obtain random attributes. Guyi made a special explanation because he was worried that his 2 teammates would not understand the function of SCP-914. Guyi heard that there was also a complete SCP-914 in the Sweetheart's cabin, but he was not quite sure what props he needed to give to Little Sweetheart in order to borrow the machine. Wu Ying looked at the 2 teammates, raised his hand and suggested, "For fairness, let's roll the points. The winner can use this machine." "I have no objection." "Okay, President. When playing the game, if everyone wants a piece of loot, the captain will roll the points to decide who owns the equipment. After the winner gets the props, he will also give the teammates the corresponding platinum coins as compensation. This is the most fair way of distribution." The 3 of them issued a roll point command to the system at the same time. Guyi, 67, Wu Ying, 34. Wade, 66. Wade looked at Guyi with some jealousy. "Fuck, what a pity, we almost won." Guyi patted his forehead with great relief. "Sorry, maybe I have the aura of the protagonist." Wu Ying raised his eyebrows, obviously envious of Guyi's good luck. "God Yi, I won't blackmail you. This thing is epic anyway. You compensate us each with 100,000 platinum coins. Isn't it too much?" "That's reasonable." Guyi nodded and happily transferred 100,000 platinum coins to his 2 teammates on the spot. In the world of natural disasters, reputation is also very important. Guyi doesn't have to refuse to pay 200,000 for a prop. Of course, if the benefits are attractive enough, Guyi can also consider giving up the so-called reputation. "God Yi, you picked up a good thing for nothing. If you put the ring in, can't it be turned into a legendary prop directly?" "No. What if after fine processing, the equipment conditions are improved and I can't use it? Let's change another equipment and throw it in." Guyi thought for a while and decided to put the Faceless Ghost's heavy punch gloves in. The grade of this thing is perfect, and the equipment level is only level 8. The effect of his equipment has gradually failed to keep up with Guyi's needs. Even if SCP-914 improves its level, it can't exceed 15, so Guyi chose to fine process this thing. Click, click, click. Guyi turned the knob and pointed the arrow at fine processing. The machine made a roar, and in less than a minute, a brand new hand equipment appeared at the outlet. This item is white in color, with red fire patterns engraved on it, which is very artistic. Guyi bent down to pick up the equipment and check the properties. Hand Moon Capture, grade, Epic, level 15 or strength 30. Agility 20, intelligence 20, basic attributes, physical resistance 70, fire resistance 50. 1. Strength enhancement, increase strength by 10 points. 2. Agility enhancement, increase agility by 10 points. 3. Moon Capture Flame, passive effect. When attacking, there is a 10% 100% chance to cause an additional 35 points of fire damage. The 4. Moon Capture Yang, active effect. Charge to the enemy at a very fast speed and use an uppercut, causing an additional 50% strength plus 50% agility fire damage, consuming 100 magic points and a cooling time of 1 minute. 5. Moon Capture Yin, active effect. Grab the enemy and press it to the ground, causing your next normal attack to cause an additional 50% strength plus 50% agility fire damage, consume 100 magic points, and a cooling time of 1 minute. This is a powerful equipment made using SCP-914, the only one in the world. What a good thing! Damn, there are actually 2 active effects? This is too amazing. Gu Yi blinked his eyes, and before he could equip it, he received a round of praise from his 2 teammates. After equipping it, Gu Yi's strength was 53 plus 20, his agility was 5 plus 15, and the additional damage of the active effect was only 45 points, which was not very impressive. However, these 2 active effects are not about output, but about the fact that they can provide very stable charge and control effects. What Gu Yi lacks now is control and displacement. Capturing the Moon Yang allows Gu Yi to quickly approach the enemy. If he seizes the opportunity to use capturing the Moon Yin, he can also use the grabbing effect to interrupt the enemy's casting action or break the domineering state. The only drawback is that this set of skills requires a total of 200 mana points, and his current mana is only 500 points. Without taking drugs, Gu Yi can only use 2 sets of combos, biting off more than he can chew. For Gu Yi, who cannot equip active skills, the active effect of this item is enough to make him smile with his hands covering his mouth. Boom, boom. SCP-94 suddenly made a loud roar. Seeing this, the 3 of them left the Institute together. When they came downstairs, a loud noise came from the 3rd floor of the Institute. Obviously, SCP-914 has died. Let's go quickly. I think those zombie soldiers will be resurrected soon. I don't know if these guys will leave the safe zone and attack the players actively. The farther away from this building, the better. Wu Ying glanced at the time and called his teammates to leave. The 3 of them looked at the map. The next safe zone was still a long way away from them. It might be dark when they got there. After seeing the power of the zombie soldiers, they didn't dare to spend the night in the safe zone, but hunted everywhere. The 3 of them already had the experience of cooperation before, and they hunted 2 corpse lampworms with great efficiency, and the health bonus of Gluttony Fang was also increased by 20 points. Now, Wu Ying and Wade each got 3 portions of giant insect soup, and the rest of the food was given to Gu Yi. Gu Yi's ring is the best weapon in this kind of dungeon that requires survival in the wild. While other players are still worrying about food, Gu Yi and his 2 companions can already have a full banquet. They found a cave to live in, carefully checked the map, and discussed the next strategy. Now we are basically sure. Safe zones usually provide powerful items, but most of them are one-time items or items that cannot be taken out of the dungeon. And I suspect that the more items there are, the greater the probability of zombie soldiers appearing. I think we can adopt a wait-and-see strategy. We ambush in the nearby safe zone and wait for other players to take the bait. Then it's better to run all the way to the middle of the Shutter Island and wait for other teams. These teams must have collected all the buttons before heading to the center of the island. I don't quite agree to go to the center of the island right away. Our physical strength decreases very quickly. Even if we travel day and night, it will take at least a day and a half to reach the center of the island. In the middle of the journey, we don't know how many monsters we will encounter and how many players will ambush us. After arriving at the center of the island, we can only wait passively. In the end, we are likely to face a team that has a lot of powerful items, strong strength and good coordination, and the battle will be very difficult. Moreover, I'm not sure if there will be people from the 7 Demon Kings mixed in this dungeon. How strong are they? Will they cooperate with other players to target us? We don't know. To sum up, I agree with Wu Ying's approach. We should explore the safe zone and search for supplies step by step, or use supplies as bait and wait for an opportunity to ambush. We will go to the island after getting enough buttons. This is the safest way. Wade nodded thoughtfully. Yishin and the president both felt that step by step was the safest tactic, so he, a small pawn, should follow their arrangements. Wu Ying thought for a while and shared with Gu Yi the intelligence he had. I have some information about the 7 Demon Kings. It is said that they sent a level 20 warlock to D135, but this guy should not be able to enter our dungeon, right? He can still enter, but they will also pay a price for it. Is this warlock a summoner or a cursor? It is said that he is an all-rounder. Humph, all-rounder, means that he can't do anything. Gu Yi curled his lips in contempt. This ambiguous way of training would not be his opponent at all. At this moment, the sun has set. The Shutter Island at night will be more dangerous than the Shutter Island during the day. Guyi took the initiative to stand up and said, "There are too many battles today. Everyone has consumed a lot of physical strength. I will guard the first half of the night, and Wade will guard the second half of the night. Everyone will take turns on duty and make sure to ensure that they are fully physically fit." "Yes, no problem." At noon, in front of an office building, 3 players looked around and repeatedly confirmed whether there were any signs of zombie soldiers nearby. Their prefixes are all Yao, and they are obviously members of an unknown guild. Yao Naiwohe holds an iron hammer in his hand and is equipped with a set of plate armor. He is obviously the MT of the team. "Master, is there any evil here?" Another player named Yao Dantu, holding a dust in his hand, is using his innate ability to check the surrounding aura. He is a Taoist priest in real life, so he gained the innate ability to sense evil after entering the game. "I don't feel any traces of evil." "Humph, it seems that this place is very safe." Naiwohe waved to the remaining player. "Lo, come in with me." Yao Lao Luo carries a longbow on his back. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't want to go in." "What? Are you afraid?" Naiwohe looked at Lao Luo with some displeasure. "I have a bad feeling." Lao Luo said, "I'd better support you downstairs. This kind of terrain is not suitable for me to fight. It's too easy to find cover, and if someone wants to ambush us, it will be difficult for us to escape." "Hey, this is an office building. The environment inside is so complicated. Who would set an ambush here? Do you understand? Don't set an ambush in a closed and complicated environment. Do you set an ambush in an open square?" "Huh?" Naiwo heard Lao Luo talking back to him, and his face immediately became embarrassed. "Are you the captain, or am I the captain? You understand, this is a killing copy. If you die once, you're gone. Can you use your brain a little? Be cautious. Do you really think you are invincible? Smelly boy, how can you talk to me?" Naiwo raised the giant hammer and pointed at Lao Luo. Lao Luo's face sank. He took a step back and pulled out a bow and arrow from his back. Seeing this, Dantu quickly stood between the two to stop the conflict between the two from escalating further. "You two, calm down. We all benefit if we are together, but we both suffer if we are apart. Don't wait until others catch us before we start fighting among ourselves." Lao Luo glanced at Dantu. "We will die sooner or later if we follow Naiwohe, and you are still speaking for him? Lao Luo, this place is not as scary as you think." Dantu comforted. "This is the outer safety zone. Logically, no other players should come here. Most players will head to the central area where the resources are the most abundant. We will fight in the wild first, and we can't let go of any of these outer safety zones." Tsk. Dantu saw that Lao Luo was a little relieved, and then said, "We have come to this place. Are you willing not to go in and explore? Besides, Naiwo is so strong. Is he afraid of others?" "Okay, I get it." Lao Luo gritted his teeth and decided to give up arguing with his 2 teammates. Naiwohe cursed secretly and turned his head to walk into the office building. Lao Luo glanced at Naiwohe's back, and he gradually began to have the intention to kill them. There was nothing in this dungeon that forbade teammates from killing each other. Why didn't he kill them and take the button? The 3 of them walked into the office building. Dantu had the strongest perception, so he was naturally asked to lead the way. If zombie soldiers appeared here, Dantu would definitely be the first to discover them. The office building was full of dust, and the mummified bodies of employees were everywhere. They lay on the ground, on the desks, and by the windows. They seemed to be fleeing from some terrible disaster when they were alive. Lao Luo squatted in front of a corpse and examined it carefully. This was a male corpse. There was no obvious external injury on his body, as if he had died suddenly. Some of the corpses were well preserved, and Lao Luo could even see the extremely frightened expressions of these people before they died. "Be careful. There may be some terrible monsters here." "You are too careful." Naiwohe pouted and said, "This is a safe zone. What are you afraid of?" Tsk. Lao Luo was too lazy to argue with Naiwohe and continued to move forward. There were no valuable clues on the first floor, so Lao Luo and his companions could only go up to the second floor from the fire escape. Along the way, Lao Luo had been observing the terrain. The dust in the building was very thick, and there was no sign of anyone except the footprints left by the few of them. If there were really people lying in ambush here, these people would either pass through the wall or fly into the sky. However, if these people really had this ability, they would probably not enter this copy. Lao Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that he was indeed a little too cautious. There is nothing on this floor. Naiwohe smashed the safe in front of him angrily. There was nothing inside except some banknotes that were shredded into paper scraps. Dantu patted Naiwohe on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have only explored 2 floors, but this office building has 7 floors. How long will it take to run? My legs are weak. Why don't we split up and look for it separately? You go upstairs and I'll look for it, on the 1st to 3rd floors." How can this be possible? Acting separately is a suicidal act. Dantu's face changed slightly, and he immediately rejected Naiwohe's proposal. He would not always listen to this kid's stupid moves. "Okay," Naiwohe sighed. "Then let's climb directly to the 7th floor." "Okay?" The 3 continued to go upstairs from the fire escape. Naiwohe was the fattest and had the worst endurance among the 3. Dantu and Lao Luo were just a little out of breath, but Naiwohe was already sweating profusely. Take a break and talk about it." Naiwohe stood in the stairwell, breathing heavily. Lao Luo also felt a little tired when climbing the stairs, so he did not observe the environment carefully. Now he finally had some free time and had time to observe around. There was a new scratch on the small windowsill in the stairwell. Lao Luo was very sure that the 3 of them had not touched this windowsill before. There was indeed something alive in this building. "Hey, be careful, there are more than one of us in this building." Lao Luo pointed to the windowsill. Dantu squinted his eyes and looked for a while. Maybe it's some kind of crawling trace left by a monster? Not sure if it's a human or a monster. There are no living people on this closed island. They have either turned into bones or mummies. Some terrible disaster must have happened here. Only gods can achieve this effect, right? Yes, and most of the monsters here are creatures from hell. I suspect that the real owner of this closed island may be one of the gods of hell. What's the point of you talking about this? Naiwo's physical strength recovered a little, and he immediately interrupted the conversation between the 2. This is just a decoration in the dungeon, just to set the atmosphere. You don't really want to think about the background story of this world, do you? We are not playing a puzzle game. Go in and explore. Naiwohe cursed and took the lead to push open the door of the safe passage. Dantu pouted and continued to follow Naiwohe without saying anything. Lao Luo looked at Naiwohe. His eyes were like looking at a dead person. He took out a prop like a telegraph from his space backpack and put it on his waist. He had already determined that there were either some powerful creatures in this building or other players were ambushing nearby. He had long wanted to quit this team. Wouldn't it be great to take this opportunity to get rid of 2 teammates? "Oh, come on, Dantu. I think I found something good." Naiwohe shouted and trotted into the tea room. There was a corpse lying on the tea table in the tea room. Naiwohe pushed the corpse aside and looked at the props on the table. Edible consumable, giant insect soup. Look, what did I find? It's actually an edible consumable. After using it, you can get a skill for free. Naiwohe picked up the prop on the ground and excitedly showed it to his teammates. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed from the corner. Before Dantu could react, a cold double-edged sword was placed on his throat. The double-edged sword flashed with a dazzling red light, and it cut Dantu's throat with incredible precision, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Throat cutting LV.13, rare, learning condition, level 15 or agility 40. Effect, 1. Active effect, flash behind the enemy, use the short blade to cut the enemy's throat, causing damage of 200% weapon attack power. Consumption, 50 mana points, cooldown time, 10 minutes. 2. Unlocked at LV.10. After the throat cut is released successfully, bleeding and functional damage will also be applied. Wujing glanced at his opponent with cold eyes. When the blade slid across the enemy, Wujing had a strange feeling. This is not the feeling of the blade entering the flesh at all. Dantu's eyes were dull and lifeless. A white mist flashed by. What Wujing was holding in his arms was not Dantu, but a wooden stake. Tsk, there is still a life-saving skill? Wu Ying sneered, kicked the wooden stake in his arms, and quickly jumped to the side. Dare to ambush your grandfather? You are looking for death. Naiwohe cursed, swallowed the giant insect soup in one gulp, and chased Wu Ying. The huge hammer swung, pushing away the tables, chairs, and benches in front of him. Come and catch me! Wu Ying hooked his finger at Naiwohe and nimbly dodged his huge hammer. Look at me burrowing underground. Naiwohe had just acquired a skill, so why wouldn't he use it? He dived into the floor with a whoosh and came out from behind Wu Ying. The huge hammer smashed at the back of Wu Ying's head. Wu Ying immediately activated his equipment skill and pulled the distance between the two at a very fast speed. It was obvious that Naiwohe was a strength-type expert, and he would definitely not end well if he was hit by a hammer. Still want to run? Naiwohe shouted, and the huge hammer in his hand ignited a raging flame, obviously using some skill. Seeing this, Wu Ying shouted, Wade, freeze bullet! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Wu Ying had just finished speaking. Wade pulled the trigger repeatedly, freezing the ground under Naiwohe's feet. Naiwohe slipped and fell to the ground with a plop. The giant hammer smashed a big hole in the ground and fireballs exploded in all directions, illuminating the dim office. Dantu poked his head out from the shadows and looked around, only to find that Lao Luo had actually hidden by the door, preparing to escape. Lao Luo, help me! Dantu yelled, feeling very disappointed. Now 2 enemies have already appeared, and there is another one who is nowhere to be found. Dantu's voice caught Wu Ying's attention, and he stopped fighting with Naiwa, but quickened his pace and flashed in front of Dantu again. Do you still have any skills to save your life now? Wu Ying jumped in front of Dantu, holding the double blades in reverse, and used the skill Bone Evisceration. Dantu is an intelligent auxiliary player. When he meets Wu Ying, an agile melee player, how can he fight back? He can't hide, and he can't run away. He can only fight with one shot. Dantu bit his finger, chanted at a very fast speed, and a golden light spell flew towards Wu Ying. Demon Breaking Talisman. Ordinary, level 5 or intelligence 15. Effect. Throw out a Demon Breaking Talisman, causing 5 times of light attribute damage, each time causing 50% weapon magic damage. The Demon Breaking Talisman exploded in the air and exploded into a ball of light. Wu Ying judged that Dantu's equipment level was not high, and he took a complete set of skills to exchange injuries with Dantu. Facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with Wu Ying's judgment. Dantu only caused 100 points of damage to himself. Directly hit 300 points of damage. Wow! Dantu's chest was pierced by Wu Ying, and blood flowed. His physical strength attribute was only 20 points, and his physical defense was not strong. Wu Ying's attack actually made him lose nearly 3/4 of his health. Wu Ying didn't even need to use any skills, just a few casual slashes could kill him. Dantu's desire to survive was bursting. He kicked Wu Ying away and drank a mouthful of almond water. However, the recovery effect of almond water was slow, and could not offset the bleeding effect caused by bone evisceration. This could only delay his death by 2 seconds. Brother, help! Dantu screamed. Naiwohe got up from the ground and raised his hammer to save the situation. However, Wade hid in the dark and fired cold guns. Several consecutive freezing bullets finally triggered the freezing effect, freezing Naiwohe into an ice sculpture. Dantu looked at Lao Luo in despair, but found that this guy had been kicked to the ground. Guyi raised the giant sword in his hand and stabbed Lao Luo's chest with one sword, beating him to death. Guyi raised his sword again, ready to kill Lao Luo with a single blow, but he saw a golden light flashing in front of the enemy. Guyi then remembered that this was a confrontational dungeon. When a player enters the near-death state with teammates, he will gain a temporary shield. The shield will only disappear when the entire team enters the near-death state, or after a minute. Guyi was in no mood to slowly break the shield. He raised his giant sword and turned to look at Dantu. Wu Ying, kill the squishy first. Dantu's face changed drastically and his body trembled constantly. Wu Ying's footsteps were approaching, and Dantu instinctively raised the dust in his hand to block Wu Ying's double blades. Don't kill me, I give up. You wish. Wu Ying sneered and kicked Dantu in the crotch. Dantu cried out in pain and fell to the ground with a bang. All the men present unconsciously clamped their legs together. Wu Ying always looked kind and smiling in front of his teammates, but when he really faced the enemy, his methods were even more vicious and unruly than Gu Yi. Crack! Naiwohe finally released from the frozen state. He saw that Dantu was at low health, and he was anxious. He quickly threw the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Wu Ying's back of the head. Wu Ying heard the whirring sound behind his ears and turned his head subconsciously. Gu Yi flashed and stood behind him, stretched out one hand and firmly grasped Naiwohe's giant hammer. What? Naiwohe was shocked when he saw this. His giant hammer is a two-handed weapon, and the equipment requirement is 50 points of strength. Gu Yi is thin and small, but he has the strength to hold a two-handed weapon with one hand? Stupid! Gu Yi threw down the giant hammer and stood with Naiwohe. Naiwohe made a move with one hand, and the giant hammer automatically flew back to his hand. Stop! Wait! Bang! Gu Yi was the first to arrive. A sword chopped Naiwohe's shoulder. Naiwohe's health dropped by half in an instant, and then he heard the system message that Dantu was dying. Wu Ying left the dying Dantu behind and came to Naiwohe's flank. Wade, who had been hiding in the dark, also raised his pistol and replaced it with the highest output fuel bomb. Humph! You guys want to kill me? Naiwohe raised the giant hammer in his hand. At least 3 more. Gu Yi did not respond but looked at the time. It should be coming on, right? As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, Naiwohe suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and he knelt on the ground and vomited violently. Ugh! Naiwohe glanced at his status bar and actually had a negative status of poisoned. The edible item was actually poisonous? Naiwohe's face turned pale, and it was not until this time that he figured out the cause and effect. He looked at Gu Yi with resentment and cursed, "You despicable villain, you actually used this method." Puff before Naiwohe could finish speaking, Gu Yi had already pierced Naiwohe's chest with a sword. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Although these people's equipment is not as good as his, Gu Yi does not mind using poison, ambush, and clubs to deal with the enemy. The world of natural disasters does not emphasize fair competition and chivalry. The only philosophy is to do whatever it takes to survive. Wade looked at the 3 people in front of him and was a little afraid to start. Although Weijing entered the killing copy for the first time, he had no psychological burden when killing people. Now the 3 people of Yao are all on the verge of death, and their protective shields should have lost their effect. Wu Ying held the dagger in reverse, walked to Dantu first, and swung the 2 knives vigorously. Clang! The 2 knives hit Dantu, emitting a golden light. Protective shield on Dantu did not disappear. Not only Wu Ying and others were stunned, but even Dantu himself was stunned. Gu Yi's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Lao Luo, who was lying at the door. Fake death? Gu Yi suddenly realized, and he hurried to Lao Luo's side. It was not until he got closer that he heard a sound of a telegraph from under Lao Luo. Beep, 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 the telegrams were all finished. Lao Luo got up from the ground and waved to Gu Yi. Thank you, brother. Gu Yi's eyes widened, and he used the moon-catching sun to rush towards Lao Luo. However, it was too late. Lao Luo and his 2 teammates disappeared at the same time. Gu Yi's skill lost its target and failed to release. What's going on? It's a teleportation telegram. Gu Yi explained. This thing is a consumable that can teleport your team to a designated location. The duck that was about to be eaten flew away. Wu Ying slapped his thigh with a curse. Gu Yi walked to the window and looked around. Sure enough, he found a white flash in the northeast direction. The effective range of the teleportation telegram is very short. We can definitely catch up. They are still a little naive to escape from my hands, Gu Yi. Gu Yi flew out of the window and activated the displacement skill of fairy boots to chase after the opponent. 2 of the 3 enemies were dying, and 1 was poisoned. They had consumed so much energy climbing the stairs, so it was impossible for them to run away so quickly. If Gu Yi chased them now, he would definitely catch them. Wu Ying and Wade looked at each other, turned around, and ran down the stairs without hesitation. ZZZ white electric light flashed on Lao Luo's body, and it took a long time for the current on his body to disappear. Just now, he used a perfect skill Fake Death to successfully deceive Gu Yi. Skill Fake Death, Elvu 10. Learning conditions, level 10 or agility 40. Intelligence 20, Effect. Active effect. Enter the dying state after use, and be immune to all damage within 10 seconds. Consume 30% of the maximum health, and the cooling time is 24 hours. 2v10 unlock. After canceling the fake death, restore 10% of the lost health. Lao Luo looked up and glanced behind him. The office building was still within sight. The enemy may catch up at any time. Lao Luo, hurry up and save me! Naiwohe was lying on the ground, shouting loudly. Lao Luo looked at Naiwohe and thought for a moment, then drew his bow and arrow and aimed it at Lao Luo's head. What do you want to do? Bang! Lao Luo responded to Naiwohe with action. The arrow pierced Naiwohe's head, and he lay on the ground, his eyes full of anger and confusion. Dantu's face changed slightly, and he used all his strength to crawl away. Lao Luo took 2 steps at a time and came behind Dantu, stepping on Dantu's back. No, don't kill me. I can give you money, equipment, and everything. Humph, you have no backbone at all. Lao Luo sneered. If I don't kill you, how can I take off the buttons on your body? I'm your teammate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lao Luo shot 3 arrows in a row and killed Dantu. I'll kill you here, and then I'll change my ID after I go out. Who will know that I killed you? You are just like Naiwohe. Both are idiots. Lao Luo was fed up with these 2 stupid teammates. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have entered such a dangerous office building. Continuing the game with these 2 burdens would only make my later progress more difficult. In this case, it would be better to fly away and survive in the dungeon on my own. Lao Luo bent down and took off the buttons of Dantu and Naiwohe. There were 2 bloody treasure chests on the ground. Lao Luo picked up the treasure chests, opened Dantu's treasure chest on the spot, and then chose to get the 3 items in the other party's backpack without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lao Luo suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from the bushes behind him. He quickly put away Naiwohe's treasure chest and turned around to shoot an arrow in the direction of the sound. Bang! The arrow hit Gu Yi and triggered a critical hit. 204. Such damage is already very considerable, but his damage output is still not enough to resist Gu Yi's self-recovery skill. Gu Yi's health bar slid up and down and immediately recovered to full health. Capture the Moon Yang. Gu Yi rushed to Lao Luo and threw an uppercut. Lao Luo cried out in pain and suddenly saw stars. Capture the Moon Yin. Gu Yi swung his hand forward and went straight to Lao Luo's throat. Lao Luo's eyes lit up and he used a counter skill. Active skill. Perfect. Learning condition. Level 20 or agility 60. Effect 1. Active effect. See through the enemy's next skill and invalidate it. The skill must be used within 0.5 seconds after the enemy's skill is used. Otherwise, the skill will be considered invalid and the skill cooldown time will be doubled. Consumption, 50 mana points. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Whoosh! Gu Yi's palm grabbed the air and Lao Luo actually evaded his attack nimbly. Your skill has been countered. Gu Yi was stunned when he heard this. The conditions for releasing counter skills are extremely harsh, and they are all skills above the perfect level. Where did this Lao Luo get so many advanced skills? And his reaction was so fast that he could even counter such a quick skill? You still dare to be dazed? Lao Luo took out a dagger and stabbed Gu Yi in the shoulder. Gu Yi felt a sharp pain in his arm. The opponent's attack was so sophisticated and fierce that he caused functional damage to Gu Yi without using any skills. This operation alone was enough to show that Lao Luo was a player who relied on exquisite skills to survive. Moreover, this guy might have unlocked a talent skill that can improve reaction speed. Compared with Hu Chang, Lao Luo is simply a world apart. Functional damage right shoulder. Attack power reduced by 5%. Gu Yi suffered this injury. Not only did he not show any panic, but he licked the corner of his mouth excitedly. Gu Yi hadn't seen such a powerful enemy for a long time. After being attacked, Gu Yi not only did not retreat, but instead clamped Lao Luo's arm with his right hand. He turned his wrist, took out the giant sword, and slashed at Lao Luo. If Lao Luo dodged, Gu Yi would break his wrist. If he didn't, the giant sword would split his head. Lao Luo's face was as gloomy as water, and he used his skill almost at the same time when the giant sword touched his forehead. Active skill, Shadow Wheel. Grade Rare. Effect 1. Active effect. Turn into a shadow and roll backwards. Distance yourself from the enemy and shoot an arrow. causing 120% physical damage. Consume 50 mana points. Cooldown time 1 minute. Whoosh! Lao Luo broke free from Gu Yi's hand, jumped not far behind him, and drew his bow and arrow at a very fast speed. Gu Yi didn't dodge or evade, but blocked the arrow with his arm. He sneered and continued to rush towards Lao Luo. What kind of perverted skill is this? Lao Luo was completely confused. It was the first time he saw such a speechless self-recovery skill. Not only that, this guy's defense is frighteningly high. If he attacks a player with all his strength points, he can at least deal 200 damage, but if he attacks Gu Yi, only a critical hit can cause more than 200 damage. This guy's damage reduction and physical resistance are already twice that of the same level, not to mention that he has such a strong self-recovery skill. Lao Luo retreated while pulling with Gu Yi. For a while, the two formed a very ridiculous scene. Gu Yi couldn't catch up with Lao Luo, and Lao Luo couldn't kill Gu Yi. Lao Luo's agility attribute is comparable to Wu Ying, and his movement speed is even higher than Wu Ying. Gu Yi didn't have any props prepared to increase his movement speed, so he could only rely on equipment skills to close the distance. But every time Gu Yi used Capture the Moon, Lao Luo's Shadow Wheel Flip CD would also be ready at the same time, and he could distance himself from Gu Yi again. To deal with this kind of long-range profession, without enough movement speed, you can only be kited. At this time, Gu Yi had entered a state of fatigue, and Lao Luo was also sweating and panting at this moment. The two of them stood there to rest in tacit understanding. Neither of them dared to move. "Why are you so desperate?" Lao Luo said with a smile. "Can't we discuss it?" "Discuss? Do you have the capital? My teammates will be here soon. If I'm not mistaken, you must have used some flash-like skills so you can catch up with me so quickly. It will probably take some time for your teammates to catch up. When they arrive, they must be exhausted. How can they have the strength to catch me?" "Then let's try it." Gu Yi raised the giant sword in his hand again. Lao Luo smiled bitterly and raised his hands. "Don't chase me. What's the point of chasing me? You can't catch me, and I can't kill you." Gu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and continued to run towards Lao Luo. Lao Luo used Shadow Wheel Flip again, took out 2 buttons from his arms and said, "Stop. I just want to stay alive. I can give you these 2 buttons." Gu Yi stood there and thought for a while. "Did you kill your teammates?" "Their injuries were too serious, and I died before I could save them." Lao Luo lied without blushing or beating his heart. Gu Yi showed a thoughtful expression, as if he agreed with Lao Luo's words. "Just 2 buttons can't save your life. I am willing to give you my teammate's bloody treasure chest." "Okay, bring it to me. I'll throw it to you." "No, I don't believe you." Gu Yi shook his head and said, "To me." "Okay." Lao Luo gritted his teeth and nodded, walked in front of Gu Yi, and took out the bloody treasure chest that he couldn't help but handed it to Gu Yi. "Where are the buttons? After I give it to you, are you sure you want to let me go?" "I promise." Lao Luo nodded and handed the 2 buttons to Gu Yi. As soon as the button fell into Gu Yi's palm, Gu Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed Lao Luo's wrist. Lao Luo's face changed slightly, and he looked at Gu Yi with anger. "What do you want to do?" "I want to charge you some interest, so give me the buttons on your body." "You are such a fickle villain." Gu Yi sneered and grabbed forward with one hand. "Another grab skill?" Lao Luo reacted very quickly and immediately used the skill See-Through. The opponent did not use any skills. "Your skill See-Through is invalid." Lao Luo's face turned pale after hearing the system prompt. The opponent actually used a fake move to trick out his counter skill. It's all because of his quick reaction. Gu Yi's eyes lit up and he used the skill Capture the Moon again. He pressed Lao Luo's neck and pressed him to the ground, then grabbed the giant sword with his backhand and chopped it down towards Lao Luo's head. Bang! Gu Yi chopped Lao Luo's head, but it didn't feel like chopping a person, but more like chopping wood. Lao Luo's body turned into a piece of wood, and no one knew where Lao Luo's original body went. Damn it! It turns out that the Taoist priest didn't use a skill, but a prop. Gu Yi put away the giant sword with a curse. He looked around but couldn't find Lao Luo's shadow. Obviously, Gu Yi didn't believe Lao Luo's nonsense that he didn't kill his teammates. This guy must have touched the body of his teammate, got the life-saving props from Dantu's space backpack, and finally used the wooden man to dodge Guyi's fatal blow. After using the substitute doll, Lao Luo entered stealth mode. Lao Luo looked at Guyi's back, and his heart was indescribably depressed. He didn't expect that Guyi was such a dishonest guy. This time, he really lost both his wife and his army. However, Guyi also taught Lao Luo a lesson this time. In the world of natural disasters, credibility is like a fire station in Bikini Bottom, which has no effect. Guyi's skills are very powerful, but he doesn't have the consciousness of being a strong man. He has such sharp skills and excellent technical and tactical level that he is not afraid of anyone, even in a head-on battle. However, he prefers to use methods such as poisoning, ambushing, sneak attacks, and deception. There is nothing to be afraid of a powerful gentleman. A villain with no bottom line and strong strength is the most dangerous factor. If you meet him in the dungeon in the future, you must be more careful with him. Lao Luo carefully memorized Guyi's face and turned away. Guyi was too lazy to chase Lao Luo. He was so tired that he was almost exhausted. He sat down by the roadside and looked at his right shoulder. It was still extremely painful. The slightest movement would make him grimace in pain. Wade had a medical kit with him. He had to wait for him to come over to heal his injuries. Guyi rested on the roadside for 3 minutes before Wing and Wade finally arrived. The two of them looked at Guyi and asked breathlessly, "Godyi, where is the enemy?" "He ran away." Guyi pouted and opened his palms. "I only got 2 buttons and a bloody treasure chest." "This record is already amazing. That guy named Lao Luo is very strong. He was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. You must be careful when you see him next time." Guyi pouted at Wade. "Take out the medical kit and treat my shoulder. I accidentally gave him functional damage." "Okay, wait a moment." Wade helped Guyi heal his wounds while listening to Guyi's account of the battle just now. Guyi generously gave the 2 buttons to Wu Ying and Wade, but he kept Naiwohe's bloody treasure chest as a trophy. Naiwohe was a strength-type player, so it was useless for Wu Ying and Wade to take it. Guyi held the bloody treasure chest, raised his head, and discussed with his teammates. "What do you think I should take? Platinum coins, props, or the equipment on my body?" Wade said while bandaging Guyi, "Platinum coins must be excluded. It's useless to take them now. I think the sledgehammer in that guy's hand seems to be great. It would be great if we could draw his sledgehammer." Wu Ying shook his head and expressed a different opinion. "Although the hammer in the fat man's hand is perfect, the rest of his equipment is rubbish. If you draw other equipment, wouldn't it be a waste? And, when fighting him, I found a small detail." "What detail?" "After being surrounded by us, the guy had a move to take out his belt, but in the end, he couldn't take anything out because of the poison. I suspect there must be some powerful props in his space backpack, which is the source of his fearlessness." Guyi heard this and nodded in agreement. "That's right, then I'll choose to take the props." Guyi opened the treasure chest and the system prompt sounded. "You have opened the bloody treasure chest of the player Aohe. You can choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. Get 50% of the player's platinum coins. 2. Randomly get a piece of equipment in the player's equipment column. 3. Randomly get 3 props in the space backpack. I choose 3. Bang! A golden light flashed in front of Guyi's eyes. "Congratulations on getting ordinary almond water 1. Congratulations on getting hard almond shell 1. Congratulations on getting false muscle 1. Ordinary almond water is a consumable that can restore 100 health points. Now that Guyi has over 1,000 health points, he doesn't need this thing at all. I don't want this bottle of almond water. Does anyone want it? Can I have it, Godyi? Take it." Guyi shrugged and handed the Ord almond water to Wade. Then Guyi picked up the second item, which was finally decent. Consumable hard almond shell. Perfect. Use condition. Level 15. 1. After use, you will gain the hegemony state, which lasts for 1 minute. 2. This item cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Biography. This is a scrap picked up from the almond water manufacturing factory. No one understands why this almond shell is so hard. Good fellow. Now we are not torturing the almond water, but the almond shell. Guyi curled his lips and put the hard almond shell into his backpack. The hegemony state is a very powerful buff, which can be immune to forced displacement and weak control effects such as knockback, interruption, combo, freezing, deceleration, etc. Only strong control such as stun and grab can have an effect on hegemony. Guyi has no way to increase toughness for the time being, and getting hard almond shell is undoubtedly a timely help. The remaining item is a quest item, and its effect is also very interesting. Quest item, Fake Muscle, Grare. Of 1. Place it in the backpack, and when you need to calculate the strength value, you will get an additional plus 20 strength bonus. Give it to the NPC who is interested. Maybe you can get something special in return. Fake Muscle is also muscle. What does this thing mean? Wade and Wuying both showed puzzled expressions after seeing this quest item. Guyi has lived 2 lives, and he has not seen this special attribute many times. To put it simply, it gives you fake strength. Fake strength? You also know how to judge strength, right? Some grab skills require the strength of both parties to be judged. With this fake muscle, you can get an extra 20 points of judgment bonus. 20 points of strength judgment? That's just 4 levels of strength for nothing. But this is fake strength after all. Guyi shrugged and said, even if you pass the strength judgment, the amount of damage you cause is still determined by your own strength value. This is only useful when judging strength, and it is only useful for skills that require strength judgment. So its effect is so useless. Yes, it's very useless. Guyi sighed helplessly. He didn't have any skills that required strength judgment. If Guyi didn't want to lose money, he could only consider how to give the fake muscle to the right NPC. However, after thinking for a long time, he didn't know which NPC would need this kind of thing. Forget it, don't think too much about it. I got a hard almond shell, which is not a small harvest this time. Guyi and his 2 teammates took a brief rest for a while, and then continued to explore and hunt wild monsters. According to the map, the next nearest safe zone is a large prison which occupies a much larger area than the Research Institute and office building. Not only that, a red circle was drawn very conspicuously on the map, and it was marked that there were very powerful props here. How about it? Going there to play? It's just noon now. It may be dusk when we get there. We are not moving fast. I'm afraid there are players who have already got there first. Not only that, there is a possibility of encountering zombie soldiers. High risk, high return. Now only the 2 of us have got the button, and you, Yishin, haven't made any money yet. If you don't fight now and wait until you fight under the high tower, it will be super difficult mode. The 3 discussed and decided to set off for the prison immediately. Dusk. The sunset glowed half the sky red. Guyi and the other 2 stood outside the prison and immediately found the traces of the wire mesh being cut. It seems that someone really got there first. They didn't try to hide it at all. Guyi glanced at the hole in the wire mesh. The footprints around it were still fresh. He guessed that the people inside should have just arrived. Go in? Yeah, and we have to be careful, you see. Wade pointed to the prison building in the east. The 3 looked over and couldn't help but gasp. There were countless corpses of zombie soldiers lying at the door, and the ground was in a mess. There was hardly a complete corpse to be seen. It was very difficult for Guyi to kill a team of zombie soldiers, and he was almost blown to death by the zombie soldiers. The players here not only beat the zombies into pulp, but also didn't even have the chance to ignite the explosive packs. You know, these are zombie soldiers who have evolved at least once. How could they beat these zombie soldiers like this? It seems that the opponent this time is not so easy to deal with. Guyi said coldly, you 2 should be careful. Don't worry, God Yi, we won't hold you back. Let's go. Guyi nodded and walked into the prison first. For Guyi, the biggest threat in the entire dungeon is the explosive packs of zombie soldiers, and 99% of other players do not have the skills to instantly deal 1,000 damage. In this way, Guyi is almost an immortal god of war, but he may also encounter a long-range player with extremely high movement speed like Lao Luo, which will result in him not being able to catch the opponent and the opponent not being able to kill him. Along the way, Guyi also hunted a lot of monsters, but did not encounter a monster meat that could provide a movement speed buff. In the last safe zone, Guyi and the other two only found some food and supplies, and no powerful props. This made Guyi somewhat depressed. Wait a minute. Guyi stopped two teammates and searched among the pile of zombie soldiers. He found that the weapons in the hands of these soldiers had all been upgraded, and they had 3 more explosive packs alone. Guyi tried to pick up the zombie soldier's explosive pack, but got a prompt that it could not be used. What bad luck! I thought I could pick up a leak. If I could really pick up a leak, I'm afraid the people who killed them would have already done it. These monsters have been dead for a long time. Guyi looked at the blood on the ground, which had completely dried up. I think we should not go any deeper. Find a suitable ambush point nearby and wait for the people inside to come out. What if the zombie soldiers are resurrected? If they are resurrected, we can use the zombie soldiers to deal with the people in the prison. We just need to reap the benefits. Wade is a long-range gunner. His favorite thing to do is to be the 6th. He was the first to stand up and agree with Guyi's point of view. This tactic is too vulgar. I mean, this tactic is too stable. I like it. I have no objection. Wuying was a little afraid of the enemy's strength and did not dare to really go up and fight with others. Taking this opportunity to hide in the shadows and observe the enemy's skills and equipment first, it is actually more beneficial to his side. Wade hid on the high ground outside the prison and took out his sniper rifle. Wuying and Guyi hid on the only way out of the prison, staring at the gate. Half an hour later, a strange red light suddenly flashed on the top floor of the prison building. It was obvious that the players exploring the prison had discovered some hidden props. At the same time, the zombie soldiers lying in a pool of blood gradually woke up. They made a creaking sound of grinding their teeth and looked at the top floor of the prison in unison. Hold your breath. Don't let them see us. Guyi and Wuying covered their noses and looked at the zombie soldiers with shining eyes. The soldiers looked at the bushes where Guyi and Wuying were hiding in confusion. And then they were attracted by the players on the top floor. The soldiers ran downstairs in a flash, hesitating and not knowing what they were saying. Then they took out a white spear. The streamlined gun body had a futuristic sense of technology. Guyi saw the origin of the thing at a glance. Fuck, it's a teleportation gun? These zombie soldiers evolved so fast? Teleportation gun? Is it the weapon that can open a portal? Wuying had also heard about this item before, and when Guyi said the name of the teleportation gun, Wuying immediately reacted. The teleportation gun is a rechargeable item that can open a short-distance space teleportation channel. The soldiers opened an entrance in front of them and an exit on the top floor of the prison, and everyone rushed into the portal. Tut tut tut! A series of gunshots came. Guyi and Wuying secretly looked at the top floor of the prison, and they saw some battle scenes through the entrance and exit of the portal. A player in full plate armor stood in the middle of the zombie team, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, and charged against the firepower of the zombie soldiers. His name is Judah, and he seems to have a group taunt skill, so all monsters only attack him instead of his teammates. The zombie soldier's attack power can only cause him 12 points of damage, which is so exaggerated that even Guyi widened his eyes. This guy's resistance is so high? Guyi frowned slightly. His resistance was already invincible at the same level, but he could not guarantee that he would only receive 12 points of damage when facing so many zombies' volleys. I recognize the shield in that guy's hand, Wuying said. Our guild has handled this shield. Its effect is that it can reduce 75 points of final damage every time it receives a physical attack. I see. This kind of shield attribute is simply a disaster for physical enemies with fast attack speed and low attack. Obviously, Judah is a physical strength expert, and he has a great defensive advantage. Of course, he is tanky enough when facing the sea of bullets from zombie soldiers. Judah's health just dropped by 10%, and an auxiliary player restored his life, which made Judah more unscrupulous in the battle. You go deal with the healer later, Guyi said. The giant tower will be dealt with last. Well, I just don't know what skill configuration the last player has. The giant tower roared, raised the hammer in his hand, and smashed the soldier's head in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the giant tower's armor red. He kicked the soldier away, turned his head and roared, "It's your turn!" Bang! The corpse of the zombie soldier suddenly exploded in the air. The corridor was extremely narrow, and the other soldiers could not escape. They suffered the impact of this huge explosion, and even the glass window was broken into 8 pieces. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and even Guyi could smell the bloody smell even when he was standing downstairs. Guyi covered his nose and looked at the top floor with shining eyes. "This is evil magic." "What?" "Evil magic, a special skill. If I'm not mistaken, the person who just used the corpse bomb should be a member of the 7 Demon Kings." As soon as Guyi finished speaking, a man in a black robe came out, holding a skull staff in his hand, and the ID on his head was the 7 Demon Kings prisoner. "Wu Ying, it seems that your intelligence is wrong. This guy is not a warlock, he is a mage. The weapon of a warlock is a dagger, while the weapon of a mage is a staff. From the weapon in hand, one can clearly analyze the other party's profession. No, my intelligence cannot be wrong. Then there is only one possibility. The 7th Demon King thinks highly of me. He not only sent a warlock, but also a mage? This efficiency of killing the enemy is really outrageous." Wu Ying looked at the zombie soldiers on the floor upstairs and shook his head. With such a powerful output ability, how could they beat it? "Don't be afraid." Guyi gently patted Wu Ying's shoulder. "The skill he used just now is called Corpse Bomb. It can't work when there are no corpses around. That mage is the hardest bone to chew, leave it to me. You just need to cooperate with Wade to kill the healer." "I understand." Upstairs, the giant tower and the prisoner easily solved the resurrected zombie soldiers. The healer is a young girl whose ID is Sunshine. "Is everything settled?" Yang Guang held the short staff in his hand, looking at the corpses on the ground, and said carefully, "Are you questioning my ability?" "I don't mean that, prisoner." Yang Guang saw the prisoner getting angry and quickly waved his hand to explain. The 7th Demon King, prisoner, sneered disdainfully and ordered Judah to pack up the spoils and prepare to leave the prison. Just when he entered the prison, a team of players wanted to ambush him. The prisoner killed the MT on the opposite side in one shot, and the remaining 2 people were scared away without even using any skills. They were originally high-level job changers. Although entering this dungeon reduced his all attributes by 20%, it was still enough to suppress the level of other players in the dungeon. Judah and Yang Guang are both players of the 7th Demon King's subordinate guild, and they usually do a lot of things to help the evil. They simply repaired and walked out of the prison building. Guyi squinted his eyes and looked at the 3 people opposite him, and immediately used the team voice to give instructions to Wade. "Aim at that healer and use your most powerful bullet directly." "Okay." Wade nodded and took out the last Golden Gunner's bullet in his hand without hesitation. The output capacity of this bullet is not even enough for the dungeon boss, and it is like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito against a healer. However, since Yishin said to use the most powerful bullet, Wade certainly would not hesitate at all. Bang! The sniper rifle made a loud noise. The bullet cut through the sky and directly pierced Yang Guang's chest. Golden Gunner's bullet special effect was activated, directly causing the disability effect. Yang Guang lay directly on the ground, unable to move. However, Yang Guang still had the ability to use the recovery skill for herself, and her health was rising little by little. Wade took a look at the battle record. The damage he had just dealt with this shot was more than 1,000, which should be enough to kill the healer instantly, but this girl was still not in a dying state. No wonder, this woman must have a skill or equipment that makes her immune to dying. Judah saw Yang Guang being shot and quickly took out his shield to block Yang Guang. As he was nervously looking for the sniper, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. "Behind!" The prisoner yelled, turned around and used the ice ring skill on Guyi behind him. Guyi held the hard almond shell in his mouth, turned on the Overlord state, and went straight to the prisoner with the ice ring skill. The prisoner's eyes lit up. Although his ice ring skill did not do much damage, it could still cause 100 to 200 points of damage even if it hit the giant tower. However, when it hit the person on the opposite side, it only caused the opponent's health bar to slide up and down. According to the intelligence, Yishin has a powerful self-recovery skill. Obviously, this guy is the target mentioned in the intelligence. Good guy, I didn't go to find you, but you came to me yourself? In fact, according to the tactical plan of the 7 Demon Kings in advance, the prisoner should have contacted his teammates as soon as he found Guyi, but the prisoner wanted to take the credit for himself, so he did not contact his teammates immediately. He felt that Guyi was lucky to kill the tiger. There is a world of difference between a player who has not changed his job and a player who has changed his job. Guyi is definitely not his opponent. Whoosh! A bullet went straight to the prisoner. The prisoner did not even look at it and summoned a magic shield to block Wade's bullet. In the blink of an eye, Guyi had rushed in front of the prisoner. The giant tower used the taunt skill on Guyi, but found that the opponent was in a dominant state and his own skills could not be released. I told you to leave me alone. The prisoner roared and moved the magic shield in front of Guyi. Clang! Guyi's giant sword hit the magic shield, emitting blue flames. The prisoner's eyes lit up slightly. He found that even though he blocked Guyi's physical attack, he still suffered 175 points of non-attribute magic and a small amount of electrical damage. His magic shield can only resist physical damage, but not magic damage. Damn it! You are only level 15? How can you have non-attribute magic damage? Humph! Guyi sneered and continued to punch and kick the prisoner. The prisoner's magic shield was very hard, and even Guyi and Wade's output capabilities could not shake it, which was enough to show how strong the prisoner was. Seeing that the prisoner was besieged, the giant tower rushed over to prepare for rescue. However, Weiying floated past him like a ghost, raised his double blades and stabbed at Yangguang, who was still slowly recovering blood. Help! Yangguang was hit again, but she cast a magic shield on herself, blocking most of Weiying's attacks. The health she had just recovered was immediately slashed away by Weiying. Fuck! Judah gritted his teeth. Since the prisoner was confident in dealing with Guyi, he should save Yangguang. Come and hit me! Judah roared and used his taunting skill. Although Weijing would not turn around and attack Judah like the monster, his physical output was still reduced by 20%. Judah stepped forward with a shield and knocked Weiying away with a bang. Weiying flew backwards and stabilized his body with a backflip. He tried to fight Judah twice, but found that he could not cause much damage to Judah at all. Each attack only caused 40 to 50 points of damage. While fighting, Weiying guided Judah away from Yangguang. At this moment, Yangguang was still disabled and could not move at all. Wade would not miss this opportunity to hit Yangguang hard. He aimed at Yangguang and fired 3 shots in a row. Even if she is immune to the dying state, she has a limit. As long as the damage exceeds the limit, Yangguang will also enter the dying state. What kind of hero is it to shoot from behind? Judah saw Yangguang covering his head and constantly adding blood to herself, and he was immediately furious. He saw Wade on the opposite hilltop at a glance, left Weiying and ran straight to Wade. It seems that this kid wants to use the idea of Siege Wei to save Zhao. Wade, he's coming towards you. Don't worry about me. He can't catch up with me. Wade put away his sniper rifle and ran away quickly. Go help Yishin. Judah obviously didn't have much experience in PvP. In the situation just now, the stupidest choice was to leave his teammates. At this time, Yangguang was busy with her own affairs and could not affect the battle situation at all. But Guyi and Weiying were still in their prime. If the two of them stayed where they were to deal with the prisoners, it would result in a situation where they were outnumbered. Although the giant tower chasing Wade would reduce the opponent's output, the prisoner was already at a disadvantage in the local battlefield. Come on! Weiying grinned, holding his 2 swords in reverse and rushing towards the prisoner. Of course, the prisoner would not let himself be attacked from both sides. Weiying is an agile expert, and his ability to withstand blows is definitely not comparable to Guyi. Just kill Weiying first and then deal with Guyi. Lightning chain! The blue lightning hit Weiying's knee, and Weiying staggered and fell to the ground. The prisoner resisted Guyi's attack and rubbed a charged fireball and smashed it towards Weiying. Bang! The fireball exploded in front of the prisoner. He looked closely and found that it was Guyi who blocked the fireball with his own body. The previous move directly blew up 600 health points of Gu Yi, but his self-recovery skill made his health points rise a lot. In this round, the prisoner only caused more than 200 damage to Gu Yi. I see. The prisoner grinned. In fact, as long as you are dealt more than 400 damage, you will lose blood? Gu Yi did not answer the prisoner, but continued to swing his sword to chase. The prisoner nimbly dodged Gu Yi's attack, threw out the staff in his hand, and activated the equipment skill. The staff spun in the air, emitting countless lightning that bounced between Gu Yi and Wu Ying. Gu Yi's defense is extremely high, and each bounce will only cause 200-300 damage. His heart sank. This skill is not for outputting himself, but for outputting Wu Ying. Wow! Wu Ying screamed and retreated repeatedly. He fell to the ground with a plop and his whole body was paralyzed. Seeing this, Yang Guang immediately released a holy light ball to finish off the knife, and Wu Ying instantly fell into a dying state. Humph! Gu Yi shook his head and rushed towards Yang Guang. Seeing this, the prisoner used his shaping hand to push the sunlight far away, and then shot a lightning arrow at Gu Yi's back. God Yi, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, this is fair. Gu Yi heard the sound of lightning behind him, turned around and swung his giant sword, splitting the lightning arrow. The prisoner's eyes widened. Gu Yi just didn't use any counter skills. He just relied on his own reaction speed to split the lightning arrow. There are two kinds of myths and legends in the world of natural disasters. One is to move around to avoid normal attacks, and the other is to catch bullets with bare hands. Gu Yi used the giant sword to split his own lightning arrow, which was no less difficult than catching bullets with bare hands. This inhuman reaction speed is simply unheard of. Bang! Gu Yi used Capture Munyang and rushed over with his shoulders. The prisoner's magic shield broke with a sound. Gu Yi's fist flashed with red flames, burning the prisoner's chin. You're playing with fire with a mage? The prisoner roared and used a fireball at Gu Yi. The explosion at such a close distance directly knocked Gu Yi into the sky, and even the prisoner himself was hurt by the explosion. Gu Yi lost 1,000 drops of blood, and he quickly took a sip of medicine. The prisoner used Calm and threw another charged fireball. When the fireball was about to arrive, prisoner also used the Ice Ring skill. At this time, Gu Yi's dominant skill was about to end. The damage of the Calm fireball would probably not be less than 900 points of damage. If this move hits, it will definitely be on the verge of death. Gu Yi's two teammates, one was running for his life, and the other was on the verge of death. No one could support him at all. Die! The fireball and the ice ring arrived at the same time. The prisoner raised his mouth contemptuously, as if he had won. Boom! A mushroom cloud exploded in front of Gu Yi. The prisoner's face changed slightly. Because he did not receive any notification that he had successfully killed the enemy, under normal circumstances, this move would have caused at least 1,000 points of magic damage to Gu Yi. The smoke gradually dissipated. A figure with long, fluttering hair appeared in front of Gu Yi. He had flowing white hair, a silver sword in his hand, a steel sword behind his back, and golden vertical pupils in his eyes, staring at the prisoner like a venomous snake. What the hell is this? The prisoner was stunned for a moment. A substitute doll? Gu Yi patted the dust off his body, supported Geralt's shoulders and stood up. Just now he crushed Geralt's doll at the critical moment and summoned Geralt's substitute. He took a look at Geralt's basic attributes and felt an incomparable sense of security in his heart. Demon Hunter Geralt, human, basic attributes, HP 2,000, mana 1,000, skill 1, Swordmaster, passive effect. Geralt has a superb understanding of swordsmanship. When using swordsmanship, he can gain an additional 50% physical attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. 2. Alder Seal, active effect. Release telekinesis to repel enemies. If the enemy's strength is less than 40, it can knock down the enemy. If the enemy's strength is less than 60, it can disarm the enemy. Consume 50 mana points, cooldown time 1 minute. 3. Igni Seal, active effect. Spray fan-shaped flames to injure the opponent, causing 200% intelligence burning damage within 1 minute. Consume 50 mana points, cooldown time 2 minutes. 4. Yrden Seal, active effect. Create a trap to reveal the original form of invisible enemies and can also imprison enemies for 1 minute. Consume 100 mana points, cooldown time 5 minutes. 5. Kun's Sign, active effect. Apply a shield to yourself, resist 100% of the maximum health value of magic damage, lasting for 1 minute. Consumes 100 mana points, cooldown time is 2 minutes. Geralt's skill configuration is perfect. If it was Geralt in his prime, I'm afraid his skills would be even more powerful. As soon as Geralt appeared, he used Kun's Sign to help Guyi block the cheating fireball with his body, but this also made his shield completely exploded. Originally, Guyi was going to use Geralt's stand-in doll on the warlock he had not met, but now is a moment of life and death. If he thinks about keeping a hand, he may die. The prisoner also checked Geralt's basic information. In addition to being able to see the blood volume, he didn't see anything else. In the skill column, the prisoner could only see 3 question marks. This shows that Geralt's level and strength have far exceeded his own. "You are clearly cheating, die!" The prisoner cursed and rubbed the fireball again. Guyi's eyes lit up slightly, and he ordered Geralt loudly, "Kill him quickly, and I'll give you a set of Gwent cards when we get back." Geralt immediately used the seal and pushed forward with one hand. An invisible shockwave flew forward. The prisoner screamed and fell to the ground, and even the staff in his hand fell to the ground. The seal is a weakened spell, but its advantage is that the casting speed is extremely fast, and it can be cast with one hand, which can seize more opportunities in battle. The prisoner fell to the ground and picked up the staff in a hurry. However, Geralt had already run in front of him and slapped the ground with one hand. A blue-purple magic circle appeared under the prisoner's feet, which was the Aiden seal. The prisoner just wanted to jump out of the seal range, but was sucked back by the seal. Geralt drew out his steel sword and stabbed it towards the prisoner's chest. "Magic shield!" The prisoner roared and released a magic shield in the direction of Geralt. However, he forgot that there was another player who was watching him closely. Guyi walked behind the prisoner and stabbed the prisoner in the back with a sword. The prisoner cried out in pain. Guyi pierced the prisoner's heart with a sword, causing functional damage. Geralt raised his steel sword and used the sword dance skill to cooperate with Guyi to beat the prisoner to the point of death. Seeing this, Yanguang struggled to crawl towards the prisoner. Geralt turned his head and used the Igni sign on Yanguang. Yanguang was engulfed by the flames and finally entered a state of near death. The prisoner fell to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness. Guyi held the giant sword in his hand and took a deep breath for a while. "It's a waste to use a substitute doll on you." Guyi walked to Wu Ying and helped him get rid of the near-death state. He asked Wu Ying to stay there to guard the 2 dying people, and he took Geralt to chase the remaining player. "Wade, where are you?" "God Yi, I hid in the woods." Guyi nodded and took Geralt into the woods. Geralt's eyes flashed with golden light, and he found the enemy's trace at once. "Follow me," Geralt said coldly and quickly shuttled through the woods. After a while, they ran to the giant tower. At this time, the giant tower had received the news that 2 teammates were dying. On the way back to rescue, he ran into Guyi and Geralt. "You guys? Hey, you lose because of you, kid." Guyi sneered and led Geralt to attack from both sides and exhausted the giant tower alive. All 3 people in the giant tower team were in the state of dying. The system directly determined that no one rescued them and killed them on the spot. Guyi picked up the bloody treasure chest and buttons of the giant tower and found Wade in the forest. The kid's face was pale and his face and arms were broken. "What happened to you?" "Nothing. I just hit him with a stick by accident." "Are you functionally injured?" "It's okay. My medical kit can be used 3 times, which is enough." "Go back." Guyi and the other 2 reunited. They picked up 3 bloody treasure chests and 3 buttons. The 3 of them divided the buttons equally. Wade and Wu Ying had already reached the minimum standard for completing the task, while Guyi was still 1 short. They took the 3 bloody treasure chests, left the battlefield as soon as possible, and found a safe place to hide. Just now, when I was fighting the prisoner, I had already used my trump card. Guyi said, "Now, the other warlock player may have known that I had taken action, so we must be prepared. They may actively pursue us at any time." Godyi, don't be afraid, we are here. Yeah, Guyi nodded gently. If it weren't for Wade and Weing to share the worry, Guyi would probably have been killed by those people using various control skills. The prisoner's spell damage burst is very high. If it weren't for the trump card of Geralt's puppet, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the battle just now. Don't be in a hurry. Let's distribute the spoils. Guyi took out 3 treasure chests and fell into deep thought. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know how to choose. Let's take a look at the prisoner's treasure chest first. Wade suggested. That guy is wearing perfect equipment, and he will definitely sell it for a lot of money. The most important thing now is the real-time combat power. Those equipment are useless, even if we get them. Guyi shook his head and immediately rejected Wade's suggestion. Wu Ying touched his chin and put forward his own opinion. Godyi, my suggestion is, take 3 items from the space backpacks of the prisoner and Sunshine, but take equipment from the giant tower. The prisoner and Sunshine are both intelligence characters, and we can't use their equipment even if we get it. The giant tower is a strength and physical strength expert like you, and you can definitely equip his equipment immediately. In addition, the 3 prisoners must have found some props in the prison, but they just didn't have the opportunity to use them for a while. Moreover, I suspect that the thing is probably on Sunshine. She can use skills in the dying state, which must be due to the power of props. It is impossible for a level 15 player who has not changed his job to have the ability to be immune to dying. You are right. Let's open the prisoner's treasure chest first. Guyi nodded, opened the prisoner's bloody treasure chest, and chose to draw 3 items. Congratulations on winning Exquisite Almond Water 3. Damn, it's a big loss. Guyi looked at the 3 bottles of almond water in his hand, and his blood pressure soared. Exquisite Almond Water can enhance the character's charm and gain a certain bonus when communicating with NPCs. In this dungeon, Exquisite Almond Water has no effect at all. Weing and Wade have never encountered such bad luck, and they comforted Guyi. It's okay, Godyi. There are 2 treasure chests. You can draw the 2nd treasure chest. Guyi handed the Sunshine treasure chest to Wade. My hands are too smelly. It's not suitable for opening the box. Then I'm welcome. Wade opened the treasure chest and chose to draw props. Congratulations on getting the breath belt. Congratulations on getting the agile almond water. Congratulations on getting the angel's feather. Wade looked at the props in his hand and his mouth was crooked with laughter. Among these 3 props, 2 are charging props. It's a pity that these 2 props cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Chargeable item, breath belt. Epic. Usage conditions, can only be used when in the dying state. Effect. 1. After use, gain damage immunity, reduce pain by 50%, and damage received during this period will be settled after the duration ends. Duration, 3 minutes. 2. This item cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Chargeable item, Angel's Feather. Quality epic. Usage conditions. Health value greater than 50% and at least 1 life recovery skill. Charge count, 1-1. After use, gain the ability to fly and increase movement speed by 10%. When health value is less than 50%, lose the ability to fly. Duration, 10-2. This item cannot be taken out of the dungeon. I see. I thought it was an item that was immune to dying. But it turned out to be an item that can be immune to damage. Guyi picked up the breath belt and marveled. Weing suggested, this thing can only be used when in a near-death state. In the final analysis, it is a prop that can prolong the rescue time of a near-death state. In the near-death state, the player cannot move. My suggestion is to give the breath belt to Wade. He majored in long-range attack. If he really died suddenly by accident, even if he was in a dying state, he could lie on the ground and shoot cold guns. You don't have to tell me. I will give this thing to Wade. Guyi nodded and handed the breath belt to Wade without hesitation. If Guyi was dying, it meant that other people had no chance of survival. Even if he could hold on for 3 more minutes in a dying state, he would not be able to have any impact on the battle situation. Wade nodded happily and put the breath belt in the most convenient position in the space backpack. Guyi took the ace feather and wanted to steal this prop, but he didn't know how to find an excuse. Who knew that Wu Ying saw through Gu Yi's thoughts directly and said generously, "You can take this angel's feather. What you lack most now is the movement speed bonus, and this thing can just make up for your shortcomings." Gu Yi nodded, without saying anything, and stuffed the feather into the space backpack with good reason. Without the Geralt's doll, this feather might be his only trump card to deal with the 7 Demon Kings. There is only one treasure chest left. Wade held the treasure chest of the giant tower and pondered for a while, and finally handed the treasure chest to Gu Yi. "God Yi, you should open this treasure chest." "What's the matter?" "Even if the equipment of the giant tower is opened, you have to use it. Why should I open it for you? Do you think you have used up your luck?" "Ha, in terms of luck, who dares to say that he is better than you?" "Okay," shrugged, picked up the bloody treasure chest of the giant tower, and chose to get a random equipment on the giant tower. "Congratulations on getting the wave plate armor. Chest, fluctuating plate grade perfect, equipment condition, level 20 or strength 65, basic attributes, physical defense 1 earned 5, effects, 1 tough body, passive effect, all damage you receive is reduced by 10 points, excluding true damage. 2. Indomitable will, passive effect, your all attribute resistance is increased by 50. 3. Killing intent fluctuation, active effect, after activation, reduces maximum health by 10% and causes 20 points of non-attribute magic damage per second to surrounding enemies within 3 meters. This is a good thing. Although I didn't get the epic shield, this thing is already good enough. Yes, all attribute resistance is increased by 50, and the final damage is reduced by 5 points, not to mention there is also an active skill that can cause true damage. Simply amazing. Wu Ying and Wade praised this plate armor highly, but Gu Yi was still a little dissatisfied with this equipment. After deducting 10% of the maximum health, it can only exchange for 20 points of non-attribute magic damage per second, which is very tasteless for Gu Yi. The great sword in his hand already has a very high AoE efficiency, and adding an aura of 20 damage per second does not improve the quality much. However, effects 1 and 2 are indeed very solid defensive effects. Effect 1 is a hard damage reduction, which is a very rare special effect. Effect 2 usually only appears on jewelry equipment, and it is even more rare and precious to appear on a plate armor. Even if this plate armor does not have Effect 3, it can be sold for 200,000 to 300,000 yuan in the market, just for Effects 1 and 2. Gu Yi's strength attribute has long exceeded 70, and he equipped it on the spot without hesitation. Now, Gu Yi has 2 buttons in his hand, and his teammates have 3. So there is no need for them to fight any extra battles. The people of the 7 Demon Kings will definitely be waiting for the 3 of them at the end of the map. Next, they just need to keep moving towards the center of the island and they will meet those guys. Next, conserve your energy. Go to the center of the island with all your strength and deploy traps. If you encounter a safe zone on the way, you must enter it when it is safe. If you meet another team, try to escape. Our ultimate goal is only one. Kill the 7 Demon Kings. The 3 said in unison. In the world of natural disasters, if you don't show your muscles, then everyone will come up and bully you. Suffering in silence will only make others think that you are easy to bully. If others stare at you, you have to dig out their eyes. If others hit you, you have to chop off their hands. Only in this way will others respect you and fear you. 4 days have passed on the closed island. There are only 3 days left before the end of the game. The voice of the clown came again from the high tower in the center of the island. Dear adventurers, there are only 3 days left in the game, but I found that there are still 30 of you left. You all hide in the corner and refuse to come out, always wanting to ambush and attack, which is too boring. A real man should face it head on, right? So, we have added a little show for you. Bang! As soon as the clown finished speaking, a red beam of light appeared above everyone's head, reaching into the sky. These beams of light were of different thicknesses, and the top of the beams of light also displayed the number of buttons each person had. Gu Yi raised his head and turned his head casually, and he could see a tall beam of light not far ahead. The number of buttons that person had was 2. Voila! Did everyone see it? Those red beams of light will mark the location of each player. So don't think about being a fool. Just plunder openly. The clown's voice disappeared. Wade curled his lips in disdain, pointed at the tall tower in the distance, and cursed. This lunatic, why did he do such a thing? This is a good thing, right? Guyi looked around. In this way, at least we can prevent the 7 Demon Kings from launching a sneak attack on us. But this also rejects Lao Liu's behavior. Those who want to brush points can't stay any longer. Look, almost all the players with 3 buttons are heading towards the central tower now. Fuck, why is there a person with 10 buttons over there? Wu Ying pointed forward. A player with 10 buttons was moving quickly on the Shutter Island, actively approaching other players. But in a short while, he killed a group of players with only 3 buttons. Seeing how powerful he was, the other red beams quickly moved towards the central tower. However, this red beam was killing like crazy, and he was almost tirelessly chasing the nearest enemy around him. This person, does he have unlimited physical strength? Wu Ying covered his head in confusion. He hasn't stopped since just now, and has been running wildly. 1 minute. Guyi raised a finger. It only took him 1 minute to kill 3 people just now. Wu Ying and Wade were both silent. On this Shutter Island, physical strength is a very scarce resource. Even if Guyi's physical strength has exceeded 40, he will be exhausted after a fierce battle, not to mention Wu Ying and Wade. They have been on the road for the past 2 days, and their legs are weak from exhaustion. Those players who are still on the road must be exhausted and not in the best condition. But even so, it is as difficult to accept as a myth to kill them within a minute. God Yi, is there a skill with unlimited physical strength in this world? Even if you drink almond water, it is impossible to have such good physical strength, right? There are thousands of skills in the B world of natural disasters, and even I can't remember all the skills. However, I don't think ordinary skills can do it to such an exaggerated degree. Is it a sorcery again? Sorcery or divine magic? Why have I never known the information about this skill? Because this setting did not appear at the beginning of the game. This setting appeared after the game was launched, that is, after the end of the world. Divine magic and evil magic are powerful skills that can bypass the system rules. They do not occupy your skill equipment bar and consume another independent energy, faith or evil energy. Divine magic and evil magic require you to become a believer of the gods or use other backdoor methods to learn them, but the growth and power of skills are far beyond the skills in the equipment bar. No wonder I often hear high-level internal test players say that faith in gods is a very scarce resource in the later stage. Guyi thought for a while, neither running away nor hiding, but took out a sleeping bag and lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Wade and Wu Ying were stunned, looking at Guyi in surprise. Yi Shen, what are you doing? No need to guess, the guy who killed so many people must be the 7 Demon Kings. According to his speed, he will be in front of us in an hour. He is killing people indiscriminately now. It won't be long before he kills us. In that case, we might as well wait for him here, and then take a short break and recuperate. God Yi, we are under a knife. That can't be helped. The situation is like this now. We can't ambush him. There is such a big beam of light above our heads. We can only confront him head-on. Sometimes I wonder if that evil clown is deliberately helping the 7 Demon Kings. Since there is no way, we might as well conserve our energy. The two looked at Guyi's leisurely look and didn't know what to say. Oh, right? Guyi suddenly remembered something. Wu Ying, you should have awakened your talent skill, right? Why don't you use it? How did you know? Wu Ying looked at Guyi with a surprised expression. Guyi shrugged and said with a smile, I found out from the first time you fought with Yao Naiwohe that this skill is well hidden. Our final trump card might be you. Guyi squinted his eyes to learn about Wu Ying's skills, then closed his eyes and went to sleep. The two had nothing to say, so they could only imitate Guyi and sit on the ground to rest. Guyi made a slight snoring sound. However, Wu Ying and Wade felt very nervous. They couldn't sleep as peacefully as Guyi. President, how about I find a safe place to use a sniper rifle? There's a red pillar on your head. You'll be a sitting target wherever you hide. That person has no shortage of means to pursue and sneak attack. Just stay with us so we can take care of each other. Since you said so. Crash, the sound of the tide came from a distance. Wu Ying and Wade stood up vigilantly and looked forward. The player who collected 24 buttons was moving in their direction, and the sound of the tide seemed to be made by him. Gu Yi was finally awakened by the sound. He crawled out of the sleeping bag and yawned. The two took a look at Gu Yi, only to find that this guy actually had an energetic buff. He actually got the buff while sleeping? How could he sleep so peacefully? Crash, the sound of the tide sounded almost in their ears. A huge shadow appeared above their heads. I saw a huge killer whale floating above their heads, and the killer whale's whole body was made of tide. After it stopped, the tide dissipated immediately, and 3 players jumped down from the sky. Standing in the middle was a warlock player with the eyed 7 Demon King Zuro. He held a skeleton artifact in one hand and a serrated dagger in the other. Behind Uro were 2 other players. However, they all looked pale and thin, as if they had been up for 3 nights, dancing for 3 days, and playing games in an internet cafe for 3 consecutive all-nighters. 2 phantoms of skulls appeared above the heads of the 2 players. The skulls kept spinning, as if draining the energy from the 2 players. Every time the skulls spun, the faces of the 2 players became uglier. Gu Yi curled his lips and stood up from the ground. He glanced at Uro and said thoughtfully, "Well, I said it was a sorcery, right? And if I'm not mistaken, it should be the sorcery of the 7 Demon Kings. The 7 Demon Kings related to physical strength should be the Lord of Laziness, Belial. You have some knowledge. Are you the god Yi they are talking about?" "Yes, that's me." Uro grinned. The reason why he could move so fast and not worry about physical consumption was that he relied on the evil magic of 7 Lords Laziness. 7 Demon Lords Laziness. Grade? Become a follower of the Lord of Laziness. Belial. Effect? 1. Evil magic. Passive effect. This skill belongs to evil magic, does not occupy the skill bar, and consumes special energy, evil energy. 2. Laziness. Active effect. Absorbs the physical strength of teammates for your own use. Consumes evil energy, 50 points per hour. 3, 4, 5. I'm too lazy to edit. Forget it. I'm too lazy to say anything more to you. Just fight. Uro yawned and cut his finger with a dagger. He dripped blood onto the ground. The next second, a bunch of skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground. They were well equipped, and each summoned creature was at level 25. Wu Ying and Wade were surprised. Logically speaking, the level of a summoned creature will not exceed the level of its master. The highest level in this dungeon is only level 15. Even if Uro uses special methods to squeeze into the dungeon, it will be forcibly reduced to level 15. This situation can only mean one thing. Uro's equipment effect is very amazing, and it is the kind that can increase the level of the summoned creature. It can be increased by 10 levels at a time, which is at least something that epic equipment can do. Wow, how can you be so awesome? Gu Yi grinned and twisted his neck. If Uro's major was curse skills, Gu Yi would be a little scared, but if he used summoning, then he really wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. The intelligence work of these 7 Demon Kings is really poor. Wu Ying, Wade, get out of the way. Gu Yi took out the angel feather and smiled confidently. Gu Yi had wings, crossed the sea of skeletons, and went straight to Uro. The skeleton soldiers drew their bows and shot at Gu Yi. The arrows hit Gu Yi, causing only about 100 points of damage. This alone was not enough to cause any effective damage to Gu Yi. Uro snapped his fingers and commanded the sea of skeletons to deal with Wu Ying and Wade. Wu Ying jumped onto the tree very irresponsibly, leaving Wade alone to deal with the large number of skeleton soldiers. "Help!" Wade screamed and was instantly drowned by arrows, entering a state of near death. Wu Ying flashed between the trees, avoiding the skeleton soldiers' arrows, but he did not have the superb defense like Gu Yi, and every time he was shot, he would lose a large grid of blood. The gap of 10 levels cannot be made up by operation and positioning. Wu Ying was not careful in positioning and was finally shot off the treetop by the skeleton soldiers, falling into the grass, and his life or death was unknown. The sea of skeletons dealt with Gu Yi's teammates, all turned around and began to pour fire on Gu Yi. Gu Yi rushed to Uro under countless arrows. Uro grinned, raised the dagger, and stabbed it into Guyi's chest. You don't even want your teammates? You are really a lone wolf. Don't you even want your teammates? Guyi held the dagger and slashed at Wuluo's neck. Wuluo's health bar did not move, but the two power banks behind him lost blood. The neck of the power bank on the left began to bleed towards the sky, instantly dyeing the skull on his head red. Sharing life? Life. Sharing upon 10, grade perfect, learning condition, level 25 warlock. 1. Active effect, form a life link with a summon. When you are injured, the health of your teammates will be deducted first. Consume 10% of the upper limit of health. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. 2. Elf-Pont 10 unlock. You can use life sharing on teammates, and your teammates will gain 10% damage reduction. Guyi immediately remembered the skill information of life sharing. This is a very powerful auxiliary skill and life-saving skill. Generally speaking, this skill is used by warlocks to connect with their own babies, and rarely with teammates. Because this skill is a very powerful life-saving skill for warlocks, but it becomes a burden for the connected players. However, the 7 Demon Kings are a breeding team themselves, and their favorite thing to do is to squeeze low-level players. Obviously, Uro's 2 teammates would never be willing to be power banks. They probably all added points to their physical strength, and all the equipment on their bodies was equipment that increased their health. In this way, Uro became a warlock with 3 times the physical strength and a 10% damage reduction effect. In terms of resistance to attack, Uro can match an MT. However, such a farming tactic also has certain disadvantages. That is, Uro's 2 teammates will not be able to play any role. Bang, bang, bang. Guyi hacked at Uro everywhere, but the power bank behind him looked more and more painful. Uro showed a contemptuous expression and chanted a curse spell against Guyi's attack. But in a short while, Guyi's status bar had 3 more debuffs. All damage you receive increases by 10%. You receive 30 points of non-attribute magic damage per second. Your maximum health is reduced by 20%. Guyi suddenly felt weak all over, his heart was pounding, and in a short while, his health dropped by 1/3. More courage after more setbacks. Effect 3 was triggered, and he gained an additional damage reduction coefficient. However, a 20% reduction in health is a headache for him. Guyi's health recovery effect is linked to his maximum health. Originally, he could recover nearly 300 HP at a time, but now he can only recover more than 240. The skeleton soldiers rushed up and cut off more than 200 HP of Guyi. A group of skeleton soldiers hacked left and right, making Guyi helpless and unable to fight Uro carefully. He flapped his wings vigorously, rushed into the sky, and drank a bottle of almond water for the first time. "Ha ha! Is that all?" Uro grinned. Obviously, Guyi couldn't hold on any longer. He had to take drugs to withstand the pressure of his health value dropping sharply. Suddenly, a killer whale flew out from above Guyi's head. This is a creature created by Uro using evil magic. Although he has no entity and no lethality, he can speed up the loss of physical strength of everyone present. Guyi suddenly felt sore all over and wanted to lie on the sofa and sleep immediately. The 2 power banks behind Uro turned even paler, rolled their eyes, and fainted completely. Useless things. Uro looked back at the 2 power banks behind him. In the past, they should have been able to hold out for at least another 10 minutes, but the physical energy consumption in this copy doubled, which greatly reduced the endurance of the power bank. Guyi couldn't support the physical energy consumption of flying and fell to the ground with a whoosh. Wuluo held the dagger in reverse and jumped in front of Guyi. The wings behind Guyi flickered as if they would disappear at any time. Die! Wuluo raised the dagger and stabbed Guyi's chest again. He chanted a blasphemous spell and activated the active effect of the dagger. Bone erosion and heart drilling. Active effect. Insert the dagger into the enemy's heart, deduct 10% of the enemy's maximum health, cause 30 points of physical damage per second, and grant functional damage. After using this skill, the dagger will remain in the enemy's body and cannot be pulled out on its own. Ah! Guyi screamed to the sky, holding Wuluo's wrist tightly, his eyes full of resentment. This is the end of offending the 7 Demon Kings. Wuluo sneered and tried to pull back his arm. However, Guyi's right hand clamped him tightly, and no matter how hard Wuluo tried, he couldn't break free. Wuluo's heart was shocked. How could this kid still maintain such abundant strength in such a fierce battle? Shouldn't he have been exhausted long ago? Why? Guyi grinned and said leisurely. Why? No reason. Are you ready to buy a coffin? As soon as Guyi finished speaking, 2 system prompts rang in Wuluo's mind. 2 of his teammates entered a state of near death. When? Wuluo turned and looked at his 2 power banks. They were all lying on the ground with their backs facing the sky, and there was a horrible wound on their throats. Wu Ying appeared beside them at some point, raised his double swords, and killed them with 1 blow. They didn't even have time to call for help. Wuluo's intelligence is extremely high, which means that his perception ability is also stronger than that of ordinary people. If Wu Ying sneaked over, he would not be able to miss it, unless he is a player who can use stealth. However, Wu Ying is only level 15. How could he learn the stealth skills that only assassins can learn? Talent skill, Lord of Shadows, grade. Effect. 1 Shadow Curtain, active effect, blocking all light sources within a radius of 10 meters. The effect lasts for 3 seconds, consumes 200 mana points, and has a cooldown of 48 hours. 2. Shadow Affinity. Passive effect, you gain night vision and you gain stealth effect in the shadows. This is the talent skill that Wu Ying has been hiding and has never used. Because the CD time of the skill is too long, Wu Ying has never been willing to use it, so until Guyi raised questions, he told Guyi about his skill information. Wu Ying also regarded the effect of the talent skill as a secret, and even the 7 Demon Kings did not collect this information. Before, Wu Ying and Wade showed weakness to the enemy, just to let Uro relax his vigilance and make him feel that their team was not very united. On the other hand, Wu Ying also found an opportunity to use the shadow to lurk behind the power bank. When they were the weakest, he killed them with a knife and eliminated the last hidden danger. Wu Ying sneered, waved his hand, and used Shadow Curtain. Uro's eyes went dark. The sudden blindness made him panic for a moment. Suddenly, the cold touch of the double blades touched his skin. Then he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and blood gushed out desperately. Functional damage or casting speed is reduced by 50%. Giggle. Uro covered his throat and looked behind him in horror. At this time, the effect of the shadowless Shadow Curtain had just disappeared. Uro's eyes were unable to adapt to the change from darkness to light, and he squinted his eyes in pain. He looked around and found that his skeleton soldiers had been cleared out by Guyi alone. He looked up. Guyi was flying in the air, with his huge sword raised above his head, aiming at his head and using a move to split Huashan. Uro's dagger was still stuck in Guyi's chest and could not be used. His movement speed was not as fast as Guyi's, so he could only take Guyi's flat attack. 794. Guyi's attack had a critical hit effect. Uro's equipment triggered a life-saving special effect, and a golden light shield appeared in front of Uro. Guyi did not hesitate at all, and together with Wu Ying, he chopped Wuluo's light shield into pieces. Ah! Wuluo screamed, and his whole body turned into a pool of red flesh and blood and fell to the ground. This is the flesh and blood substitute, Guyi shouted. He ran away. Guyi widened his eyes and looked for Wuluo's figure in the complex environment. He saw him limping away not far away. Evil magic usually has strong side effects. Originally, those side effects were borne by Wuluo's 2 power banks. But now Wuluo had to bear these side effects himself. There! Guyi and Wu Ying rushed up together. Bang! Wuluo suddenly heard a gunshot in his ear. Wade, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, used the breath belt to prolong his near-death rescue time. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and now it was finally his time to take action. Wuluo was shot in the back, and then his whole body stiffened and stopped in place. Wade's European Emperor physique was activated again, but one shot produced a freezing effect. Guyi took advantage of the victory, flapped his wings and rushed forward, splitting Wuluo's head with a sword. Ah! Wuluo screamed and fell to the ground in a dying state. He looked at Guyi's mouth opening and closing, and before he could say anything, he chopped Wuluo to death with a sword. Guyi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Wuluo expected, Guyi had already overdrawn his physical strength. He relied entirely on willpower to hold on until now. The dagger on Guyi's chest suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared. His owner was dead, so the effect of the dagger would naturally no longer be activated. Humph! This is the biggest weakness of your breeding team. Guyi spit at Wu Luo's body with disdain. The breeding team has the best equipment and the best skills. Even in the battle, there are two teammates who are willing to be power banks. However, in the world of natural disasters, it is not enough to have good equipment and good skills. Delicate operation, strong will to survive, and awe of powerful enemies. Guyi had never seen these more important qualities in the members of the 7 Demon Kings. They always crushed the enemy, so they had long forgotten what the most important qualities were for doomsday survival. Guyi picked up the button on Uro's body. This kid killed 30 people by himself, and he must have been ranked first on the kill list. At this time, the red column above Guyi's head became the tallest and thickest one. Seeing this, none of the surrounding players dared to approach. They all retreated like crazy, not daring to provoke this killer. Guyi held Uro's treasure chest and came to the two teammates. The treasure chests of the other 2 power banks were taken by Wu Ying. They were waiting for Guyi to come back and find a place to open the treasure chests. Wade licked his saliva excitedly and said, "Slurp, it's time for my favorite part of dividing the spoils. Let's find a place to rest for a while." "No need anyway. There is a light column above our heads. It doesn't matter where we hide. Just sit here and open the box." "That's right." Guyi sat on the ground and placed Uro's treasure chest in the middle. Wu Ying picked up the box of the power bank, thought for a while and said, "I heard that the 7 devils often treat low-level players as piglets, and there shouldn't be anything good on them. The only thing worth extracting is the equipment on them. However, I guess these people are likely to have blue sky and white clouds, and most of them are equipment that increases physical strength, which is meaningless to us. That's better than extracting platinum coins. These people definitely don't have much platinum coin enough." He opened 2 necklaces that increase physical strength. If this thing can be sold for tens of thousands in the market, it would be considered a blessing. Guyi touched his nose and looked at the box in front of him with full expectation. "Uro must be so rich that I don't know what to draw. It must be equipment, Yishin," Wu Ying said excitedly. "Anyway, we have collected enough buttons. We can go back to the outpost directly after opening the treasure chest. There is no need to consider the issue of increasing immediate combat power. Uro must be full of treasures. It will be a great deal if we just take 2 pieces of equipment." "That's right." Guyi nodded and opened Uro's treasure chest. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly gave him an unexpected surprise. Player 7th Demon King Uro has a kill value of more than 30. After you open the treasure chest, you can get an extra bonus. You can choose the loot from the following 3 options. 1. Get 70% of the player's platinum coins. 2. Randomly get 2 pieces of equipment in the player's equipment column. 3. Randomly get 5 items in the space backpack. After seeing the system's prompt message, the 3 of them all showed ecstatic expressions. Who wouldn't be happy to get such a free benefit? God Yi, don't hesitate. Choose 2. Yes, Guyi nodded and chose the second option without hesitation. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the equipment Star Belt. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the dagger Voodoo Ritual Knife. Belt, Star Belt, perfect. Equipment condition, level 25 or intelligence 40, strength 30. Equipment attributes, increase the upper limit of consumables by 3 effects. 1. Resistance enhancement, passive effect, all attribute resistance is increased by 10. 2. Wisdom blessing, passive effect, when you attack or cast a spell, there is a 15% chance to gain 20 intelligence points, which lasts for 5 seconds. 3. Star blessing, active effect, release a shield that resists 500 plus 100% of the maximum mana value. The shield can resist all types of damage and lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. This is a very solid equipment. The passive effect provided can greatly improve your output level, and the active effect is the icing on the cake. The equipment requirements are not that high. As long as Guyi upgrades his job and adds skill points to the Hand of the God of Magic, he will be able to gain enough intelligence. Guyi is determined to get this belt. Guyi turned to look at the second piece of equipment. One-handed melee weapon, voodoo ritual knife. Epic, equipment conditions, level 25 or agility 50, intelligence 50. Basic attributes, physical attack power 88 to 95 effect. 1. Power of all spirits. Passive effect, your summoned creature level +5. 2. Skinning. Passive effect, 120% of your physical damage is converted into piercing damage. 3. Heart cutting. Passive effect, your normal attack has a 5% chance of causing functional damage. 4. Bone eroding heart. Active effect, insert the dagger into the enemy's heart, deduct 10% of the enemy's maximum health, cause 30 physical damage per second, and cause functional damage. After using this skill, the dagger will remain in the enemy's body and cannot be pulled out on its own. Biography. This is a mysterious ritual knife from an ancient tribe, and it possesses the power of vicious voodoo. Guyi raised his eyebrows at Wu Ying after seeing this equipment. Obviously, Guyi didn't even need to ask. Wu Ying had already developed a great interest in this dagger. The effect 3 of this dagger is very tempting to Guyi, but Guyi's plan is to change his job to become a warrior. The weapons of a warrior are two-handed melee, sword and shield, and long-handled heavy weapons. The dagger is not suitable for his career plan. Wu Ying, do you want this dagger? Wu Ying nodded and said, how much compensation do you think I need to give you? We are so familiar with each other, let's buy and sell at a fixed price. Give me this belt, plus 100,000 platinum coins. No problem. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Now, Guyi has gained friendship with the North Star Guild. Sometimes, a debt of favor is harder to repay than a debt of money. The starting price of an epic equipment is in the millions. Guyi only used a perfect equipment plus 100,000 platinum coins to transfer the dagger, which is already a huge favor. Guyi believed that he had demonstrated enough personal strength in front of Wu Ying. At least at this stage, they dared not offend him. Thank you, God Yi. You're welcome. Guyi and the other two took a short rest and went directly to the central tower. Guyi and his 3 teammates divided Euros 30 buttons equally, and they were the first to enter the tower. There was only one platform elevator inside the tower. When Guyi and others showed the buttons in their hands, the elevator door opened. The 3 of them walked into the elevator together and teleported back to the outpost. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon Shutter Island. Congratulations on getting 1,100 platinum coins. Congratulations on getting 439% of the experience points. Congratulations on getting 1 job change ticket. Congratulations on getting 1 level 20 exclusive professional weapon exchange ticket. Perfect. Guyi returned to the outpost and immediately received a series of system prompts. The 439% experience plus the experience points he had accumulated already made up 500%. As long as he completed the job change, he would be able to instantly upgrade to level 20. Guyi said hello to his 2 teammates and couldn't wait to go to the government hall to change his job. Just as Guyi had planned before, Guyi chose to change his job to become a warrior. Congratulations on your successful job. Transfer to warrior. Congratulations on obtaining 2 skill equipment bars. Congratulations on reaching level 20. Congratulations on obtaining 5 skill points. After the job transfer, you will gain 10 attribute points each time you level up, but these attribute points will be added at a fixed ratio and will no longer be free attribute points. The attribute point growth coefficient of a warrior is Strength 5 points, Stamina 3 points, Agility 1 point, Intelligence 1 point. Currently, Guyi's attribute values are Strength 78 plus 20, Agility 10 plus 10, Intelligence 15 plus 15, Stamina 50 plus 10. Currently, Guyi still has 5 skill points that he has not used. Guyi took out 3 points to add to More Courageous after frustration, directly upgrading the skill to the maximum level and unlocking the reward effect of the 3rd stage. Skill: More Courage with more setbacks, L15 level. Perfect. 1. Passive. When you are damaged, there is a 100% chance to use a healing skill on yourself, restoring 30% of your maximum health. 2. Unlocked at level 5. For each enemy within 1 meter around you, you gain 5% damage reduction with a maximum reduction of 15%. 3. Unlocked at Viv 10. For every 10% decrease in your health, the damage reduction increases by 5%. 4. Unlocked at 15. When your health is below 10%, you are immune to all control effects. This level 15 effect really lives up to the title of a perfect skill. Guyi looked at the new skill effect and smiled from ear to ear. This skill really came as a timely help, directly eliminating Guyi's last concern. After using the sacrificial dagger, Guyi was able to trigger the special effect of Effect 4 immediately. After gaining control immunity, Guyi was now a real boss at the end of the level. Guyi still had 2 skill points left, and he added them all to Hand of the God of Magic, according to his previous plan. Skill, Hand of the God of Magic 6, level Perfect Learning. Condition, possess both the skill Hand of the Mage and the talent Passive Fanatic. Effect, 1 passive, when attacking, add 35% of the maximum magic value as non-attribute magic damage, which cannot be critical. 2. Unlocked at level 5, increase intelligence by 20 points. 3. Unlocked at level 10. 4. Unlocked at level 15. After the skill level was raised, Guyi finally met the conditions for equipping the Star Belt. Oh, I almost forgot that there is an equipment exchange voucher that I haven't used yet. Guyi crushed the professional equipment exchange voucher perfect, and among a pile of dazzling goods, Guyi immediately chose a 2-handed sword. 2-handed melee weapon, Dragon Sword, grade perfect. Equipment conditions, level 20 warrior. Basic attributes, physical attack power 130 to 145. Effects 1. Draw the sword. Passive effect, the first attack after drawing the sword will inevitably cause a critical hit and cause damage and knockback to all enemies within 3 meters in front. The sword blade must stay in the scabbard for more than 5 minutes before the villain draw the sword can be launched. 2. See the cut, active effect, dodge the attack before the enemy's melee attack or skill hits you, and counterattack the enemy. The effective casting time is 0.5 seconds. If the enemy does not perform an attack action within 0.5 seconds, the release of see the cut will fail, and you will be stiff for an additional 2 seconds. And the cooldown time of this skill will be doubled, and the mana consumption will be doubled. Cooldown time, 1 minute, mana consumption 50 points. 3. Dragon Slash. Active effect. The first section stabs the enemy and performs a grab judgment. After the judgment is successful, the enemy enters a 1-second stiffness. You fly into the air, land and slash the enemy, and you are in a dominant state when releasing the skill. When grabbing, the strength must be at least 10 points higher than the enemy. The first attack causes 100% weapon damage, and the second attack causes 5 damages, each causing 50% weapon damage, and each damage can trigger the attack effect. Cooldown time, 5 minutes, mana consumption 100 points. This weapon, like Guyi's gloves, can provide 2 active skills, and the effect is also very practical. In particular, the skills of the Dragon Chopping and Guyi's passive skills are very good, triggering the Hand of the God of Magic 5 times at a time, and the attached non-attribute magic damage is no less than a mage's charged fireball. After the moon-catching Yang approaches the enemy, use the Dragon Chopping. This set of skills can definitely beat a fragile player of the same level into a serious injury and near death. Now, the problem of Guyi's insufficient burst damage is completely solved. Guyi does not want to give up the Thunderbird's Cry for the time being. This equipment is still very useful for cleaning up small monsters when necessary. If PvP or boss battle is required, Guyi will naturally change to the Dragon Sword. Guyi now has 2 new blank skill slots. He went to the market to see if there are any skills that suit his taste. After a while, he finally saw a passive skill that can increase movement speed. Lightness, rare. Learning condition, level 20 effect, 1. Passive effect, your movement speed increases by 10%. Guyi hardly bargained and finally received this skill for only 1,000 platinum coins. Sure enough, in this world, passive skills are as cheap as cabbage. Guyi did not hesitate at all and immediately learned the skill. You have learned the skill Lightness. Your talent skill special effect, Absolute Purity, has been triggered, and the skill Lightness has undergone an unknown mutation. Congratulations, you have obtained the mutated skill Windwalker. Windwalker .1, perfect learning condition. Possess both the skill Lightness and the talent Passive Fanatic. Effect 1. Passive effect, movement speed increases by 15%, and your movement speed increases by 1% for every 1 meter you move. Your movement speed has no upper limit. 2. Unlocked at Law 5, passive effect, increase agility by 10 points. 3. Unlocked at Level 10. 4. Unlocked at Level 15. Another very practical skill. The maximum upper limit of movement speed is 200%. If Guyi moves more than 200, then the movement speed is enough to break the upper limit. Theoretically, as long as Guyi's runway is long enough, he can even run faster than the speed of light. However, even if there is such a long runway, Guyi does not have such strong physical strength. The faster you run, the more energy you will consume. However, that's all for later. Windwalker is still a very rare auxiliary skill for Guyi. It has burst, weakening, speed, control immunity, and shield. Next, Guyi only needs a permanent strong control skill. However, Guyi walked around and didn't see any passive skills that can provide control. Normally, this kind of passive skill with control can only be brought by weapons. Guyi still needs to exchange more equipment. Almost. Guyi didn't dare to go to the wild for the time being. The 7 Demon Kings didn't dare to take action in the outpost, and there was no guarantee that they would not set an ambush in the wild. He killed 2 players of the 7 Demon Kings in a row in the dungeon, and he was afraid that the 7 Demon Kings would retaliate more severely. The maximum level of this outpost is level 30. As long as Guyi's strength can guarantee that he can fight more than 10 level 30 players alone, then he dared to go out. Now, he has another place to go. That is the special floor, Hell. Going to Hell, on the one hand, can complete Barena's mission. On the other hand, you can find demon scholars and ask them to charge the sacrificial dagger. And on the other hand, you can transform the fairy boots so that the 7 Demon Kings can no longer locate you. Guyi replenished the consumables and went to the elevator platform without stopping and took out the invitation from Beelzebub. The elevator door opened and Guyi walked in. After a while, the elevator stopped. As soon as the door opened, a heat wave hit him, and the pungent smell of sulfur made Guyi frown. Guyi stepped out of the car. On his left-hand side was a sea of magma, and on his right-hand side was a huge cliff that was bottomless. Looking into the distance, there was a tall castle right in front of Guyi, which looked to be only a few dozen kilometers away. Since he was using the invitation from Beelzebub, the castle in front was naturally Beelzebub's territory. Guyi walked forward all the way. Suddenly, he felt a rustling sound coming from under the cliff on the left. His face darkened, and he immediately drew out the dragon sword and turned his head to look around. A strange creature climbed up from the bottom of the cliff. He opened his eyes and licked his lips with a fierce look. The monster was as tall as the front of a truck. He looked humanoid, but he had countless eyes from head to toe. Just looking at it would give people goosebumps. 1,000 eyes. Basic attributes. Skills: 1. Hypnotic Eye. 2. Thunder Eye. 3. Power Eye. Habits. 1,000 Eyes has thousands of eyes on its body, and each eye has a variety of uses. 1,000 Eyes has a very high regeneration ability. Even if an eye is gone, it will grow back soon. Some poor 1,000 Eyes will sell their magic eyes in exchange for money. It's a human soul. After the 1,000 Eyes demon saw Guyi, all its eyes glowed. Guyi checked the basic information of the 1,000 Eyes demon and found that he could only see a bunch of question marks. This guy's level is much higher than his. Damn, I encountered an enemy of this level right at the beginning. Guyi felt the malice of the 1,000 Eyes demon. He took out the Denglong sword without hesitation and slashed at the 1,000 Eyes demon. A strong wind blew. The sword energy of the sword forced the 1,000 Eyes demon back. Guyi took this opportunity to run away. The 1,000 Eyes demon climbed out of the abyss with a cry. He looked at the direction where Guyi disappeared, took an eyeball from his chest, and crushed it with force. Kaka, a golden portal, appeared in front of the 1,000 Eyes demon. He dived into the portal and immediately appeared in front of Guyi. Surprised? Little human? Fuck, Guyi was shocked. His speed was too fast and he crashed into the 1,000 Eyes demon before he stopped. The 1,000 Eyes demon pushed Guyi away with a palm and took another eyeball from his body. Sleep, sleep. The eyeball in the hand of the 1,000 Eyes demon shattered and turned into golden light. Guyi felt his eyelids heavy and fell into a deep sleep involuntarily. When Gu Yi woke up again, he found himself lying on a huge chopping board. His hands and feet were entangled by golden silk threads, and it was difficult to break free for a while. The Thousand Eyes demon was communicating with another small goblin. "I have captured a human. What should I do next?" "Just swallow this human alive and your disease will be cured." The goblin said, "There is a parasite in your body. This parasite prefers to parasitize humans. As long as you swallow this human, it will not parasitize you." "Are you sure?" "Believe me, I am the most knowledgeable doctor here." Gu Yi's face changed slightly. It was obvious that the two demons in front of him had regarded him as some kind of medicinal material. Gu Yi's hands were tied behind his back, so he couldn't touch the space pocket at all. He kept rubbing his wrists, trying to break free from the golden thread on his hands. "Okay, I know." The Thousand Eyes demon walked in front of Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked up and saw that the Thousand Eyes demon's head suddenly swelled like a balloon and soon became the same as a whale's head. A huge suction force came, and Gu Yi flew into the mouth of the Thousand Eyes demon involuntarily. "Wait! Don't eat me!" Gu Yi said loudly. "I am the guest of Lord Beelzebub." The Thousand Eyes demon hesitated for a moment and held Gu Yi in his big mouth. The goblin didn't believe Gu Yi at all, but said jokingly, "You are the guest of Lord Beelzebub? Ha! Then I am the master of hell. How could a humble human know Lord Beelzebub? Don't worry about him. He is bluffing." The Thousand Eyes demon nodded and continued to swallow Gu Yi. Gu Yi roared and finally broke free from the restraints on his hands, but he had been swallowed to the throat by the Thousand Eyes demon at this moment. The fishy smell made him retch. Gurgle, gurgle. A strange sound suddenly came from the depths of the Thousand Eyes demon's throat. Just as Gu Yi was hesitating, a giant earthworm jumped out of the Thousand Eyes demon's throat and rushed straight to Gu Yi. Gu Yi's face changed slightly. He propped his legs on the Thousand Eyes demon's throat and pulled out the dragon sword with both hands. "Go to hell!" Gu Yi roared and chopped at the giant earthworm in the narrow throat. Such an attack was probably like being stuck by a fishbone for the Thousand Eyes demon, a little painful but not fatal. However, the giant earthworm could not withstand Gu Yi's attack at all, and its head was split in half by Gu Yi. It was not until this time that Gu Yi had the opportunity to check the attributes of this earthworm. Earthbound insect, basic attributes. Health, 1,000,000. Mana, 1,000,000. Skills, 1 parasitism. Enter the host's body and continuously absorb the host's vitality. Habits. This is a parasite that is unique to hell. As long as it leaves the host, it will die immediately. Gurgle, gurgle. The earthbound insect made an unpleasant gurgling sound and still pounced on Gu Yi relentlessly. Gu Yi slashed with his sword again. This time, the earthbound insect's life was completely cut off, and he died completely. Gu Yi suddenly felt a warm touch from his ring. Could this parasite be an elite monster? Gu Yi quickly reached out and used his equipment skill on the earthbound insect, immediately devoured the body of the earthbound insect, and also pulled out a string of strange eyeballs. This behavior completely stimulated the Thousand Eyes demon. He vomited violently with a wow and spit Gu Yi out of his mouth. Gu Yi's body was covered with light yellow saliva, and he was still pulling a bunch of grapes in his hand. He threw the grapes on the ground and quickly raised his hand. "Hey, told you not to eat me!" The goblin looked at Gu Yi, not knowing what to say for a moment. The Thousand Eyes demon is the top predator in hell. How could he spit out the food in his mouth? He turned his head to look at the Thousand Eyes demon and said in confusion, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "My stomach doesn't hurt anymore." The Thousand Eyes demon touched his stomach. "I seem to be fine." "Human, what did you do?" The goblin pointed at Gu Yi's nose and asked back angrily. Seeing this, Gu Yi pushed the goblin away with his backhand. "Is this how you treat Beelzebub's guests? Don't play tricks on me. I can use Lord Beelzebub's magic." Gu Yi raised his right hand. "Just now I ate the parasites in his stomach. Otherwise, why do you think he could suddenly heal his illness? How is it possible? How can a human possess Lord Beelzebub's magic? Why is it impossible?" Gu Yi waved his hand and showed his gluttony tooth. The ring emitted a red light. The goblins and the thousand-eyed demons were all so frightened that they fell to their knees, because the fang of gluttony really contained the power of Beelzebub. This was Beelzebub's territory. Anyone who dared to offend Beelzebub's followers in his territory would be courting death. Don't think that you can get away with it by killing Guyi. The Demon King and his followers have a spiritual connection. If his followers die, the Demon King will know. The eyeballs of the thousand-eyed demon were all closed. He kept kowtowed and begged for mercy loudly. "My lord, please forgive my ignorance. I didn't mean it." You are pretending to be a follower of Beelzebub. The favorability of Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, towards you has decreased, and the current favorability level is indifferent. Your reputation among the gods of hell has increased. Guyi received a series of system prompts. The gods of hell belong to the chaotic camp. In the eyes of these people, anything that can make them feel impressed can improve their reputation. Cheating, robbing, burning, and killing, even such despicable means can generate a very high reputation. In other words, the worse you are, the more they like you. Guyi likes to do such things. Since it has come to this, let's just scare them a little more. Guyi turned his wrist and took out the sacrificial dagger that he had cheated from Lucifer from his pocket. The terrible aura in the sacrificial dagger shocked the Thousand Eyes demon and the goblin even more. Is this the thing of the King of Pride? Why is Lord Lucifer's thing in your hands? Guyi didn't say anything, just sneered. What do you think? The two demons were all scared. The human in front of him knew both Beelzebub and Lucifer. Who is he? I'm sorry, we were wrong. Sir, how can you forgive us? Please don't tell Lord Beelzebub about this. Guyi sneered, pointed at the Thousand Eyes demon and said, That depends on what you did. I cured your illness, but you still repay me with evil. Do you think this is appropriate? Shouldn't you compensate me a little? The Thousand Eyes demon knelt on the ground and thought for a while. He stuck out his tongue, plucked an eyeball from the tip of his tongue and handed it to Guyi. Sir, this is the most valuable thing I can afford. Please forgive me. Guyi reached out and took it. He was very happy in his heart, but he still had a stern face ace on the surface. Eye of Thunder, Epic. After use, you can summon a thundercloud with an area of 100 square meters. The thundercloud will summon lightning to strike all enemies within the range. Each lightning can cause 500 to 800 electric attribute attacks. Duration 5 minutes. The Thousand Eyes demon spent a lot of effort to cultivate a Thunder Eye. Usually it took them 20 years to cultivate 3 Thunder Eyes. They would not use the Thunder Eye unless it was absolutely necessary. Guyi put the Thunder Eye into his space backpack, nodded expressionlessly and said, Forget it, I forgive you this time. The Thousand Eyes demon breathed a sigh of relief. Guyi then turned his head to look at the goblin and said in a deep voice, Are you a demon scholar? Yes, sir. Guyi took out his fairy boots and handed them to the goblin. Do you have a way to help me remove the spell on this equipment? The goblin took the fairy boots and looked at it from left to right. Someone has released a tracking spell on it. What price do you need to help me remove this tracking spell? No, it's my honor to serve you. The goblin immediately took out his purse and took out various spellcasting materials from his pocket. After a while, the goblin helped Guyi remove the tracking spell on the fairy boots. Guyi nodded with relief, and his worries were finally cleared. He took out the sacrificial dagger again and asked, Do you know how to re-energize the dagger? The goblin saw the sacrificial dagger and knelt on the ground again. The dagger has the breath of Lucifer within the range of hell. These low-level demons instinctively cannot resist it after seeing it. My lord, we can't help you with this. Maybe you can ask our Lord Lowell Beelzebub to solve this problem. The castle in front is his territory? Yes. Take me there to have a look. The goblin nodded and took Guyi to the gate of Beelzebub's castle. In hell, each of the 7 demon kings has many offspring, but the king of laziness is the only one who is alone, because he is too lazy to reproduce. Lowell Beelzebub is one of the many offspring of the king of gluttony. Guyi has Beelzebub's invitation and passed the ban at the door unimpeded, while the goblin can only stand at the gate and cannot go in. Guyi stood by the gate and looked around. The castle was gorgeously decorated, but there was still a pungent smell of sulfur in the air. The water element was cleaning the castle non-stop. They were all elemental creatures without intelligence. No matter how Gu Yi greeted them, they ignored him. "Is anyone there?" Gu Yi bravely walked into the hall of the castle. Dong dong dong, heavy footsteps were heard in the distance. A monster with a cockroach head walked out of the room. His head was tall and his belly was bulging. No one knew what was inside. Not only that, but there were a bunch of small cockroaches following behind his buttocks, which looked very disgusting. Gu Yi took a closer look and found that the man in front of him was indeed the one he was looking for. God Roel Beelzebub, quasi-god. Basic attributes, skills. One of the many descendants of Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. "Who are you? Why would a human come to my palace?" Beelzebub seemed a little angry, and his cockroach antennae were swinging up and down. Gu Yi was not nervous. He took out Beelzebub's invitation and said, "Don't be nervous, my friend. Your ancestors invited me here. Is it really an invitation from His Majesty?" Beelzebub turned into a human form. He looked rich and looked like an elegant nobleman. If you only look at Beelzebub's human form, Gu Yi would never have thought that this guy's true form is actually a cockroach with a big belly. Beelzebub took the invitation from Gu Yi and checked it. "Oh, there is indeed Your Majesty's divine power on it. Please come in." Beelzebub said, pointing to the floor, "Be careful. These are my children. They are a little naughty. Be careful not to step on them." I'll try my best." Gu Yi smiled awkwardly and carefully crossed the group of cockroaches. However, he soon found that his worries were unnecessary. These cockroaches reacted very quickly. Whenever Gu Yi's souls were about to touch them, they would fly away in the blink of an eye. If Beelzebub was not right next to him, Gu Yi really wanted to try whether he could step on these cockroaches to death. "I'm really sorry, Master Mountaineer. We are preparing for war recently, and my wife is about to give birth. We are so busy now that we don't have time to receive you in advance." "Your wife is also She doesn't have the bloodline of the king of gluttony. She is from the dragon family." "Then why did you give birth to these, cockroaches?" Beelzebub didn't seem to care at all, but explained humbly, "These children inherited my appearance, so they all look like cockroaches after they were born. The king of gluttony is a giant fly. He gave birth to me by combining with a cockroach. But I didn't inherit my majesty's appearance, but my mother's appearance. However, this does not affect my use of the power of gluttony. This is really strange. This is how the combination of demons is, but we have given birth to hundreds of children. So far, none of them has wisdom. I am worried that my position as Lord will have no one to inherit." "You have so many offspring, and you can't even find an heir?" "No way." Beelzebub shook his head and said, "It's not so easy to produce a demon lord. About 1 demon in 10,000 can become intelligent. Only 1 demon in 10,000 can become a demon, and only 1 demon in 10,000 can reach the strength of a demon lord." "I see." Gu Yi nodded and looked at Beelzebub thoughtfully. "The competition in hell is very cruel. If Beelzebub is not a demon lord, his many sons may only become the nourishment of other demons. Hell is full of war and chaos, and we need to be vigilant against the attacks and plunders of other lords at any time." Beelzebub turned his head to look at Gu Yi and asked sincerely, "Master Mountaineer, I know you all have many powerful means. I wonder if you have any way to let my wife give birth to a child with intelligence? I am afraid that I only have 100 years left to live. If I can't give birth to an heir..." 100 years of demons is 10 years for humans. Gu Yi frowned. This was the first time in his life that he had dealt with the forces of hell. How could a demon lord give birth to a child with intelligence? How did Gu Yi know? "I can't guarantee that I can do it, but I can ask for you." "Great, Master Mountaineer. I believe you can do it." Beelzebub held Gu Yi's hand tightly. His expression was very excited. However, Gu Yi felt a hint of cunning in his eyes. Then Gu Yi heard the system prompt. "Congratulations on accepting the task Hare. Task target. Help Beelzebub train an heir. Task reward. Erase task prompt." Beelzebub got inspiration from an ancient magic book. He believed that letting his wife who was about to give birth eat the soul of the mountaineer could make the fetus intelligent. Damn it! After seeing the task prompt, Gu Yi trembled all over. Why did he automatically accept the task without receiving the prompt of the system to release the task? That's right. Beelzebub must have used evil magic to bypass the system rules and force himself to accept the task. Even if he did not explicitly agree, but only gave an ambiguous answer, Lowell Beelzebub could still let himself fall into the trap. No wonder. Lowell Beelzebub was very hospitable from the moment he entered the door, which almost made Guyi forget that the demons in hell were all cunning and mercenary villains. Beelzebub was willing to entertain him, but it was not because of the face of the King of Gluttony. What's more, the friendship level between him and the King of Gluttony was only indifferent. Devils will not do things without benefits. Then, Mr. Mountaineer, my wife is in your hands, Beelzebub sneered, lifted Guyi's arm and walked deep into the castle. No matter what, this Beelzebub's godhood is a quasi-god. Guyi is only level 20 and has no way to compete with him. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Guyi's forehead. He kept thinking about countermeasures and how to escape this deadly killing situation. Calm down. Calm down. Guyi took a deep breath and communicated with Beelzebub. Wait a minute. I think you might have made a mistake. Mistaken? Beelzebub never makes a mistake. Letting your wife eat me won't make the situation better. Don't listen to other people's slander. In fact, I have a way to help you. Beelzebub pursed his lips tightly and said nothing, just walked forward with his head down. Guyi didn't dare to do it. If he did it now, it would be a 100% death. After seeing Beelzebub's wife, he would think of a way. Maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. Here we are. Beelzebub pushed open the door and came to his wife's delivery room. At this time, a bunch of demons were busy around his wife. At this time, his wife was in human form, but she was 3 or 4 meters tall. She lay on the bed with her legs apart and saw Guyi in Beelzebub's hand at a glance. Beelzebub, you understand me so well. Is this a snack for me? This is a great tonic, dear. Beelzebub pushed Guyi to his wife's bed. This is a climber from the world of natural disasters. Climber? I heard that climbers have many strange abilities. Maybe he can help me. Dear, eating him can help you give birth to smart children. Trust my judgment. Beelzebub's wife fell into deep thought. Guyi raised his head and took a look at the basic attributes of Beelzebub's wife. False god. Basic attributes. Skills. Biography. Lowell Beelzebub's wife. She is brave and good at fighting, a descendant of the dragon clan, and is born with strong magic resistance. Yang thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Forget it. I believe you. Yang nodded, sat up from the bed, and reached out to grab Guyi. Shit, stop it! Guyi couldn't stand it any longer. He wasn't the kind of person who would just sit there and wait for death. Guyi took out the Denglong sword from his bag and stabbed it into Yang's palm. Yang sneered, "What are you going to do with a small toothpick?" Puff! Yang flicked his finger and the sword flew out of Guyi's hand. Guyi refused to give in and took out the Thunderbird's cry from his arms. Violent lightning flashed in Yang's bedroom, and those low-level familiars were immediately electrocuted into charcoal. Yang laughed and grabbed Guyi. Funny, really funny. I was born from lightning and fire, and you actually used this thing to deal with me? You really are. Yang didn't finish his words and suddenly frowned. Guyi's face turned red, and Yang's face also turned red. Beelzebub ran to his wife nervously and revealed his prototype of a giant cockroach. Honey, what's wrong with you? This little jerk is coming out. Yang cursed in a low voice. Something seems to be wrong. This time he seems to have inherited my ability. What? Crack! A bolt of lightning flew out of Yang's stomach, and Beelzebub let go of Yang's wrist with a scream. Screamed in pain, he grabbed Guyi and beat his stomach hard. Guyi was struck by lightning, and his health bar went up and down. Fuck, let me go! Guyi was so angry, but he couldn't get away from Yang's hand. The servants hurriedly came to Yang's side and put on various lightning protection equipment. My lord, it's bad. My wife seems to be having a difficult delivery. How can we do this? The young master is too big. He can't get out at all. Hearing this, Yang continued to scream. Beelzebub, dig up my belly for me and dig this little bastard out. I'm gonna kill him. Dig it up. How to dig it up? Think of a way, you stinky bug. I'm dying of pain. Think of a way. Yang screamed loudly and the sound almost blew the roof off. Guyi was held in Yang's hand and couldn't even cry out. Beelzebub stood there at a loss. His wife had never had a difficult delivery in the previous few times. How could he know what to do? Don't worry. Someone to help. What the hell? I'll be dying of pain by the time you find someone. Yang looked at Guyi fiercely. Human, I order you to help me. Guyi was dizzy and dazed by Yang's pinch. How could he have the energy to talk? Quick, beat this little jerk out. Yang grabbed Guyi upside down and made him point the blade of the giant sword in his hand downward. Every time the Thunderbird's cry chopped, blue lightning flashed on Yang's belly. The fetus was stimulated by the power of lightning and bumped around in Yang's belly, but couldn't find the right exit. Damn, are you a directionally challenged person? You don't even know where to get out? Yang continued to hammer his belly. Guyi was also furious at this moment. He didn't know where he got the strength from, and he twisted his waist hard and got out of Yang's big hand. Fun, huh? I'll help you. Guyi was desperate and simply raised the giant sword in his hand and chopped it down towards Yang's big belly. The lightning power attached to the giant sword further stimulated the fetus. Guyi attacked with hatred, and Yang almost fainted from the pain. Beelzebub jumped and stabbed Guyi with his big claws. Are you looking for death? Stop! Yang made a timely move to stop Beelzebub's attack. Just let him hit you. Hit hard! Guyi was stunned for a moment, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Why should I listen to your orders? Damn it! Stop talking nonsense. Hit me quickly, or I will eat you. Then you can eat me. I won't hit you anymore. Hearing this, Yang couldn't help but show the fangs in his mouth and continued to intimidate Guyi. If you don't hit me again, I will eat you. Come on, eat! Guyi put his head in. Yang was so scared that he quickly retracted his head. Guyi's weapon seemed to have a special magic for his fetus, and the compatibility between the two was very good. If Guyi hadn't helped, he would probably die in childbirth. Of course, Yang didn't dare to bite Guyi to death. He might be the only savior of the mother and son. Okay, you win, Yang said viciously. As long as you help me give birth, I can fulfill one of your reasonable wishes and make you the most distinguished guest of our territory. I can swear on my life. As Yang spoke, he drew a mysterious rune in the air. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Guyi's ears. Your task, Hair, has changed. The task level has been upgraded to Unique Task. Hair, Task Content. Help Yang Beelzebub give birth naturally. Task Reward. 1. Fulfill a reasonable wish. 2. The favorability of the Beelzebub couple is increased to respect. Failure Pederate. Task Prompt. Your weapon and Yang's fetus have a wonderful resonance. You can help Yang give birth naturally. Okay, then I'll help you. Hearing the system prompt, Guyi immediately became energetic. These demons went back on their words. They just wanted to eat him, but now they kneeled down to beg him. Sure enough, only eternal interests are their beliefs. The devil's character really makes Guyi love and hate him. Bang, bang, bang. Guyi raised the Thunderbird in his hand and smashed it hard on Yang's belly. Every time he smashed it, Yang would let out a painful groan. Guyi's arm was sore from smashing it, but he didn't even cut a blood mark, which was enough to prove how abnormal Yang's defense was. The familiars nervously helped Yang deliver the baby, and they finally saw the head of the fetus. Madam, use more force. The young master is coming out. Hurry, you should hurry up too, human. Don't rush, I know. Guyi wiped the sweat from his head hard and quickly drank 2 sips of almond water. Beelzebub saw Guyi's hesitation and actually threw a buff spell at him. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and smash it. Guyi suddenly found that his strength had skyrocketed by 30 points. He was ecstatic and smashed it towards the box. Big belly again. Ouch! This smash made Yang jump up in pain. She couldn't help but spit out a breath and knocked Guyi away. Guyi's health dropped by more than half. He got up from the ground in a daze, only to find that the fetus had crawled out of its head. Ah? The little guy hadn't opened his eyes yet, but he instinctively turned towards Guyi. He struggled hard and bit the Thunderbird in Guyi's hand. Stop! This is mine! Guyi stood up and played tug-of-war with the little guy. At this time, Yang also woke up from her coma. She looked at her son, who had crawled out halfway, and squeezed hard again. Come out, you little bastard! Bang! The little flying dragon was finally born. He crashed into Guyi's arms and knocked Guyi to death. The little guy opened his eyes, spread his fiery red wings behind him, and swallowed the thunderbird in Guyi's hand. After a while, blue thunder patterns appeared on the little guy's wings, which were extremely beautiful. Ah! The little guy flapped his wings and flew high, soaring in the narrow bedroom. Yang frowned, waved his hand, and grabbed the little guy's tail. "You little jerk, your umbilical cord hasn't even fallen off." After saying that, Yang opened his mouth wide and bit off the umbilical cord. Beelzebub looked at his son excitedly and said with a smile, "He seems to have the power of gluttony too. Look, after he swallowed the human's weapon, blue scales grew on his body. This child is really gifted. He can actually inherit the abilities of both of us at the same time." The little guy opened his golden vertical pupils and looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom." Beelzebub and his wife were stunned. He spoke! Oh my God, he spoke! Our son finally got wise! Ha ha! The couple cried with joy and hugged their heads and cried. The little guy crawled out of their arms and ran to Guyi, who was still dying. Guyi looked at the little guy weakly and looked at the couple with resentment. "You two, can you wait a while before crying? Save me first?" Yang looked at the seriously injured Guyi and his eyes turned. "So your wish is for us to rescue you? What the hell? Are you trying to cheat? Demons pay the most attention to contracts. This is our belief, and we will never cheat," Beelzebub added. "So your wish is for us to save you, right?" Guyi was so angry that his teeth itched. Sure enough, none of these demons were trustworthy. If he said yes, they could cheat on the reward of fulfilling a reasonable wish. The little guy looked at Guyi, then at his parents. He stood in front of Guyi, spread his wings, and said, "Dad, Mom, you can't treat my relatives like this. Dad, Mom, you can't treat my relatives like this." "Relatives?" Yang looked at the little guy angrily. "We are your relatives. He is just a human who has nothing to do with you." "How can you say that? If it weren't for him, I would have died a long time ago. We should repay him well." "We didn't say we wouldn't repay him. He has earned our respect." As soon as Yang finished speaking, Guyi received a system prompt. "Your relationship level with Lowell Beelzebub has been upgraded to respect. Your relationship level with Yang Beelzebub has been upgraded to respect." Guyi couldn't help but sneer when he heard the system prompt. For these demons who only care about their own interests, there is no difference between respect and hostility. The little guy tilted his head and thought for a while, then he turned his head and licked Guyi's cheek. "Are you okay?" Guyi pretended to be weak and said weakly, "I'm dying. Mom and Dad, please save him." Beelzebub still didn't let go. He looked down at Guyi and said coldly, "Child, no matter how much you beg, it won't work. We demons must pay attention to the spirit of the contract. Unless this human makes a wish and asks us to save him, we won't save him." Was seriously injured because he helped his mother give birth. Why he was seriously injured has nothing to do with our contract. Beelzebub spoke in a pretentious tone, as if he was deliberately delaying time. When Guyi died of serious injuries, they would no longer need to fulfill the contract. "Cough, cough, cough!" Guyi coughed twice and looked at the little guy pitifully. With his current strength, he can still hold on for 3 minutes in the dying stage. If the little guy couldn't think of a solution, it didn't matter if Guyi begged for mercy from the Beelzebub couple. It was a rare thing to get away with it. The little guy seemed to be touched by Guyi. He waved his wings, raised his front paws, and drew a mysterious magic circle in the air. The Beelzebub couple was stunned for a moment, and for a moment they couldn't tell what kind of magic circle it was. Guyi kept blinking his eyelids and heard the system prompt sound in his ears. "This creature wants to sign a soul contract with you. He will become your pet. Do you want to sign the contract?" "Yes!" Guyi nodded in agreement without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt that he had a special connection with the little guy, and he could even sense the little guy's emotions. "What did you do? You actually signed a soul contract with a stupid human?" Lowell Beelzebub rushed up excitedly and grabbed the little guy's tail. The little guy struggled to fly up, looking at his father angrily. "If you don't save him, I will die too. Will you save him?" Beelzebub was so angry that his teeth itched. He waited for so many years to finally have a child who could inherit his family property, but he didn't expect that he would be kidnapped by a mountaineer before he could train the child. Beelzebub was anxious. No matter what, this little guy was his offspring, and he was also the most talented offspring. Of course, he couldn't just watch him die. "You are so cruel," changed into a human form and snapped his fingers with a frown. Guyi's near-death state disappeared. He got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body with a calm face. Gaining the respect of Beelzebub and his wife did not have any substantial effect. Gaining the sole contract of Beelzebub's offspring was the key to success. Guyi's move was called holding the Emperor hostage to control the princes. However, he didn't expect it. She and the offspring of Beelzebub were so compatible. They had only met once, but they became friends for life and death. Yang looked at her husband and child with resentment. She got off the bed, changed to the size of a normal person, and casually took a sheet and draped it over herself. "Dear, what are you going to name our child? Let's call him Amon." "Amon Beelzebub? What a good name." Yang rubbed her nose helplessly. Amon means oathbreaker in demon language. The child's elbow turned outward, which really made Beelzebub angry. Amon got his name and waved his wings excitedly. He moved closer to Guyi and licked Guyi's face with his big tongue. "Amon has a name. What's your name?" "Good, very good, Amon." Guyi patted Amon's head. "You can just call me Yi from now on." "Yi? Ai. Whatever you want to call me." Guyi nodded and turned to look at Beelzebub and his wife. At this time, Guyi could really straighten his back and talk to them. "You two, can we talk about our contract now? Don't forget, we can only fulfill one reasonable wish of yours." Beelzebub emphasized, "If this wish can't even be fulfilled by us, then we can't help you." "Of course." Guyi took out the sacrificial dagger from his pocket. "Can you help me charge this dagger?" Beelzebub took Guyi's dagger and tried it. Then his face changed slightly and he returned the dagger to Guyi. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." "Why?" "This is the stuff of the King of Pride, and it contains his remaining will. No one in hell can touch his stuff, not even Beelzebub, the King of Gluttony, because he is the strongest demon king in hell." "What a hassle." Guyi frowned and scratched his head. "I'm afraid this is the difficulty that the system has forced upon him. If he wants to charge the dagger, he must wait until he becomes a second-level demonologist. This dagger is an extremely perverted item, and he got it by cheating in a way that is almost like cheating. Of course, the system will try every means to limit the number of times he can use it." Beelzebub looked at Guyi impatiently and hurriedly urged him, "Have you thought it through? Our patience is limited." Guyi touched his chin and thought for a while. He looked up at Beelzebub and smiled harmlessly. "How about this? You teach me a sorcery." "Sorcery? Are you sure?" "Of course." Guyi nodded. Beelzebub raised his eyebrows. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you humans want to master the black arts, you will have to pay a lot of price. Moreover, I can't guarantee whether your body can withstand the pressure of the black arts. I am a mountain climber. Humph, don't be too confident." Beelzebub shook his head, really not wanting Guyi to master the black arts. Because letting humans learn black arts also has many risks, and humans will die if they are not careful. At this time, Amon has signed a soul contract with Guyi. If Guyi dies, Amon can't save him. If you want to learn black arts, it doesn't matter. Beelzebub said, "You cancel the soul contract with Amon, and then I will teach you black arts." Before Guyi spoke, Amon stood up. "No, I don't want to be separated from Ai." Yang glared at Amon fiercely. "It's not your turn to speak here." Amon spread his wings and said loudly, "Amon is not shooting without purpose. Now our territory has been invaded by other demons. If I stay in hell, not only will I be unable to develop and practice, but I will also be coveted by others. After signing a soul contract with Ai, I can go to the natural disaster world with him to adventure and practice. When Ai and I are stronger, we will definitely return to hell to help you." "Amon, do you know how dangerous the natural disaster world is? Hell is not a safe place either." Amon tried his best to explain. "I have no room to develop and practice here. There is only hope if I go to the natural disaster world. Moreover, the speed of time in the natural disaster world is different from that in our hell. I spent 7 days there, but it may only be 3 minutes in hell. This is an excellent training ground." Not only the Beelzebub couple, but even Guyi looked at Amon in surprise. This child was born less than 5 minutes ago, yet he has such meticulous logic and extensive knowledge. Guyi even thought that Amon was also a reborn person like himself. Yang frowned slightly. You are a girl? How can you do such a dangerous thing? Mom, you are also a girl. Don't you often fight on the battlefield? Wait, Amon is a girl? Guyi looked at Amon in surprise. This little guy can't transform into a human form at all. Guyi doesn't know how to distinguish the gender of the dragon clan. From the beginning, he thought Amon was a boy. Now hearing what young Beelzebub said, Guyi finally reacted. It turned out that the tall and strong little flying dragon in front of him was actually a genius little loli? You are just kidding. I'm not kidding, I'm serious, Amon said stubbornly. Mom and Dad, you should quickly teach Ai the evil arts. This way he can survive better in the natural disaster world, and I can grow faster, right? The Beelzebub couple thought for a while before nodding. Lol Beelzebub hooked his finger at Guyi. Come with me. Guyi followed Beelzebub to the edge of a huge blood pool, and Amon followed behind Guyi obediently. Do you see this blood pool? Yes? Jump in. Then what? Just jump in. Beelzebub slapped Guyi down. Guyi's feet were unstable and he fell into the water with a splash. After a while, he found that his blood volume was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all his skills and props could not be used. Not only that, all his system pages were also blocked. Obviously, a blood pool is a way for demons to bypass system rules. I underestimated you. Not only do you have traces of the King of Gluttony, but you also have a hint of divinity. This way, your chances of mastering gluttony magic are even higher. Open your heart and feel the power of the King of Gluttony. Beelzebub's voice came to Guyi's ears. After a while, he felt a sudden heat in his right hand, and then his palm burst open. The blood in the blood pool began to boil and was reshaping Guyi's right hand. Guyi felt both pain and pleasure. It felt like taking a large piece of meat floss out of his ear. Suddenly, Guyi heard a sound of water flowing. A waterspout rushed out from the bottom of the blood pool and pushed Guyi onto the shore. Guyi lay on the shore, coughing non-stop. He looked at his palm and found that there was a small mouthful of sawtooth barbs in the center of his palm. Soon, the system prompt sound came to Guyi's ears. Your body has undergone an unknown change. You have acquired the special skill Gluttony. This skill is a special skill, does not occupy the skill bar, and cannot be upgraded using skill points. Special skill, Gluttony level point 1. 1. Mouth of Gluttony, active effect. You can turn your arm into a mouth of gluttony and devour the enemy's corpse to strengthen the skill level of gluttony. You have currently acquired the power of gluttony 0-100. 2. Brute force, passive effect. You gain 10 points of strength. 3. Eat anything raw or cold. Passive effect. You can eat any food and are immune to toxins and parasites in all foods. Endless hunger, passive effect. Your satiety decreases faster by 100%. After unlocking the evil skill, Guyi immediately felt full of strength, but at the same time his stomach also felt empty. This emptiness is a deep emptiness in the soul. Evil spells all have various side effects. The side effect of gluttony is that you will always feel hungry. Now, the level of gluttony has not been raised and it cannot reflect its strength. However, when his skill level is raised, this skill will definitely bring him a lot of surprises. Thank you. Guyi clenched his fist. I feel full of power. Gurgle. Guyi's stomach began to growl as soon as he finished speaking. Not only that, Roel and Amon, father and daughter, also had their stomachs growl. It seems that the people of the Beelzebub family have a common way of communication. Come with me. Beelzebub's expression became a little relieved. I'll give you something good to eat. Beelzebub brought Guyi to his restaurant. At this time, Yang was already sitting at the table, with his legs apart, eating carelessly. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies, which made people's appetites growl. Anyway, you already have the power of the King of Gluttony in your body, so we can be considered brothers, Beelzebub said while raising the wine in his hand. Cheers, brother. Cheers. Guyi nodded, raised the glass and drank it all. The devils are brothers with you, so you should also be vigilant. They fight against each other and seize land, but they never recognize whether you are their brothers or sisters. Guyi was also very hungry. He picked up the food on the table and ate it. He found that every time he ate a bite, his gluttony power would increase a little. Can eating alone increase strength? Guyi looked at the table full of delicious food with a surprised face. Beelzebub shook his head and said calmly, "This is what I want to tell you. After you obtain the gluttony magic, you will fall into endless hunger, and ordinary food will be difficult to satisfy you. Only food full of magic can make you feel full. All the food on my territory is magical, so you will feel full after eating it. Do you see that big plate of fire dragon meat? It's all yours, you eat it all." Beelzebub snapped his fingers, and a big plate of roasted fire dragon meat was placed in front of Guyi. This thing is bigger than Guyi, but Guyi still devoured it. Crunch, crunch. Guyi's mouth was greasy. The fire dragon meat tastes fragrant and spicy, very appetizing, with a faint taste of chicken and a sweet taste of fruit. But in the blink of an eye, Guyi finished eating a whole roasted fire dragon. He touched his stomach with satisfaction and found that the level of gluttony had been improved. Special skill Gluttony Level Point 2 Effect 1. Mouth of Gluttony. Active effect. You can turn your arm into a mouth of gluttony and devour the enemy's corpse to strengthen the skill level of gluttony and increase the upper limit of evil energy. You have currently obtained the power of gluttony, 0-100. 2. Brute Force. Passive effect. You gain 20 points of strength. 3. Raw or Cold. Passive effect. You can eat any food and are immune to toxins and parasites in all foods. 4. Endless Hunger. Passive effect. Your satiety decreases by 100%. Magic Devour. Active effect. Before the enemy's energy or physical props hit you, you can use the Mouth of Gluttony to devour the enemy's flying props and eject them back. The effective judgment time is 2 seconds. Consume 50 points of Fell Energy. Cooldown time 1 minute. Current Fell Energy value 50-50. Just by eating a meal, Guyi's skill level has been improved. The attributes of the evil magic skill are really amazing, not to mention that Guyi went to hell and learned the evil magic from the Demon Lord himself. After upgrading to the next level, Gluttony can increase Guyi's strength growth by 10 points, and there is also an additional counter skill for remote professions. Generally speaking, the release conditions of counter skills are very harsh, and if the release fails, there will even be a penalty. Not only has no failure penalty, but also has an effective judgment time of up to 2 seconds, which is rare in the entire world of natural disasters. Unless the counter skill is upgraded to level 15, there may be a reward for extending the judgment time. At present, Guyi has both the skills to counter melee and the skills to counter long range, which greatly enhances Guyi's combat ability. 7 Demon Kings? Hey, let's see who is the Demon King. Beelzebub finally felt relieved when he saw Guyi's good appetite. It seems that Guyi is indeed very compatible with gluttony magic. He doesn't have to worry that Guyi will not be able to withstand the backlash of magic power. After Guyi finished his meal, he suddenly received a system prompt. You have stayed in the special Dungeon Hell for more than 3 hours. Please return to the outpost immediately. Otherwise, the system will deduct 1 extra day of your survival for every hour you stay. Guyi put down his cutlery, nodded to Beelzebub and his wife, and said, "By the way, you two, I have another thing I want to ask you for help with." "What is it?" "Please help me collect these materials." Guyi reported all the materials that Verena needed. Beelzebub smiled contemptuously, knocked on the table, and said, "I thought it was something else. I can give you this thing in just 1 hour." "Really? Thank you so much. But what are you going to exchange for it?" Guyi's eyes lit up. "Actually, I collected these materials to build a smuggling elevator. With this thing, I can easily teleport back and forth between Hell and the Scourge world and bypass some system rules." "You mean a portal?" "Well, you can understand it as a portal to the Scourge world." Beelzebub heard this and bit the bones in his mouth in surprise. Teleportation spells are very rare even in Hell. Unless they have innate abilities, few demons can travel through space. Portals are an extremely rare resource. There are extremely unstable natural portals in every corner of Hell, and a man-made portal costs at least 1 year's tax revenue of the territory. "Can we use this technology too?" Yang Khan, who also serves as the finance minister of the territory, was naturally more excited than her husband. "Of course. In fact, Guyi was not sure whether it was possible, but this did not prevent him from painting a big pie for Beelzebub and his wife at this time. As long as you can help me collect the materials, I can give you the design of the smuggling elevator. Deal! Beelzebub's efficiency was very high. In less than half an hour, his men prepared all the materials that Guyi needed. Guyi put away the materials, exchanged a hypocritical greeting with Beelzebub and his wife, and then took out the key to open the elevator door back to the outpost. Goodbye? Guyi waved and prepared to leave. Amun didn't catch up after all. The Beelzebub couple still didn't feel comfortable with their child going out on an adventure. Guyi entered the elevator car. Before the door was closed, Amon stumbled into the elevator. Amon's huge body immediately shrank to the size of a puppy after entering the elevator. Guyi looked at Amon in shock and asked, "Why did you follow me?" "I'm strong and fast. How could my parents catch me?" Amon raised his neck and looked at Guyi. "Ai, you will be my master from now on. I will follow you from now on." "Yeah?" Guyi blinked and found that the system didn't kick Amon out of the elevator. "Yeah?" Guyi blinked and found that the system didn't kick Amon out of the elevator. Even if Guyi had signed a soul contract with Amon, it would not be so easy to bring Amon out of hell. Anyway, Amon is the descendant of the Lord of Hell, and both his father and mother possess godhood. The system will never allow Guyi to have such a pet. Moreover, to become a pet, one must have a reputation level of worship. Amon has only known him for 3 hours. How could it be possible? Your relationship with Amon has reached the level of worship. Amon has reached the conditions for entering the world of natural disasters. Amon hopes to become your pet. Do you agree to establish a pet relationship? Of course. Guyi nodded. Guyi certainly could not refuse to have an extra helper who would not betray him. You already have a pet. The pet system is open. Please purchase personal property as soon as possible, otherwise the pet may abandon you. Guyi heard the system prompt and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Do you have to buy a house to raise a pet? Doing business in the world of natural disasters is really particular. Guyi bent down, touched Amon's head, checked her attribute panel, and almost scared himself to death. Amon Beelzebub, Level 1, Race Demon, Dragon, Relationship, Worship, Basic Attributes, Strength 108, Agility 25, Stamina 47.5, Intelligence 50. The growth value for each level is in brackets. Skills: Unstoppable. Passive effect, immune to all control effects. 2. Magic immunity. Passive effect, all magic damage received is reduced by 90% and cannot be affected by teammates' buff spells. 3. Dragon flame. Active effect, spew out dragon breath, causing fire and electricity damage of 10 strength value, with 100% chance of causing burns and electric shock effects. Effective range 10 meters, consumes 10% of maximum health. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. 4. Gluttony. Active effect, devour enemy corpses, can restore 15% of health and have a 1% chance of increasing experience points, with a very low chance of gaining new abilities. Cooldown time, none. Skill consumption, abnormal. Guyi looked at Amon's attributes and drooled with envy. Magic damage is reduced by 90%, and there is a passive control immunity. Although the 47 points of physical strength are not much, it is already impressive compared to ordinary players at level 20. The initial strength value is more than 100, and the strength growth is 10 points. Almost no one can match it. Even the summoner's pet is not as good as Guyi's Amon. Amon, you are so powerful, right? Of course not. Amon raised his head proudly and wagged his tail, just like a puppy. The elevator stopped. Guyi took Amon out of the elevator. He first went to the government hall and bought a house of his own. Guyi settled Amon and let her rest at home. Now Amon has become Guyi's contracted pet. As long as he enters the combat state, Guyi can spend a certain amount of platinum coins to summon Amon to help in the battle. Then Guyi came to the alchemist Belina's house. Bang! Guyi took out all the materials needed for the task and placed them in front of Belina. Belina stared at Guyi in amazement. You are so amazing, aren't you? You finished it so quickly? No big deal. Belina immediately put away the materials, and Guyi immediately received the message that the task was completed. Congratulations on completing the quest, Berena's Secret Research. Quest, Berena's Secret Research, unique, cannot be claimed repeatedly. Quest Objective 1. Collect materials. Lacrimal glands of the weeping banshee, completed. 2. Collect materials. Water of the Styx, completed. 3. Collect materials. Demon gold, completed. 1 consumable Geralt's stand-in doll, claimed. 2. Consumable golden almond water, claimed. 3. Rechargeable item, Barena's alchemical creation, Mar 1. Guyi had already obtained Geralt's stand-in doll, so this time he only obtained golden almond water and Barena's alchemical creation. Guyi temporarily saved. Now that I can get 10 attribute points when I level up, the 5 free attributes provided by golden almond water are no longer necessary unless it is used to add attribute points to wear equipment. Therefore, golden almond water can only be used to increase skill points. Guyi is not in a hurry to increase the skill level now, so he saves it for the time being. Guyi picked up the remaining item. This is what he was busy doing. Chargeable item, Balena's alchemical creation. Grade, epic. Number of charges, tooth hats. Use conditions, none. Effect, summons an elevator, which can traverse floors at will, regardless of level and conditions. NPCs can also log into the elevator, but the attribute values will be reduced. This is a special item made by Balena. It has strong adaptability and can be charged by any energy. Ballerina's alchemical creation is only the size of a palm and looks like a turtle shell. How do I use this thing? I've calculated that the best place to put this thing is on Coal Ball Mountain, 5 kilometers east of the outpost. You place the alchemical creation there, and then link it to your own property. In this way, you can use my smuggled elevator in your own elevator room. Won't it be destroyed if it's placed on Coal Ball Mountain? No. There is a time and space node on Coal Ball Mountain. If you put the alchemical creation in it, no one will be able to find it. Even if the alchemical creation is in a chaotic time and space node, it can perform its mission perfectly. I'll give you the coordinates now and you can get there right away. No problem. Guyi grinned and nodded slightly. Also, can you give me a copy of the design of this thing? A friend of mine wants to take it back for research. Design? Take it if you want. Barena said seriously, if it weren't for you, I guess I wouldn't be able to make this thing. The design should have been yours. Barena took out the design and handed it to Guyi, not hiding anything. Guyi stood up to leave and Barena hurried over and grabbed Guyi's arm. Adventurer, please wait a moment. What's wrong? If you successfully install the elevator, can you let Geralt and I use it first? Of course. Guyi nodded vigorously. Before, Guyi thought that Old Scar Eye was just an ordinary old hunter, so he never paid much attention to him. Now, Guyi has figured out that Old Scar Eye is the famous Gwent master Geralt. It would be great if he could learn 1 or 2 skills from him, or get 1 or 2 weapons. Geralt and Barena, these 2 people are the most worthy NPCs that Guyi has met so far. It will be very useful to have a good relationship with them. Guyi took Barena's coordinates and whistled all the way to the destination. Although Guyi has always been anonymous, his handsome outfit still attracted a lot of people's attention. Guyi soon arrived at Coal Ball Mountain. It is said that Coal Ball Mountain was originally named Meichu Mountain. Later, due to natural disasters, the entire mountain turned into a piece of charcoal, and all the trees on the mountain turned into black coal balls. So Coal Ball Mountain got its name. This mountain is uninhabited. The climate is hot and unbearable, and almost no creatures can survive here. Before entering the mountain, Guyi drank a bottle of iced almond water, which can resist high temperatures and relieve the abnormal state of burning, which is just suitable for use when exploring Coal Ball Mountain. Well, the time and space node should be in front. Coal Ball Mountain is too hot. Guyi's sweat just came out and evaporated immediately. Hiking here consumes a lot of physical energy. Guyi has to stop and eat every 10 minutes, otherwise he will soon starve to death. Sure enough, the side effects of evil magic are really not covered. Guyi frowned slightly. The food provided by the system has only a very low magic content, which can't fill the emptiness in Guyi's stomach. Only food made from monsters can satisfy Guyi's endless hunger. When I have money in the future, I must build a farm to produce broilers for myself, Guyi said as he walked forward. Suddenly, he heard a series of chaotic footsteps. Guyi immediately drew out the Denglong sword and looked around. A group of guys with the name of 7 Demon Kings on their heads stood around Gu Yi, staring at him covetously. "Are you Yishin?" 7 Demon Kings. Lao Ba stood out of the team and looked at Gu Yi with a bad look. Behind this guy, the silhouette of a huge whale was faintly floating. Obviously, he used the power of laziness just like Uro in the copy. No wonder these people ran so fast and could catch up with him so easily. "Ah, it's me," Gu Yi said boredly with a katana on his shoulder. "You want autographs, right? Wait a minute, I'm rushing to complete the task." "Humph, you dare to call yourself a god? You killed our 7 Demon Kings. Are you going to get away with it? Brothers, give me." Before Lao Ba finished speaking, Gu Yi had already rushed up with a katana. Now his movement speed is no less than that of an agile ability user, but in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Lao Ba. "Fuck!" Lao Ba waved his hand and took out his sword and shield to block Gu Yi's slash. "You actually sneak attacked? Fighting is fighting, so much nonsense?" Gu Yi's eyes lit up and kicked Lao Ba's shield. Lao Ba suddenly felt his arm go numb and could not help but retreat repeatedly. His strength value had already exceeded 100. How could Gu Yi defeat him with just a kick without using any skills? "Dragon Slash!" Gu Yi took advantage of the victory and stabbed Lao Ba in the chest. Lao Ba heard the system's judgment details. The opponent used the grab skill on you. Strength judgment in progress. Your strength is 111. The opponent's strength is 100 AT plus 20. The judgment is successful. You are in a state of stiffness. How is it possible? Lao Ba shouted in surprise, his body involuntarily frozen in place. It was the first time he met someone who could get extra points during the judgment process. It doesn't matter. There is still a chance. Lao Ba immediately opened the shield wall, trying to block Gu Yi's attack. Ding, ding, ding! The second damage of the Dragon Slash arrived as expected. Triggered 5 attack special effects in a row. 5 times of the God of Magic. Up to 150 non-attribute magic damage. 5 times of Broken Blade, stealing 25 points of all attribute resistance from the enemy. The enemy is the same as not using the shield wall. Plop. Lao Ba fell to his knees, his face pale. Gu Yi only used 1 skill to directly reduce his health bar to the bottom. Before he had time to take drugs and the priest had not had time to cast a spell, Gu Yi's second attack had already arrived. Puff! Gu Yi chopped Lao Ba's neck with a knife, triggering a critical hit and functional damage at the same time. Lao Ba groaned, fell to the ground, and immediately entered a state of near death. Gu Yi's eyes flashed fiercely, holding the knife with both hands, and chopped directly at Lao Ba's head. Catch the thief first. After killing Lao Ba, these remaining ones are all rotten fish and shrimps, and he can easily deal with them. Bang! Even in the near-death state, Lao Ba can still raise his shield to block, and his defense is even stronger than when he is healthy. He must have used some life-saving skills, which greatly slowed down the rhythm of Gu Yi's attack. Stop! Save the president! Everyone raised their weapons and rushed towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi cursed inwardly and temporarily gave up attacking Lao Ba, turning to face other enemies. See Kiri Slash! Gu Yi made the starting move of See Kiri Slash. When the enemy's weapon just flew in front of him, Gu Yi disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and the attacks of 3 or 4 people all missed. Gu Yi's figure appeared again. He gathered all his strength and drew his sword to slash. Whoosh! The 3 enemies were affected by Vahed, See Kiri Slash at the same time. All suffered heavy damage, and were knocked back to the ground. Gu Yi turned his head and found that Lao Ba had been saved from the brink of death by the priest. Huh, interesting. Gu Yi sneered, took out the Eye of Thunder from his arms, and crushed it without hesitation. Gu Yi crushed the Eye of Thunder. The next second, the roar of thunder and lightning rang in the ears of everyone present. They looked up and saw a dark cloud covering everyone's head. Blue-purple lightning followed one after another and struck everyone present. Ah, help! Where's the milkman? Where's the milkman? Raise the blood volume. The milkman was struck by lightning. What the hell? The 7 Demon Kings lost their composure. They kept dodging the lightning above their heads and had no time to worry about the enemy. Lao Ba took a breath. He grabbed a teammate's arm and used the skill Laziness to steal his teammate's physical strength. He raised his sword and shield and shouted loudly, "Don't retreat, rush up and start a melee. The thundercloud he summoned will not attack you. The closer you are to him, the safer you are. Lao Ba's command did not make the situation better. Seeing this, Gu Yi was even more disdainful. This is another disadvantage of the breeding team. Everyone is disorganized and has no team spirit. The president and the captain cannot command and restrain their subordinates. This is an extremely fatal weakness on the battlefield. Gu Yi licked his lips, activated the equipment skill, capture Munyang, and rushed towards Lao Ba again. Bang! This time, Lao Ba had already had experience in dealing with it, and immediately activated various buff skills to fight Gu Yi head-on. You're dead. Hey, give it a try. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. Lao Ba made a mistake. Within the range of the thundercloud summoned by the Eye of Thunder, anyone has a chance of being struck, even if they are standing next to Gu Yi. Although Lao Ba's resistance was stolen a lot by Gu Yi, he still stood firm as the MT in the team. Gu Yi used the moon-catching yin to pin the enemy to the ground. Amon! Gu Yi shouted. A dark portal appeared behind Gu Yi. Amon flew out of the portal and immediately showed her true dragon image. She spread her wings and soared in the air, spitting out a large blue and red fireball at Lao Ba. Fuck, aren't you a warrior? Why can you summon monsters? Lao Ba screamed and pushed Gu Yi away with all his strength. The ranged players had retreated to a safe place and launched a volley of fire at Gu Yi. Who knew that this not only did not reduce Gu Yi's health bar, but it instantly restored his health? WTF? What the hell? Lock health plugin? Seeing this, Lao Ba wanted to eat all those idiots and use them as his own power bank. Priest, reduce healing quickly. This kid has the skill of recovering health after being hit. At this time, 2 priests had been rescued. They quickly retreated to the edge of the thundercloud and cast spells at Gu Yi. Gu Yi sneered and aimed at the priest in the distance with his open right hand. A red gluttonous mouth appeared in Gu Yi's palm. The priest's magic beams all flew into the gluttonous mouth automatically. Just as everyone was in doubt, the gluttonous mouth opened again, and the magic beams flew back and hit the 2 priests. Wow! The 2 priests screamed and fell to the ground. At this time, there was no need for Gu Yi to give more instructions. Amon had already rushed to the 2 priests and bit each of them seriously. The surrounding players immediately changed their targets and poured fire on Amon. However, Amon's flexibility was far beyond everyone's imagination. He flew back and forth in the air, occasionally passing low, casually grabbing a ranged expert, flying into the sky and throwing him high up. Amon is not one of those mindless flying dragon monsters. She is the offspring of the Lord of Hell. In terms of combat ability and wisdom, she is not inferior to these players. Lao Ba was so angry that his scalp was numb. His entire guild came out to ambush Gu Yi, but still did not get any benefit. Gu Yi alone with a pet can play everyone in the palm of his hand. He is just like a god of war. Hey, stop being in a daze. Gu Yi nodded at Lao Ba and said, "Your enemy is me." Gu Yi and Lao Ba continued to fight. After all, Lao Ba is an MT with limited output ability. However, Gu Yi had the ability to steal other people's resistance value like Broken Blade, and the non-attribute damage like Hand of the God of Magic, so he didn't care how high Lao Ba's resistance was. The more Gu Yi fought, the higher his attack power became. Without the priest to heal him, Lao Ba soon fell into a disadvantage. As for Gu Yi, the painting style at this time had become a little weird. He held a big chicken leg in his mouth, gnawing on the bone while fighting, as if he didn't take Lao Ba seriously at all. God Yi, don't go too far. I won't be happy if you praise me like this, bastard. Gu Yi grinned and slashed at Lao Ba with a fatal blow. Lao Ba was in a near-death state again. He looked back at his teammates. They were either chopped into charcoal by the thundercloud summoned by Gu Yi or smashed into pulp by Amon. There were not many left standing. Without the support of their own evil magic, they would definitely not be able to leave Coal Ball Mountain alive. God Yi, wait! Lao Ba raised his hands and said, "We admit defeat. We only have one life. I still want to." Gu Yi didn't have time to listen to Lao Ba's nonsense and stabbed Lao Ba's chest with a knife. Lao Ba covered his wound and looked at Gu Yi with resentment. You guy, why? I'm sorry. I never negotiate with dying people." Gu Yi squatted beside Lao Ba and patted his cheek gently. "I never give my enemies any chance. From the beginning to the end, you were the ones who provoked me first. Now that you find you can't beat me, you want to negotiate with me? You, Lucifer, I won't forgive you, Guyi sneered. The Lucifer that Lao Ba was talking about was obviously the 7 Demon Kings Lucifer, the general leader of the 7 Demon Kings. In the previous life, it was Lucifer and Hu Chang who set up an ambush for him. In this life, Guyi will sooner or later settle accounts with this Lucifer. Don't say it's the fake Lucifer of your guild. I don't care about the real Lucifer, the Demon King of Hell. Guyi squeezed Lao Ba's neck hard and broke it. Go to hell. Lao Ba died with his eyes open. His head tilted and he stopped breathing. Crackling? Lao Ba's accumulated kill value is not low, a full 30 points. He is the only player in the whole game who dropped a bloody treasure chest. Other players had already fallen in a pool of blood. They were either bitten to death by Amon or thrown to death by Amon. All the heads killed by Amon were also counted on Guyi's head. At this time, Guyi had accumulated 200 kill points. In this battle, Guyi wiped out 20 members of the 7 Demon Kings Guild by himself. Warning! 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 You actively attacked and killed 3 players in the peace zone, and you will be punished for killing. Your current kill value is 200. Your kill value has exceeded 100 points, and you have been awarded the title of Public Enemy. Your kill value is too high. Please use Indulgence immediately to reduce the kill value. Title: Public Enemy. Killing a player with the title of Public Enemy will not gain kill points, and you can get a reward of 3 times the bloody treasure chest. Public Enemy. This is already the most serious punishment for the kill value title, but Guyi doesn't care at all. In this outpost, the branch president of the 7 Demon Kings, the most powerful guild, was killed by him. Who else could do better than him? Guyi believed in the principle of striking first and being strong. He never dared to take the initiative because of the fear of killing points. Those who waited for others to strike and then fought back were fools in Guyi's eyes. Bang! Amon landed beside Guyi. Looking at the corpses of the 7 Demon Kings with shining eyes, she drooled at the corners of her mouth and looked very hungry. Amon, can I eat them? No. Guyi shook his head. You can eat anything, but you can't eat human corpses. Oh. Amon nodded, released the true dragon form, and turned into the size of a normal puppy. Guyi didn't say anything, took out a roast chicken from the space backpack and threw it into Amon's mouth. Amon opened his mouth and swallowed the roast chicken in one bite. Guyi picked up Lao Ba's bloody treasure chest, thought for a while, and decided to draw a piece of Lao Ba's equipment. That shield looks pretty good. Can I have one, please? Guyi didn't know who he was praying to before he opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on getting the Chocobo Shield. Chocobo Shield. Quality Epic. Level 25 or Strength 20, Stamina 50, Intelligence 20. Basic Attributes. Final damage reduced by 10 points, Physical Resistance 70. Want. Super Endurance. Passive effect. Your physical strength consumption when blocking is reduced by 50%. 2. Light-footedness. Passive effect. Your movement speed penalty when blocking is reduced by 10%. 3. Courageous. Passive effect. When you are attacked, there is a 15% chance to increase your movement speed by 10%. 10 points of physical resistance, lasting 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. 4. Never surrender. Active effect. When you enter the dying state, you can still raise the shield and attack. As long as you can participate in killing any enemy within 3 minutes, you can eliminate the dying state and restore 10% of your maximum health. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Consumption, none. Guyi looked around the shield and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This shield is really good. If you encounter a large number of enemies, this shield can play a miraculous role. It's a very solid shield. Guyi took the shield and admired it carefully. Amon suddenly licked his lips and bit the shield. Crack! The shield made a whine. Guyi quickly reached out and grabbed Amon's neck. Hey, why do you eat equipment? Because it looks really delicious. This thing can't be eaten. Guyi pushed Amon away angrily. When he first met Amon, the little female dragon chewed his zack. Although Amon was strengthened and could mix lightning power into his breath, Guyi still felt distress for a long time. Guyi pointed at Amon and said seriously, Now I will set a rule for you. You must get my consent before eating anything you want. You are not allowed to eat anything. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Amon nodded vigorously, and his head was nodding. Gu Yi put the shield into his backpack. There will be many guilds scrambling for this thing, and he can make a lot of money. Gu Yi took Amon to walk in the coal briquette mountain, and finally found the time and space node mentioned by Barena before dark. Gu Yi took out Barena's alchemical creation and threw it into the time and space node with a whoosh. Crackling, the time and space node emitted a dazzling blue light, rolling like a vortex and swallowing Barena's alchemical creation. Even in such a crazy time and space vortex, Barena's alchemical creation is still extremely tough. You have used Barena's alchemical creation. A mysterious link channel has been generated. Please choose your transmission node. Of course, it's my home. Gu Yi nodded. Boom! A white light shot up into the sky and headed straight for the outpost. The time and space node in front of him suddenly disappeared. A prototype pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yi. Gu Yi touched his nose with lingering fear and waved his hand quickly. Okay, everything is solved. Go home. Inside the outpost, the presidents of several large guilds received a special system prompt. Your friend, 7th Demon King Old 8, died at Coal Ball Mountain, 192-301. They all looked shocked. The chat screen, which had been silent, suddenly became lively. Old 8 is dead? What happened? Is there any wild boss? No, I just passed by Coal Ball Mountain and there was nothing going on there. What do you mean nothing? I just saw a white light appear on Coal Ball Mountain and headed straight for the outpost. Is it possible that a monster is going to attack the city? Not only is Old 8 dead, but more than 20 players from the 7 Demon Kings branch are also dead. Fuck, what monster can wipe out the 7 Demon Kings? While everyone was chatting on the public screen of the outpost, another message floated past everyone. Public enemy has entered the D135 outpost. Killing this player will not be punished by the killing value, and you can get 3 times the bloody treasure chest reward. Public enemy? Many players were still a little unfamiliar with this title after seeing it. They immediately checked the system and then understood it. Public enemy is a negative title that can only be obtained if the killing value is higher than 100 points. This means that the anonymous player has killed at least 10 players in the peaceful area. After receiving the news, everyone swarmed at the entrance of the gate. Some of them were thinking of killing and robbing, while others were simply curious. What kind of god can kill 10 players so easily? What the hell? What the hell? 200 kill points? An anonymous player walked into the outpost. He was emitting red light and shadow effects all over his body, looking like a demon. 200 kill points, which means he killed at least 20 players. 20, did he kill the 7 Demon Kings? Someone typed this sentence on the public screen. After seeing this line of words, everyone gasped in fear. The 7 Demon Kings evaporated almost in an instant, and not long after, an anonymous player with the title of Public Enemy walked into the outpost. Anyone with a little bit of brains would connect these two things together. Gu Yi walked on the street of the outpost, carrying the miniaturized Amon on his shoulders. All the passers-by looked at Gu Yi in awe. "You murderer! Get out of the outpost!" A passerby stood up, pointed at Gu Yi and cursed, and smashed the mace in his hand towards Gu Yi's head without saying anything. Gu Yi blocked the passerby's mace with one hand. "Oh, not bad. It's a perfect grade weapon." Gu Yi took a closer look. "It seems that you are also a top figure. You murderer." Whoosh! Before the man finished speaking, Gu Yi had already taken the weapon. Now Gu Yi's strength value has already exceeded 100, while the man is only level 15 and has not yet changed his job, and his strength value is only 60 or 70. Although the equipment he has is not cheap, the difference in basic attributes cannot be made up by equipment. Gu Yi took a look at the mace. This thing is shown as locked, and he can't equip it. However, not being able to equip it does not mean that it is useless if he snatches it. "Amon, this is for you to chew." Gu Yi handed the mace to Amon's mouth. Amon opened his mouth and began to chew. At that time, Gu Yi's Thunderbird was also locked, but Amon still ate it. Now that Gu Yi had taken away someone else's weapon, Amon could still chew it at will. "Puff, it's not delicious." Amon chewed half of it and spit out the mace. Guyi frowned and tapped Amon's head gently. "You wasted food. I won't give it to you in the future." "Gugu." Amon lowered his head in grievance. Passers-by looked at their mace that was broken into 2 pieces and burst into tears. Seeing that Guyi was so strong, no one dared to go up and offend him again. After Wu Ying saw the news on the public screen, he immediately found something wrong. The news of the destruction of the 7 Demon Kings branch spread throughout the D-135 outpost almost instantly. Wu Ying quickly opened the guild channel and issued an order. "Everyone in D-135, all gather at the government hall." On the other side, Guyi seemed to have a foul aura. After seeing Guyi's title, all the passers-by stood aside consciously. So far, no one has said why the 7 Demon Kings died. Everyone has tacitly agreed that the anonymous player in front of him is the culprit who caused the destruction of the 7 Demon Kings. Guyi stood in front of the government hall. A large number of guild members with various titles stood at the door of the hall. Guyi could tell with a flick of his toes that these people must be the dogs raised by the 7 Demon Kings. "Stop right there! Murderer! D-135 outpost can't accommodate you! Get out of here quickly! Don't blame us for taking action!" Guyi sneered, turned his wrist, and pulled out his sword. Amon also seemed to spread his wings, but Guyi pouted at her. "Don't worry, I can handle it alone." The 2 sides were on the verge of a fight. Guyi has already taken too many lives, and a few more won't matter. What does this guy want to do? This is an outpost. He won't really want to do anything, will he? Don't worry, he is now a public enemy. No matter how we do it, it won't matter. But if he dares to do it, the sheriff will rush over immediately. In front of the government hall, a group of people were discussing among themselves. Guyi was getting impatient. He stamped his feet and shouted loudly, "Hey, are you going to fight or not?" Everyone was stunned. "You don't want to fight? Then I'm coming!" Guyi drew his sword and slashed. The invisible sword energy spread out, splitting the heads of 2 enemies first. The remaining enemies couldn't resist the sword energy and fell to the ground one after another. The sheriff's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Guyi entered and ignored the sheriff and rushed directly to the crowd. "Do it! What the hell? Who can beat this?" Puff. For a moment, blood and flesh flew in front of the government hall. Guyi's killing value increased by 30 points in an instant. The sheriffs came late. They raised their sticks and hit Guyi. Each time, it was 100 points of real damage. Unfortunately, this damage was not enough to cover Guyi's blood recovery speed. The damage of these sheriffs was getting higher and higher. Guyi had to kill everyone present before the sheriffs could kill him. No one is allowed to leave. Guyi was already bloodthirsty. These people are the running dogs of the 7 Demon Kings. If they are not cleared out, D-135 will never have peace. Run! The morale of the crowd has dropped to the lowest point. Guyi is not afraid of even the sheriffs. How can they have the strength to fight? They immediately became a mess and fled in all directions. However, Wu Ying just arrived at this time. He sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about happened. Yi Shen really started killing at the outpost without saying a word. Wu Ying took a closer look. Guyi was chasing 3 guild members alone, with 2 sheriffs chasing him. However, Guyi was still unstoppable, like a god of war. Wu Ying's face darkened. Since he had already decided to cling to Guyi, he would not back down at this time. Surround all these people and issue a compulsory duel order. Yes, President! The people from Polaris immediately surrounded everyone. Wu Ying took out the compulsory duel order without hesitation and used the props immediately. Boom! Countless elevators fell from the sky. Everyone present was sucked into the elevator uncontrollably. The area in front of the government plaza suddenly became an empty space, and everyone was teleported into another killing copy. The passers-by players of D-135 were all stunned. What is that? It's a forced duel order. The forced duel order is very rare. I heard that it can only be obtained through certain hidden tasks. Polaris is really rich. Damn, are these people crazy? They actually use such dangerous items in the outpost? What is this? I heard that in A171, a player once used a forced duel order in the outpost. This is the only item that can legally kill people in the outpost. The person you are talking about, is the anonymous player just now. What? Everyone was stunned. Not long after, new news came out on the public screen. Anonymous player has initiated a live broadcast invitation. Would you like to enter the live broadcast room? Quickly enter. Real person PK. Do you think you can watch it at any time? Not only real person PK, this time it's a group fight. After a while, all the players who were still in the outpost of D135 all rushed into the anonymous player's live broadcast room. At this time, Gu Yi was carrying a long sword and standing in front of the three guilds, and behind him was the Polaris Guild. Gu Yi's team only had a dozen people, but the three opposing guilds had more than 50 people in total. 50 people against a dozen people. 50 people had the advantage anyway. However, the 100 people were trembling in the corner, with 7 or 8 teammates lying on the verge of death beside them, but none of them dared to go up to save their teammates. Hey, Gu Yi sneered and wiped the blood off his face. You are surrounded by me. Wait for our death. A representative from the enemy team stood up. Brother, let's spare others when we can. We are just some poor people. I was also killed by the 7 demon kings. Puff. Before the man finished speaking, Gu Yi had already thrown the weapon in his hand and accurately cut the opponent's throat. With just one blow, the man was on the verge of death. Everyone in the enemy team was in danger, trembling and holding their weapons tightly. The audience outside the venue was in an uproar. The opponent had clearly surrendered, but Gu Yi still refused to forgive? From the day you decided to submit to the 7 demon kings, you should have realized that you would be killed one day. You want me to let my enemies live? Humph! Then who will let me live? Gu Yi sneered and rushed towards the enemy army like a fly. He never left any trouble for himself. In D1135, no 7 demon kings forces were allowed to exist. If he wanted to develop his strength at ease in the outpost, he had to cut the grass and root it out. Fight! We're going to die anyway, let's go together. He only has a dozen people. What are we afraid of? Go together. The trapped beasts still fight. When the enemies found that surrendering was useless, they all began to resist. Then, even so, they still couldn't defeat the powerful Gu Yi. The Wu Ying team only needed to do some auxiliary work on the side, and there was no need to take action at all. Gu Yi was both a tank and a carrier, and he didn't need any teammates at all. The auxiliary professions in the Wu Ying team wanted to help Gu Yi with some healing, but found that Gu Yi's self-recovery skills were more efficient than their healing skills. There was no other way, just do it. Giving Gu Yi a few buffs was also an assist. This team PK was completely Gu Yi's personal show. Even if there were 7 or 8 people watching, Gu Yi was still at ease. The audience cheered loudly. In less than 10 minutes, the team of 50 people turned into bloody treasure chests. Gu Yi was covered in blood and his face was covered in blood. He took off his clothes and twisted them hard, and the blood spilled all over the ground. He stomped his feet lightly, and a circle of blood would spill out of his trouser legs. Wu Ying looked at Gu Yi's back and swallowed his saliva in fear. The pungent smell of blood made his teammates dare not approach. Yishin! Gu Yi turned his head and smiled faintly. However, this smile with blood all over his face looked terrifying. Yishin, are you okay? No, I feel great now. The treasure chest's on the ground. I don't want any of these things. You guys take them. Gu Yi pointed to the corpses on the ground and said, Cut off all these people's heads. What for? String these people's heads together and hang them at the elevator entrance of D135. Tell everyone what will happen if they become the running dogs of the 7 demon kings. Gu Yi walked to Wu Ying with his upper body naked and patted him on the shoulder gently. I'm not good at pacifying the masses. You are a very good guild president. The next thing is up to you. Yes. Wu Ying nodded vigorously. After this battle, Yishin's name will always hang above D135. Oh, what bad luck! Gu Yi returned to the outpost and was immediately arrested by the sheriff and thrown into jail. All his social functions were blocked, and he had to pay a fine of 90% of his total assets and stay in jail for 3 days. After Gu Yi finished his jail term, he was finally allowed to go out. Wu Ying and his men stood at the prison gate to greet him. When the passers-by saw Gu Yi, they all showed awe. He moved his ears slightly and heard the discussions of the crowd. He is the god of killing Yi? Yes, that's him. This is the person D135 should not mess with the most. He is the king of D135. Guyi raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Ying curiously. What happened during the days I was away? Yishin, you're angry. Before Wu Ying could speak, Wade rushed out. Now you have a new nickname, the God of Killing. Isn't it domineering? Well, it's okay. I've done what you said. Wu Ying said respectfully. We hung the heads of all the running dogs at the gate of the outpost. Every newcomer to the outpost gave you a thumbs up when they heard that you dared to challenge the 7 Demon Kings. Huh, there should be a lot of people scolding me, right? Wu Ying smiled awkwardly. There are always some people. It doesn't matter, I don't care. What do the people of the 7 Demon Kings say? They issued an announcement on the international channel a few days ago. He said he would kill all yellow-skinned people. All the yellow people in the 7 Demon Kings Guild were expelled from the guild. Boring. Not only that, he has also officially declared war on you and offered a bounty for your head to the whole world. How much? 100 million. Ha, that's a lot of money. Guyi poked his temple and said, if I run out of money, I'll go find the 7 Demon Kings and exchange my head for some money. Hey, God Yi, you really like to joke. Guyi waved his hand, pointed in the direction of his home and said, let's stop talking. I have to go home to deal with some things. I'm going to enter the next dungeon next week, and I have to make some preparations. God Yi, do you need us to team up with you? No, I still like to go alone. Goodbye. Guyi said goodbye to Wu Ying and others and walked towards home. He had spent most of his savings on buying indulgences, and now he only had 100,000 platinum coins left. However, he still had an epic shield that he hadn't sold. If he found a suitable buyer, Guyi would be able to recover quickly. At home, Amon was yawning out of boredom. When she saw Guyi coming back, she stood up immediately. Aye, you're back! Yeah. Guyi patted Amon's head. Behind him followed an NPC, the alchemist Barena. It's up to you next, Barena. Yeah, leave it to me. Barena nodded. She stood in front of the elevator door of Guyi's house and installed a special elevator operation panel. As long as the floor number is entered on it, the elevator can bypass the system rules and cross the floor. Beep, beep, beep. Barena's fingers trembled as she entered the number of A171. After a while, the elevator door opened. Barena looked at Guyi and said excitedly, we can go to A171 soon. Can you accompany me? It doesn't matter. Guyi nodded and followed Barena into the elevator. The elevator arrived at the station. Guyi took Barena to find the residence of Old Scar Eye. Guyi was not polite at all and pushed open the door directly. Scarface ran out of the house with a sword in his hand. When he saw Barena, he was so scared that he dropped the sword on the ground. Barena? Dear! The two hugged each other and cried. Yi coughed awkwardly. He turned his back and found that Amon had followed him secretly. The little guy lay on the ground and looked at Barena and Scarface through the gap between Guyi's legs. Guyi quickly bent down and picked up Amon. Don't look. Why? This is someone else's privacy. So are they mating? How can the word mating be used for humans? Well, we demons all use it this way? That's not the question. Okay, we should really respect you, so are they mating? This word is worse than mating. Then what should I use? Guyi rubbed his temple in despair and then said, anyway, in the future when you see two humans together, exchanging feelings, you should not come out to peek and leave some space for others, okay? Oh, so this is exchanging feelings? Whatever you say. You humans are really weird. Guyi sighed. The concepts of demons and humans are very different. They believe that such things are natural and there is nothing to be shy about. Just like when Amon's mother gave birth to her, Guyi was still watching. Shame, perhaps, does not exist in the dictionary of demons. If there is shame, it must be because of failure in the war. After Barena and Scar Eyes exchanged their feelings, they turned around and thanked Guyi profusely. Guyi nodded and invited the two to return to D135 to settle down. The two naturally did not refuse and followed Guyi back to D135. However, the elevator only had 2 charges in total, so Guyi might have to wait until later to use it again. Scar Eyes came to Guyi's house, patted Guyi's shoulder mysteriously, pointed behind him and said, come, find a place where no one is. What for? I have something good for you. Guyi followed Geralt to the side. Geralt took out a skill scroll from his arms and handed it to Guyi. This scroll records all my knowledge of potion science. You can use it. I don't need it anyway, so it's just right for you to take it. Guyi blinked and took the skill scroll to take a look. Skill, alchemy, epic. Condition, get the approval of Old Scar Eye. Effect, 1. Active effect. Collect materials to make potions with various functions. The variety of potions will increase accordingly after the level is increased. Cat's Eye Potion provides night vision and increases critical strike rate by 20%. Gill Potion provides diving ability and reduces the speed of physical consumption by 10%. Strength increases strength by 10 plus 10%. The effect of this skill is very amazing. No matter who sees it, they will drool with excitement. It's a pity. Guyi can't learn it at all. Moreover, the learning condition is to get the approval of Old Scar Eye. The reason why I can get this scroll is because I completed a unique task. In other words, only I have the ability to learn this skill. Guyi scratched his head and said with a smile, "Master, thank you for your kindness, but I can't learn this." "Why? Can you teach me some passive skills? For example, the skill of your sword master? You actually want to learn that? Its grade is not as good as this scroll. But this skill is not suitable for me." Guyi grinned. "The suitable one is the best, right? Since you insist so much." Geralt nodded and took out a new skill scroll again. Skill Swordmaster, perfect. Obtain the recognition of Old Scar Eye. Effect 1. Passive effect. The attribute value requirement of the equipment condition of sword weapons is reduced by 20 points. You can use a two-handed sword with one hand, and the total damage is corrected by 70%. Guyi was so happy when he saw the original version of the skill scroll. If you can use a two-handed sword with one hand, can you dual-wield weapons? Moreover, the grade of this skill is still perfect, and it will be epic after being strengthened by the talent skill. To what extent will the attribute be against the sky? Guyi did not hesitate and crushed the scroll immediately. You have learned the skill, Master of Swordsmanship. The special effect of your talent skill, Absolute Purity, has been triggered, and the skill Master of Swordsmanship has undergone an unknown mutation. Congratulations, you have obtained the mutated Skill Sword God. Skill Sword God level 1, grade Epic, learning condition. Possess the skill Master of Swordsmanship and the talent Passive Fanatic at the same time. Effect 1. Passive effect. The attribute value requirement of the equipment condition of sword weapons is reduced by 20 points. You can use a two-handed sword with one hand, and the total damage is corrected by 100%. Unlocked at L.5, when you equip two sword weapons at the same time, you can activate the Instant Slash skill, trigger the special effects of the two weapons at the same time, and get an additional 10% damage bonus. Unlocked at Tower, level 10, 4. Unlocked at level 15? Fuck? Two sword style? Guyi almost swallowed his tongue when he saw the skill description. Although the original skill can use a two-handed sword with one hand, the total damage correction is 70%, but after the skill upgrade and mutation, the total damage correction is 100%, which means that although I use a two-handed sword with one hand, the damage is not reduced at all. And don't forget, this skill has growth potential. Doesn't that mean that if I wield a two-handed weapon alone, the total damage can be improved? Guyi happened to have a golden almond water in his hand that he hadn't used, so he drank it immediately and added the skill points he gained to Sword God. Sword God's Effect 1 is improved too. The attribute value requirement of the equipment condition of sword weapons is reduced by 30 points. You can use a two-handed sword with one hand, and the total damage correction is 100%. Invincible. Guyi clenched his fists. With such a powerful passive skill, Guyi can completely rely on the level of 20 to equip sword weapons of level 30 or 40. It's time to go out and spend money wildly. How is it? You seem very excited? Geralt looked at Guyi's changing expression, and for a moment he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. Guyi smiled strangely and waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I just think this skill is really suitable for me." "Really? Of course." Guyi nodded, exchanged pleasantries with Geralt, and sent him away. Now Guyi has become a celebrity in D135. Every time he goes out, he will attract a group of people's attention. Some people even imitate him and buy a set of fashion clothes with a black windbreaker and a white shirt. Guyi was originally a social phobic, and it was really hard for him to accept being sought after by so many people at once. So, Guyi bought himself another set of fashion clothes. Now whenever he goes out, he will wear black, sunglasses, and a black mask. He also doesn't wear a windbreaker anymore, and now only wears a black hood, which can cover his face well to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. Guyi came to the market and wandered around. After all, this is just a second-level outpost, and the highest-level weapons on the street stalls are only level 40. However, even for level 40 equipment, Guyi can now easily meet the equipment attribute requirements. However, even so, Guyi has not found suitable equipment for the time being. At this moment, a female player walked behind him and patted his shoulder gently. "Hey, that person!" "Huh?" Guyi turned his head and saw a female player who was only as tall as his chest. She had short hair and a petite figure. Although she spoke politely, her tone was extremely cold, as if someone owed her 180,000. He looked up at the female player's ID. Scarlet Spirit. Guyi searched his memory and immediately remembered this strange guild. Scarlet Seal, a guild that only recruits female players. The president of their guild was once known as the strongest female tank in the entire server. Although Guyi didn't want to admit it, he really wanted to say that the battlefield is not suitable for women. The Crimson Seal was like a flash in the pan. They disbanded before even reaching the third outpost. As for the reason for the disbandment, even Guyi was not clear. However, Guyi had heard some rumors that they might have something to do with the Seven Demon Lords Guild. Now, Guyi has cleared out all the Seven Demon Lords lackeys in D135. I wonder if this will cause a butterfly effect and lead the Crimson Seal to a different ending. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "You are the player who consigned the Chocobo Shield, right?" Ling asked. "I am a player of the Crimson Seal. Our guild has taken a fancy to your stuff and is going to buy it." "Oh, I offer 100,000 platinum coins, is that okay?" Guyi sneered and shook his head, then turned and left. Ling was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood in front of Guyi. "What are you doing? Don't you want to sell it?" "It's not that I don't want to sell it. I think you don't want to buy it at all," Guyi said with drooping eyelids. "I'm a little tired now. I want to go home to sleep. Don't block my way." "Why are you so petty, man? I didn't say that the price can't be negotiated." "Don't treat me as a man. I'm a shameless scum." Ling gritted her teeth, then said, "Can I add another 50,000? Guyi drooped his eyelids and continued to move forward. Ling chased after him again. "Our price is already the highest among all the bids. What else are you dissatisfied with?" "What's wrong with you?" Guyi turned around and said with a smile, "Is an epic shield only worth 150,000? But I've already offered the highest price. Come on, little girl, is this your first day at the market? Those people are speculators in the outpost, are deliberately manipulating prices. There is no way this shield is worth hundreds of thousands." Guyi sighed. Without the 7 Demon Kings, the merchant alliance in the outpost has become more unscrupulous. Now there are people who are blatantly bargaining with him. "Then let's discuss it again? I'll add another 50,000. Guyi sighed, walked to the elevator and pressed the button to go to the private house. There was no suitable equipment at the trading square, so Guyi didn't want to go shopping anymore. Ling had never seen such an arrogant man. She stamped her feet in frustration and pointed at Guyi's nose and cursed. "You stinky man! How can you not be a gentleman at all? I didn't slap you twice on the spot, which was already enough to give you face. Don't block my way, I want to go home." "You!" Guyi pushed Ling away and got into the elevator. Ling looked at Guyi with a bulging breath, turned and walked towards the guild base. The president of the Scarlet Seal is called Scarlet Tracer. She has a crew cut, wears a sports vest and hot pants. She has a bronze skin, and her muscles have perfect lines, as explosive as a cheetah. She didn't care about her image, spread her legs, sat on the chair with a big horse and a golden sword, and discussed the dungeon strategy with everyone. "President! President! I was bullied!" Ling rushed in front of Tracer and said aggrievedly. Tracer leaned back in the chair, smiled and said, "Humph, who dares to bully you?" Tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. An anonymous player. How did he bully you? I wanted to buy his equipment, but he not only refused to buy it, but also ignored me. He's not like a man at all, even more stingy than a woman. He pushed me before leaving, so fierce. Lingqi pouted. This is the first time I've seen such an unreasonable man. Sitting next to Tracer was an assassin who had just changed her job, named Scarlet Yangshui. In terms of appearance, Tracer and Ling combined are not even half as good as her. Yangshui raised her eyebrows at Ling and said in a deep voice, "What equipment are you going to sell?" "Sister, shouldn't the focus be on the fact that I was bullied? So what equipment are you going to sell?" Tracer also asked curiously. Ling was stunned for a moment, then pouted and said, "A shield. I think it's especially suitable for the president." Yangshui and Tracer immediately checked the properties of the shield. Yangshui is a professional player, and her sensitivity to equipment is no less than Guyi. She immediately pulled Tracer's arm and said excitedly, "President, this equipment is really useful. If you get this shield, you can directly join the ranks of first-class MTs." Tracer clenched her fists, with a gleam in her eyes, and she shook her head in a deep voice. "This shield is not as simple as you think. What's wrong? It's the shield used by the 7th Demon King, Old 8, and it is said that this is also a task reward for a unique task. Who do you think this man can take out this thing to sell? Could it be Killer God Yi?" Tracer and Yangshui looked at each other, and neither of them dared to speak anymore. Ling looked at the two of them and said in confusion, "Two sisters, is there something wrong with your focus?" The next day, after Guyi finished his daily tasks, he continued to wander around the trading square. He didn't know what kind of dungeon he would encounter next, but it would always be no problem to improve his immediate combat power as soon as possible. Guyi first put the Chocobo shield on the consignment platform, and then wandered around the market, trying to find any weapon that suited him. He occasionally saw a few good weapons, but the stall owner's asking price was too exaggerated. As long as Guyi tried to bargain, the other party would drive him away with disgust. Obviously, Guyi's outfit was too low-key. Maybe if Guyi took off his sunglasses, these people would treat him a little better. However, if he really did this, Guyi would definitely cause a lot of commotion. Guyi was originally a person who liked quietness. He really didn't like the feeling of being surrounded by a group of people. Should I find a way to deal with this speculator as well? Guyi was so angry that he put his hands on his hips. Now, a dungeon key has been sold at a high price of 30,000. The treasure chest provided by a dungeon boss is only more than 10,000 platinum coins at most, but the dungeon key can be sold at such a high price. What's absurd is that all the players in the outpost must buy it. Elevator keys are necessary consumables. If you don't buy them from them, it will cost a lot of manpower and time to make them by yourself. Monopoly. It has already begun to show signs. If you only have a hammer in your hand, then everyone you see is a nail. Killing is not necessarily the best solution, eh? Woman's voice came from behind Guyi. Guyi turned his head and saw the tomboy Tracer. He had met Tracer once in his previous life. It must be said that in terms of operating skills and game awareness, Tracer is a top-notch talent. A woman who can make a name for herself in the world of natural disasters without selling her body, but only relying on her strength, is enough to show how excellent this woman is. Killing may not be the best solution, but it must be the fastest solution. Guyi looked Tracer up and down. "I don't have any political ideals or ambitions. I just want to make my own living environment better. Anyone who infringes on my interests must die." "Haha, that's right. In the Doomsday world, being a little selfish will help you live longer." Tracer put her hands on her hips and laughed like a man. Ling poked her head out from behind Tracer's shoulder and looked at Guyi curiously. Tracer waved her hand, held Ling's neck, and pushed her in front of Guyi. "God Yi, I came here today to apologize to you. Xiaoling is ignorant and offended you yesterday. As her president, I personally apologize to you." Tracer pressed Ling's neck and bowed slightly. Ling was reluctant, but still pretended to say, "I'm sorry, Yishin. I shouldn't talk to you like that." Guyi sneered and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. I'm not that kind of petty person." Guyi didn't even look at the two women, turned around and walked away. He was not good at dealing with women, nor did he like dealing with women. If he stayed with these two people for a long time, he might get into trouble. Women mean trouble. Yishin, wait! Don't call my name. Guyi turned his head and looked at Tracer impatiently. Tracer grinned and patted Guyi's shoulder like a man. Brother, I have something good here. It's definitely what you need. Guyi blinked and looked at Tracer. The expression of this tomboy was like taking out a pack of cigarettes from his arms after class and taking it to the toilet to smoke. What? Yishin, I know the weapon you use is a two-handed sword, right? I just happen to have such equipment here, and I am ready to trade with you. What do you think? Guyi finally reacted. So you are interested in my chocobo shield? Yes. Can you give me a chance? It's not convenient to chat here. Let's talk at my house. No problem. Guyi grinned and walked in front to lead the way. He didn't expect a woman to be so efficient. Ling bit her lip, always feeling that Guyi's last smile was particularly creepy. She gently pulled the corner of Tracer's clothes and whispered, Sister, going to a stranger's house for the first time, isn't it a bit bad? What are you afraid of? Aren't you here? Tracer said loudly, causing Guyi to look back. Ling quickly shut her mouth until Guyi turned back, then she spoke again. Sister, please control your volume. After all, he is a man. There are two of us. What can he do to us alone? Don't think too much. But, if you are worried about me, stay with me and try not to separate from me. In this way, we can advance and retreat and take care of each other. But, don't you think this man is too arrogant? We are two girls. How can he not know how to give way? How can you agree to other people's requests so readily? I don't understand. It's just going to someone else's private house to discuss business. What's impolite about this? He should at least ask for our opinions, not a gentleman at all. Xiaoling, not all men will give way to us, and we can't always expect men to give way to us. In the Doomsday world, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the living and the dead. That's it. Don't say anything more. A group of 3 people came to Guyi's private house. The area of the room is not large, with only 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Ling's eyes widened as she looked at Guyi's decoration. She had thought that men's rooms were always dirty and messy, and there was an unpleasant smell of sweat. Unexpectedly, although Guyi's room did not have exquisite decorations, it was very rare to be clean and tidy. Have some tea. Guyi placed 2 cups of green tea in front of the 2 of them. Both were high-end products priced at more than 100 platinum coins. Ling picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her impression of Guyi changed a little. I drink almond water every day and I vomited after drinking it. This tea is really good. Tracer drank water like a cow and seemed not to care that the tea soup was still steaming. Guyi stared at Tracer blankly, not knowing whether to put down or pick up the teacup in his hand. Tracer leaned forward, with her elbows on her knees, unconsciously exposing her chest. Guyi accidentally took a look and quickly moved his eyes to the tea bowl. Brother, sister, please sit up, straight first. Ling found that Tracer was exposed and quickly asked Tracer to sit up straight. Tracer didn't care and continued. Brother, can you take out your shield for us to see? Last time, Xiaoling and I were a little unclear. This time I want to confirm it with my own eyes. Okay. Guyi nodded and immediately took out the chocobo shield and put it on the table. Tracer took it in her hand and looked at it carefully, but her face remained calm. I want this equipment, name a price. A 2-handed sword of the same grade, or weapons and equipment of the same price. To be honest, although the attributes of this shield are very balanced, it is not very suitable for me. This kind of shield should be used by those mobile tanks, and I am a positional tank. Now the status of mobile tanks is not as high as that of positional tanks. Even if the grade of this shield is epic, the price on the market is at most 500,000. Your shield can only be used as transitional equipment at most. Guyi heard this and sneered. This woman is really good at bargaining. 1 million was directly reduced to 500,000. This thing is not suitable for you? Well, don't buy it. I'll find someone else to sell it. Guyi curled his lips, not buying Tracer's tricks at all. Even Lucifer couldn't get benefits from Guyi. How could Tracer be smarter than him? Brother, I came with sincerity. I don't see any sincerity in your offer. Tracer's eyes lit up. From the short confrontation just now, Tracer has already figured out Gu Yi's character. Tracer leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said with a smile, "Brother, tell me directly. I hate men who have too much foreplay and are nagging. I prefer to be straightforward. I will exchange this epic giant sword for your shield. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, forget it." Tracer didn't wait for Gu Yi to speak and put a weapon on the coffee table. "Take a look first." Gu Yi frowned and looked down at the table. A Ganzu's practice greatsword. Epic equipment conditions. Level 40 or Strength 140, Intelligence 40, Agility 40. Basic attributes. Two-handed damage 357, 410 effects. 1. Heavy. Passive effect. Your resistance to knockback increases by 10%, attack speed decreases by 10%, and movement speed decreases by 10%. 2. Block. Passive effect. You can block like a shield, and your movement speed decreases by 10% when blocking, and you gain a 10% damage reduction rate. 3. Howling. Passive effect. When you attack, you have a 5% chance to summon a hurricane, which causes 100 to 230 piercing damage and adds a 10% deceleration effect. 4. Phantom Sword Dance. Active effect. You gain a dominant state and swing the weapon in your hand towards the enemy continuously, causing 10 attack damage segments. Each segment of damage causes 30% physical damage, and each segment of damage can trigger attack special effects. Consumption, 200 mana points. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. This sword is too light, so I'll give it to you, Aganzuo. Seeing the active effect of this sword, Gu Yi has been sketching combos in his mind. Approach the enemy with the moon-catching sun, and then use the phantom sword dance after floating in the air. Instantly kill the squishy. After landing with the dragon slash, use the phantom sword dance. Instantly kill the tank. As long as he gets this sword, Gu Yi will not even care about the boss at the end of the level. Any weapon that can trigger multiple attack effects is a magic weapon for Gu Yi. Although Gu Yi loved the sword very much, he still showed a hint of hesitation. He pointed at the giant sword and said, "The equipment requirements for this thing are too high. I can't use it for the time being. But the shield I gave you can be equipped immediately. Wouldn't it be a big loss for me to trade with you? But this is a level 40 epic equipment. Like the Chocobo shield, it is a weapon that can only be obtained after completing a unique task. In terms of rarity, the two are comparable. What's the use of something that can't be used, no matter how rare it is? This sword, plus 300,000 platinum coins, will make a deal. This price is too high. My offer is already sincere enough. Don't want it? Forget it." Gu Yi waved his hand and walked straight to his room. "You're exchanging something I don't need for a magical equipment. How come you women always get such good things? Get out of my house." "Hey, why are you talking so harshly?" Ling couldn't stand it any longer and stood up from her seat. "We don't want to do this business anymore. Let's go." "No thanks." Gu Yi snapped his fingers and the exit opened automatically. The elevator door stopped in front of the two of them. Ling was stunned. She wanted to use this trick to lower the price, but Gu Yi was even more ruthless than them and opened the door directly. She turned her head to look at Gu Yi. He actually started to clean up the tea bowls seriously and turned to walk towards the bedroom. "Brother, wait! I'll add another 10,000. Tracer's eyes lit up and she stood up quickly. Click. Gu Yi opened the door and was about to get into the room. Tracer stepped on the floor and rushed to Gu Yi with a bang, almost breaking the door. 50,000. Gu Yi blinked and glanced at Tracer's chest without hesitation. The woman was very tall, her head could directly touch his nose, and there were fine beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. She stared at him with lightning eyes. "Don't go too far. Your strength is at least 100. At most, you can pick up that weapon after leveling up 5 times. You will definitely not lose out." 30,000. Gu Yi said with drooping eyelids. "This is my final price." "Deal." Tracer took the initiative to extend her hand and shook hands with Gu Yi. The palms of this woman were full of calluses, and they felt like men's, which immediately shattered the few fantasies that Gu Yi had previously had. The two women finally left the room. Gu Yi picked up Ganzuo's giant sword and equipped it immediately. Instantly, he felt full of strength, and his output and defense capabilities were greatly improved. Gu Yi sat on the sofa, touched his chin curiously, and fell into deep thought. I suddenly wondered, are her chests also full of muscles? Gu Yi had acquired a new weapon, and dual-wielding two-handed swords made him almost invincible below level 40. Not to mention that Gu Yi had also acquired a super powerful sorcery skill, so he could fight even a long-range mage. Now he really didn't need teammates. If he hadn't encountered a very abnormal dungeon, Gu Yi wouldn't have needed to be afraid. Gu Yi only had 100,000 in savings, which was only enough for him to buy some consumables and a dungeon key. He had rested for too long, and now he had to enter the next game dungeon. Gu Yi came to the elevator platform and summoned the elevator to enter the dungeon. Amon didn't follow him, but stayed at Gu Yi's house and ate a lot. She was growing up now, and eating more could accelerate her evolution and upgrade. Of course, as long as Gu Yi needed it, he could summon Amon to appear even in the dungeon world. Gu Yi walked into the elevator, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. You are about to enter a long-term dungeon. After entering a long-term dungeon, 7 days of survival will be deducted from your number of days. If you do not have enough days of survival, you will be killed directly. After the days are deducted, no matter how long you stay in this dungeon world, 7 days will pass in the outpost. Warning: the system detects that you are a single-player match, which will greatly increase the difficulty of your clearance. Do you want to continue matching? Yes, the elevator began to shake, taking Gu Yi to an unfamiliar floor, and the basic information of the dungeon appeared in front of Gu Yi again. Long-term dungeon, foundation game, dungeon type, competition, damage between players is reduced by 50%, killing other players will not be punished by killing points, and players will be deducted 7 days of survival after being killed in the dungeon. Number of people in the dungeon, monster level 19999. Dungeon task, win the final victory in the foundation game. You can win the game in the following ways. 1. Butcher, kill more than 20 players. 2. Survivor, become the last surviving player. 3. Nine-tailed fox, control and contain more than 5 abnormal creatures. 4. Chaos insurgency, destroy more than 3 containment sites. Your total contribution to the destruction mission must exceed 10%. 5. Chosen one, witness the arrival of 3 ancient gods and remain sane. 6. Easter egg collector, discover and collect all Easter eggs. 7. Rich man, own assets of more than 1 billion. Damn, I'm actually in the SCP world. Gu Yi's face immediately dropped after seeing the copy introduction. This world has all kinds of weird creatures, weird rules, weird mimetic pollution, and it's easy to get your neck twisted by someone if you're not careful. At the same time, this copy world actually has no preset level cap, and you may encounter enemies from level 1 to 999. If you're unlucky, you'll see an ancient god-level enemy as soon as you go out, and your sanity will be instantly emptied. The difficulty of the SCP world is second only to the Thulu world. Gu Yi stood in the elevator room. A black card was spinning in front of him, and the system was drawing his identity card. Gu Yi clasped his hands together and prayed. Please don't give me some messed up ID card, please, please. Gu Yi prayed devoutly. Although this was a competitive dungeon and he would not die if he lost, Gu Yi did not want to reduce his survival time by 7 days for no reason. Moreover, the difficulty of this dungeon was so high that if he really succeeded in winning the final game, he would not know how much benefit he would get. Ding! The ID card was drawn. Gu Yi opened his hands and took the card. There was a person wearing an orange prison uniform on it. He was smiling at the camera and showing his thumbs up. D-level personnel, attributes. 1. Prisoner. You are controlled by the Foundation. Your equipment and weapons are locked. You need to use some special means to regain your weapons. 2. Mental fortitude. Frequently witnessing unusual events will make your spirit extremely strong, and your sanity recovery speed will double. 3. Friend of Sin. Your reputation gain efficiency in the Order camp is reduced by 50%, and your reputation gain efficiency in the Chaos camp is increased by 50%. 4. Blacklist. You cannot achieve the Nine-tailed Fox achievement. What kind of chosen people are these? Gu Yi patted his head in despair, wishing he could tear off the identity card in his hand immediately. In the previous life, the information in the SCP world was too rare and precious, and even Guyi didn't know much details. Guyi only knew about a few particularly dangerous SCPs, had never even heard of the dungeon world of the Foundation game, and as for how to win the game, he knew nothing. The elevator door opened. Guyi walked out of the elevator door. The surrounding scene changed, and he came to an empty cage. He was wearing a D-level prisoner uniform and a heavy handcuff on his wrist. Guyi's equipment bar was all locked, and his pet could not be summoned for the time being, but fortunately, all his skills were available. The evil energy and magic value turned into 3 question marks, replaced by the sanity value. Sanity value, 100-100. Guyi checked the sanity value settings. Being disturbed by memes, facing beings above the true God, or using skills that do not belong to this world will reduce the sanity value. If the sanity value is below 60, you will fall into fatigue. If it is below 50, you will have hallucinations. If it is below 30, you will fall into madness and cannot automatically restore the sanity value. If it is below 20, it will cause irreversible mental damage. If it is below 10, you will enter a near-death state. Guyi looked at his right hand again. A watch appeared on his wrist, showing his achievements, and an additional handcard option. There was also a text prompt on it. You have not received today's card yet. Do you want to receive it? Of course I will receive it. Guyi nodded and pressed the button on the watch. Because this is your first day in the game, you can draw 3 cards. After that, you can receive 2 cards every morning at 8 o'clock. Every 3 days, a major event will happen in the game. Please be prepared for all kinds of responses. As soon as the system finished speaking, 3 transparent, virtual cards appeared in front of him. Refreshing. After using, you will get a cup of coffee, which can immediately restore 10 points of sanity. Payday. After using, you will get $500, the universal currency of this world. Doomed. Use it on other players within the sight range to make them doomed. This card draw is not bad. At least I don't have to rob to make money like last time. Guyi scratched his head. Although he didn't know how much purchasing power $500 had, it at least gave Guyi enough starting capital. The watch on his hand can access cards at any time and can also check the progress of other players. At present, no one is on the kill list. However, someone has already made it onto the rich list, and he already has 10,000 yuan in funds. Needless to say, this person must have been lucky enough to draw some resource card that increases funds at the beginning, and he immediately has 10,000 yuan in funds. In this modern civilized world, the role of funds is self-evident. Money makes the world go round. Even if one's own strength is not good enough, what is there to be afraid of by hiring a few more local bodyguards? You know, this world has a bug-level profession called reality twister. As long as you have money, you can hire 2 reality twisters to join the team, and you can almost rest assured. Others have 10,000 yuan in funds when they appear, but I only have a pair of iron handcuffs when I appear. Fortunately, these iron handcuffs can't stop Guyi at all. With a strength value of more than 100 points, he can easily tear the handcuffs apart. Hey! Guyi kicked the prison door with a flying kick, but only felt his ankle numb. This prison door is extremely solid, and even with his high strength, he can't easily break it. Not only that, even though Guyi made such a loud noise, no staff came to check the situation. I'm afraid that the site where he was born has already experienced a containment failure. My luck can't be so bad, right? Guyi pouted. He was very scared. What if he kicked the door open and found a little peanut standing behind it? He had no equipment and no useful cards. Guyi stood in the cell and looked around. There was only one exit here, and that was the explosion-proof door. In any case, leaving the prison was the first priority. If he was unlucky and died suddenly when he went out, Guyi could only admit defeat. Give it a try. Guyi shook his wrist and activated the power of gluttony. A hideous mouth of gluttony appeared in his palm. He put his palm on the door panel and tried to devour it, crunching. The mouth of gluttony made a chewing sound that made people's teeth ache. The explosion-proof door was actually bitten out in the blink of an eye. Guyi felt exhausted. However, after using the mouth of gluttony for only 1 minute, his sanity value dropped by 20 points. Not only that, his stomach also felt unprecedented hunger. If he didn't find something to eat, he would probably starve to death. The beginning of the difficulty of hell. Guyi shook his head and crawled out of the big hole. The corridor outside the door was full of blood and body parts, most of which were the bodies of D-level personnel. Sure enough, it was just as Guyi guessed. The site where he was born had a containment failure accident. Looking at the current tragic scene, I'm afraid that everyone in the entire site has died. Guyi squatted on the ground and checked the bodies of those people. Most of them were broken and torn apart by wild beasts. For the time being, I can't tell what monster did it. Guyi pinched his nose and walked around the sea of blood and corpses of D-level personnel and came to the end of the corridor. There was the body of a security guard lying here. His magazine had been emptied, and there was a terrifying hole in his chest. His heart had long been dug out by the monster. Guyi squatted beside the body of the security guard and fumbled around, finally finding an access card on his chest. C-level access card. Effect: 1. Can open the access control of C-level permissions. 2. This item cannot be taken out of the copy. Finally found something. Guyi's stomach began to rumble again. He quickly stood up and walked to the gate of the prison area. The material of this gate is exactly the same as that of the prison door, and Guyi can't open it with brute force at all. However, when Guyi swiped the card, the door opened easily. The world behind the door is still a hell of corpses and blood. The security guards were lying on the ground in all directions, and they couldn't fight the monsters at all. There was an employee locker room in front. Guyi used the C-level permission card in his hand to open it. There was a bloody smell everywhere. Guyi explored it and finally found a rotten sandwich. Guyi has the passive skill of not caring about raw or cold food. He swallowed the sandwich directly to relieve his hunger. He searched the locker room and finally found some useful clues and props. Guyi found the body of a researcher in the locker room. The body of this researcher was relatively intact, with only a wound on his chest. Compared with other dead people, he was the luckiest person. Guyi searched the body of the researcher and successfully found a B-level access card on him. In addition, he also found a fax file. O5 Council, we found that containment sites around the world have failed at the same time, and many humans who do not belong to our world have invaded. These humans usually have special powers, which are obviously different from reality distortion effects or thaumaturgy effects. Reality anchors have a certain inhibitory effect on their abilities. They usually come to our world with some different tasks or purposes. They have a certain hostility towards the people in our world, and they often have conflicts with each other. The Foundation has already started research on this abnormal phenomenon and entered the project establishment procedure. We temporarily define this phenomenon as SCP. If any site discovers this abnormal phenomenon, please contact the Superior Department in time. Guyi nodded. This phenomenon obviously refers to the fact that a large number of players have traveled to the SCP world. Under the manipulation of the system, the Foundation's containment base will also suffer a catastrophe at the same time, and a terrible containment failure will occur. Guyi sighed and continued to look for clues and props in the locker. Finally, he found a strange green wide-brimmed straw hat in a half-open locker. All the clothes around were stained with blood, but this wide-brimmed straw hat was still clean. Guyi picked up the wide-brimmed straw hat and received a prompt from the system. Quest prop: wide-brimmed straw hat. Effect 1. After wearing this hat, you will want to dance all the time. 2. This prop cannot be taken out of the copy. Biography: if I were you, I would never wear it on my head. It seems that this is a very strong control prop. Guyi picked up a backpack and put away the wide-brimmed straw hat. At present, his space pocket is still locked and cannot be used. He is not sure what the monster here is. This straw hat may be the key to his victory. Guyi had no weapons or equipment, and he was at his weakest. Without the props provided in the dungeon, Guyi would not be able to survive. Guyi found a safe passage. The security guard's C-level access card could be used to open the access control. The corridor was in ruins, with corpses and bullet shells everywhere. These people must have been killed by monsters when they retreated. Guyi was now on the 3rd floor below ground, which was a prison for all D-level personnel. There were almost no clues or props available. Guyi came to the 2nd floor below ground. This was the living area for the site staff. Guyi quickly found the cafeteria. He ate a lot in the cafeteria and finally cleared his hunger. It seems that I can also restore my sanity by eating? Guyi looked at his status. However, only 20 minutes had passed, and Guyi's sanity had recovered to 9100. This was enough for Guyi to use the power of gluttony again. Guyi filled his backpack with various foods and then left the living area. After walking a little further, Guyi came to the research area of the site. It was a mess, and there were even more dead and injured researchers. Not only that, Guyi also saw several agents wearing nine-tailed fox uniforms. Their deaths were even more tragic than those of the researchers. The nine-tailed fox should be the top combat force in this world. It seems that they can't deal with the monsters here. Guyi suddenly felt a palpitation. According to the nature of the Foundation, if the containment failure reaches a certain extent, they will directly choose to blow up the base. Guyi came to a laboratory. There were many documents and materials on the table here, all of which were stained red with blood. Guyi picked up a piece of information and took a casual look at it. He found that it was all mosaics. The character you play has a low level of education and cannot understand the content above. Damn! Hearing the system's prompt, Guyi couldn't help but tear up the information. It seems that the role-playing in this world has been detailed to this extent. Many D-level personnel are death row prisoners, and many of them are people without professional knowledge and culture. This should be considered a hidden attribute of D-level personnel. I wonder what character cards the others have drawn. Guyi sighed, turned around and left the laboratory, heading for the stairs. There were 4 or 5 employees near the stairs. Strangely, these people had no wounds on their bodies, only their heads were twisted 180 degrees. Guyi was startled, and he quickly stood against the wall, staring behind him with wide eyes. A humanoid monster made of concrete stood behind him, with a ghost face made of red paint on his face, and the painting style was extremely weird and terrifying. Guyi swallowed hard, propped up his eyelids with both hands, and complained in his heart. I knew, when I arrived in the SCP world, I would definitely encounter this kind of novice village boss, right? I knew. When I arrived in the SCP world, I would definitely encounter this kind of novice village boss, right? Guyi complained. It is said that every player who enters the SCP world, as long as one person enters a certain containment site, will inevitably encounter a novice village boss. SCP thing also has a cute nickname, Peanut. Monster illustration, SCP-173, the original level 99 attributes. Skills, 1 teleport. Active skill, appear in front of the enemy instantly. Consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. 2. Neck break. Active skill, break the enemy's neck, causing instant death. Consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. 3. Indestructible. Passive skill, has extremely high defense, cannot be destroyed by power below the true god. Habits. SCP-173 is a monster made of concrete. You must always keep eye contact with it, otherwise it will appear in front of you instantly and break your neck. Guyi's eyes widened, staring at Peanut all the time. This monster has the attribute of being indestructible. Even if he took back his weapons and equipment, he could not confront Peanut head-on. He could only try that thing. Guyi stared at Peanut while groping for the wide-brimmed straw hat from his backpack pocket. A strange sound of footsteps came from the ventilation duct above Guyi's head. Some rustling sounds made Guyi shudder. They sounded like they were chewing bones, and the pungent smell of blood and rotten meat was coming out of the ventilation duct. There was a little Peanut in front of him, and there were a group of terrifying monsters whose true faces were unknown above his head. If Guyi made a slight mistake in operation, he would be doomed. Don't worry, little Peanut, I have a green hat for you. Guyi's eyes were sore, and tears flowed out unconsciously. He took out a green, wide-brimmed hat from his pocket and threw it on the little Peanut's head. Crunchy, little Peanut made a sound that made people's teeth ache. Then the corners of his strange mouth began to rise, revealing a hearty smile. He covered his hat brim, danced in place, and made incomprehensible sounds from his mouth. Ay caramba! After saying this, Little Peanut imitated Michael Jackson and walked in the moonwalk with his hat. He circled around Guyi and stopped in front of him, emitting a dazzling white light. A card flashing white light suddenly appeared on the ground. Guyi walked forward and picked up the card. SCP-173, with a wide-brimmed hat. Category Anomaly. Description: a statue pursuing the dream of dancing, gave up a life of breaking his neck. He can make all hostile creatures around him dance happily with him. Effect: summon an SCP-173 wearing a wide-brimmed hat. When Guyi picked up the card, the system also sent a new prompt. You found a spoof card. You found a hidden winning condition. I'm not kidding you. Discover and use 5 spoof cards. Is there such a thing? Guyi was so excited after hearing the system prompt. The effect of spoof cards is extremely powerful, and it can even accumulate progress towards the achievement of passing the level. Not only that, this also provides Guyi with a very important clue. The conditions for passing the level are not just as many as those written on the watch. In fact, there are many hidden winning conditions in this world. There are a total of 100 players in the Foundation game, and there are probably many players who are in teams. As a lone wolf player, Guyi wants to survive in this game environment. Relying on muscles alone is not enough. Luck, brains, and the control of intelligence are also important conditions for passing the level. For example, the hidden winning condition is a very important piece of information. Guyi waved his hand and put SCP-173 wearing a wide-brimmed hat into his watch. If he wants to use the card next time, he only needs to touch the watch to use it immediately. Cards are one of the most important resources in this copy. When players are temporarily unable to use backpack props, cards become the only consumables. Guyi continued to go upstairs and came to the basement. The corridor here is more open, and there are closed doors on both sides of the corridor, with various SCP numbers written on them. Guyi did not dare to open the door casually. He followed the signs for the emergency exit all the way and walked towards the door. Dong dong dong! There was a rustling sound above Guyi's head. Guyi looked around and looked at the top of his head vigilantly. Kacha, the fence of the ventilation duct, was suddenly smashed open by something. A monster covered in red fell from the sky and landed in front of Guyi. He looked like a monkey, and his 4 claws were as sharp as steel. Brain-eating monkey, level 50, basic attributes, skills, 1, claws, passive effect, all damage is true damage. 2, agility, passive effect, movement speed increases by 100%. 3, damage aggravation, passive effect, each attack will increase your attack power by 5%, lasting for 5 seconds. This effect can be stacked with other creatures of the same kind. Habits, social animals like to scavenger. If you encounter more than 5 brain-eating monkeys, it is better to leave as soon as possible. What the hell? Guyi couldn't help but swear when he saw this. He had just walked out of the prison and encountered this level 50 monster. If he had weapons and equipment, he would not be afraid of anything. Now that his equipment bar is all locked, how can he play? Rush! The monster roared and flew towards Guyi. Guyi dodged, and the monster scratched a bloody cut on his chest. With just this one move, Guyi's health value dropped by 1/3. Even with defensive equipment, the real damage could not be resisted, not to mention that Guyi was now naked. More courage after more setbacks. Restored Guyi's health value, but don't forget that the brain-eating monkey has a passive skill that increases the more damage it deals. If this continues, Guyi's recovery will sooner or later not catch up with the damage. Hey! Guyi backhanded a punch and hit the brain-eating monkey on the chin. Bang! Guyi felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if he had punched a steel plate. The brain-eating monkey screamed and jumped out. Guyi looked at the battle record. His punch only dealt over 200 damage. Judging from the density of the brain-eating monkey's health bar, he had at least 3,000 or 4,000 health points. A small, agile monster actually had more health points than himself? Ah! The brain-eating monkey raised its neck and shouted loudly. Guyi was worried that the monster was calling for friends, so he hurried forward to stop it. He picked up a spear from the corpse at hand and stabbed it into the brain-eating monkey's mouth with a puff. go! Guyi kicked it again. The brain-eating monkey flew backwards and hit the wall, howling. Guyi gritted his teeth and ran for his life. The brain-eating monkey climbed up from the ground, letting out a low roar. He ran on all fours like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins. Guyi ran all the way, hungry, his heart pounding, and his throat felt like it was on fire. Click, click. More footsteps were heard above Guyi's head. More and more brain-eating monkeys were gathering in Guyi's direction through the ventilation ducts. Damn it! I finally know why everyone in this room died. Guyi cursed and continued to run for his life regardless of his physical strength. With the blessing of passive skills, his speed was fast enough. Even agile monsters couldn't catch up with Guyi. Soon, Guyi arrived at the gate of the shelter. Guyi used the sea-level access card to easily open the gate, but found that the scene outside the gate was also a purgatory. The ground was full of dismembered human corpses, and brain-eating monkeys covered the entire street like locusts. When Guyi appeared in the gate, they all turned their heads and showed their scarlet fangs. Hiss! The brain-eating monkeys gave a threatening growl. Guyi subconsciously looked back. The brain-eating monkeys behind him also chased after him, and they also showed their red fangs, blocking Guyi's way back. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Guyi was caught in an awkward situation. Hey, are you guys having a morning meeting here? Guyi smiled awkwardly and quickly touched his watch. At this time, all the brain-eating monkeys rushed up and opened their bloody mouths towards Guyi. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the entire space at the critical moment. A white light flashed before Guyi's eyes. Then a strange voice resounded throughout the space. Ay caramba! SCP-173, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, suddenly appeared in front of Guyi. Then all the brain-eating monkeys around stopped moving and looked at SCP-173 stupidly. Peanut touched his wide-brimmed hat. All the brain-eating monkeys also imitated him and touched the brim of their hats in the air. Tap, tap, tap. All the monsters danced in unison following Peanut's movements. They forgot about fighting and eating people. There was only one thing left in their minds, that is, dancing. Peanut shook his head and swayed his limbs. He took out a speaker from somewhere and put it on the ground with a plop. The harsh music sounded. The dancing movements of the brain-eating monkeys became more and more crazy. Guyi's mouth kept twitching, and he couldn't help but sway a few times. Not only that, his sanity value also dropped by 10 points without knowing it. Fuck, the sanity value is starting to drop. Guyi quickly covered his ears and ran towards the gate. Peanut must have mimetic interference, so he would dance like the brain-eating monkeys and even reduce his sanity value. Although Peanut was summoned by himself using the card effect, he had to be careful to avoid being disturbed by his meme and his sanity value. Guyi finally escaped from the SCP containment base. This is an underground building. When Guyi finally ran out, he found that he was in a barren desert. Guyi jogged all the way, away from the entrance of the base, took out the food in his bag and ate it. At this moment, Guyi heard a sharp whistling sound from a distance, and a white flash flew from a distance, flying all the way to the base behind him. No way? Guyi cursed inwardly and ran out like a fly. The white flash landed at the entrance of the base and immediately exploded into a huge mushroom cloud. Wow! Guyi had already moved away from the center of the explosion, but his ears were still deafened by the explosion. Fortunately, Guyi ran fast enough and did not suffer any substantial damage. He rested for a while, and the deafness disappeared immediately. Although it was only a short while, Guyi felt that he had brushed shoulders with death countless times. Guyi turned on his watch and looked at the current game progress. At this moment, 2 players had already died, but the kill list remained unchanged. It seems that in the early stages of the game, few players met each other. However, looking at this strange winning condition, Guyi felt that it might not be common for players to team up with each other. The Foundation game obviously encourages players to fight on their own. The rules of the game show that there will only be one winner in the end. Unless the team members are very united, there will not be a situation where everyone works together to help one person pass the level. In addition, the level distribution in this world is very uneven. With so many level 50 monsters, even a player like Gu Yi who holds a divine outfit dare not easily try to fight. This setting is extremely unreasonable, but there are traces to follow. In a normal world, there are powerful people and mediocre people. It is impossible that the level of every monster will not exceed the level of the player. This is the biggest difficulty of the Foundation game. Therefore, if you want to win in the dungeon, you need some different means and ideas. There are many monsters and dangers in the dungeon, but there is one thing that can help players pass the level well. That is the game card. It is conceivable that if Gu Yi had not found the spoof card, SCP-173 wearing a wide-brimmed hat, in the base just now, he would probably become the second player to be eliminated in the game. Secondly, players must have strong intelligence, judgment, and a calm mind. It is definitely not advisable to rush blindly. In the early stages of the game, smart players will never easily conflict with other players. The Butcher achievement looks easy, but it is actually the stupidest choice, because the game will refresh the kill list in real time. If you kill too many people, you will inevitably become the target of public criticism. Don't think that you can be invincible here just because you have good equipment and a high level. Imagine if the enemy uses a spoof card on 7-3 with a wide brim hat on you, what can you do to fight back? Moreover, this is just a card with a strong control effect. How do you not know if there will be any cards in the card pool that can cause instant death? Everyone can only receive 2 cards from the system every day, and everyone's card resources are limited. How can you guarantee that you can beat countless cards of everyone with 2 cards? Therefore, making a fortune in silence is the best way to pass the level. Gu Yi would not even consider clearance conditions like Butcher and Monopoly that are prone to being beaten up by a group. There was even less of a way to deal with Nine-Tailed Fox, as the character he played could not gain reputation from the Nine-Tailed Fox camp. The victory conditions of Chaos Insurgency seemed feasible, but the difficulty was not small at all. Although Gu Yi had the reputation bonus of the Chaos camp, he was ultimately no match for those players who were backed by a large guild. They only needed to use a commission to climb over other players, and this achievement was not suitable for lone wolf players. Survivor was completely a matter of luck. Unless there was a Doomsday-level disaster in this world, it would be impossible to achieve this achievement. The remaining conditions, Easter Egg Collector, Chosen One, and the Hidden Clearance condition, I'm not kidding you, that he had just discovered were the directions that Gu Yi needed to work on. Not only that, there should be other victory conditions in the game, and Gu Yi believed that he would be able to find them slowly. Such a strategy was in line with the game style of a lone wolf player like him. Gu Yi walked in the desert for half an hour, and his mouth was dry. It took a long time to reach the road. The road was endless, with only a lonely bus stop standing on the side of the road. Gu Yi was already very tired. He could only sit on the chair at the bus stop and lie down. The sun was setting. Gu Yi suddenly felt a chill. The desert at night was extremely cold, even Gu Yi could not bear it. What's more, he was wearing a thin prisoner uniform, which could not resist the cold wind of the desert. Beep! Just when Gu Yi was at a loss, a tattered bus stopped in front of Gu Yi. Gu Yi blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that there was really a bus in this broken place. Hey! Help! Gu Yi waved at the bus. The bus finally stopped in front of Gu Yi. Gu Yi patted the dust off his body and got on the bus. Thank you. You're welcome. The driver was an African-American man. He pointed to the conductor behind him and said, "The ticket is 5 cents. I don't have any change. No change to give." The conductor was a middle-aged woman wearing a cap. Gu Yi secretly wiped his watch, used the card to exchange for $500, took out a large bill and handed it to the conductor. Huh? The conductor was a little confused. Usually only a few people would take their bus, but today they met several strangers in a row. Gu Yi's clothes were also very eye-catching. No matter how you look at them, they looked like he had escaped from prison. Not only that, there were a lot of bloodstains on his heels and trouser legs, which looked very suspicious. Can't you change it? Gu Yi had already noticed the conductor's doubts, but he didn't point it out and continued to pretend not to know. Wait, I'll help you find the change. The woman hurriedly gave Gu Yi the change. Guyi took the opportunity to turn his head and look at the passengers on this bus. A little girl wearing glasses sat by the window. She was holding a thick professional archaeology book in her hand and didn't notice Guyi's abnormality at all. Behind the little girl sat a man of the same age as her. He had been trying to strike up a conversation with the woman, but he seemed to be too timid to speak. Under the window on the other side sat a woman wearing a hood. The woman had a strange tattoo on her face that looked like sparks. Guyi and the woman looked into each other's eyes, and both of them tensed their muscles vigilantly. If she is not a player, then she must be a powerful NPC. At the first glance of the woman, Guyi could tell the woman's strength. That murderous look is not something that ordinary people can have. Guyi put away the murderous intent in his heart, and his eyes calmly passed over the woman and looked at the last row of the car. There were 3 men sitting side by side there, with a black sports bag under their feet. Judging from the appearance, it seemed to contain a thin and long object. Guyi maliciously believed that the sports bag contained a long gun. "Here's your change," the ticket seller muttered as she handed the money to Guyi. Guyi casually put the change into his pocket and sat down next to the elegant girl wearing glasses. When Guyi sat down, the girl finally reacted. She put down the book in her hand and saw the orange prison uniform on Guyi. You. Hello, my name is Atrox. I'm Zoe." Zoe spoke in a small voice and seemed to stutter a little. She looked at Guyi in surprise, wondering why this guy suddenly started to introduce himself. The hooded girl glanced at Guyi and subconsciously folded her hands in front of her chest. Although Guyi was looking at Zoe, he was always observing the hooded girl's every move with his peripheral vision. "Nice to meet you." Me too." Zoe shook hands with Guyi timidly and subconsciously leaned against the wall. The boy sitting behind him couldn't help it. He looked at Guyi and said in a tough tone, "Are you a fugitive?" "Fugitive? Look at what you are wearing. It's obviously a prison uniform, isn't it?" "No, I'm on a set. I dozed off while filming today, and the crew forgot to call me when they evacuated, so I came here alone to take the car." "Then, what's the matter with the blood on your body?" "I've said it before. I'm on a set. Of course it's artificial blood." Guyi didn't know what strange things these people would do to him, so he wouldn't tell his true situation. His goal now was to leave the desert safely. Even if the people in the car called the police to arrest him immediately after he got off the car, he would still be able to escape safely. But if he was still trapped in the desert, he would really have no choice but to die. Gurgle. Guyi's stomach made a gurgling sound. Zoe looked at Guyi and smiled awkwardly. "Are you hungry?" "Indeed, I've been wandering in the desert all day. I have some cookies here. Do you want some?" "Thank you, you're such a nice person." Zoe nodded, took out a box of cookies from her backpack and handed it to Guyi. The boy was a little angry and gently pushed Zoe and said, "Zoe, stay away from him. This guy is full of lies." I think he is a good person." "He's wearing prison clothes. He might have escaped from some prison." The boy said vigilantly, "Don't try to lie to me. We will definitely call the police to arrest you after we get off the bus." "Well, whatever you want." Guyi shook his head carelessly, not caring about what the boy said. Except for the woman with tattoos on her face, Guyi didn't care about anyone else. The boy's name is Ike, and he goes to the same school as Zoe. They are now interns together at a research center in the desert, and they take this bus back to the dormitory at this time every day. Ike forcibly pulled Zoe out of her seat. Guyi didn't care. He calmly tore open the package of biscuits. In just 1 minute, he had eaten the whole package of biscuits. Zoe's biscuits were just ordinary food, which could not satisfy his gluttonous appetite. Guyi had to eat some monster corpses to suppress his boundless gluttony. The car kept moving forward along the road. Guyi was hungry and thirsty, so he could only talk non-stop to distract himself. He turned around, raised his eyebrows at Zoe and said, "It's too boring on this road. Why don't we tell ghost stories to kill time?" "Ghost stories?" Zoe clenched her fists when she heard this. There was no light in the desert. No one could be seen on the road. The street lights on both sides of the road were sometimes good and sometimes bad. In this atmosphere, who would dare to listen to ghost stories? Just don't need it? Come on, it's okay. let me tell you a story about a father and son. Guyi ignored Zoe's request and told the story vividly. It was late at night, and the father put his son on the bed and prepared to coax him to sleep. The son said, "Dad, help me check if there is a monster under my bed. I'm a little scared." The father pretended to cooperate with him and looked under the bed. Under the bed, there was a little boy who looked exactly like his son, trembling, staring at the man in horror and said, "Dad, there is a person on my bed." "Gia!" Zoe let out a strange cry and got into Ike's arms. Guyi was gloomy when he spoke, and he had killed many people, so he had a murderous aura. This story was not that scary. Zoe was only afraid of Guyi's vague murderous aura. Ike felt a chill in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm and looked at Guyi. "What's so scary about this old story? It's true that a dog can't spit out ivory." "Oh, really?" Guyi clapped his hands and said, "So you have a better story?" "Tsk, I'm not as naive as you think. You just can't do it. I won't fall for it." Ike snorted coldly and turned his head away. The ticket seller patted her thigh and looked at Guyi happily. "From the looks of you, you should be from the East, right? Is this the horror story of you Orientals?" "Well, what's wrong? Why don't I tell you a story? This is a real story that happened here." The aunt's voice was very magnetic, and even Guyi couldn't help but be attracted by her voice. "Our bus route is about to be discontinued, but this is not because of planning adjustments, but because the road we are taking is a road to hell. Every night at 22:22, the bus may enter Highway 666. After entering this road, all electronic devices will fail and time will stop. Whether it is an electronic watch or a quartz watch, the time will be displayed at 6666 in the end. After entering Highway 666, you will encounter a group of monsters from hell. No one can survive under their claws. They are extremely hostile to humans and are invulnerable to weapons. Highway 666 is a road that keeps looping. Once you enter it, you will never be able to leave it." After the aunt finished speaking, everyone in the car fell silent, because the time is exactly 22:20 in the evening, and the road they are taking is called Highway 66, which is only one digit away from Highway 666. The hooded woman finally raised her head and spoke. "What do the monsters inside look like?" "It is said that they are a group of monsters with octopus heads, covered with barnacles and water plants, and their eyes are as big as apples." Guyi raised his head alertly and looked at the clock on the bus. It is now 22:21. He stared at the clock, waiting for the minute to point to 22. The three people who had been sitting in the last row of the bus couldn't help but speak. "This is ridiculous. Let me ask you a question." "What questions do you have? Just ask." The aunt nodded. "You said that once we get to Route 666, all the clocks will show 6666, right?" "Yes." "If it's a digital dial, that makes sense. If it's a clock dial, how can it show 6066? "Don't worry about it." The aunt waved her hand and said, "After all, it's a made-up ghost story. I just said that to create a scary atmosphere. Which urban legend is true? Don't be so serious." As soon as the aunt finished speaking, a whistle sounded. Everyone looked over and saw Guyi pointing at the clock on the car and smilingly saying, "Who said the clock dial can't show 6666? Everyone looked in the direction of Guyi's finger, and goosebumps immediately fell all over the floor. All the numbers on the dial turned into 66. No matter where the hour and minute hands pointed, it was 6066. Zoe screamed and covered her face. "Look at the road sign! Look at the road sign!" Ike opened the window and stared. The road sign of Route 66 became the road sign of Route 666. The road sign was rusty, as if it was stained with red blood. "Stop the car! Why are you still driving forward?" The three big men in the back row stood up and rushed to the side of the cab. The driver let go of the steering wheel and said in horror, "I can't stop. This car is moving on its own. I can't step on the brakes." The driver kept stamping his feet, but the brake pedal didn't move at all. Guyi looked at the passengers in the car with interest. Everyone was in fear and at a loss except for the hooded woman, who remained calm. "Don't be afraid." The hooded woman finally raised her head. "I'm here. Everyone will be fine. I'm here. Everyone will be fine." The woman stood up and calmed everyone's emotions. However, no one listened to her. The three men sitting in the last row rushed to the cab. They took out pistols from their sports bags and pointed them at the driver's head. "Don't play tricks on me. Stop the car. Don't kill me. I didn't do anything." The driver raised his hands and leaned back in his chair. The gangster boss took out a hammer from his bag and smashed the partition glass of the cab. He pulled the driver away and sat down in the cab. "I don't believe in the devil. I am the devil." The boss took control of the steering wheel, swung the steering wheel, and drifted around. Guyi prepared in advance and grabbed the handrail, but the other passengers were miserable, sleeping on the ground one by one. The tattooed woman stumbled and fell into Guyi's arms. Guyi held the woman's shoulders with one hand. "With you here, everyone will be fine, right?" "Shut up." The woman glared at Guyi fiercely. "Don't think I don't know where you came from. So you are an agent of the Foundation?" Humph. The woman broke away from Guyi and stood up. She didn't dare to kill people on the bus. According to intelligence, once you enter the range of Highway 666, you can't leave without staying for 6 days. Moreover, if the number of deaths during this period exceeds 6, then no one can leave Highway 666, and the power of Highway 666 will become stronger. Now there are 2 women and 6 men on the bus. There must be no unnecessary sacrifices now. "Stop!" The woman yelled loudly and rushed to the door of the cab. The other 2 gangsters saw the woman rushing up and immediately drew their guns and fired. Bang, bang! Bullets ricocheted in the narrow compartment. Zoe and Ike hid behind the back of the chair in fear, while Guyi leaned back and watched them fight calmly. The woman dodged the bullet with her nimble body. If calculated according to the system's standards, the woman's agility attribute should have exceeded 150 points. What the hell? The 2 gangsters looked at the woman in surprise. They wanted to shoot again, but the woman had already knocked them to the ground with punches and kicks. The boss held the steering wheel and looked at the woman in surprise. The woman picked up the pistol on the ground and aimed at the boss's temple. "Listen to my command now, or I will kill you." "Calm down. You guys are the least calm in the car." The woman shook the pistol in her hand and said, "Drive well, hold the steering wheel, and drive forward." I know." The woman nodded and put away the pistol. Guyi curled his lips and looked out the window. The Highway 666 sign that he had seen before appeared in front of them again. But why did they keep going around in a circle when they were clearly taking a branch line? IK stood up tremblingly, his voice trembling a little. "Miss, can you explain the current situation?" "Oh, don't be so nervous. As long as you can listen to me, everything can be solved." "Why should we listen to you?" Guyi sneered. "I don't even know who you are." The woman ignored Guyi and talked to herself. "I am the 9-tailed fox agent of the SCP Foundation. My name is Elsa. We are now in a very dangerous place. If we don't act according to the rules, it is very likely that we will be doomed. My colleagues and I have been investigating this area for nearly 3 years, and we have a clear understanding of the characteristics of Route 666. I came here today to completely solve Route 666. My colleagues will be here soon. Please trust the SCP Foundation." "What does the SCP Foundation do?" "Agent? What agent?" "Where are your colleagues? The passengers in?" The car asked all kinds of questions, but Elsa didn't know how to explain. Seeing this, Guyi smiled and said, "You don't have to care about what the SCP does. You won't remember it in the end anyway. They will brainwash you after the mission is over. Don't worry." "What?" Ike and Zoe hugged each other nervously when they heard this. Elsa glared at Guyi and said coldly, "You don't have to listen to him. Did you see the orange prison uniform on him? This is the uniform that only serious criminals wear. He is the most dangerous person in the car. I haven't moved a single person until now. What about you? You knocked out 2 people as soon as you came up, and you still have a pistol in your hand. Aren't you the most dangerous person in the car?" Slippery tongue. "Agent Elsa, I guess the requirements for containing this project should be quite difficult, right? Otherwise, why did you come here alone? Generally speaking, when encountering such a dangerous project, shouldn't a whole team of agents be invited to come? It must be because entering this Highway 666 requires some special physique or special conditions, and you are the only one in your team of agents who has these conditions, right?" Elsa looked at Guyi and couldn't help but take a deep breath. because Guyi's guess was more than half right. This D-level personnel is far more dangerous than any D-level personnel he has ever seen. Why did you go in? Fraud? Elsa laughed. Haha, it's none of your business. Guyi and Elsa chatted back and forth, and everyone around them looked confused. Elsa looked out the car window. This was the third time they passed the same road sign. As long as they passed it 3 times, the surrounding scenery would change. Atrox, is this your name? Of course not. I made it up. Humph, whatever you want. Elsa squinted her eyes and said, You are at least half a member of the Foundation. I need to recruit you to be my assistant. I won't do anything without benefits. What do you want? At least give me a legal identity. Guyi shook his head and said, I don't want to be a D-level personnel of your Foundation anymore. Do you understand what I mean? You think too much. Elsa decided not to talk to Guyi anymore. Originally, he thought this man was an object that could be won over, but he didn't expect this guy to be so aggressive. There is no D-level personnel in the Foundation who does not deserve to die. They are either criminals or potential criminals. Their danger is not worse than various dangerous projects. It is definitely not a wise thing to let someone like Guyi whitewash his identity. Haha, don't blame me then. Guyi shook his head and leaned back in his chair to close his eyes. Elsa ignored Guyi and continued to explain various precautions to all the members on board. Friends, we are about to enter the 4th cycle. When we complete all 6 cycles, we will enter the so-called hell. At this time, our electronic equipment will be completely ineffective, but it doesn't matter. I have a space anchor on me, which can allow my teammates to find us faster, so we just need to wait quietly. Don't leave my sight, otherwise we will not be able to guarantee your safety. Elsa explained calmly. Ike and Zoe asked some questions respectively, mainly about SCP and Nine-Tailed Fox Agent. Elsa answered patiently. The SCP Foundation is an organization that fights against all kinds of abnormal things. We have been protecting humans in secret. There are many abnormal things that ordinary people cannot know, so we must abide by a strict confidentiality system. You don't have to believe in brainwashing. Our Foundation will never do anything to force ordinary people. We will only erase your painful memories. If you can survive this crisis, you can join our team, or you can choose to erase your memory and return to a normal life. We will never have any forced, brainwashing measures. Please rest assured. Elsa's tone was calm and her expression was calm, which made everyone's emotions a little more stable. However, the 3 gangsters did not think so. Elsa found a few thin fishing lines from somewhere and tied their thumbs together and put them behind their backs. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break free, and they almost cut off their thumbs. The boss was driving conscientiously, but his mental state was getting worse and worse. There are monsters. There are monsters. Where are the monsters? Elsa looked impatiently at the front of the road. Some transparent water ripples appeared on the road. Elsa looked at the roadside. This was the 6th time they passed the Route 666 sign. Whoosh! Elsa heard the sound of water flowing, and the air was filled with the salty smell of the ocean. The bus under their feet began to rust, and the engine began to make an unpleasant creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any time. Gurgle, a sound that made people's teeth ache, sounded. Elsa felt cold all over and took out a pistol from her back. What's that sound? Come out! It's me, Miss Agent. Elsa was slightly stunned and turned to look at Guyi. I'm hungry. Guyi pointed to his belly. It was my stomach that made the sound just now. Teef, gurgle. Guyi's stomach made another gurgling sound, sounding like a wild animal. Everyone looked at Guyi in amazement. Other people's stomachs growling like thunder is an exaggerated metaphor, but for Guyi, it is simply a realistic statement. Psycho. Elsa cursed in a low voice and continued to look at the road ahead. A group of monsters with octopus heads crawled out from the ground. Their bodies were covered with barnacles and water plants, which looked extremely weird and terrifying. Bang! The bus suddenly broke down and the windows around it shattered. The door turned into a pile of scrap metal and fell to the ground. The boss screamed and covered his mouth, holding his throat with both hands. What's wrong? Elsa turned her head to look at the boss. The man was holding his throat with a livid face. Elsa thought he was stuck in the throat by something, so she rushed over to help. Who knew that the man suddenly screamed? A slippery octopus tentacle stretched out from the man's mouth and rushed towards Elsa at a very fast speed. Elsa tilted her head back, pulled out her gun, and shot the boss in the forehead. The boss fell in the cab, the steering wheel was unattended, and the front of the car was shaking. The two gangsters were so scared that they struggled to run to the door, even with their hands tied behind their backs, not caring about their own lives. The passengers in the car were staggering. Elsa pulled the body of the gangster boss away, sat in the cab, and steadied the steering wheel. However, an invisible force was struggling with her. Elsa's forehead was throbbing, but she still couldn't control the direction. There was a cave in front. Elsa held the steering wheel tightly with one hand, fastened her seatbelt, and shouted, "Everyone hold on tight! We are about to crash! Help!" The people in the car screamed. Elsa turned the steering wheel hard when the front of the car was about to hit the wall. The bus turned sideways, slid close to the ground, and hit the wall. Sparks flew between the car and the wall, making a harsh friction sound. The airbag popped out suddenly and hit Elsa's chin. Elsa's eyes were full of stars. She finally recovered her consciousness. She turned her wrist and took out a dagger, piercing the airbag. "Are you all okay?" Elsa turned her head and looked behind her. Guyi was holding Ike with one hand and Zoe with the other. His body was pierced by countless glass fragments. He used his body to protect the two. The bus driver and the conductor had seat belts on their seats, so they were not seriously injured. The two gangsters had been thrown out of the window, their faces covered in blood, rolling and screaming on the ground like maggots. One has died, and no more can die. Elsa hurried to Guyi and helped him up. "Are you okay? Huh?" Guyi raised his head, his face covered in blood. "Nothing. I'm just a little hungry." "You're all injured. It's just a superficial injury." Guyi shook his head and pulled out the glass shards from his face. Ike and Zoe looked at Guyi and covered their mouths in surprise. Ike couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "You are such a tough guy." "Let's not talk about this for now, Miss Agent. What are these monsters?" "They are a group of humans polluted by Highway 666. People who die here will eventually become those things that are neither human nor ghost." "I see. Do you have a weapon? Can you use a gun?" "Forget it. I don't like it." Guyi looked around, picked up the safety hammer from the wall, and jumped out of the car window directly. "Wait, don't go out!" Elsa lay by the window, cursing in a low voice. Is this guy's brain not working? Can't understand what people say? He has a gun but doesn't use it, and actually uses that broken safety hammer? Forget it. Anyway, I didn't expect to rely on this D-level personnel. Elsa sighed, took out her pistol, and fired at the monsters in the distance. Needless to say, the nine-tailed fox agent's shooting skills are excellent, and every shot hits the head, and every bullet hits the target. The two bandits were not idle either. They held two submachine guns in their hands and walked towards the ruins of the bus while shooting at the surrounding monsters. "Hurry up and save us!" The bandits walked towards the bus. Elsa quickly jumped out of the car to help. Both of them only had some scratches on their bodies. No big problem. Deal with this wave of monsters first. Elsa nodded and directed the two to suppress the monsters in the distance with firepower. Now everyone was on the same boat, so naturally they obeyed Elsa's command. There were 30 or 40 monsters in total, and the three of them quickly cleared them all. Elsa sighed and asked everyone to get off the bus. "Are you all okay? Is anyone injured?" "They are just some superficial injuries. They are fine." Ike shook his head and answered for everyone. Elsa pointed at the head count and found that there was one person missing in the team. She then remembered that the D-level personnel jumped out of the car with a safety hammer and has not returned yet. "Where is that person just now?" "You mean Aatrox? This is obviously a fake name, right?" Elsa looked around. "Why can't I see him?" "Over there." The black driver had sharp eyes and saw Guyi's position at a glance. Guyi was squatting in the corner, not knowing what he was doing. Elsa raised her pistol vigilantly, waved to everyone and said, "You wait here, don't run around." Everyone nodded, not knowing what Elsa was going to do. Elsa held the gun in both hands and walked to Guyi. A ball of fire was burning in front of Guyi, and he was squatting in front of the fire, not knowing what he was doing. Guyi heard Elsa's footsteps and slowly turned his head. Huh? You're here? What are you, grilled octopus tentacles? Guyi pointed at the fire and said, "It tastes good. Do you want to try it?" Octopus tentacles? Where did you get them? Look, right there. Guyi pointed to a place not far ahead. Elsa turned her head and her hands trembled. Even though she was an agent who was used to seeing life and death, she didn't dare to look at that terrible scene. The fork in the road not far away was full of monster corpses. Their heads were all smashed to pieces, and the octopus tentacles on their heads were all pulled off alive. Elsa roughly estimated that there were at least 20 monsters here. How did these monsters die? Killed them? You don't even have a weapon. Don't you have a safety hammer? Guyi calmly pointed to the safety hammer at hand. Elsa bent down to pick up the safety hammer and saw that the hammerhead had been completely stained red by blood, and the original color could not be seen clearly. Although these monsters have no mind, their fighting power is definitely higher than that of a normal adult man. One person against 20 people, with only a short safety hammer in his hand. Even if they were making a movie, they wouldn't dare to shoot this kind of thing like this, right? Wait! Elsa put her arm around Guyi's shoulder. The octopus tentacles you mentioned are not from those monsters. Crunch! Crunch! Before Elsa finished her words, Guyi picked up the squid tentacles and started eating them. Even after being roasted, the squid tentacles still had an unpleasant fishy smell, which made Elsa feel nauseous and want to vomit. But Guyi not only did not feel any discomfort, but became happier and happier as he ate. He picked up a roasted octopus tentacles and handed it to Elsa, smiling and saying, "Would you like one?" Elsa stared into Guyi's eyes. This guy had a sincere look in his eyes, and he didn't look like he was controlled by a monster at all. If Guyi was really crazy, he would definitely not speak and would have rushed up to tear him to pieces. But would a normal human eat the corpse of such a monster? You have pica? Pica? Octopus shouldn't be considered pica, right? This is the corpse of a monster. How do you know if there are any viruses or parasites on it? Guyi curled his lips when he heard this. He has the passive skill of eat anything raw or cold, so he won't get food poisoning no matter what he eats. Why would he think about such complicated things? It doesn't matter, it's not clean. You won't get sick if you eat it. Hey, do you know where these monsters came from? Oh, you say. They are a group of parasites, monsters that parasitize humans. In other words, they grow up eating human flesh. Now you actually... Hey, what's the matter? Guyi smiled. Tigers, lions, leopards, all of these can eat people, but they can also be eaten by people. Isn't it true that in nature you eat me today and I eat you tomorrow? Elsa's mouth twitched slightly. Are you treated as a D-level personnel or as an abnormal project research in the Foundation? It should be a D-level personnel. Guyi chatted while eating octopus tentacles. He found that this thing was wrapped in huge magic power. Every time he ate a whole octopus tentacles, his gluttony power experience value would increase by more than 10 points. In just a short while, his experience value has become 53 100ths. It is estimated that if he eats 4 or 5 more tentacles, his skill level can be improved. Which site are you at? Well, it's the site in the desert. No, 367. How did you get out of there? There was an accident at this site. A group of brain-eating monkey monsters killed all the people in the site. I also escaped from it with great difficulty. Killed everyone? How is it possible? Well, even some SCP projects seem to have failed to be contained. I saw that many containment measures were opened. No, impossible. Elsa covered her forehead and didn't believe what Guyi said. Guyi turned his head to look at Elsa and suddenly thought of a possibility. You are not the staff of number 1367? Elsa nodded blankly. That's troublesome. Does this mean that we have no support and can only rely on ourselves? Guyi said this, but he didn't care at all. The octopus-headed monster was only level 5, and Guyi could easily kill it with his bare hands. If Highway 666 was full of these low-level monsters, Guyi really didn't need to be afraid. I think it should be like this. Oh, Guyi nodded and felt the hunger in his stomach finally disappear. There were still 5 octopus tentacles on the ground that had not been eaten. Guyi held the remaining octopus tentacles and walked towards the bus carelessly. When everyone saw Guyi coming, They all put down their hanging hearts. When Guyi walked a little closer and found what he was holding in his hands, they all took a step back in fear. Zoe was timid, and after seeing the octopus tentacles, she immediately held the car body and vomited. The two gangsters looked at Guyi in horror and asked blankly, "Boy, where did you get this thing?" "The corpse of a monster," Guyi answered truthfully. "The sports backpack in your hand is pretty good. Can you lend it to me?" "No, not for me?" "Of course not. We can't give you these disgusting things." Bang! Before the two men finished speaking, Guyi had already smashed the man's chin with a punch. The two gangsters quickly raised their guns and fired, and the people around them were so scared that they fell to the ground. Elsa heard the gunshots and hurriedly chased after them, but she didn't expect that it was not Guyi who fell to the ground, but the two armed gangsters. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" "Crazy?" Guyi sneered. "I think you are the ones who are crazy, right? These two guys are obviously monsters in disguise. You haven't figured it out yet?" "Crazy? I think you are the ones who are crazy, right? These two guys are obviously monsters in disguise. You haven't figured it out yet?" Guyi sneered, picked up the pistol on the ground, and shot the two men in the head twice. Blood splattered everywhere. The other survivors were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they dared not speak. Elsa held the gun in her hand and stared at Guyi. Guyi scratched his head and said leisurely, "Why are you pointing at me? With your quality, can you still be an agent? Don't move." "Okay, Miss Agent, use your brain and think about it. How did you treat these two gangsters before?" "What? Have you forgotten that you tied their hands with fishing line?" Elsa was stunned for a moment, and some details that she had forgotten flashed back to her. Because the two gangsters were too dangerous, he tied them up with fishing line. Later, they had a car accident and the car hit the wall. The two flew out of the car due to inertia. After being thrown out, their hands were tied and they were seriously injured. They could only roll on the ground like maggots. How could they get up from the ground and fight with weapons in their hands? Could it be that her brain had been interfered with by some unknown meme? Elsa shook her head and looked at the bodies of the two gangsters. Now, the two of them have become two squirming balls of flesh and blood. Obviously, Guyi's judgment was not wrong. Elsa looked at the D-level personnel in confusion. Why can he resist the mimetic interference here? Is it because he ate octopus tentacles, or is it because he has some special abilities? Elsa walked up to Guyi and patted his shoulder. "Tell me the truth." "How did you do it? Why can you tell that these two people are not right?" Instead of asking this, why can't you tell that these two people are not right? Route 666 has a very strong mimetic effect. It can change human cognition to a certain extent, so we can't see his problem. But how do you resist this ability? Guyi pondered for a while after hearing this. He felt that this had something to do with his possession of evil magic energy. When eating squid tentacles, Guyi felt that the taste of this meat was very similar to the food in hell. The power behind Route 666 must come from hell. The grade of gluttony power must be extremely high. With his own strength, it is definitely not a problem to resist this low-level illusion. I don't know how to explain it. Guyi thought for a while and decided not to tell the truth to Elsa. Elsa frowned and raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you an adventurer from a parallel universe?" "What?" "We are currently researching an unnumbered new project. I guess you must be related to that new project. You must have come from another parallel universe, right? What is your purpose in coming to our world?" Guyi whistled. After all, he is a nine-tailed fox agent with such a sharp intuition. "Don't worry about my purpose. We only have one goal now, to leave this terrible place safely. I'll keep an eye on you." Elsa pointed at Guyi and turned to take care of the remaining survivors. Guyi scratched his head and felt a little hungry again. He immediately took out a squid tentacles and chewed it. "It was all because I drew the D-level personnel identity card, which led to my extremely low efficiency in gaining reputation in the SCP Foundation. If I had used another identity card, maybe I would have attracted the attention of the Foundation and even successfully joined the nine-tailed fox team. Now, I have to spend a lot of effort just to get rid of my identity as a criminal." Elsa looked like an ordinary person, but the shooting ability she just showed was comparable to that of a level 30 player. Not to mention that she also had super fighting skills and a variety of high-tech props. You know, the other agents in the Nine-Tailed Fox team will only be stronger than Elsa, never weaker than her. What's more terrible is that the Nine-Tailed Fox agent is a special NPC character. I can't check their attributes and skills. In terms of intelligence, I am at a congenital disadvantage. If I really have a conflict with a complete Nine-Tailed Fox team, surrendering is definitely the most rational approach. Thinking of this, Gu Yi was open-minded. Since I can't cooperate with them, I might as well use coercion. If Elsa doesn't agree to help me whitewash my identity, then I will never help. Without the Foundation's backing, Elsa is at best a player with better shooting skills. Elsa checked the survivors present. One of the 3 gangsters was shot dead by me, and 2 were missing, which can basically be regarded as dead. Everyone, there is one thing I must make clear to you. 3 people have been killed in our team, and we all need to remain vigilant from now on. If our team loses more than 3 people again, we may be trapped here forever. We must unite and overcome the difficulties together. Then, how can we leave here? Ike held Zoe's hand and asked with a trembling voice. Elsa scratched her head in annoyance. She didn't know much about Route 666. According to the original plan, her teammates should have located her spatial coordinates and come to support her. However, Gu Yi told him that a containment failure occurred at the base. This meant that they had to rely on their own strength to leave Route 666. Elsa took a deep breath and explained in a calm tone. Don't worry, although this place is terrible, it is definitely not a place where you will die. We have found several survivors. In fact, as long as we can find a way to spend 6 days here, we can find a way to leave here. But, as I said before, our cumulative death toll cannot exceed 6. Otherwise, we will be trapped here forever until we die or turn into monsters. 6 days? What do we eat and drink? I don't want to eat monster meat. It looks so scary. After hearing what Elsa said, Gu Yi's octopus tentacles immediately lost their fragrance. We have to stay here for 6 days? This feeling is like you and your friends playing Monopoly. You haven't bought a piece of land yet. You are bitten by a dog and stay in the hospital for 3 days. And you just got out of the hospital and stayed in jail for 3 days for robbing a bank. If you waste 6 days in this broken place, how can you compete with other players? No! Gu Yi suddenly interrupted Elsa. What's wrong? We can't just sit there and wait to die. Gu Yi thought for a while and came up with a plausible reason. We don't know what kind of dangers there are here. There are too many accidents that can happen in 6 days. Even you can't guarantee that all of us won't go crazy in these 6 days, right? Maybe we won't die, but who can guarantee that we won't disappear suddenly? Just now, 2 people with their hands tied disappeared under our noses. The weirdness of this place has exceeded your imagination. If you sit and wait for death, you will definitely die. Our goal is definitely not to live in peace for 6 days, but to find the right way to leave this place. Gu Yi waved his fists and spoke passionately. However, he really underestimated the courage of these ordinary people. The driver and the conductor were so scared that they just hugged each other and trembled. Ike and Zoe seemed to be a little moved, but they didn't have superpowers like Gu Yi, and the role they could play in this situation was minimal. However, Gu Yi didn't care about these ordinary people. He turned his head and looked at Elsa. What you said seems to make sense, but... Elsa turned her head and looked at the remaining survivors. She clearly didn't say anything, but it seemed like she had said everything. Are you sure you can guarantee that these people won't suffer any more casualties? As long as you do what I say, then you can. Oh, I said, I won't believe an outsider. Elsa stared at Gu Yi and said, How do I know what your purpose is here? What if your mission is to kill the locals? Gu Yi was silent for a moment. This is the most difficult part of the whole incident. Gu Yi didn't dare to leave these survivors. If the number of deaths of the survivors exceeded the threshold, he would be trapped on Highway 666 forever and unable to leave. However, if Gu Yi couldn't convince Elsa to take the risk with him, he couldn't explore Highway 666 at will and find a way to leave here. Now Gu Yi is in a dilemma. Forget it, whatever you want. Gu Yi shrugged helplessly. This is completely the system's malice towards him, and Guyi can only admit defeat. He never believed that Elsa would never kneel down and beg him in the future. Humph! Elsa sneered and continued to move forward with everyone. Elsa took out a dagger, cut off a few octopus tentacles, like Guyi did, and put them in her sports bag. These are emergency food. We will need them in the future. Do we really have to eat these things? Zoe pointed at Elsa's backpack with some fear. This doesn't seem to be. It doesn't matter. This idiot is fine after eating it, so you will be fine too. Elsa pointed at Guyi and turned to lead the way. Guyi shrugged helplessly. He took out a whole piece of octopus tentacles and walked to Zoe, smiling and said, "Try it. This thing really tastes like chicken." "No, no, no. Goodbye." Zoe waved her hand with a pale face. "I'm allergic to seafood, and I will get acne all over my body if I eat it." The group continued to walk in this endless tunnel. There were some glowing mosses on the walls of the tunnel, illuminating the way forward for everyone. Everyone would always encounter a few sporadic monsters in the process of moving. However, Elsa's shooting skills were too accurate. Every time, those monsters were beaten into sieves by her before they could rush to the front of everyone. Seeing how powerful Elsa was, everyone felt a little more at ease. Crunch, crunch. Guyi chewed the octopus tentacles and said leisurely, "Agent, didn't you notice that there is one more person in our team?" "What? Don't you think there is one more person in our team? One more person?" Elsa tilted her head and turned her head to count the number of people. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 people, isn't it? "Sister, you didn't count yourself." Elsa was stunned. After adding herself, there was indeed one more person in the team. She turned around, pulled out her gun, and pointed it at everyone behind her. "All of you raise your heads and face me, with your hands raised above your heads," Elsa yelled. Guyi curled his lips and raised his hands as Elsa instructed. Guyi glanced at the others with his peripheral vision. At this time, everyone was surrounded by a gray mist, and no one could see each other clearly. Only sounds could be heard from the mist. "Everyone, count, starting with you." Elsa pointed the gun at Guyi. Guyi nodded helplessly and began to count. 1, 2, 3. The count ended, and when it was Elsa's turn, she raised her gun and said the number. 8. What's going on? There are more people again? When everyone heard this, they all tensed their muscles nervously. They looked around as if everyone had turned into monsters, and the figures in the thick fog suddenly became distorted and weird. "Mom, I want to go home." I can understand that there are fewer people, but why are there so many people suddenly? "Who are you?" "Don't be nervous. Are the 2 people who just disappeared back again?" The people present were talking about it, each with their own opinion. Elsa held up the pistol and could not tell which one was a normal person and which one was an unknown factor that suddenly appeared. Everyone's ability to perceive the people around them was gradually distorted. They all pointed at one of them and shouted, "Kill that man quickly, he's a monster!" Elsa was stunned for a moment and followed the instructions of everyone to aim at one of them. In the thick fog, the man seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, with countless octopus tentacles extending from his back and waving constantly. Elsa's eyes lit up and she pulled the trigger decisively. "Stop!" A muffled sound came from the thick fog. The fog suddenly dissipated. The driver fell to the ground and kicked his legs. Elsa shot his head with one shot, and white and red blood flowed all over the ground. "No, it's the driver. You killed the wrong person." Everyone pointed the finger at Elsa. Elsa quickly raised her arms and argued loudly. "This can't be blamed on me. You all knew that the driver had just turned into a monster. You are the monster." "That's right. From the beginning to the end, you were the one who said some alarmist words, and you were the one who led the way. If there is a problem with our team, who else can we blame but you? Kill her together. I have the weapons of those bandits. Give me a pistol." "No, let's not kill each other anymore." Guyi glanced around and examined everyone around him. It was obvious that everyone had fallen into extreme confusion and no one believed anyone else. He felt that even if everyone killed Elsa, they would still be suspicious of each other in the end. Then everyone would die. Was it all an illusion? Or was there really someone disguised as his teammate? "What are you all doing here?" Another Elsa ran over from a distance. She looked at the few people and looked at everyone with a puzzled look. Everyone was shrouded in thick fog, except Elsa, whose face could be seen clearly. Why is there another person? Then the one just now was fake. No, I'm the real one. Kill that person. Bang! The two Elsas suddenly started shooting at each other. Their skills and marksmanship were exactly the same, and they ended up in a tie. Both of them were shot in the shoulder at the same time. Guyi was quick-witted and rushed forward first, kicking Elsa in the thick fog away. Wow! Before Elsa could react, Guyi had already taken advantage of the victory and rushed forward to smash Elsa's head with a punch. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. The thick fog dissipated. The woman who claimed to be Elsa turned into a twisted mass of flesh and blood. Everyone present exclaimed, "Good job, come and help, me." Elsa on the other side waved at Guyi and walked over quickly. Guyi secretly picked up the pistol on the ground. When Elsa walked to his side, Guyi suddenly attacked and fired 3 shots at Elsa's chest. Bang! 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 Elsa looked at Guyi in disbelief and fell to the ground with her back to the sky. At this time, the fog around everyone dissipated. The 4 people surrounded Guyi and looked at Elsa's body in shock. "Why did you kill Miss Elsa? Didn't you find the monster?" Oh my God. Guyi wiped the blood off his face, looked at Elsa's body and sneered. With Elsa around, he would definitely be constrained everywhere. Now that he killed her, he could completely control the entire team. He would never hang around in this broken place for 6 days as Elsa requested. It's hard for me to explain the reason to you. After I killed the 2 Elsas, the thick fog disappeared immediately. The driver uncle was also alive, which shows that my strategy was correct. You just need to listen to me. You're right. A familiar voice came from behind Guyi. Guyi turned his head and got goosebumps all over the floor. You're right. Guyi heard the words and squatted on the ground and turned his head to look. The intact Elsa appeared behind him, looking down at him. This is pure luck, right? You just want to kill me, without considering whether the phantom is the real me or the fake me. If it is the fake me, you can kill it and dispel the illusion, then you'll win. If it is the real me, you can take over the whole team after killing it. Whether you kill the right person or not, you will not suffer any harm, so of course you can shoot without any worries. But fortunately, I brought a reality anchor to dispel the reality distortion here. Elsa took out something that looked like a thermos cup from her arms. This thing was flashing with colorful light, and it was it that dispelled the illusion just now. Guyi killed 2 Elsas in a row, but it didn't actually have any effect. It was Elsa's anchor that resolved the crisis. Wow, that's amazing! What anchor? Why do I feel like things are starting to develop in the direction of science fiction? Everyone gathered around Elsa, ignoring Guyi, who was still squatting on the ground. A seemingly powerful agent sister, a fugitive with Pika. It was clear who everyone believed and who they didn't. Elsa put away the anchor and raised her eyebrows at Guyi. Guyi didn't say anything. He took out an octopus tentacle from his bag and started eating it. You eat so much, are you really not afraid of death? It's none of your business. Guyi squatted on the ground and finished the octopus tentacle in his hand in a few bites. He knew that Elsa would never kill him. In this place, the death of any one person would increase the difficulty of survival. At this time, his gluttony power had reached the 9300 mark. He could upgrade by